Chapter 201 Fireworks for Fun. Visibility was obscured by the fog, and the spade slowed down, remaining stationary, hesitant to advance. A few seconds later, two whirlpools appeared simultaneously behind him. From one whirlpool emerged a level 4 ship adorned with plush toys, while from the other, a large fleet of 7 ships emerged. Through the one-way fog, Ling Chu could clearly see the condition of these ships. Ling Chu had seen the ship covered in plush toys before, and remembered it vividly. They had met by chance at sea then, passing each other peacefully, but unexpectedly, after so long, they were now facing off as enemies. The sails of the other 7 ships all bore the same pattern, a blue line winding upwards from the bottom of the sail, culminating in a half-open eye gazing into the distance. This was the sail emblem of the dream, the eye symbolizing insight and dreams. Ling Chu's first reaction upon seeing these sails: damn, they were hideous. It's nowhere near as cool as her ghostly skull sail. If Daydreamer knew Ling Chu's thoughts, he'd be furious. This was the sail design he'd spent an entire night racking his brains to create, the one that best suited the Dream's character and was his pride and joy. The Dream's 7 ships looked impressive, but only the flagship was a Tier 4 ship, the rest were Tier 3. Presumably, like the former Invincible fleet, the crew prioritized using resources to upgrade the captains. Ling Chu's one-eyed eye patch pierced the mist, scanning the captains of the 3 fleets. The little girl stepping on mushrooms had a detection-blocking item, so her specific information wasn't visible. The King of Spades had a disguise item, displaying a fake ID and a fake stat panel named Gao Han. The only thing Ling Chu could see was Daydreamer's attributes. His profession was Tier 3 pirate, with slightly higher attributes than the average person, but far from the maxed-out level of Star River Dream. The players leading him were mostly ordinary pirates. Ling Chu withdrew her gaze. Naval battles weren't about numbers. One player with a special combat class was worth 10 ordinary players. She was more concerned about the special class players on the Spade. However, Ling Chu's gaze paused slightly. On the deck of the Spade, she only saw the King of Spades and a crew member standing behind a cannon. Where were his other crew members? The little girl who was stepping on mushrooms also caught sight of the ghost ship through a metal telescope. She was startled and quickly informed the King of Spades, the ghost ship has a cannon. Her ship only had 4 ballistae custom-made by Little Lubin in the Chinese server, but the power of ballistae was nowhere near that of a cannon. What's there to be afraid of? I have cannons too, one more than her, the King of Spades said calmly. The Spade remained stationary, so Ling Chu ordered the skeleton helmsman to slowly approach. Once the doll and dream ships behind him were within range of the ballistae, Ling Chu decisively waved his hand and ordered, "Fire! Fire arrows!" The 8 ballistae on the deck simultaneously unleashed large bolts, and the flooded cannon captured from the Invincible was also ignited, sending a cannonball hurtling towards the Spade. The King of Spades calmly steered the ship, locking the helm. With a sickening thud, the ship tilted violently, narrowly escaping the whistling cannonball. A large, charred patch appeared on the outer hull. Of the 8 crossbow bolts, 3 grazed the turning hull and fell into the sea, splashing water. 1 pierced the bulkhead, sending splinters flying. 1 lodged diagonally in the deck, its fletching still trembling. The other 3 embedded themselves in the sturdy sides of the hull. As the crossbow bolts and cannon fire erupted, the fog gradually lifted, revealing the silhouette of the ghost ship. The towering vessel was almost twice the size of the Spade ship, its hull entirely black, made of some unknown wood, looking both sinister and sturdy. 4 girls stood in a row at the bow, behind them a group of skeleton minions wielding curved swords. To facilitate combat, they had consumed cold resistance potions beforehand, and now, lightly equipped, they looked far more relaxed than the opposing players, who were shivering in their padded coats from the biting wind. Ling Chu wore sharkskin armor, with a bald parrot perched on her shoulder, a bone blade at her waist, and a longbow bearing the Wind Whisperer's oath slung across her back. Her body was adorned with a jumble of miscellaneous ornaments: a mermaid necklace around her neck, a skeletal ring on her finger, and a ninja's belt wrapped around her waist, along with a siren leader's loincloth looking utterly incongruous. However, she stared straight ahead, head held high, completely oblivious to the fact that her outfit was far too trendy and avant-garde. Huang Xiaoan had a dagger at her waist and a shuriken in her hand, exuding the air of a reckless gambler. Xiao Fengkenyu wore a plague mask that completely obscured her face, the protruding bird beak adding to her eerie appearance. Among them, the most harmless-looking was the baby-faced squid ball. But taking advantage of the moment when the crossbow was being reloaded, this girl launched into a tirade of profanities. So where did John the Great Immortal go? Turns out he was taken in by your Spade ship. What, you Spade ship gave up being pirates and became a junkyard, collecting trash? Spade King, you've got a bright future. John the Great Immortal still owes me a title of grandma. Why don't you, as the captain, call him that for him? Spade King's forehead creased with annoyance. He quickly scanned the ship's hull. The durability had only dropped slightly. The sturdiness of a level 4 ship was evident here. These crossbow bolts, capable of severely damaging level 3 ships, were now stuck as if by the iron plates covering the hull, only the sharp arrowheads penetrating before failing to go any further. Fire! King of Spades didn't waste any words, directly ordering the gunners, then speaking into the comms to the other two captains, "Stop watching, fire. Sink the ghost." At his command, the gunners aimed at the ghost and ignited the two magicians' cannons. A flaming shell traced a perfect parabola through the air. However, before hitting the ground, the shell suddenly transformed into a dazzling firework, exploding in a kaleidoscope of colors in midair. King of Spades was dumbfounded, as were the mushroom-stomping girl and the daydreamer. Ling Chu was also taken aback. What was this? Was it a pre-battle fireworks display to set the mood? The little girl stomping on mushrooms, King of Spades, is that a cannon? It's not some fake, is it? The daydreamer, you're not messing with us, are you? Making a fake cannon to fool us into working for you? King of Spades hurriedly explained, no, it was purely an accident. He posted his cannon's attributes to prove his innocence. The magician's ever-changing salute. Exclusive facility for the magician profession. No shells needed. Once lit, it automatically fires 1 shell per minute. The shell could be a celebratory firework, a disgusting, sticky slime, or a powerful cannon. What the next shell will be, we'll only know after it's fired. She was just lucky that time. King of Spades gritted his teeth, looking somewhat gloomy. The next one will definitely. Before he finished speaking, the next shell arrived. This time, the shell hit the ghost's deck squarely. However, the moment it touched the deck, the burning shell suddenly transformed into a brand new, gleaming treasure chest. Chapter 202 War Correspondent. Ling Chu, who was about to dodge, paused for a moment, then bent down to pick up the treasure chest and chuckled. King of Spades, you're too kind. Giving gifts after a fight? How considerate. I'll gladly accept it. She casually opened the chest lid. You have obtained 200 seashells, 5 copper ore, and 1 crystal ore. King of Spades. The little girl stomping on mushrooms nearby, seeing this, was furious, almost jumping up and down. Are you here to fight, or to offer her tribute? The daydreamer beside her also watched with twitching eyes. Are we fighting a naval battle, or playing house with you? King of Spades watched helplessly as his killing move turned into an airdrop supply for the opponent, his face turning as black as the bottom of a pot. He rushed to the ever-changing cannon, carefully inspecting it inside and out. The cannon was intact, with no malfunction warnings. This is impossible. He'd used this cannon to sink countless other players' ships in the past. At least 1 out of every 3 shots fired a real cannonball, the other 2 being either monsters or weapons. Why did this ceremonial cannon malfunction today? The dazed bird, hiding behind a cotton tree and watching this scene through binoculars, was bewildered. What was going on? Could it be that the King of Spades realized he couldn't defeat the powerful Ling Chu, so he was offering gifts to sue for peace? At that moment, a system voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Because you observed 2 large-scale ship battles, rather than directly participating, congratulations on triggering a special profession, war correspondent. Accept profession inheritance? The dazed bird was stunned. He was just observing from the sidelines, and he could trigger a special profession? His hands trembled as he chose to accept. You have acquired the skills News Broadcast, Battlefield Swift Access, and No Reporter Regret during warfare. News Broadcast, you can live stream the war scenes you witnessed to the public chat channel with pin status. Players can watch and tip. After each broadcast, you will receive professional experience in tip settlement. Battlefield Swift Access, when a large-scale war occurs within a 100,000-kilometer radius of you, you can teleport to the scene immediately along with your ship. No reporter regret during warfare. While at the war scene, you and your ship receive an invincible shield, immune to all damage. However, you are also unable to attack or intervene in the war in any way. You have unlocked a new ship facility, which can be viewed in the ship's panel. As the system finished speaking, the dodo bird found itself surrounded by a golden protective shield. However, with the shield activated, he could no longer attack or protect his island, but at least the shield guaranteed his safety. With the protective shield, the slowpoke was no longer afraid and quickly ran out of the cotton grove back to its ship. The new facility it unlocked was a high-speed, zoomable shipborne camera. It happened to have enough resources to build it, so it immediately constructed the camera. Slowpoke, suppressing its excitement, didn't immediately start a live stream but instead privately messaged Ling Chu. Boss, I just triggered a special profession, war correspondent. The skill allows me to broadcast what I see to the public chat channel. Can I start the live stream now? Ling Chu was taken aback when she saw the private message, marveling at how lucky this silly bird was to have triggered a special profession. She thought for a moment and replied, start. Before, she tried to play it safe, accumulating resources and concealing her strength, which only made those like Black Spade King think she was an easy target. Now, as the top player on all 3 leaderboards, with wealth far surpassing everyone else, why should she be low-key? If you're strong enough, you have to be high-profile. She wanted everyone on the server to know who truly deserved to be number 1 in this region. With Ling Chu's permission, the silly bird turned on its camera, adjusted the focus, and started a live stream. So at that moment, all players with the public chat channel open could see a new message at the top. Battlefield reporter, a silly bird, is live streaming. Public chat channel. Lulu loves gossip. Hey, why is there a new line of small text in my public chat? Do you guys have it too? Cola without ice, me too. Solid fat orange, me too +1. Little dear Bobby, everyone has it. Is this some new feature from the system? Humanity is not worth it. No, this should be the dodo bird's job skill. Lulu loves gossip. Dumb bird's skill is pretty awesome. Hey, when I clicked in, I saw two fleets seem to be fighting. That ship with the ghost skull sail, is that the ghost? And that sail with the spade pattern, it's definitely the spade. 18-year-old pure male student. Wow, is this a live broadcast? How exciting. Scammed out of 800 UN through online dating, the spade is going to war with the ghost? We little Karami can finally watch the big shots fight? Frozen Superman, the doll and Dream are here too. Judging by their positioning, is the ghost going to take on 3 opposing fleets by itself? Give you a big bread, 1 against 3? Holy crap, this is really exciting. I was just squatting on the toilet, and I even broke my poop. So, after this battle, either the top spot will change hands, or 3 fleets will be removed from the rankings? Good show, good show. Give you a big bread, at a silly bird, zoom in a bit. Who wants to see the daydreamer's ugly face? I want to see boss Ling Chu. You received a donation from player, give you a big bread, a seashell *1. Dumb bird, who had some photography skills before, was even more motivated after receiving the tip. He immediately adjusted the lens, focusing the image on the bows of the ghost and spade ships, perfectly capturing both fleets in the frame. Sexy cockroach hot, what is Ling Chu wearing? A mix and match style. Give you a big bread, what do you know? This is called the unique charisma of a master. Mickey Meow Meow, which Ling Chu's shark skin armor is customizable. Bring your own materials. National server Little Lubin, Ling Chu's skull scimitar is customizable. Cheap and affordable. Minty little fish, what's that around Ling Chu's waist? An apron. At Mickey Meow Meow, which, this looks nice, I want it, and it even has little seashells. Mickey Meow Meow, which, I've never seen this before, let me investigate. Berry pudding, judging from this, Spade K is quite ordinary in both appearance and attire. Spade K was completely unaware that he had been broadcast live to the public chat channel. The current course of the battle was completely beyond his expectations. He never imagined that his 2 invincible cannons would malfunction. The magician's ever-changing cannons, once lit, automatically fired 1 cannonball every minute. During the 1-minute interval, the ghost launched a second volley of crossbow bolts at the spade. Chapter 203 Live Broadcast. The sharp arrows not only pierced the hull again but also tore a large hole in the spade sail. Meanwhile, the doll and Dream approached the ghost from the flanks and fired crossbow bolts. However, the bolts, striking the ghost, only left scratches on its sturdy, black hull before falling helplessly into the sea, the arrowheads failing to penetrate. King of Spades frowned deeply. With such high defense, her ship was definitely at least level 5. It seemed only cannons could pose a threat to the ghost. 3rd time's the charm. K of Spades stared intently at the cannon muzzle, which was once again preparing for fire. The cannonball's trajectory was related to the target's luck. She refused to believe that Ling Chu's luck could continue to be this good. Boom! With a muffled thud, the 3rd cannonball was fired, once again hurtling towards the ghost. Just as the shell was about to hit its target, it transformed again, silently disintegrating in midair into tacky pink smoke plumes that exploded with a bang above the ghost ship, accompanied by a shower of glitter and ribbons. The pink smoke formed a giant heart, lingering in the air for a full 2 seconds before gradually dissipating into the wind. Ling Chu, the little girl stepping on mushrooms, the daydreamer, the king of spades. He was completely bewildered. Huang Xiaoan and Cuttlefish Ball whispered to each other. Huang Xiaoan frowned in confusion. What does he mean by this? Is he trying to seduce our captain with his good looks? Moyoan shook her head. No way, Ling Chu doesn't fall for that, and he's not exactly handsome. The public chat was also filled with question marks. Give you a big bread? Lulu loves gossip, isn't it a fight? How come there are pink hearts? This is a bit ambiguous. Coffee added until bored, could we have all misunderstood? They're not actually fighting, and Spade K is confessing to Ling Chu? Dragonfly Captain, no way. Look at Ling Chu's expression, he practically has disgust written all over his face. And Spade K's face is so black it could grind ink. His cannon must have malfunctioned. Creamy souffle, ha 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 ha, Spade K is so funny. To make such a big mistake at such a crucial moment, look at the expressions of the captains of the doll and dream ships, like they've swallowed flies, it's hilarious. King of Spades. The little girl practically spat out the words through clenched teeth, turn off those 2 2B cannons of yours. Now. Immediately. The King of Spades, overwhelmed by these successive surprises, turned to extinguish the fuse. But it was too late, the 4th shell had already roared out. This time, the shell exploded with a deafening roar above the ghost ship. There was no fire, no smoke, only a blinding golden light that dazzled everyone's eyes. Splash! A shower of golden rain poured down. Countless genuine seashells clattered and landed on the ghost ship's deck. "We're rich. Captain, it's money. Money is falling from the sky." Huang Xiaoan was the first to react, her voice trembling with excitement. "Quick! Get the fishing nets. The biggest nets!" Squid Ball shouted, frantically grabbing the nearest net. The crew of the ghost ship instantly transformed into joyful gold diggers, several nets swirling merrily through the air. In no time, they had hauled in over 2,000 seashells. The public chat channel exploded once again. The passing god of wealth? What am I seeing? A fight turned into a money-scattering frenzy? Sad egg yolk, what kind of divine battle is this, with money being scattered throughout the room? King of Spades, do you need more enemies? I'm signing up. Farmer 3 punches, it's confirmed. King of Spades is a spy sent by boss Ling Chu, right? First, he sends hearts, then gold coins. Is he going to surrender on the spot next? Iron Pot stewing himself, ha ha ha, this is so entertaining. King of Spades has provided me with a month's worth of laughs. Homemade squid strips, dried shrimp, braised eggs for sale in the front row. DM me if you want some. Thanks to King of Spades' antics, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed. The entire 666 region has a total of 63,291 players, and the number of viewers in the live stream has now exceeded 50,000. Almost every player in the entire region is watching this live stream, and player donations are popping up frequently. Although the tips weren't much, just $1 or $2 at a time, they added up, and the dumb bird's mentality changed. From sighing and groaning 5 minutes ago, he was now grinning from ear to ear. So what if he lost Cotton Island? Once the extreme cold disaster was over, cotton wouldn't be worth anything anymore. Now he had a special profession, and his income was much more stable. King of Spades stared dumbfounded at the golden rain, wondering, where did all these seashells come from? His cannons could spray money? If he hired someone to fire on his ship, wouldn't he be rolling in money? He sensed something was wrong, opened his personal warehouse, and lo and behold, over 2,000 seashells were missing. King of Spades was furious. These seashells had come from his own pocket. The little girl stomping on mushrooms, watching the bustling scene of people making money on the opposite deck, was so angry her pigtails almost flew off. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and roared, "King of Spades, are you here to fight or to be a spendthrift? Can't you fight properly? If not, I'm leaving." The King of Spades forced himself to calm down and replied, "Don't rush. My men have already boarded the Ghost in the chaos. Cannons are useless, we'll close the distance and fight a boarding maneuver." He gripped the helm tightly again, commanding the doll and the dream, "You two, full speed ahead. Ram it with me. Coordinate with my crew from the inside." The bow of the Spade cleaved through the waves, like a wounded yet even more frenzied sea monster, charging recklessly towards the Ghost. The distance closed in an instant to 20 meters, 10 meters. At this close range, the powerful crossbow bolts and cannons became useless. The little girl who had been stepping on mushrooms, seeing the King of Spades become serious, suppressed her anger and did as he instructed with the dream. Several ships, like outstretched wings, dodged the stray crossbow bolts while forming a perfect fan-shaped encirclement with the Spade, accelerating forward and trapping the Ghost in the center. The oars nearly collided, and the expressions on the faces of both crews were clearly visible. They were just waiting for the first gangway to successfully attach to the other ship's side. Then, it would be a real battle. Chapter 204 Bounty on Heads. Public Chat Channel. Drink more hot water. Melee combat is a disadvantage for the Ghost ship, right? The Ghost ship only has 4 people, the rest are skeletons, while the other side has over 60 people. I wonder how strong these skeletons are. Life is not worth it. I once discovered an underground tomb on an island. There was a moving skeleton inside. It wasn't afraid of physical attacks, but it was afraid of fire and light magic. It wasn't too difficult to deal with. Little Bitter gourd, wait, am I seeing things? I saw the plush bear on the doll ship move slightly. Could all those dolls on the ship be summoned creatures that can fight, like these skeletons? If so, wouldn't boss Ling Chu be at an even greater disadvantage? Finally, I can stretch my muscles. Huang Xiaoan looked at the players who were charging fearlessly towards the Ghost ship, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. A cold light flashed at her fingertips, and a virtual die appeared out of thin air. After spinning rapidly, it landed on a 6. She raised an eyebrow, surprised, and muttered to herself, "This is the first time I've rolled a 6. Does following the captain improve my luck?" A 6 on the dice significantly boosts all attributes. A surge of power instantly filled her body. Huang Xiaoan looked up and saw several gangways already erected. The players of the dream ship were the first to rush onto the deck of the Ghost ship. The Daydreamer stood at the bow, declaring, "Whoever kills a member of the Ghost ship's crew first will be rewarded with 2,000 seashells. Whoever takes Ling Chu's head 10,000 seashells." Ling Chu's visible wealth far exceeded 100,000. If these three fleets joined forces to take her down, the daydreamer would receive far more than that. Yet, he was only offering a paltry 10,000 seashells as a reward for her head, truly displaying the capitalist's ruthless greed. Ironically, some brainless, reckless players fell for it. Charge! Kill Ling Chu. 10,000 seashells are mine. These players, usually fighting alone, would never dare board the ghost ship. But a group of players is a different story. The sheer force of their shouts is enough to embolden them. One by one, they surged towards the ghost ship, afraid that being even a step too slow would mean missing out on the enormous bounty. Huang Xiaoan casually tossed out a virtual playing card, one corner of which was precisely nailed to the highest mast. This card is my life skill acted as a beacon, allowing her to use this teleportation ability to escape at any time within 10 minutes. Huang Xiaoan drew a ritual dagger from her waist with her right hand, a shuriken in her left, and led her skeleton minions, charging fearlessly towards the enemy. Buzz! The skeleton horn bearer blew a pale horn to inspire and invigorate the skeletons. The skeleton minions strode forward, their scimitars clashing against the enemy's weapons with a piercing clang. Xiao Fengkenyu, meanwhile, hovered at the edge of the battle, constantly hurling poison gas grenades that billowed with green mist. She had been busy crafting anti-cold potions lately, and her stockpile of poison gas grenades was running low. She had to use them sparingly. Huang Xiaoan would quickly and consciously avoid the cloud of green smoke, but the opposing player, unaware of this, would take a deep breath, foam at the mouth, and collapse. The only one without any means of self-defense, Moyuan, obediently ran back to the cabin. Through the glass, her wide eyes watched the battle unfold on the deck intently. Xiaoyu, behind us. Moyuan saw a player wielding a large cleaver, attempting to ambush Xiao Fengkenyu from behind, and she quickly shouted a warning. Xiao Fengkenyu reacted swiftly, turning around at the sound. A flash of ghostly light shot from her fingertip, accurately striking the player in the chest. Touch of the plague. The player's body stiffened abruptly, feeling a chilling weakness spread through his limbs, his movements instantly slowing. The skeleton henchman beside him quickly provided support, his sharp scimitar falling and instantly decapitating the player. Standing at the bow, Ling Chu drew the Wind Whisperer's oath, the bowstring twanging repeatedly, each time accompanied by 3 arrows crackling with storm-like electricity. As the arrow flew from her hand, it blasted players climbing the suspended ladder into the sea in droves. Pai, the parrot on her shoulder, seized the opportunity to swoop down and peck at a player's eye with its sharp beak, eliciting a piercing scream. Idiot! Trash! Pai flapped its bald wings gleefully, not forgetting to mock. Not far away, a slowpoke was recording everything with a camera. The slowpoke's camera boasted a multi-coated telephoto lens and a 360-degree rotating gimbal. Not only can it capture tactical details from miles away in ultra-high definition, but it can also seamlessly switch between panoramic and close-up shots through high-speed zoom, presenting the scene unfolding on the ghost ship in crystal clarity during the live stream. When players watch the live stream in full screen, the comments in the public channel scroll across the top of the screen like bullet comments. Who said melee combat is a disadvantage against the ghost ship? The ghost ship is cutting these players down like butter. It feels like it won't be long before the dream ship's players are all wiped out. At a silly bird, shouldn't you censor this? The decapitation is a bit too gory. What are you pretending to be innocent upstairs? Never killed anyone before, huh? Just an ordinary casual player, I've never killed anyone. Seeing this scene makes me tremble. Pirates are really this terrifying. It feels like watching a movie. Is that girl using shuriken staying away from drugs, gambling, and prostitution? She's so cool. Does anyone know the ID of that girl with the bird beak mask who threw the poison bomb? Good grief, she's practically a Breaking Bad master. Don't speak too soon. The doll and the King of Spades haven't made a move yet, have they? The King of Spades is second on the leaderboard, and a special class. She definitely has some trump cards. Eh? The King of Spades has 11 members, right? Currently, the King of Spades is 1, there's someone in the cabin, and a gunner. Where are the other 8? This parrot can even swear? Tisk, I've seen dogs bully others, but this is the first time I've seen a bird bully others. Doll, aren't you going to make a move? Are you trying to use the people from the dream as human shields? Daydreamer, seeing the situation turning bad, immediately messaged the little girl stomping on mushrooms to urge her on. Coming, what's the rush? The little girl who was stepping on mushrooms also approached the ghost ship. The gangway slowly descended, and various dolls and toys, wobbling and staggering, stepped onto the ghost ship's deck with stiff and eerie steps. Chapter 205: The Nutcracker Guard and the Teddy Bear. At the forefront of this puppet army stood a Nutcracker Guard, wearing a top hat and wielding a scepter. It pressed down on the handle of the scepter, and a gleaming spear instantly sprang from its tip. It raised the scepter and spear high and brought it down with a precise, almost mechanical, slashing motion, instantly shattering a skeleton minion into pieces. Just as it raised the scepter again to strike another skeleton minion, First Officer Teach rushed forward, wielding a scimitar, and took the blow. The fire of the soul in Teach's eyes suddenly blazed brightly. He blocked the scepter with one hand, drew his revolver from his waist with the other, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger, aiming at the Nutcracker's forehead. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out. The bullets struck their target, but made a dull thud like marbles hitting an empty metal barrel, leaving only a few shallow dents in the hardwood. Teach glanced at the smoking gun barrel, his jaw clenching in a gesture of admiration. Dude, you've got a tough head. The Nutcracker guard slowly turned its head, its empty eye sockets locking onto Teach, its wooden mouth opening and closing with a creaking sound. It raised its spear again, advancing with determined steps towards Teach. Teach holstered his revolver, gripped his knife with both hands, and pointed the blade at the surging army of puppets ahead. Men, charge! Let these blockheads and stuffed-up bastards see what a real pirate crew is like. For the captain! For the ghost! Behind him, the skeleton minions surged like a white wave, crashing into the brightly colored, strangely shaped puppets. In an instant, the deck transformed into a bizarre and fierce battlefield. Sharp scimitars sliced through plush toys, sending cotton flying like snowflakes. The Nutcracker soldiers charged forward, their hard wooden bodies smashing through skeletons, the two sides locked in a fierce battle. In another corner of the battlefield, a 2-meter-tall giant teddy bear stood out. It wore heavy gauntlets, each swing of its arms accompanied by a dull whistling sound. Left hook. Yes. Right hook. Blow them away. The little girl on the opposite bow of the ship, excitedly waving her fists, as if controlling them remotely. When she saw a skeleton sent flying 2 meters by a single punch from the teddy bear, its skeleton almost shattered, a smug smile spread across her face. Huang Xiaoan frowned slightly at the sight. Faced with this giant teddy bear, brute force was out of the question. She and her skeleton minions coordinated, employing some tactics. Hey, big bear, look this way. She stood directly in front of the teddy bear, striking its nose with a shuriken, successfully drawing its attention. Just as the teddy bear charged at Huang Xiaoan, swinging its fists, 2 skeleton minions leaped up from behind it, grabbing its massive head tightly. The weight on its shoulders instantly threw it off balance. Now, go, Little Hook! Huang Xiaoan shouted. Little Hook seized this fleeting opportunity, its signature hooked right hand darting out and precisely hooking the huge zipper pull on the teddy bear's back. Whoosh! A clear tearing sound rang out, and the zipper was pulled all the way down. The teddy bear seemed to be instantly gutted, its snow-white cotton filling overflowing like expanding foam. Almost simultaneously, another skeleton crew member wielded his knife, a flash of cold light, precisely cleaving off the teddy bear's menacing right gauntlet. Can't even beat this? So stupid. What a useless toy. The little girl who had been stomping on mushrooms watched helplessly as her carefully crafted teddy bear was so dissected, her smugness vanishing instantly, replaced by pain and anger. The teddy bear was one of her proudest creations, and now it was ruined. The little girl who had been stomping on mushrooms turned her gaze to the Nutcracker guard. Her eyes revealed a hint of madness, and a faint anticipation. This was her specially made Nutcracker, it would surely give them a wonderful surprise. Having dealt with the teddy bear, Huang Xiaoan led several skeleton henchmen to use the same tactic on the Nutcracker guard. 5 skeleton henchmen pounced from different directions. One grabbed its head tightly, while the other 4, like koalas, restrained its arms and legs. Teach shouted, its wooden head is incredibly hard, bullets can't penetrate it. Forget the head, break its arms and legs first. The remaining skeletons, hearing this, immediately swung their curved blades, hacking fiercely at the Nutcracker guard's joints. The little girl on the opposite side, who had been stomping on mushrooms, showed no panic on her face. Instead, she seemed to have a sense of "I knew I'd been tricked. Did you really think the same trick would work forever? These damned skeletons, die." She pulled out a remote control from her pocket and pressed the red button forcefully. Click! With a soft click of a mechanism, a wooden board at the chest of the walnut guard suddenly sprang open, revealing not a mechanical structure, but a bundle of explosives. Oh no! Explosives! Huang Xiaoan's pupils constricted. The walnut guard's restrained right arm burst forth with tremendous strength, violently breaking free from the skeleton's grasp. It didn't attack, but instead made a thumbs-up gesture with its hard wooden hand. Its thumb, like an open lighter cap, revealed a tiny flame. The flame instantly ignited the fuse of the explosives. Such a short fuse meant it would take no more than 2 seconds to detonate the explosives. The crisis was imminent. Ling Chu was currently firing storm arrows towards the spade while the doll and the skeleton were fighting. The spade had already taken advantage of the chaos to approach the ghost and had set up its gangway. Hearing Huang Xiaoan's exclamation, Ling Chu turned her head and saw the sizzling fuse and explosives. In such a moment, everything hinges on instinct. Ling Chu immediately used her ghost dance steps, teleporting to the walnut guard's side. In that split second, the fuse shortened further. Ling Chu didn't hesitate any longer. She took out the Time Thief's music box and pressed the pause button. A soft click, as if the switch to the world had been flipped. Everything froze, all was silent. The surging waves were suspended in mid-air, and the flying wood chips resembled suspended stars. Not far away, the dorky bird remained in its filming pose, even the rapidly scrolling comments on the live stream screen before it froze into still ribbons of color. The entire world resembled a frozen comic book, with Ling Chu being the only flowing color within it. Without the slightest hesitation, she swiftly pulled the still-burning bundle of explosives from the exposed chest of the walnut guard. Turning her head, she instantly locked onto her target, the king of spades on the spade, struggling to climb the gangway of the ghost. Aiming, leaning back, gathering all her strength. The bundle of explosives, a symbol of destruction, traced a perfect parabola through the air, soaring over the frozen space, precisely heading towards the king of spades. Just as the explosives were about to fall, the melody of the music box seemed to quietly complete a section. Time resumed its flow. The clamor, shouts of battle, and the roar of the waves suddenly filled everyone's ears. King of Spades felt a deadly heat and impact crash down on his head. He didn't even have time to look up. Boom! A deafening explosion followed, flames and thick smoke erupted on the deck of the Spade. Chapter 206 Internal Strife. A charred mushroom cloud rose into the sky. As the smoke cleared, the spot where the King of Spades had stood, along with a small section of the deck, vanished, leaving only a gaping, charred hole. The King of Spades was nowhere to be seen. The daydreamer, watching from the sidelines, rubbed his eyes. Was he seeing things? He clearly saw the explosive on the chest of the walnut soldier. How did it explode on the Spade? He immediately questioned the little girl who had been stepping on the mushroom cloud. You planted a bomb on the Spade? The little girl, equally bewildered, stared in disbelief at the mushroom cloud above the Spade. How could her lit bomb fly? 1 second she was with the walnut guards, the next she was on the Spade. Looking at the ghost's intact deck, a surge of shame and anger welled up inside her. She retorted irritably, "Are you out of your mind? Nonsense. Why would I bomb my own people?" Daydreamer, wait, I clearly saw a bomb in the chest of the walnut soldier, and he tried to detonate it. What do you mean? Are you trying to kill my men too? He still had quite a few crew members on the Ghost. If that bomb had detonated, his crew would have perished. The little girl stomping on mushrooms scoffed, crew members are expendable. If they die, they die. What's the big deal? Kill Ling Chu, divide the seashells, and then you can just recruit more crew members. Daydreamer choked. Her words sounded heartless at first, but upon reflection, they didn't seem entirely wrong. Throughout history, in wars, aren't the soldiers who charge into battle just expendable resources? Once Ling Chu is killed, he'll have prestige and wealth, and surely more people will come to join his fleet. At this moment, the livestream chat of a dazed bird was flooded with messages. I clearly saw Ling Chu teleport next to the bomb. How come it exploded on Spade K's ship in the blink of an eye? Was it because of the little box Ling Chu was holding? A time-controlling item? That's terrifying. Spade looks doomed. Such powerful skills usually have limitations, they can only be used once, right? Where's Spade K? Did he just get killed by friendly fire? I checked the leaderboard, his ID is still there, he's not dead. Just as the comments were scrolling wildly, a charred hand suddenly grabbed the edge of the hole in the Spade's deck. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Spade K crawled out of the hole in a disheveled state. His face was covered in soot, his clothes were tattered, and his signature thin-rimmed glasses were broken, revealing eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. He stared intently at the little girl stomping on mushrooms on the doll ship, his voice distorted with rage, stomping on mushrooms. Are you trying to blow me up too? It wasn't me. The little girl stomping on mushrooms screamed in protest. Seeing the Spade ship and the doll ship turning on each other, Squid Ball, perched behind the cabin window, didn't forget to unleash her taunting skills. King of Spades, is this your OOTD? A beggar's outfit from some aristocratic family? Tisk, I must say, it suits your style quite well. King of Spades' chest heaved with anger, his eyes behind the shattered glasses filled with malice. This outrageous bomb, this humiliating public embarrassment, all of it was burning his reason. King of Spades took a deep breath of the smoke-filled, acrid air, and pulled a spare pair of glasses from his bag, putting them on. Now is not the time for infighting. King of Spades forced himself to calm down. Why hadn't his men sent any word yet? Ling Chu couldn't help but want to laugh when she saw King of Spades covered in dust and dirt. From their first meeting, she thought he was pretentious and obsessed with saving face. Now, in front of so many people, covered in dust and dirt from the bomb, still trying to appear calm on the surface, he was probably grinding his teeth to dust inside. Suddenly, the smile on her lips faded slightly. Through the monitoring of the spore mycelium, she saw 8 unfamiliar figures in her cabin on the lower level of the ship. A few minutes earlier, in the lower level cabin of the Ghost ship, the 8 crew members of the Spade ship emerged from a glowing teleportation array. Spinning Top, where did you teleport us to? It's so dark. 5 vermin complained. Spinning Top's class skill could generate a teleportation array that could designate a ship within 50 meters and teleport the crew there in a group. Although the teleportation location was random, this group teleportation skill was very useful. The Spade ship had used this method to rob several ships without ever failing. Sometimes they'd be teleported to the kitchen, the bedroom, and once even to the toilet, where someone happened to be. Squatting on the toilet is often when a person is most vulnerable, and that time, Wudu took over the ship almost effortlessly. This was the first time they'd been teleported to such a dark place. Where was this? A warehouse? Perfect, let's empty the ghost's warehouse first. Wudu was secretly delighted. It was so dark here, almost pitch black, they could only recognize each other by sound. Wait, what was that noise just now? It sounded like an explosion. Quick, light the torches. The torches sprang to life with a whoosh, brightening the view and instantly revealing the interior of the ship. Upon seeing their surroundings, everyone involuntarily gasped, a chill running down their spines. Inside the claustrophobic cabin, rows upon rows of pitch-black coffins were neatly stacked. The coffin lids were all wide open, like countless silent, gaping maws, their emptiness adding to the eeriness. Holy crap! What kind of psychopath is Ling Chu? Building a graveyard on his own ship, a crew member cursed, his voice trembling, instinctively taking a half-step back. Could these be, for the skeletons? Another voice guessed hesitantly. They sleep here at night? The air was thick with the stench of decaying wood, the chilling atmosphere seeping into their bones like icy seawater, making even these seasoned criminals feel a chill. Don't scare yourself. The coffins are empty, what's there to be afraid of? The leader, Wudu, forced himself to remain calm, his voice low and menacing. Find the exit. The group held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly, and cautiously made their way around the unsettling coffins, making their way towards the cabin door. They had only taken a few steps when a faint, eerie green glow silently appeared in the shadows at the edge of the firelight. Suddenly, a semi-transparent, ghostly creature floated out and blocked their path. A ghost! The crew member at the back of the group nearly jumped out of his skin in fright. Chapter 207 Face to Face. Everyone tensed, raising their weapons. The eerie green shadow barked at them, woof. Woof woof. The tense atmosphere froze instantly. Upon closer inspection, they saw it was a small dog made of semi-transparent spirit form. It tried to bark at the strangers, but neither its size nor its slightly childish bark had any intimidating effect. Damn it, a dead dog. Wudu spat, still shaken, and cursed angrily, you scared the hell out of me. Get lost, you dog. Wudu kicked Xiao Huang hard, but passed right through Xiao Huang's spirit form. Xiao Huang, equally startled, barked again and then passed through the coffin beside it, disappearing from sight. A false alarm. The group breathed a sigh of relief, a mixture of embarrassment and anger at being frightened by a ghostly dog, and continued hurrying towards the door. Just as they were about to reach the doorway, another ghost slowly drifted out from the shadows. This time, the ghost was humanoid, dressed in an old-fashioned sailor uniform, with two clusters of eerie green flames flickering in its eye sockets. Having learned from their previous experience, Wudu's courage grew. The ghosts on the ghost ship were only intimidating, they couldn't cause any real harm. Another one of these charlatans. This time, Wudu wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he approached with a hint of contempt. Are you never going to stop? Get the hell out of my way. However, the instant Wudu got close, Hemlock grinned, and his entire spirit form, like a wisp of icy mist, suddenly pierced through Wudu's body. Intimidation. The effect of intimidation is affected by the opponent's intelligence stat, but Wudu was a typical strength-based player, with a naturally low intelligence attribute. In the instant the ghost pierced through him, he felt a chill from the depths of his soul instantly seize him. His body stiffened instantly, cold sweat cascading down his back. He stood frozen in place, gripped by terror. It was daytime, and Hemlock couldn't move freely on the deck. These people had conveniently come to his doorstep, even bullying Little Yellow. How could he tolerate this? 5 vermin. Before his companion could even cry out, Hemlock's ghostly hand was already raised, a leaping, eerie green fireball coalescing in his palm. Ghostly flame. Whoosh! The green fireball slammed directly into 5 vermin. The instant the eerie green flame entered 5 vermin's body, he let out a painful scream. He felt as if a cold icicle had been pierced into his brain. The excruciating pain made his body tremble. This ghostly flame directly attacked the soul. 5 vermin didn't suffer any obvious external injuries, but his health points were undeniably reduced by 10. Hemlock clearly had no intention of letting the others go. Its movements were elusive, its hands flashing, unleashing a barrage of eerie green fireballs like deadly lanterns, precisely striking the remaining 7 crew members. Ah, my head! It's a mental attack. Get out of the way. The cramped cabin erupted into chaos. Ling Chu frowned slightly. How did these people get into her cabin? Was it some kind of special class teleportation skill? They certainly knew how to pick their spots, going all the way down to the lower level. Through the monitoring of the bacterial brain, she saw that these people had been successfully held back by Hemlock. Ling Chu breathed a slight sigh of relief, but Hemlock, a ghost, couldn't hold them off for long. Before these people reached the deck, she needed to hurry and take down the Queen of Spades. Ling Chu changed her title outlaw to come here. Come here, when fighting players with either a sin or justice value, strength, constitution, and agility each increase by 5 points. When health is below 20%, all attributes are doubled, charisma plus 10. This title's effect was practically a bug, but the downside was that players within a 500-kilometer radius could see her coordinates, and she couldn't use stealth skills. Dumb Bird was live streaming, all the players in the server knew she was fighting 3 other pirate ships, so what did it matter if her coordinates were visible? As for not being able to use stealth skills, it meant her invisibility ability was unusable. But Ling Chu didn't plan to use it on the Queen of Spades. Firstly, she didn't want to reveal too many of her trump cards during the livestream unless absolutely necessary. Secondly, she wanted to use sheer strength to defeat the King of Spades head-on. With the title's boost, her constitution reached 14 points, strength reached 19 points, and agility reached an astonishing 25 points. Ling Chu drew the bone blade from her waist, gaining a 10% movement speed increase and a further 2-point strength boost. Without hesitation, Ling Chu stepped onto the gangway connecting the 2 ships, dagger in hand, moving with lightning speed. In almost the blink of an eye, Ling Chu was in front of the King of Spades, accompanied by a sharp, cold slash aimed at him. So fast! The King of Spades' pupils constricted sharply, only managing to draw his own weapon and hold it in front of him. Clang! A piercing metallic clang rang out. The bone blade struck something hard, sending sparks flying. Ling Chu lowered her gaze. This was the first time she had seen his weapon. It was a cane, entirely black, made of some unknown metal. Ling Chu exerted force, pressing the dagger against the cane little by little towards Black Spade King's face. A tremendous force surged from the cane, Black Spade's wrist ached and went numb, and he gritted his teeth, struggling to block. He was utterly shocked. During their last encounter in the public challenge, her strength was definitely not this terrifying, and her speed had clearly improved significantly. How could her attributes have increased so quickly in such a short time? Attributes are the hardest thing to improve, unless you eat a mystic fruit or use equipment bonuses. But equipment bonuses are limited. This legendary cane in his hand only added 2 points to his strength. Could it be that she eats mystic fruits like apples? Seeing the two finally clash, the live stream chat instantly erupted in excitement. Here comes the big loaf of bread, he's on board. Boss Ling Chu has boarded the ship. Drink more hot water. Is that silly bird using some kind of speed-changing effect? Is this speed even humanly possible? His agility must be at least 10 points. Sugar bean mom, it's so fast, my eyes can barely keep up. The weasel in the melon field, the King of Spades looks like he's having a hard time blocking, veins are popping out on his forehead, while Boss Ling Chu looks like he's not even using his full strength. King of Spades watched helplessly as the blade of the dagger drew ever closer to his nose. He could even feel the chilling aura emanating from the bone dagger. He had a premonition that if this thing struck him, the damage would be far greater than with an ordinary dagger. However, he had already pushed himself to the limit. His hand was numb and almost cracked. He could even hear his elbow snap under the strain. A bead of cold sweat trickled down King of Spades' forehead and slid down his nose. Chapter 208 Backstab. Finally, the Queen of Spades couldn't withstand the attack any longer and abruptly released her force. Bang! A shattering sound rang out as Ling Chu's dagger slashed down with devastating force. However, instead of feeling flesh pierce, the Queen of Spades suddenly transformed into a large wooden barrel. Ling Chu's dagger, unable to stop in time, cleaved the barrel in two, sending splinters flying everywhere. Scattered on the ground were a pile of fish bones, coconut shells, and a few rotten apples, emitting a foul odor. These were clearly the barrels used by the spade ship to store garbage, which could be fermented into fertilizer. The Queen of Spades appeared 10 paces away, her face slightly pale. Ling Chu looked at the broken barrel on the ground, raising an eyebrow, bartering? That's another trick you used in the public challenge last time, isn't it? She remembered that the Queen of Spades had used telekinesis and bartering techniques to steal quite a few of her bells in the public challenge. But, how many more skills can your mana bar support? With that, she charged forward again, dagger in hand, her figure almost blurring into a blur as she rushed towards the King of Spades. The King of Spades tapped her cane on the deck, a cloud of white mist erupting from its tip. 3 snow-white rabbits hopped and leaped out of the mist, their round, red eyes fixed on Ling Chu, their furry paws still kicking wildly. His figure had already drifted backward in the white mist, his cane like Doraemon's pocket, from which 2 more white doves flew, flapping their wings and swooping straight at Ling Chu's face, their claws still entwined with shimmering silver threads. Ling Chu's eyes didn't waver in the slightest. With a flick of her wrist, her dagger flashed 3 times. The first rabbit hadn't even hopped to her feet when the sharp blade pierced its neck, warm blood splattering onto the deck. The second rabbit tried to circle behind her, but she sidestepped and crushed its spine, letting out a short, mournful cry. The third rabbit had just leaped up when she raised her hand and pinned it to the ship's railing with her dagger. It twitched twice and then lay still. Before the dove's threads could wrap around her arm, Ling Chu ducked away, simultaneously grabbing the dagger from the railing and slashing it, cutting the threads and, incidentally, slicing one of the dove's wings. The wounded carrier pigeon screamed and plunged into the sea. Another pigeon, sensing danger, tried to fly away, but Ling Chu's dagger struck it precisely in the abdomen, embedding it into the floor beneath her feet. Live stream chat. Lost bug, I'm totally stunned. Ling Chu's skills are so cool. Sweet peach sparkling water, that's ruthless. How could he do that to such a cute bunny? Salt and pepper crayfish, how long has it been? Why are you still so naive? What bunny? That's called spicy rabbit head and braised rabbit meat. Salted fish, I agree. Maybe the white pigeon can be roasted. Is Black Spade Case sending Ling Chu supplies again? Wishing star, Black Spade Case skills are outrageous. How can he hide so much stuff in his clothes? Insatiable bear, envious. So fighting can get you so much food? Your IDs sound delicious too. Molten mochi, wait, isn't the focus off topic? Ling Chu has practiced throwing knife techniques with Huang Xiaoan a lot. Now, while he might not hit the target every time, his accuracy is at least 80%. Shooting a few rabbits is more than enough. Fancy. Ling Chu withdrew her dagger, flicked off the blood, and continued to approach the King of Spades without stopping. The King of Spades hadn't expected his moves to be so easily defeated by her. Before Ling Chu's dagger could fall, he vanished in a flash. At the same time, a crew member with a panicked and astonished expression appeared where he had been. This was the gunner on his ship who had just operated the 100-faced salute cannon. This player's special class was called Gunner. His skill increased the power and range of cannons by 20% when firing them, making him a valuable asset to his ship. But now, the crew member's eyes were filled with bewilderment and disbelief. He never dreamed that his captain, whom he had served with his life, would use him as a shield in this life-or-death situation. Ling Chu's dagger didn't hesitate for a moment, a flash of cold light, and it pierced his chest. Warm blood gushed from the blade. The crew member struggled to turn his head, looking in the direction where the King of Spades had disappeared. Broken words escaped his throat, his voice filled with the despair of betrayal. Captain, you. On the other side, the King of Spades appeared at the edge of the deck. He pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold, indifferent light. In a moment of crisis, self-preservation is paramount. Ling Chu received a system notification: you killed player Lu Chunfa. This player has 60 points of sin. You gain 60 points of justice and a system bounty of 200 seashells. Live stream chat. Give you a big bread. Damn, Black Spade K looks decent enough, but he actually used his own crew as a shield? Is that something a human would do? Dragonfly Captain, I'll never join a fleet again. I never know when I'll be used as a human punching bag. Star River in dreams, that's why I never join fleets. If it's not a life-or-death friendship, who would dare entrust their back to someone who might betray you at any moment? Sometimes, allies are more deadly than enemies. Lulu loves gossip. Is Star River watching the live stream too? Can you tell me, if you and Ling Chu faced off head-on, who would win? I'm a little curious. Star River in dreams, we've fought, but I haven't. Lulu loves gossip? Did she fight or not? Pure-hearted cockroach, sigh. Lulu, read it a couple more times. All I can say is, Chinese is profound. 18-year-old pure-hearted male, no way, even Star River couldn't beat Ling Chu? So, if she kills Black Spade K this time, she'll truly be the undisputed number one. Before Dazed Bird started this livestream, Ling Chu, although the number one on all three lists, was shrouded in mystery and rarely spoke in public chat. Coupled with her frequent resource sales and the collaboration between her and the national server's Little Lubin, most players believed her number one ranking in both Sin and Justice was built on wealth and crossbow equipment. Star River Dream, on the other hand, was always a lone wolf, never joining a fleet, and a special profession, the wandering swordsman. He had never failed a bounty, and most players recognized his combat strength. Even Star River Dream said he couldn't beat Ling Chu. This Black Spade K is in danger. At this moment, the King of Spades, having used his skill again, was running low on mana. Just as she had said, his movement skill consumed a lot of mana, and he only had enough for 2 more uses. He had to gamble everything. He stared intently at the gleaming bone dagger in Ling Chu's hand, a faint purple aura of mana emanating from his fingertips. Suddenly, Ling Chu felt a strange pulling force on her hand, and her palm holding the dagger abruptly went empty. Looking down again, the once sharp dagger had transformed into a moldy, rotten apple. Chapter 209. Her mother is a real robber. Meanwhile, the King of Spades was weighing her dagger in his hand, a smug glint in his eye. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant without your weapon. Ling Chu remained unfazed, casually tossing away the rotten apple. She reached behind her back and drew her longbow with a whoosh. The bow of the Wind Whisperer's oath gleamed with a dark silver light. Before the King of Spades could react, she had already drawn the bowstring taut, conjuring a storm arrow enveloped in a vortex of air. The instant she released it, the arrow hurtled through the air with a piercing whistle, hurtling straight towards the King of Spades' face. The King of Spades' pupils constricted sharply. He instinctively rolled to the ground, the storm arrow grazing his shoulder before striking the mast of a ship behind him. With a deafening crash, the mast was torn apart by the vortex, sending splinters flying. Before he could even get up, Ling Chu drew his bow again, 3 storm arrows simultaneously forming, their tips aimed at his left, right, and directly in front, creating a 3-pronged attack that completely blocked his escape route. Damn it! King of Spades gritted his teeth, knowing that a direct confrontation would be certain death, and simply changed direction, leaping towards the sea at the edge of the deck. However, just as he leaped into the air, about to clear the railing, he suddenly activated his remaining magical energy. The next second, Ling Chu appeared where King of Spades had been airborne, with the vast ocean beneath his feet, while King of Spades landed steadily on the deck. He had used his swap skill to switch places with Ling Chu. In this frigid weather, falling into the sea would mean either freezing to death or being half dead. A triumphant gleam spread across Spade King's face, but the next second, one of the 3 storm arrows, meant for his original position, abruptly changed direction, its tip tracing a strange arc as it hurtled straight towards his chest. This was one of Ling Chu's Windwalker class skills, guiding. She had infiltrated a guiding arrow among the 3 storm arrows. The change happened in the blink of an eye. Spade King couldn't dodge in time. With a thud, the storm arrow pierced his chest, his smile freezing as a blue-green lightning bolt instantly spread across his body. He shuddered, collapsing to his knees on the deck with a thud, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Numbness spread through his limbs, and his skin, already tanned by the explosion, became even more charred. Meanwhile, Ling Chu, in midair, used her now-cooled ghost dance skill to teleport back to the deck in a flash. She bent down and snatched her dagger from the defenseless King of Spades, her tone flat, game over. However, before killing him, Ling Chu didn't forget to use her skill on him. Pirate is a bandit. With triple luck, she should be able to plunder the most valuable items from the King of Spades. Hopefully, she could also steal a few attribute points. That would be a bonus. Skill activated successfully. You have plundered a level 2 island. Island ownership change takes effect immediately. You can view the island's coordinates and output on the panel. An island? That's more valuable than attribute points. Ling Chu decisively followed up with a reset of all things. Resetting the cooldown of the pirate is a bandit skill. She then used the pirate as a bandit skill on the King of Spades again. Skill activated successfully. You have plundered a special class legacy, Magician. This class legacy has been converted into a class orb and stored in your ship's inventory. You can view it at any time. King of Spades hung his head, still reeling from the electric shocks. His cotton clothes were soaked through, and his health was reduced to a sliver. In the instant the storm arrow exploded, he felt a moment of confusion and auditory hallucination. He began to examine himself. Where had he gone wrong? Was it wrong to use the island plunder card on the Dumbo? Or was it wrong to be so suspicious, gambling all his resources on the wrong natural disaster? Or was it wrong to rashly team up with the doll and the dream against Ling Chu? No, none of that was right. He shouldn't have participated in that public challenge with the sailfish bell in the first place. That challenge not only yielded nothing, but also created conflict and a rift with Ling Chu. Otherwise, he and the ghost wouldn't have become enemies. As Spade King was filled with despair, Ling Chu grabbed his collar, followed by 2 system notification sounds. You have had a level 2 island plundered by player Ling Chu. You have had your special class, Magician, plundered by player Ling Chu. Your class skills are disabled. Spade King's eyes widened in disbelief. How could his class be stolen? Ling Chu is a damn thief. Ghost ship, basement level. Painful screams rose and fell. Hemlock distributed his magic evenly, casting a soul flame on each of them. It unleashed 8 ghost flames in one go, its mana completely depleted. Hemlock sighed. Its current abilities were still weak, its mana was simply insufficient, otherwise it could have burned their souls to death. Before the crew could react, it slowly sank, silently disappearing beneath the deck and vanishing. The crew of the Spade clutched their heads, their faces contorted in pain. They appeared to have no external injuries, but the searing agony burning their souls far surpassed any physical harm. These damned ghosts. Wudu cursed under his breath, rubbing his throbbing temples. Once their captain killed Ling Chu, they would definitely send these ghosts to their doom. They rested briefly, but dared not linger in the graveyard-like underground cabin. Suppressing the lingering pain in their souls, they rose. Carrying torches, they found the ajar door. Passing through, they discovered a staircase leading to the upper level, where they could faintly hear the clanging of weapons clashing. It's towards the deck. The captain must be fighting Ling Chu. Let's go up and ambush her, catch her off guard, Wudu said, leading the way towards the stairs. The others immediately followed, their steps hurried but careful not to make too much noise. As soon as they stepped onto the deck, the blinding sunlight made everyone instinctively squint, and the sounds of fighting instantly became clear. Skeletons wielding bone knives were locked in combat with the remaining crew members of the Doll and Dream ships. Wood chips and cotton flew everywhere, and screams filled the air. Wudu and the others immediately lowered their bodies, searching for Ling Chu in the chaotic battle. Just then, a crew member suddenly cried out in alarm. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw several thick vines, as thick as an infant's arm, sprouting from nowhere. The emerald green vines were covered in tiny, sharp thorns, and the tentacles at their tips were incredibly agile, suddenly wrapping around the sailor's waist and abdomen. Before he could struggle, the vines tightened abruptly, pulling him upside down with tremendous force. The barbs dug deep into his flesh, causing him to grimace in pain. "Wudu, save me!" he cried out in panic, his face deathly pale. Wudu's eyes darkened. Without hesitation, he activated his skill. His arms instantly expanded and deformed, transforming into a pair of cold, gleaming mantis-toothed blades, their edges incredibly sharp and gleaming with a chilling light. He leaped into the air and slashed down fiercely at the vines binding his companion. Chapter 210 8 Unlucky Guys. A supple, resilient touch came from his hand. Wudu looked down and was dumbfounded. Not only were the vines completely intact, but they were also trying to coil around him, attempting to seize his twin blades, or rather, his arms. His twin blades, capable of easily slicing through whale skin, couldn't cut through these vines? Ah, these vines, they suck blood. The crew member entangled by the vines was named Giro. His class skill was constructing teleportation arrays. He was a support-type player with absolutely no ability to defend himself in combat. His cries for help grew weaker and weaker, his cheeks visibly withering away. The vines embedded in his flesh swelled and contracted, resembling feeding pythons. At this rate, in just a few minutes, he would be drained dry by these vines. Hearing his companion's screams, Wudu was anxious and furious. He mustered all his strength and frantically slashed at the same spot on the vine several times. With a sharp crack, the vine was finally severed, green sap gushing out. Before Wudu could even rejoice, new shoots sprouted rapidly from the break, and in the blink of an eye, several more thin vines grew, continuing to entwine the spinning top. The other crew members reacted at this moment, drawing their weapons to help. The blades clashed with the vines, producing muffled bangs, and the scent of blood completely awakened the ghost thorns, which had been somewhat dormant due to the extreme cold. As they laboriously hacked away, the ghost thorns' vines, unknowingly spreading further and further, actually increased. Wudu looked at the crew member who was almost speechless from sucking blood and began to consider giving up. This was wasting too much time, and they might not even be able to save him. Suddenly, a cold wind swept behind him, and Wudu's alarm bells blared. He tried to escape, but it was too late. Two vines seized the opportunity and ensnared his ankles. Then, a tremendous pull came from below. Wudu instantly lost his balance, and was flung upside down into the air by the vines. He desperately swung his two mantis knives, trying to break free, but the vines seemed to have a life of their own, tightening their grip even more, their sharp thorns already piercing his flesh. He could only watch helplessly as more vines surged forward, like a tidal wave, tightly binding the remaining crew members. Some were bound like dumplings, others were pulled by their limbs, forced into grotesque positions. Ah, help! I'm entangled. Damn it! I can't break free. Ouch, it hurts so much. These thorns must be poisonous, it hurts and it's numb. The crew's screams and curses rose and fell. The hold was a graveyard of coffins, ghost dogs, ghost sailors, and these blood-sucking vines of unknown origin. Wudu cursed inwardly. What kind of pirate ship is this? This is a ghost ship. At this moment, Wudu couldn't help but think of the nine-tailed cat who had left the crew. Her skill was manipulating vines. If the nine-tailed cat were here, they could easily get rid of these vines. Damn it! Of all times, she's not here when they need her. Blood slowly drained from the sharp thorns of the vines. Wudu could feel his body growing weaker and weaker. If they didn't find a way, they would all become nourishment for these ghostly vines. His mind raced, searching for a solution, when suddenly a thought struck him. That's it. These vines are generally afraid of fire. Fire will definitely kill them. He remembered he had some soybean oil in his personal storage space. He forced himself to stay upright, transforming his right hand back into an arm, and a bottle of soybean oil appeared in his hand. He struggled to twist his upside-down body, pouring the oil from the bottle onto the tangled roots of the vines. The oil glistened along the veins, emitting a pungent smell. Does anyone have a torch? Throw it on these vines. Wudu shouted at the entangled crew members. I had a torch, but it's gone out. A crew member replied, his voice trembling with tears. They had deliberately extinguished their torches when they came up from the hole to avoid attracting attention. Who could have imagined such a turn of events? I still have matches, let me try to light them. The player who spoke was nicknamed Pot Lid, or as his crew called him, what pot, what lid. His skin was now covered in a metallic sheen, like a thin layer of armor. His class skill, which greatly increased his defense. A glimmer of hope appeared in Wudu's eyes. Thankfully, it was Pot Lid carrying the matches. The thorns on the vines couldn't penetrate his defenses. Even if everyone else couldn't hold on, Potlid would definitely last. But the situation remained tricky. Potlid's hands were tightly bound behind his back by vines, making it impossible for him to see the matchbox. He could only rely on the feel of his fingertips to strike the matches. Under the anxious and expectant gazes of his teammates, he tried several times. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, rolling down his cheeks and soaking his collar. His fingertips ached from the friction of the matchbox. Finally, a crisp snap sound came from behind him. Potlid felt the warmth from the fingers. "It's lit." Potlid was overjoyed and was about to toss the match towards where the 5 vermin had spilled the soybean oil when suddenly a faint breeze blew against his fingers. Huang Xiaoan, who had appeared unnoticed, puffed out her cheeks and blew out the match he had painstakingly lit. Huang Xiaoan raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing? Arson is illegal. Confiscated weapon." She snatched the matchbox from Potlid's hand and stuffed it into her pocket. The crew of the Spade glared angrily at Huang Xiaoan, their eyes practically spitting fire. The hope that had just been ignited had been extinguished by her. "Why are you glaring at me? Who told you 8 unlucky bastards to choose this path and wander into Ghostthorn's territory? That guy has a bad temper, you'll just have to be fed his stew." Huang Xiaoan spoke of their misfortune, but her eyes were full of schadenfreude. Wudu felt a rush of blood to his head. The sharp thorns on the vines had pierced his skin deeply. A sharp pain spread throughout his body, and he could feel his strength rapidly draining away, his consciousness beginning to blur. Right now, they could only hope their boss would come to their rescue. Wudu, forcing himself to stay conscious, opened the system panel and sent a distress message to Black Spade K using his mind. He sighed inwardly. They hadn't completed the task their boss had assigned them, and now they were stuck in this place. When their boss arrived, he would definitely scold them for being useless. Chapter 211 Killing the King of Spades. "You're not sending a distress message to the King of Spades, are you?" Seeing his vacant stare and erratic finger movements, clearly typing in a private chat, Huang Xiaoan scratched her cheek and gestured towards his back. "Turn around and look over there." Because Wudu was hanging upside down, he couldn't easily turn his head, so Huang Xiaoan kindly gave him a push, making him swing like a pendulum. His body swayed with the vines, and Wudu's gaze fell on the spade ship not far away. His pupils suddenly contracted in shock, and his blood seemed to freeze in that instant. There stood his most trusted leader, the King of Spades, covered in charred ash, his cotton clothes tattered, kneeling pathetically on the deck. His head hung limply, his hair disheveled and obscuring his face. He seemed to lack even the strength to stand. Standing before the King of Spades was Ling Chu, holding a gleaming dagger. To Wudu's astonishment, Ling Chu subtly twisted his wrist, his movement swift and decisive, slicing the dagger across Spade K's neck. A blinding line of blood instantly bloomed. Spade K's body stiffened abruptly, then, like a severed mast, slowly tilted forward, crashing heavily onto the deck, lifeless. Wudu's mind went blank. All he could hear was his own heavy, bellows-like breathing and the pounding of his heart. His boss was dead just like that? The Spade K, who possessed the strongest professional magician he had ever seen, who had led them to victory after victory, was executed so casually, by Ling Chu, like trash? "You killed player King of Spades. This player had 130 points of sin. You gained 130 points of justice, a system bounty of 650 seashells, and a player bounty of 6,380 seashells, 10 caddies of peaches, 2 bags of roasted chestnuts, 50 flawless white pearls, and 5 caddies of salt. You triggered the bounty is never too much passive skill, gaining 650 seashells. You triggered the mark erasure passive skill, gaining 1,300 seashells and 130 points of justice." Ling Chu glanced at the system notification, confirming that King of Spades was indeed dead. Before killing him, she deliberately transferred the hunter's mark from Zhang Daxi into King of Spades, triggering the triple bounty passive effect, gaining over 1,000 seashells and 130 points of justice. The chat in the live stream exploded like a tsunami. "Lulu loves gossip, the King of Spades is really dead. His name is no longer in the top 10 of the leaderboard. Give you a big bread, clean and efficient. No wonder he's number 1. It was so satisfying to watch." Starry River in a dream, there wasn't much suspense to begin with. You could tell during the fight that their stats were too different. Unless it was a particularly counter-effective skill, the outcome was already decided. "Lulu loves gossip, hey?" I suddenly realized that there's no limit to 10 comments a day in the livestream chat. Great! The limit was driving me crazy. Protect Luo Bay, the ghost ship skeletons are going crazy. They've almost wiped out all the dolls. Big monster general, the doll ship moved. It looks like it's trying to run away. Just as Ling Chu sheathed her dagger, a glimpse out of the corner of her eye caught the doll ship stealthily turning around to her side and rear. Looking up, she saw the little girl who had been stomping on mushrooms gripping the rudder tightly, her small body straining backward. The wooden rudder creaked in her hands, and the ship slowly drifted away from the battlefield. The engine was already humming, the propeller churning white ripples on the sea, clearly trying to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Meanwhile, on the deck of Ling Chu's ghost ship, the battle was nearing its end. Of the doll army summoned by the little girl who had been stomping on mushrooms, only a few remained, barely holding on. They were quickly overwhelmed by the skeleton minions and torn to pieces. Damn that queen of spades! The little girl stomped her feet angrily. She didn't have the skills, yet she took on the job. She promised to team up to take down Ling Chu, but she's the one who got killed the fastest. She made me lose so many dolls. She glanced painfully at the doll wreckage on the ghost ship, gripped the rudder tightly, and the engine roared louder. The doll ship accelerated noticeably, speeding towards the whirlpool in the distance. Meanwhile, on the dream ship, Daydreamer watched helplessly as the Queen of Spades was killed on the spot, and the doll ship betrayed its comrades without hesitation. His heart sank. Seeing the 8 or 9 crew members still struggling on the ghost ship's deck, he immediately shouted in the crew channel, "Retreat! Retreat now! Everyone jump overboard!" However, it was too late. The remaining crew of the Dream were completely surrounded by the skeleton minions, like an impenetrable fortress. One crew member, having just caught a glimpse of the retreat message on the communication channel, was about to call for his teammates to jump overboard and escape when a cold touch came from the back of his neck. He froze, turning his head with difficulty. He saw a skeleton wielding a blood-stained scimitar, its empty eye sockets gleaming with an eerie green light. Its cold voice was devoid of any emotion. "Trying to run now? Do you think the ghost is a place you can come and go as you please?" Before the words were finished, the scimitar fell again, and the crew member collapsed onto the deck before he could even scream. Ling Chu looked at the fleeing doll, her eyes darkening. She couldn't be allowed to escape into the teleportation vortex. Once inside, she would be teleported back to her original location, making it much harder to catch her then. Ling Chu immediately took out a golden bell from her bosom, and with a gentle shake of her wrist, a clear and melodious sound resonated. A few seconds later, as if cleaved by a sharp blade, a massive, streamlined silver figure leaped out of the water, sending up a spray of sparkling water. Since its fright at the 8th-tier octopus, the sailfish hadn't been summoned by Ling Chu for a long time. Now, seeing its master again, the sailfish vigorously thrashed its tail, its silver scales reflecting a dazzling light in the sunlight, visibly radiating joy. Ling Chu lightly touched the edge of the ship's gunwale with her toes, her movements as agile as a seabird skimming the surface of the sea, soaring into the air and landing steadily on the smooth back of the fish. She lowered her body, one hand tightly gripping the sailfish's sturdy dorsal fin, the other pointing in the direction the doll ship was speeding towards, her voice clear and firm, "Chase." As if understanding her command, the sailfish lashed its tail and shot off like an arrow, its silvery form leaving a sharp line across the water with astonishing speed. The sound of waves crashing behind grew closer, and the little girl on the mushroom-shaped platform panicked. She couldn't help but lean back over the gunwale to look. What she saw made her pupils contract sharply, and all color drained from her face. What is that? A sailfish? Are you kidding me?" she screamed, her voice filled with disbelief and panic. "A sailfish that big? And it can be used as a mount? She's crazy. How could it catch up to us?" Chapter 212 Explosive Threat. The sailfish's speed far exceeded the doll's, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. Even the dagger at Ling Chu's waist, recently stained with the King of Spades' blood, now gleamed with a chilling light. The little girl on the mushroom stomping board watched Ling Chu approach, her heart pounding. The panic in her eyes gradually gave way to a desperate, ruthless glint. "Trying to catch me? Not so easy." She gritted her teeth, a glint of madness flashing across her face. Her hands gripped the helm tightly, her knuckles white from the force, almost digging into the wood. Then, with all her might, she slammed the helm to one side. The doll tilted violently to one side, debris tumbling from the deck into the sea. The massive wooden hull, like a runaway beast, with a terrifying, crushing force, rammed into Ling Chu and the sailfish beneath her. She was willing to risk injury and damage to her ship, determined to ram Ling Chu, fish and all, into the sea. In the live stream of a silly bird, when Ling Chu summoned his sailfish mount, it caused another stir in the chat. What did I just see? A sailfish as a mount? That's so cool. Xiang Shifang Xiao, silly bird, chase after him. Zoom in, I want to see this iconic scene in HD. Give you a big bread, where's the silly bird? Ling Chu's almost gone, hurry up and catch up. I'll give you a reward. Under the frantic urging of the chat and the lure of rewards, the silly bird gritted its teeth, started its engine, and steered its ship to follow. The chat still complained that the silly bird's ship was too slow. The silly bird, a little aggrieved, said in an off-screen voice, "I'm just a level 3 ship, just keeping up is already a huge effort." The chat was filled with shock. "Rain and dew ice? You're on the wealth rankings, how come you only have a tier 3 ship? What items are you missing? We'll all crowdfund for you." Adele AAA, exactly. I can crowdfund an iron ore for you. Your ship moves like a tortoise, if I miss any exciting moments, I won't be able to sleep tonight. A dumb bird scratched its head a little sheepishly. As someone on the wealth rankings, it certainly had the resources to upgrade to a Tier 4 ship, but it didn't feel necessary. The current extreme cold disaster didn't require speed, and it thought its slow little boat was fine. But now that it had unlocked a special profession, things were different. For the sake of the viewer's experience, the dumb bird reluctantly took out resources from its warehouse and upgraded its Tier 3 ship to Tier 4. And when the dull ship, in a suicidal manner, tilted its hull and slammed into the sailfish, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Iris, holy crap. This guy's really ruthless. He's going to ram Ling Chu with his boat. Lulu loves gossip, oh no. Boss Ling Chu, get out of the way. The dull ship's tilting and the resulting waves even affected the dodo bird following behind, causing his boat to rock violently. Thankfully, his professional camera held up well, even in the turbulent waves. The lens remained steady. Through the camera lens, the dull ship's hull was already inches away, its massive body poised to crush the sailfish's side. Ling Chu stood steadily on the back of the sailfish, facing the onrushing sea breeze. Just as the ships were about to collide, she pushed off with her legs, her body soaring into the air, her hands gripping the railing of the doll-like ship. Perhaps because she lost her grip, Ling Chu's left hand suddenly slipped, and her entire body swung violently with the ship's tilt, like a withered leaf about to be blown away by the wind. Even the dazed bird watching felt a pang of anxiety. Fortunately, her right hand held tightly to the railing, the muscles in her arm clearly bulging, supporting her entire weight. Then, she used her core strength, her right hand propelling her upward, her left hand also grabbing the railing, and then, with a push of her arms, the entire movement was as fluid as if it had been practiced countless times. With a nimble flip, she landed steadily on the deck of the doll-like ship. The sailfish beneath her feet, perfectly synchronized, plunged into the deep sea the instant Ling Chu leaped, avoiding the ship's crushing force. After landing, Ling Chu raised her head, her icy gaze locking onto the terrified figure gripping the helm in the cockpit. Even this couldn't shake her off. She was like a persistent leech. The little girl, like a mushroom-stomping demon, swallowed hard. Watching Ling Chu approach step by step, the bone blade in her hand seemed like the Grim Reaper's scythe, each step feeling like a crushing blow to her heart. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Her entire skill set was focused on creating and controlling puppets. She had virtually no combat ability herself. She had seen Ling Chu swiftly and decisively eliminate the King of Spades. In a direct confrontation, she had no chance of winning, and her puppet army was now almost entirely wiped out on the ghost ship. You've already killed the King of Spades. Her voice was shrill with fear. He was the one who came to me seeking an alliance. Can't I just admit defeat and run away? Why do you have to kill me? Ling Chu scoffed, her steps unwavering. Since you chose to ally with him, you're my enemy. What's wrong with me killing you? With that, she continued to approach, her presence carrying a palpable sense of oppression. The little girl who had been stomping on the mushrooms stumbled back, her back slamming heavily against the rudder with a thud. I can ally with the Spades, so naturally I can ally with you. The little girl cried out urgently, grasping at a last straw. If we shake hands and make peace, we're allies. Next time, no matter who you want to kill, I'll make you the most powerful doll to fight for you. How about that? Haven't you heard the saying? Leave a way out for yourself, so you can meet again in the future. If you spare my life today, I'll definitely repay you in the future. A look of confusion crossed Ling Chu's eyes. Why do these people always seem to only think of making peace when a knife is at their throat? Does she look like someone easy to talk to? Never heard of that. Ling Chu shook her head, her tone resolute. I've only heard of if you don't cut the weeds at the root, they'll grow back in the spring breeze. As soon as she finished speaking, she took another step forward, the dagger in her hand about to strike the girl in front of her. Don't come any closer. Seeing that she was unmoved by reason, the little girl who had been stepping on the mushrooms was driven to desperation. She screamed and suddenly raised her hand, tearing open her cotton coat to reveal a bunch of cylindrical objects tied with red rope around her waist, a whole ring of explosives. Chapter 213 Flaws and the Magnetic Ring. The little girl stomping on mushrooms clutched a remote control with trembling fingers, her face contorted with a desperate, mad rage. Let me go! Let me go now! Otherwise, I'll press the remote, and we'll all die together. This ship will be blown to pieces, and you won't leave alive. The air froze, save for the deafening roar of the waves. The explosives on her were twice as much as those on the walnut guard earlier. If detonated, they would obliterate the entire doll ship. Ling Chu's gaze swept over the remote control in her hand, her steps unwavering, her eyes remaining completely still. The little girl's hands trembled violently, her voice trembling with tears. Are you really not afraid of death? I'm really pressing it. We'll die here together, at worst. Ling Chu, press it. We'll die together, at least we can keep each other company on the road to the underworld. You! The little girl, speechless at her attitude, closed her eyes and abruptly pressed the remote control. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. The expected deafening explosion didn't come. Instead, a cheerful, lively melody emanated from the explosives, sounding particularly jarring and absurd in the tense atmosphere. The little girl who had been stomping on mushrooms looked up at Ling Chu, who was now standing in front of her with a knowing expression. Her last shred of psychological defense completely crumbled. She collapsed to the ground with a wah-ah, burying her face in her hands and wailing. Why isn't this scary to you? How did you know it was fake explosives? Wah-ah, please don't kill me. I can sign a system contract with you, become your crew member, no, become your servant, just like your skeleton soldiers, as long as I get some food. Wah-ah, I really don't want to die. At this moment, the conversation between Ling Chu and the little girl couldn't be heard in the chat, but the scene of the little girl brandishing the explosives at her waist, while Ling Chu continued to approach her unharmed, was clearly visible. And then, after she pressed the button, no explosion occurred, and seeing her collapse in tears, it was easy to guess what had happened. Give you a big bread, this explosive is so realistic. It really fooled me. Shark eating sausage, how does Ling Chu know that explosive is fake? The nutcracker on the doll just lit explosives, proving that the doll can actually make explosives. Winning at the top, maybe it's a fluke? Psychological warfare? Betting that stepping on mushrooms won't die together with her? Sweet orange juice, but this is too risky. Stepping on mushrooms is a bit crazy, she could definitely do something like this. Drink more hot water, stepping on mushrooms is crying pitifully, looks like she's probably still a minor. Potato roasted shrimp, everyone who can enter the game is over 16. Why don't you check her crime score? She's killed quite a few people. Perhaps you should pity the player she killed. Ling Chu applied the hunter's mark to the girl crying in front of her. She didn't lack servants and lackeys, and she certainly wouldn't take in a crew member who might betray her at any moment. Her sole purpose in catching up with the doll was. A cold glint flashed, and the shrill cry abruptly ceased. You killed the little girl who was stepping on mushrooms. That player had 110 points of sin. You gained 110 points of justice, a system bounty of 100 seashells, a system bounty of 580 seashells, a player bounty of 4,680 seashells, 2 bags of goat milk powder, 2 copper ore, 3 grapefruits, and 5 bags of tea. You triggered the bounty is never too much passive skill, gaining an additional 580 seashells. You triggered the mark erasure passive skill, gaining an additional 1,160 seashells and 110 points of justice. Your bounty hunter class has been upgraded to tier 4. You have gained new class skills, which can be viewed in the system panel. Ling Chu raised an eyebrow slightly. Her bounty hunter class had leveled up. Killing the King of Spades granted her a significant amount of justice points, and with the addition of the Dreamship player killed by the skeleton minion, all justice points were added to her account, pushing her justice points past 2,000. However, now wasn't the time to research new skills. There were still some mobs on the ghost ship to deal with. She needed to collect the loot from the doll ship and return to the ghost ship as quickly as possible. Ling Chu looked down at the corpses before her. The explosives wrapped around the little girl's waist were just a bunch of weightless empty shells. When she first took out the explosives, Ling Chu was almost fooled. But she revealed a flaw, the remote control for the explosives in her hand. Ling Chu remembered that her nutcracker soldier had used a lighter attached to its thumb to light the fuse and detonate the explosives. If she had the ability to make remote-controlled explosives, why didn't she use it on the nutcracker soldier's explosives? If she detonated the bomb instantly with a remote control, Ling Chu wouldn't have had the chance to retaliate with the music box. Moreover, unless she was lucky enough to obtain remote-controlled explosives from a system blind box, players with their current technological level could only produce old-fashioned black powder. The standard formula for black powder is 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal, with sulfur making up a significant proportion. Aside from Ling Chu's possession of Iwo Jima, there's no sulfur circulating in the trading market right now. If she truly had accumulated so much sulfur, why didn't she just put it in the doll to blow up the ghost ship instead of leaving this explosives to take her down with her? What a waste. Considering both factors, Ling Chu concluded that the remote-controlled explosives she possessed were fake. Ling Chu's one-eyed blindfold scanned the corpse before her and discovered that the ring on her hand was a piece of equipment. Magnetic ring. Quality, unique. Intelligence +1, a ring emitting special magnetic force. When worn, no detection equipment can detect your personal information. So this was the equipment that prevented Ling Chu from seeing her information panel with her one-eyed blindfold. Ling Chu removed the ring from her hand, and the real stats of the little girl who stepped on mushrooms appeared before her eyes. Player ID, little girl who stepped on mushrooms, dead. Occupation, puppeteer, tier 3, /pirate, tier 2. Sin value 0, reset to 0 upon death. Bounty amount 0, reset to 0 upon death. Agility, 5. Strength, 4. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 7. Skills, soul deprivation, puppet manipulation, reuse, morale boost, explosive enhancement. Soul deprivation, you can deprive a player of their soul after killing them. Puppet control, attach soul orbs to puppets to control their actions, making them work and fight for you. You can control up to 50 puppets simultaneously. Job advancement increases the number of puppets you can control. Reuse, you can extract soul orbs from puppets and reuse them at any time. Motivation boost, grants temporary strength +2 and constitution +1, consumes 5 mana, lasts for 3 minutes, 30-minute cooldown. Dynamite enhancement, when using explosives, your damage is increased by 10%. Chapter 214 Take off your clothes. After reviewing the mushroom-stomping little girl's stats, Ling Chu noticed the similarities between her skills and her own skeleton resurrection ability. However, while the little girl needed skeletons, Ling Chu needed souls. No wonder her doll ship was filled with dolls. Not a single normal player crew member was on board. It seemed she had killed every player she encountered and turned them into dolls. If her class were developed properly, it would undoubtedly be powerful. A massive army of thousands of dolls, combined with self-destructing dolls capable of placing bombs, would certainly make her a dominant force on the seas. Unfortunately, she encountered Ling Chu. Even more unfortunate was that her pirate and robber skill was on cooldown. Otherwise, if she could seize the little girl's class, it would compensate for her weakness. Player skeletons cannot be made into skeleton minions. Besides the ring, she had no other equipment. Ling Chu collected the soul orb floating above the corpse into the ring and began dismantling the doll ship. Before dismantling it, she discovered a unique facility called the doll production room. The room, over 100 square meters in size, was filled with the kind of ball pit found in amusement parks. Metal claws similar to those in claw machines hung from the ceiling, along with numerous robotic arms studded with screwdrivers, sewing needles, and other props. There was also a control panel. Ling Chu glanced at it briefly. It seemed that with enough materials, one could produce and modify dolls here. However, this was a doll maker's exclusive facility. Ling Chu could only look, not use it. Ling Chu shook the golden bell again, summoning the sailfish. She disassembled the doll ship, and the supplies in the doll ship's hold automatically transferred to her own. She didn't have time to examine the newly acquired supplies closely. She immediately rode the sailfish back to the ghost ship's battlefield. A silly bird-like ship followed her like a little tail. A few minutes later, Ling Chu returned to the vicinity of the ghost ship and found that there were no longer any living dolls on its deck. Its skeleton minions had moved the battlefield to the dream ship. It turned out that while she was chasing the doll, the dream also tried to escape by ship, but was instead hooked by 2 harpoons from the ghost. The skeleton minions slid down the ballista ropes and onto the dream ship. The roles of attacker and defender were reversed, and the remaining dream crew members were surrounded by skeletons. The daydreamer wasn't exactly a special case, one man against many. When Ling Chu arrived, she saw him gritting his teeth and swinging his sword at a skeleton, only to be instantly killed by Teach with a single bullet from behind. Your servant has killed player Daydreamer. This player has 60 points of sin. You have gained 60 points of justice. You have received a system bounty of 200 seashells, 1 basket of snake fruit, and 1 box of chewing gum. With their captain dead, the remaining dream crew members lost their will to fight and were quickly wiped out. Through the fungal brain, Ling Chu saw that of the 8 spade crew members entangled by the ghost thorns, 7 had already lost vital signs, drained of their life force by the thorns. Only 1 special class player, possessing the ability to metallize his skin, was still struggling to hold on. However, maintaining his skill required mana, and it was only a matter of time before he was drained dry by the ghost thorns. At this point, it seemed all the surviving enemies had been wiped out. Ling Chu's gaze swept across the decks of the ghost and dream ships, a scene of utter chaos, and the spade ship with a gaping hole in its deck. Oh, no, there was still one survivor. John Daxian, the fortune teller, huddled trembling in the spade's cabin. He knew perfectly well that without any combat skills, going out would only be suicide, so even when the king of spades was blasted into the hole by explosives, creating a huge commotion, he had kept his mouth shut and hadn't dared to take a single step. He trembled as he tried to open the leaderboard to see how the situation had changed, but inadvertently clicked into a streamer's live stream. Through that high-definition lens, he witnessed firsthand how Ling Chu swiftly and decisively killed the king of spades, and how he used the same method to chase down and execute the little girl who had stepped on the mushroom. John Daxian's face grew paler and paler as the live stream progressed, his thin shirt soaked with cold sweat, clinging stickily to his skin. When he saw the camera pointed at the spade in the live stream, a bad feeling washed over him. The next second, the hatch was kicked open. Ling Chu and Moyuan appeared in the doorway. The instant he saw them, John Daxian's mind went blank, his body reacting before his thoughts. He knelt down with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly. Moyuan crossed her arms, raised an eyebrow, and sneered, "Now you know how to beg for mercy? Weren't you so arrogant in the public chat? Wanting to be my grandpa?" John Daxian. He was filled with regret, wishing he could travel back in time and strangle his past self for his arrogant outburst in the public chat. He thought he had latched onto the power of the Spade King, but who could have imagined that this power would have such a short shelf life? It broke after only half a day, and it dragged him into a pit along with it. A misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. John Daxian abruptly raised his head, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Two ladies. It was my fault for being so loose-lipped. I was blind to your greatness. I was just joking. You two are so kind, please forgive me, let me go. Moyoan was amused by his words and stepped forward. What did you call me? Don't you recognize your grandma? Grandma, you're my real grandma. John Daxian, tears streaming down his face, crawled over on all fours, clutching Moyoan's clothes tightly as if they were his only lifeline. Moyoan felt nauseous at his spineless, fawning appearance and turned to Ling Chu. Captain, what should we do with this old man? Ling Chu scanned John Daxian with his one-eyed eye patch, confirming that the guy didn't have any personal storage space. He guessed he had handed over all his belongings to the spade. It's your decision. Ling Chu initially decided to go find John Daxian for two reasons. First, she couldn't stand his arrogant and charlatanic behavior. Second, she wanted to avenge Moyoan and, incidentally, steal his supplies. Since his supplies were all on the spade, she figured he could live with Moyoan. Moyoan scratched her head. Her only weapon was a staff. She couldn't very well use it to beat the old man's head to death, could she? Borrow a dagger from the captain? She didn't know how to use it. Staring at the trembling John Daxian, a brilliant idea struck her. You, take off your clothes. John Daxian looked terrified and bewildered. Huh? Take off my clothes? Moyoan impatiently urged, hurry up. John Daxian trembled, reluctantly stripping down to only his thin underwear. He held the edge of his underwear, hesitating. Do I have to take off my underwear too? Moyoan rolled his eyes. Who told you to take off your underwear? I don't want to get corns. Now go outside, to the deck. Facing the sea. Chapter 215 Snake Fruit and Fish Soup. John Daxian seemed to have guessed something. His face turned deathly pale, and his voice trembled with tears. Grandma, have mercy. This won't do. The sea wind is strong, it'll freeze people to death. Oh, Moyoan said with a forced smile, when you were swindling people in the public chat, didn't you ever think about whether you'd kill them? Hurry up. Don't force me to help you. Under the friendly urging of the staff, John Daxian had no choice but to slowly walk out of the cabin door. The frigid sea wind instantly enveloped him, raising goosebumps all over his body. He hugged his arms, his teeth chattering, and slowly moved to the edge of the deck. Looking at the icy, frigid seawater below, his legs went weak, and he pleaded one last time, Grandma, I was wrong, I really. Before he could finish speaking, Moyoan kicked him hard in the buttocks. Go! Splash! A splash of water followed. The icy seawater instantly engulfed John Daxian, the extreme cold feeling like 1,000 steel needles piercing his bone marrow. He didn't even have time to struggle, his exposed skin went numb instantly, and a layer of white frost visibly formed on his eyelashes and wet hair. In such extreme cold, 10 minutes is enough to cause shock, and within 20 minutes, one would freeze to death. Ling Chu almost laughed at the sight. Moyoan knew how to achieve his goals without bloodshed. John Daxian, for his own selfish reasons, lied about a high-temperature disaster, swindling many players out of their resources and causing countless people to freeze to death in the disaster. Letting him soak in the icy sea is a fitting punishment. Meanwhile, the players in the live stream were cheering with satisfaction. She's Hailang, well done. This old swindler cheated me out of the money for 5 water purifiers, and the worst part is he doesn't have any sin points, so I can't put a bounty on him. I'm so angry. Ling Chu and Moyoan, you two are my gods. Cola without ice, +1. From now on, Ling Chu, I'm your fan. Whenever we meet at sea, I'll call you Sisterling. Balin A. Lee, +2. Big Orange Big Prosperity, +3. Give you a big bread, +10,086. This is so satisfying, it makes my pores feel so good, ha ha ha. Don't step on my tail at give you a big bread. Are you happy because the top 3 pirate crews have all been eliminated, and your crew's ranking has climbed 3 places? Now, in the crew rankings, besides the Green Mountain, your big bread has the most members. Give you a big loaf of bread? No way. I'm just completely blown away by your strength, okay? Pig strong, thank you so much, Boss Ling Chu. Back when Daydreamer was fighting the fish tide, they charged us protection money but didn't provide any protection whatsoever, and even pushed us out to block the tide. I wanted revenge, but I didn't have the strength, sob. I'm so grateful. Did you receive my basket of snake fruit, boss? I risked my life to pick 2 baskets on an island, and I ate one of them before. It was really delicious. Sweet and sour. Jellyfish chips, Boss Ling Chu goes without saying, but the Ghost Ships crew all seem incredibly strong, and one group wiped out 3 groups. They can brag about that for a year. Liu is not a carp, yeah, and the Ghost Ship never seems to actively rob ordinary players. Having someone like that at the top of the leaderboard is really reassuring. Failed to quit the network. With these 3 major pirate crews wiped out, sailing the seas will be much safer from now on. I declare our server has its own black robe police. 800 standard bearers running north slope. Come on, Ling Chu kills people like chopping vegetables. This is being touted as the server's pride? Before, he'd be rotting in jail. However, this out-of-place comment was like ink dropped into the ocean, instantly drowned out by the other comments. The Spade ship, the Doll ship, and the Dream ship were all notorious pirate crews, having robbed countless players. With these 3 crews destroyed in one fell swoop, almost every player cheered and celebrated. Ling Chu also opened his livestream at this moment, saw Pig Strong's comment, and casually took out a snake fruit to eat. The snake fruit has a scaly outer skin that resembles snake skin, hence its name. The flesh inside is milky white with a slight yellow tinge, looking somewhat like garlic, but it tastes sweet and delicious, truly wonderful. Ling Chu only ate one, planning to share the rest with the crew. She then sent a private message to a dazed bird. It's over, turn off the livestream. Next, it was time for them to tally their spoils, so continuing the livestream wasn't convenient. The dazed bird immediately obediently turned off the livestream. The public chat was immediately filled with groans of despair. Public chat channel. Lulu loves gossip. At a silly bird, you ended your stream so fast. My happiness is gone, YAA. Byun Bujian, I was so engrossed. Silly bird, why don't you stream your daily life? Life at sea without a phone or Wi-Fi is so boring. Spicy Noodle King, who wants to watch Silly Bird's daily life? I want to see Ling Chu's. Silly Bird, why don't you follow the ghost ship, or just join it? I support you. Nine-tailed cat, at Ling Chu, I've reformed, can you pretend you didn't see me? I promise to avoid your route. I also promise I'll never rob ordinary players again. Give you a big bread? Nine-tailed cat, aren't you from the Spade ship? How are you still alive? Nine-tailed cat, I've left the crew. I'm no longer with the Spade ship, I'm a free agent now. In the small but clean third-class cabin, Nine-tailed cat used a sparse amount of firewood to cook a pot of clear fish soup. The few small fish in the pot were ones she had painstakingly caught. The live stream she had just ended was still haunting her mind. She saw her former comrades in arms, she saw her former captain, Black Spade K, all dead at Ling Chu's hands. My feelings were inevitably mixed, but mostly I felt a sense of relief at surviving such a close call. Thank goodness I left beforehand. She muttered to herself, pulling her thin clothes tighter around herself. Although she had left the Spade with almost nothing, and now even firewood and warm clothes to keep warm in the extreme cold were becoming a problem, at least she was alive. After sending that almost pleading message in the public chat, she buried her face in her knees, her heart pounding, staring intently at the screen, terrified that the next thing she'd receive was Ling Chu's cold rejection, or the merciless mockery in the public chat. Until she saw the message panel flashing not a public chat, but a private one. She reached out and tapped it. Ling Chu, okay. A single, concise word, yet it left the nine-tailed cat stunned for a long moment. It was the bubbling sound of the fish soup boiling that brought her back to reality. She quickly took the pot off the firewood pile. The warm fish soup slid down her throat, and the nine-tailed cat suddenly felt that this extremely cold apocalypse wasn't so unbearable after all. Chapter 216, A True Island Owner. When Ling Chu saw the nine-tailed cat's comment, she thought back for a moment. She had seen this player, Nine-tailed Cat, in a public challenge before. Her ability was manipulating vines. Back then, Nine-tailed Cat hadn't directly clashed with them, only rescuing the Queen of Spades from the water. This time, she had left the group before the battle with the Spade ship, so there was no need to keep pursuing her. That's why Ling Chu sent her a private message. This is what you call leaving a way out for others, so you can meet again in the future. Ling Chu closed the chat page and was about to start tallying the supplies she had gained from this battle when a system notification popped up. Player, a silly bird has traded you ownership of the level 2 island, Cotton Island. Do you accept? Ling Chu sent a silly bird a question mark. A silly bird said, this Cotton Island is a gift for you, accept it. If it weren't for your help, I'd probably be killed by the Spade already. Consider this Cotton Island a thank you gift. And thanks to you, I was able to trigger the special profession of war correspondent. The trigger condition for this profession is to observe 2 large-scale ship battles, and both battles were because I was lucky enough to meet you. Ling Chu suddenly understood, so that's how she got her profession. She replied, are you sure? It's an extreme cold disaster right now, Cotton Island is very valuable. The silly bird, I'm sure. I received over 1,000 seashells in tips during this live stream alone. This income source is much more stable than Cotton Island. In short, I'll definitely be set for life from now on. .. Hearing the silly bird say this, Ling Chu didn't stand on ceremony and chose accept. The island has been successfully transferred to your name. This island produces 500 caddies of cotton every 3 days. Immature, harvestable in 2 days. Please name this island. Since the island's only produces cotton, Ling Chu simply named it Cotton Island. A silly bird, seeing that Ling Chu had accepted the island, bid her farewell and then sailed alone back towards the whirlpool. Someone in the public chat suggested he join the ghost ship, but the silly bird knew he wasn't a pirate and was too cowardly. Joining the ghost ship would only be a hindrance. Besides, he wasn't used to a life of fighting and killing. His profession only allowed him to broadcast war scenes, not daily life. He was destined to be constantly teleported to the battlefield, acting as a live-streaming reporter for everyone. He'd better continue being his lone wolf. Ling Chu continued to inventory the spoils. First were the seashells. These 3 pirate fleets alone had over 50,000 seashells in their warehouses. Adding the system bounty from killing them, Ling Chu's personal fortune had now reached a staggering 136,500 seashells. His assets even surpassed those from his escape from the Golden Finger Casino. He also amassed a large amount of food, over 1,600 jin of staples like potatoes and wheat flour, over 1,500 jin of seafood, over 300 jin of fruit, and over 400 cans of canned goods. The warehouses of the Spade and Dream ships were piled high with cooling supplies. These included dozens of mid-level water purifiers, sunshades, cooling patches, cooling oil, sun protective clothing, etc. Charcoal for warmth was scarce, although the doll ship had a considerable amount of charcoal and cotton clothing for keeping warm. It seems this little girl who stepped on mushrooms is far more cunning than the other 2 cobblers. Ling Chu also found several earthenware jars in the Spade's warehouse, containing amber-colored, viscous liquid. She took one out and smelled it, her eyes lighting up. It's honey! Where did Spade K get so much honey? A thought suddenly flashed through Ling Chu's mind. She still didn't know what the level 2 island she had plundered from Spade K was. Could it be? She quickly opened the system panel and checked. This island can produce 100 caddies of honey, 30 caddies of royal jelly, 300 caddies of beeswax, and 1,000 giant bee stings every 3 days. Resources will mature in 2 days. Sure enough, it's an island that can produce honey. Ling Chu couldn't stop smiling. Honey is a highly concentrated natural sugar, far more valuable than other sweeteners, and it won't spoil when sealed. Royal jelly is also a highly nutritious product. As for beeswax, its uses are even greater. It can be used to make waterproof cloth and coatings, and it's also a material for making candles, sealing cans, lip balm, and skin creams. Beeswax itself also has medicinal value and can treat external wounds. And then there are those giant bee stingers. Ling Chu found some in the warehouse of Black Spade K's ship. They are much larger than the stingers of ordinary bees, looking like small nails at first glance. Giant bee stinger. The tail contains paralyzing toxins, which can be used to make weapons or for alchemy. Unexpectedly, Black Spade K gave him such a treasure before his death. System, this island is unnamed. Please name this island. Ling Chu named the island Honey Island, Iron Ore Island, Volcano Island, Mushroom Island, Undead Island, plus Cotton Island and Honey Island. She now owns 6 islands. A true island queen. Ling Chu couldn't help but wonder, if island ownership could be traded, wouldn't that mean she could sell useless islands or exchange them for more useful ones? But that was probably a long way off. Selling islands now was too extravagant. Ling Chu dismantled all the enemy ships present, obtaining a total of 2,950 pieces of wood, 2,950 pieces of cloth, 475 iron ore, 250 pieces of glass, and 15 copper ores. The toy workshop on the doll ship, after dismantling, yielded 50 iron ores, 50 pieces of glass, 1 electronic component, and 1 low-level magic stone. Ling Chu didn't know what the electronic component was for, but guessed it could be used to make some advanced equipment. The magician's ever-changing salute on the Spade was a profession-specific facility, unusable by Ling Chu, so she dismantled it, obtaining 100 iron ores and 2 low-level magic stones. Since the magician's profession orb was on her, she could rebuild it if another crew member wanted to use the profession. The most valuable remaining item was the soul orb. At this moment, sea ice and debris from the battle floated on the surface, and many pale green soul orbs floated above the ship. Ling Chu dismantled the ship and collected all the soul orbs, spending over half an hour. When Ling Chu returned to the Ghost, the last crew member entangled by the ghost thorns had also breathed his last. 8 desiccated corpses hung upside down from the ghost thorn, swaying gently in the sea breeze, creating a scene reminiscent of a horror movie. The skeleton henchman stepped forward, untied the corpses, and tossed them into the sea, letting them return to nature. The ghost thorn's branches trembled contentedly. Since following Ling Chu, it had been fed either foul-smelling fish or rotten wolf meat every day. This time, it finally had a fresh and satisfying meal. Ling Chu also collected the 8 soul orbs beside the ghost thorn, counting them a total of 71. Chapter 217 Distribution and Archaeologists. Ling Chu then checked the ship's condition. In the previous battle, the Ghost had been hit by several crossbow bolts, and some parts of the hull were dented. However, its durability had only decreased by 9 points, almost negligible compared to a minor scrape. Ling Chu used a basic repair kit to make some repairs, then returned to the captain's cabin and glanced at the Marauder's map. She discovered that Cotton Island was located east of her original sea area, an area she had never been to before. She decided not to teleport back through the whirlpool and continued sailing north. The Ghost slowly started up. On the deck, the skeleton minions were still busily cleaning up the mess. There were some congealed bloodstains on the deck. Teach brought over a bucket of seawater. Seawater has a lower freezing point than fresh water, and washing the bloodstains with hot water would only cause the entire deck to freeze over. Teach splashed seawater onto the dark red bloodstains, and another skeleton henchman followed closely behind, quickly scraping with a shovel before tossing the mixture of ice and blood into the sea. The whole process was seamless and efficient. Many broken dolls remained on the deck. The skeleton henchmen piled them together, seemingly about to throw them into the sea as well, but Ling Chu stopped them in time. These dolls still had a lot of cotton, cloth, and buttons on them, ready-made sewing materials. Throwing them away would be such a waste. Ling Chu had the skeleton henchmen collect them all, planning to pack them up and sell them cheaply to Mickey Meow Meow, which later. Sokka brought out a plate of freshly baked honey bread, its golden color emitting an enticing aroma. The roasted chestnuts obtained from the player bounty had cooled down a bit, so Ling Chu asked Sokka to put them in the oven to reheat them. She also made 4 cups of hot goat milk with goat milk powder and added a little honey, which perfectly neutralized the slight fishy smell in the goat milk. Paired with peeled snake fruit, it made for a warm and sweet afternoon tea. Huang Xiaoan took a big bite of the honey bread, her eyes instantly lighting up. She mumbled a praise, "This bread tastes great. So soft and fluffy, and the sweetness is just right." With the sweet honey goat milk, one bite completely dispelled the chill and fatigue. Ling Chu knew this honey bread was Sokka's signature bread from their loop on the Island of the Dead, and now she finally got to taste the authentic version. The soft bread had a very dense texture, perfectly infusing the natural sweetness of the honey. It was indeed very comforting. Hearing the praise, a shy blush rose on Sokka's cheekbones. It's mainly because the quality of this honey is so good. It has a unique floral fragrance. The honey I used before couldn't produce this flavor. 3 female crew members gathered for afternoon tea, and Ling Chu distributed the loot they had acquired. Ling Chu took out 3 items: a pair of shoes that increased speed, a robe that increased intelligence, both rare quality, both taken from the crew of the Spade, and the staff that Spade King had used. Magician's staff. Quality, legendary. Strength +2, a sturdy magician's staff, engraved with miniature spatial magic and projectile magic. Contains 6 item slots, allowing you to project stored items to disrupt the enemy. When Ling Chu saw the cane, he immediately thought of the King of Spades. What a waste of his potential. Such a useful cane, and he puts useless things like rabbits and pigeons inside. If he put hidden weapons inside, they would definitely be a surprise attack in battle. Speaking of hidden weapons, Ling Chu also thought of the pile of bee stings. If he put them in this cane, they would definitely be incredibly effective. The speed-enhancing boots were given to Huang Xiaoan, and the intelligence-enhancing robe to Xiao Fengkinyu. Ling Chu had the most trump cards. The anti-spying magnetic ring he confiscated from the little girl who stepped on the mushrooms was for her own use. The magician's cane was given to Moyuan. Ling Chu's ninja belt automatically generates smoke bombs, which can be used in conjunction with the cane's launch function. These smoke bombs are definitely much more effective than the white mist that the King of Spades probably uses to show off, made of dry ice. With the invisibility skill, smoke bombs were useless against her, so Ling Chu simply gave the ninja belt and cane to Moyuan. Moyuan was the weakest in combat among them, but with these 2 pieces of equipment, she at least had some ability to protect herself. Moyuan played with the cane, seemingly quite pleased with it. She muttered to herself, as expected of legendary quality, "This cane seems even more comfortable for hitting someone on the head." Ling Chu then took out the class orb she had stolen from the King of Spades. "Is anyone interested in the magician class?" Xiao Fengkinyu was the first to shake her head. She was too busy in the alchemy lab to train a new class. Huang Xiaoan also shook her head, saying, "The magician class is too flashy, it's not suitable for me." Ling Chu agreed. Currently, the magician class had 3 known skills: telekinesis, item swapping, and a disguise attribute panel. She already had the magnetic ring, so the last skill wasn't very useful. The barter and telekinesis skills could be surprisingly effective in certain situations, such as swapping weapons or switching positions with an enemy, but their damage output was weak. Ling Chu preferred classes with high damage output, like her Wind Chaser, whose triple arrow storm arrow attack was far more effective than any fancy tricks. Ling Chu finally looked at Moyuan for a question. "I'll pass. I have 2 classes now, and I'm afraid I won't be able to level up." 2. Ling Chu remembered she only had 1 astrologer class. "Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, while reading these past few days, I unlocked a new class, Archaeologist. The advancement method is to decipher alien scripts." Alien. Ling Chu pondered. Mermaids, sirens, elves, these races must all be alien to humans. Moyuan probably unlocked this class after deciphering enough alien scripts. Moyuan chuckled, "I currently have 2 skills. One is a passive skill called Knowledgeable and Proficient, which increases memory and reading speed. The other is Antique Identification. Using it on an item reveals a piece of its history. For example." Moyuan immediately demonstrated for them. She casually touched the wooden cup Huang Xiaoan was drinking goat milk from, then closed her eyes. A few seconds later, she reopened her eyes, as if seeing some images, and said to Huang Xiaoan with a somewhat complicated expression, "This cup of yours, Big Gold Tooth used it to soak his dentures last night." Puffed. Huang Xiaoan immediately spat out the goat milk in her mouth. Chapter 218 Harvest Time. Cough cough, what the hell? Huang Xiaoan wiped her mouth with her sleeve, looking utterly incredulous. To avoid mixing up cups, she had even carved the character Huang on the bottom of her own cup to distinguish it. Huang Xiaoan held up the cup to examine it. It was indeed her own cup. Huang Xiaoan, of course, had no doubt about Mo Yuan's skills, her knuckles cracking as she gripped the cup. "Big Gold Tooth, you just wait." Big Gold Tooth, who was cleaning the deck at that moment, couldn't help but shiver, wondering, aren't skeletons supposed to be immune to the cold? Why is there a chill down my spine? Ling Chu, as if struck by a thought, looked at Mo Yuan with a slight brightening in her eyes. Mo Yuan smiled knowingly. "I know what you want to ask. I tried it last night. This skill is ineffective on that elven slate. I guess the reason is that the slate isn't a complete item, just a fragment, so my skill doesn't work. Or is it because the item's level is too high? I'll try again after I level up my profession." Ling Chu thought about it and agreed. She only obtained the number 4 elven slate. Who knew how many more slates were scattered around? Mo Yuan was very interested in astral symbols, so this profession suited her well. Speaking of profession skills, Ling Chu remembered that her bounty hunter skill had leveled up. She opened her panel and saw that the hunter's mark skill could now be used on up to 3 targets simultaneously. This meant she could track 3 targets at the same time. However, there was now a cooldown period. After killing a target with hunter's mark, there was a half-hour cooldown before she could use it on a new target. Also, she gained a new skill. Harvest Moment, passive skill. Whenever you kill a player with a bounty, immediately restore 15% of your maximum health and energy, and increase your movement speed by 20% for 5 seconds. This skill greatly improves her survivability. When Ling Chu saw the skill description, she couldn't help but wonder if her skeleton minions, after killing players, would have their sin and justice points added to her account, counting as her kills. She wondered if she could benefit from the passive bonus of the skill. She'd try it next time she fought. To advance to the next level, 5,000 justice points are required. The higher the class level, the more experience points are required, almost exponentially. Ling Chu currently has 2950 justice points. Still a little short of leveling up. Ling Chu suddenly realized that while she received soul orbs after killing the dolls on her doll account, she didn't receive justice points. It seemed that the dolls were originally ordinary players killed by the little girl who stepped on the mushrooms. They originally had no sin points, but the crew of the dream ship contributed quite a bit. Ling Chu then looked at the magician's profession orb in her hand that no one wanted. This profession orb seemed to be tradable, but she felt it was a pity to sell such a special profession. "Xiaoan, I think this profession is quite suitable for you. Do you want to give it a try?" Ling Chu asked. Putting combat aside, the magician's barter skill would be very suitable for Huang Xiaoan to cheat by swapping cards at the gambling table. Compared to her, Mo Yuan, and Xiao Fengkenyu, Huang Xiaoan was the most suitable person for this profession. Huang Xiaoan was about to confront Jinyu when she heard Ling Chu's words and sat back down. "You know what, you really shouldn't say that." Although Huang Xiaoan had sworn never to cheat again, this was now a survival game world, and her previous vows no longer mattered. Besides, her gambler skills needed to be upgraded by winning games. If this profession could help her cheat, it would be a very useful support profession. Huang Xiaoan scratched her cheek, her expression serious. "I just don't know how this profession is promoted. I can't perform magic, and will using this profession incur any curses or anything? Why don't you try it? If there's a curse, there's usually a system notification." Ling Chu handed the profession orb to Huang Xiaoan. Her ghost pirate and Xiao Fengkenyu's plague doctor professions both came with curses, and there were usually system notifications before they were inherited. Huang Xiaoan held the orb of light in her hand. With a thought, a system notification sounded. Accept the special profession inheritance of magician? There was no warning of a curse. Huang Xiaoan paused for a moment, then selected yes. "You have become a magician, tier 1. You have acquired the profession skill, swap with me, magician's disguise." Magician's disguise, you can disguise your attribute panel. Others will see the disguised attribute panel after using any detection item. This skill cannot affect information displayed on the system leaderboard. Swap with me, swap the positions of 2 objects, consuming 20 points of magic energy. The distance between the 2 objects and the user cannot exceed 50 meters, and the weight of the objects cannot exceed 200 jin. After reading the skill description, Huang Xiaoan's gaze swept across the table in front of her. Then it locked onto the golden, plump roasted chestnut on the table, freshly peeled and about to be put into her mouth. Her fingertip lightly traced a line under the table. The warm, fragrant roasted chestnut in Mo Yuan's hand instantly turned into a shriveled shell. Crunch! Moyowen took a bite without warning, but the expected soft, sweet flavor didn't materialize. Instead, she only tasted a dry, rough, foreign object. She paused, looking down at the half-shelled chestnut in her hand, then at Huang Xiaoan sitting upright beside her, a smug smile playing on her lips. She instantly understood. Huang Xiaowen, Moyowen called out, both amused and exasperated. It works. Huang Xiaoan instantly perked up, as if she'd found a new amusement. I'm going to play mahjong with Big Gold Tooth. I'm going to win his dentures. Ling Chu watched Huang Xiaoan's exuberant retreating figure, silently sympathizing with Big Gold Tooth for 3 seconds. Moyowen picked up the chestnut kernel that Huang Xiaoan had placed on the table and ate it again. The rich aroma of chestnuts and milk wafted through the air. They all thoroughly enjoyed this moment of leisurely savoring a delicious meal after the intense battle. Ling Chu couldn't help but think that a plate of spicy and numbing mao shui wang, a Sichuan dish, would be even more comforting right now. My pirate hunter rank has also advanced. Xiao Feng Can remarked casually. Her pirate hunter profession was triggered accidentally. She initially thought that once she boarded Ling Chu's pirate ship, there would be no further opportunities for advancement in this profession, but she didn't care. She was only interested in alchemy. However, she didn't expect that Ling Chu, who had connections in both the legitimate and criminal worlds and showed no mercy to fellow pirates, caused her justice value to skyrocket. She not only broke through to the second tier but was also very close to the third tier, something she hadn't anticipated. Although the skills gained from leveling up as a pirate hunter were far inferior to those of a plague doctor, it was better than nothing. Chapter 219 The Malfunctioning Gasapon Machine. I remember at the beginning, players were very hostile towards pirates, thinking pirate hunters were righteous professions who punished evil. Xiao Feng Can continued, but after watching this livestream by Day Bird, many players should change their minds. As long as they have a knife and a sense of justice, pirates can do the same things as pirate hunters. Not necessarily. Greed is the hardest thing for people to control. Ling Chu peeled a chestnut and put it in her mouth. Pirates can plunder all players' resources and dismantle their ships. Ordinary players are the easiest targets, while pirate hunters lose justice points for killing ordinary players but can't take their ships or resources. They can only obtain all the wealth by killing pirates. Big fish eat little fish eat shrimp. The pirate's diet is ordinary players, while the pirate hunter's diet is pirates. As long as this rule exists, pirates will always have a worse reputation than pirate hunters. I don't care what players think of us. As long as we're strong enough, those who dislike me will only dare to grumble in the public chat, Ling Chu said. These days, her sin and justice points are more for climbing the rankings and upgrading her skills. How could true good and evil be defined by these cold numbers? Xiao Feng Kanyu nodded thoughtfully. The captain was right. The system's creation of these two opposing factions was clearly designed to incite conflict among players, forcing everyone to fight within its set rules. Only the ghost ship was an anomaly, existing outside these rules. It was neither entirely good nor evil, acting as it pleased, never caring about the opinions of others. Xiao Feng Kanyu thought to herself that she was still too concerned about the ghost ship's reputation. Sometimes, when she saw negative comments about the ghost ship in the public chat, she always wanted to refute them and speak up for the captain and her crew. Ling Chu never cared about these things. Wanzi, today is your first time killing someone, right? How does it feel? Ling Chu asked Moyuwen. Nothing special. Moyuwen answered vaguely, honestly, while chewing on a chestnut. If she were actually holding a large cleaver and killing Zhang Daxian, she would genuinely be a little apprehensive. But simply kicking her only feeling was awesome. Ling Chu rested her chin on her hand, a smile flashing in her eyes. The cuttlefish ball adapted quite quickly, but still needed more practice. Killing is something that takes practice, she needed time to get used to it. Later, Ling Chu passed by the mahjong machine in the recreation room. Sure enough, she saw Huang Xiaoan, Big Gold Tooth, and 2 other skeleton henchmen sitting around a table, the game seemingly quite intense. Huang Xiaoan glanced at the tiles in front of Big Gold Tooth, a barely perceptible magical fluctuation flashing beneath the table with her fingers. When it was Huang Xiaoan's turn to draw a tile, she had just reached out when Big Gold Tooth suddenly exclaimed "Huh?" confused to find that one of its tiles had inexplicably changed from a 3 of circles to a 2 of circles. Just then, Huang Xiaoan slammed the tile she had drawn onto the table with a thud. It was a 3 of circles. Ha ha, I won with a single tile and 3 dots, she announced triumphantly. Big Gold Tooth stared incredulously at the 2 of coins in his hand, then at the 3 of coins on the table, before abruptly pointing at Huang Xiaoan. You definitely cheated. Huang Xiaoan crossed her arms. How could I cheat? Big Gold Tooth, you can lose at cards, but you can't lose your sportsmanship. You say I cheated, where's the evidence? She turned to the other 2 skeleton crew members. Did you see me cheat? The 2 skeleton henchmen shook their heads in perfect unison. Although Huang Xiaoan could easily beat them with her card skills alone, the feeling of blatantly cheating without them even noticing was as thrilling as cheating under the proctor's nose. Huang Xiaoan turned her head with satisfaction, extending her hand to Big Gold Tooth, her face beaming. Well, a bet's a bet, what's my stake? Big Gold Tooth looked pained, his face contorted in a grimace as he reluctantly mumbled, I have pure gold dentures, I've grown attached to them after all this time. Stop talking nonsense, give it to me now. Huang Xiaoan urged. Big Gold Tooth finally opened his jaw with a tragic expression, removing the gleaming pure gold denture from his mouth, and tremblingly handed it to Huang Xiaoan, his voice trembling with tears. You have to treat it well. Huang Xiaoan weighed the heavy gold tooth in her hand, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Serves you right for soaking your dentures in my cup. Another skeleton comforted Big Gold Tooth, it's just a fake tooth. You can have Andrew forge a new iron one. Iron is harder than gold, isn't it? Ling Chu ignored the little squabble between Huang Xiaoan and the skeletons and returned to her captain's cabin. Then she headed straight for the Grim Reaper's blind box gacha machine. 71 soul balls she could draw from the legendary gacha pool 7 times. Ling Chu stood in front of the gacha machine and took out 10 soul balls, inserting them. The soul balls rolled into the darkness, emitting a hollow echo. Ling Chu skillfully turned the button, and the sound of gears turning came from inside the machine. She couldn't help but rub her hands together, beginning to anticipate. The triple luck effect was still working. She wondered what powerful skill she would draw this time. However, after inserting the soul balls, the expected impact sound of the gacha falling didn't come. Ling Chu curiously put her hand into the gacha box at the exit. It was empty. What's going on? Is the machine stuck? Ling Chu, unconvinced, inserted 10 more soul orbs and turned the button again. She waited for a while, but the Gasapon machine remained unresponsive, like a bottomless pit devouring souls. Ling Chu sensed something was wrong. She activated her one-eyed blindfold and scanned the Gasapon machine. She found a small line of text at the end of the item description. The Grim Reaper's Gasapon machine is permanently disabled and cannot be repaired. Why did the Gasapon machine malfunction? When did this happen? Ling Chu wondered if it was because of the time she refused the eerie voice claiming to be the Grim Reaper, who offered to take her as a follower and give her a cursed professional inheritance. It seemed that the black aura surrounding the Gasapon machine disappeared after that incident. Just because she refused his inheritance, he got angry and ran away? This Grim Reaper is too petty. Ling Chu stared at the Grim Reaper statue that had devoured 20 of her soul orbs without spitting anything out, and felt a surge of annoyance. If it weren't for the need to draw gacha pulls, who would willingly place such an ugly and gloomy thing in her captain's cabin? Chapter 220 Believer 17. Since the Gasapon machine was malfunctioning and couldn't be repaired, it was essentially useless junk. Ling Chu hugged the statue's base, trying to lift it, but it was far too heavy. With her strength of 14 points, she couldn't budge it an inch. So, Ling Chu went to Andrew, asked him for a blacksmith's hammer, and smashed it down on the faceless statue. 80 for the big hammer, 40 for the small hammer. 80, 80, 80, 80. Ling Chu swung the hammer, smashing the statue of the Grim Reaper to pieces. Then she called her skeleton henchman to clean up the pile of broken stones. Finally, only the exquisite box that held the blind boxes remained. Ling Chu felt it was a waste to throw it away, so she gave it to Big Gold Tooth. This little box would actually be quite good as a container for pickling meat and fish. Meanwhile, in a void of deathly silence, there was no living thing here, no life, only swirling black mist, permeated with the deathly aura of the end of all things. An unknown yet powerful consciousness sensed something and awoke with a start, utterly shocked. How dare she blaspheme? You lowly ant, how dare you smash my statue? A storm of rage raged within the void of black mist. Around him, 20 shimmering soul spheres orbited him like satellites, the very soul spheres Ling Chu had just cast. He casually grasped one. The translucent sphere trembled between his pale fingers. Within it, the face of a young girl was vaguely visible, as if she were squeezed into a tiny container, her features distorted and deformed. Then, a piercing scream, like a girl being choked, clearly emanated from the soul sphere. Do you wish to worship me? I can grant you rebirth, bestow upon you power, and slay the disrespectful one for me. The eerie voice spoke in a sinister tone, a question laced with an unyielding arrogance. I do. I do. The girl, seemingly in excruciating pain from his gripping fingers, clung to him like a lifeline, screaming in response with all her might. His pale fingers lightly touched the soul sphere, and a thick, inky, ominous black aura instantly enveloped it, staining it black. Mortis. Another deep, resonant male voice rang out. Have you forgotten the divine precepts? We cannot interfere in human conflicts. The eerie voice chuckled. Do you really think I don't know? That Audra has already started cultivating followers among these soul dregs. Of course, I can't fall behind her. Soul dregs? That's a rather unpleasant term. The deep male voice paused, then added with a hint of mockery, Audra calls them usurpers, but according to what I overheard, these usurpers call each other players. Death God Mortis lightly lifted a finger, sending the jet black soul sphere into nothingness. Whatever they call me, as long as I exist, Audra's desired order will never be realized. On the frigid, bone-chilling sea, a bloodless, stiffly floating corpse suddenly opened its eyes. The little girl who had been stepping on the mushroom gasped in horror. The icy air rushed into her throat, severed by Ling Chu, bringing a strange, chilling sensation. Her face was filled with confusion. Hadn't she died by Ling Chu's dagger? The suffocating despair of her severed throat, and the eerie voice from the void. She looked down at her arms, which, though frozen and bluish-purple, were now moving freely. Her eyes widened in utter shock. This wasn't a hallucination before her death? She really died, and then she was resurrected. Resurrected by that indescribable, powerful being. What was that? Was it death itself? Her doll-like vessel had vanished, presumably dismantled by Ling Chu. Only a few broken planks and floating ice shards remained on the sea. Amidst the rising and falling waves, numerous corpses drifted, a scene of utter devastation. She struggled to swim to a larger ice floe, pushed herself up with her arms, and collapsed onto the ice, exhausted. Only then did she realize with horror that her system panel was gone. It was as if her identity as a player had been completely stripped away. But fortunately, she could faintly sense that her profession skills in creating and controlling dolls were still intact. Just as she was filled with doubt and anxiety, that cold, eerie voice resounded once more deep within her mind. Go, you are my 17th follower. Do not disappoint me. She was the 17th. Before her, there were 16 followers? Had they also been resurrected by death? Before the little girl could ponder this further, a chilling power began to gather in her throat. A tingling, numbing sensation of flesh writhing in her severed throat was rapidly healing. However, the not-so-intense sunlight overhead made her feel inexplicably weak and restless. She struggled to rip her soaked clothes from a nearby floating player's corpse. The man's clothes, large as a black cloak, wrapped tightly around her. Blocked from the light, the weakness did lessen considerably. Then, an unprecedented, burning hunger surged from the depths of her soul. Not a desire to eat, but a more primal craving. She wanted to devour souls. Just then, she suddenly noticed a faint, bewildered soul drifting on the sea not far away. It was Zhang Daxian, who had recently died. He hadn't been killed by Ling Chu's own hand, but had frozen to death, so his soul hadn't been taken by Ling Chu and was still wandering helplessly in place. An instinctive impulse drove her. The little girl who once stomped on mushrooms, now 17, a follower of death, swallowed a non-existent mouthful of saliva and, without hesitation, slid into the sea, swimming towards the soul. She reached out and easily grasped the translucent ball of light. Zhang Daxian's soul seemed to sense extreme terror, letting out an agonizing scream. Without further hesitation, Believer 17 lowered her head and began to tear at the soul, biting off its arm with her first bite. Ugh-ha! The soul's mournful cry exploded in her mind, shrill and brief. Zhang Daxian could never have imagined that he would suffer such a miserable fate, being devoured even in death. With a few bites, the soul was completely devoured. Believer 17 licked her lips, a chilling power instantly coursing through her body, dispelling hunger and weakness. Feeling the newfound power within her, she stood on the floating ice, pulling her black robe tighter around her, gazing in the direction the ghost ship had vanished. A dark, deathly aura and fanaticism unconsciously filled her eyes. Ling Chu. She murmured the name. For the god's command, for revenge, they would surely meet again. Chapter 221 Brewing and Tailoring. Ling Chu was unaware that she had been targeted by a powerful entity here. After smashing the death god statue, she instantly felt her bedroom was much more spacious. Even the lights seemed brighter. She slept soundly and comfortably. Before falling asleep, she listed another batch of supplies on the trading post. 100 sets of cotton-padded clothes, 400 kilograms of cotton, 3,000 pieces of volcanic charcoal, and 220 bottles of cold resistance potion. The same old price. Half of the cotton-padded clothes this time were taken from the crew members of those 3 unfortunate fleets, and the cotton was taken from the dolls on the doll ship. Ling Chu specifically labeled the batch of cotton-padded clothes taken from the crew members as second-hand murder clothes. Ling Chu herself had 100 sets of 4-piece cotton-padded clothes that she and the crew members couldn't even wear all of, so she definitely wouldn't wear these clothes taken from the dead, and sold them as a package. Ling Chu's 4-piece cotton-padded suit weighed 4 pounds, much more conscientious than those middlemen who dismantle quilts and resell them. It was listed for 200 C coins, while the second-hand murderous suit was discounted by 60%, listed for 120 C coins. Public chat channel. Lulu loves gossip. The Imperial Court is distributing disaster relief supplies again. Everyone hurry and grab them. Captain Dragonfly, holy crap, they even have cotton-padded suits this time. White Peach Sunset, what does second-hand murderous suit mean? I've only heard of haunted houses. Wait, could it mean what I'm thinking? Snowy Mint, is that even a question? Boss Ling Chu just finished fighting the 3 major fleets. These suits are definitely spoils of war. Winning at the top, don't even mention clothes worn by the dead. As long as they're warm, I'll wear morning clothes. It's a natural disaster, why worry about that? This time, there was more supplies than before, but they were all snapped up by players in just 10 minutes. Some players complained, but when it came to grabbing, they were ruthless. Ling Chu earned a total of 75,000 seashells, of which 13,200 were her commission for Xiaofeng Kenyu. The ghost ship sailed on the sea for a whole day. The general direction of travel was north, with more precise markings on the sun compass hanging from Ling Chu's waist. The sun compass guides the wearer to the nearest source of warmth. Areas with warmth are likely to have islands. Following its direction saves her an island location card. After Huang Xiaoan received the magician's inheritance, Ling Chu's ship added a new facility, Magician's Ever-Changing Salute. Construction requires 50 iron ore and 1 basic magic energy stone. This salute is very luck-dependent, but it perfectly complemented Ling Chu's gambling coins, allowing her to build 4 in one go. Last night, the Chinese server's little Lubin, as per the contract, gave her another 6,000 seashells, the remaining profit from the ballista blueprint. Ballista sales remain strong, with new orders coming in daily. Until artillery is mass-produced and widely available, ballistas will have a considerable market. The Chinese server's little Lubin player even subtly inquired, "Hey bro, do you have the blueprints for that cannon on your ship? I can continue using the ballista model to help you sell it and make money." Ling Chu replied, "You mean the cannon that was on the bow of the ship during the live stream?" "That's right," said Ling Chu, who quickly agreed. "I seized it from the invincible ship. There was only one, no blueprints." "That's a pity," said Ling Chu regretfully. "But I can sell it. Do you want it?" Ling Chu showed him the stats of the flooded cannon. "Of course." Ling Chu immediately became excited. "This is a cannon. If I buy it and take it apart, I might be able to figure out the blueprints myself." Then, 8,000 seashells. Now that he had the magician's ever-changing salute cannon, this flooded cannon was useless. Besides, it wasn't very reliable, it had a chance of misfiring. Deal! Ling Chu didn't haggle at all. After all, it was a cannon, and this equipment, discarded from the ghost ship, was beyond the reach of ordinary players. 8,000 seashells wasn't expensive. During this time, the Island of the Dead also produced a batch of materials, 1,000 pieces of ghost wood, 100 sirens' morning pearls, 100 caddies of dragon beard red algae, and 20 human skeletons. The material list for upgrading the level 6 ship was frighteningly long. Ling Chu was always startled when he saw it. It required 5,000 pieces of ghost wood, 1,000 pieces of glass, 500 sirens' morning pearls, 200 sulfur, 2,000 iron ore, 100 copper ore, 10 crystal ore, and 1 wind's protection crystal. The wind's protection crystal was an unknown and unfamiliar special item. The other materials were easy to obtain, but the waiting time for them to drop was long. Just collecting enough ghost wood would take half a month. After reviving the 20 newly acquired skeletons, Ling Chu discovered that among them were the innkeeper Hans and his wife Martha, which made Emily's eyes well up with tears of excitement. "Father, mother." Emily rushed forward and excitedly embraced her parents. Time was limited on the Island of the Dead. Ling Chu and her skeleton minions dug for a long time under the ruins of the inn, but they couldn't find Hans and Martha's remains. Emily was disappointed for a long time. Ling Chu assured her that she could definitely resurrect her parents, but it would take time. Unexpectedly, the second batch of skeletons spawned on the Island of the Dead produced Hans and Martha. Ling Chu activated her eye patch to scan them and discovered that the couple both had special personal skills. Hans' personal skill was brewing, and Martha's personal skill was tailoring. Wait, tailoring? Ling Chu suddenly remembered that she had collected all the upgrade materials for her one-eyed eye patch, except for the tailoring skill. She had originally planned to have Mickey the Meow Meow Witch make it, but now, she didn't need to trouble anyone else, she had a tailor on her ship. "And Martha, could you please mend and upgrade this eye patch for me?" Regarding being assigned chores by the captain right after her resurrection, Martha had no complaints. She naturally accepted the shimmering thread and the one-eyed eye patch that Ling Chu handed her, examining it carefully. "Perfect. The quality of this thread is really good. Adding it will give the eye patch an extra layer of shimmering light." Ling Chu didn't care about the appearance of the one-eyed eye patch, she usually hid it. "Thank you, Aunt Martha," Ling Chu said with a smile. "Ling Chu, come and see." Suddenly, a shout filled with amazement broke the silence of the night. It was Huang Xiaoan's voice. Ling Chu heard the voice and quickly walked to the ship's railing beside her. "What's wrong?" "Look." Huang Xiaoan pointed to the sea. Ling Chu looked in the direction Huang Xiaoan was pointing, and upon seeing it clearly, her pupils contracted, and her breath caught in her throat. Chapter 222 The Grand Parade. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Chu sent a message urgently through the crew channel. "Wanzi, Xiaoyu, forget what you're doing, get to the deck right now." The urgency in her voice made Moyuan and Xiaofeng Kenyu, who were in the divination room preparing potions, tense up, thinking they had encountered enemy activity. The two rushed out of the cabin almost simultaneously, weapons instinctively gripping their hands. "What's wrong? Enemy activity again?" Moyuan asked nervously. Ling Chu gestured for them to look at the sea, and Moyuan and Xiao Fengkenyu looked down. Then, they saw a scene they would never forget. Under the deep night sky, the once pitch-black sea was now silently dotted with countless enormous, bioluminescent jellyfish. They resembled semi-transparent, dreamlike canopies, the smallest exceeding 1 meter in diameter, with most between 2 and 3 meters, gently rising and falling with the waves. Within each jellyfish, iridescent light flowed slowly, like a captured aurora borealis, sometimes a serene blue, sometimes a mysterious purple, and occasionally a glimmer of exquisite pink. The entire swarm of jellyfish drifted leisurely past the hull of the ghost ship. Their silky, shimmering tentacles unfurled in the sea, like the flowing hair of a sea goddess in mythology, or a soft veil woven from stardust, swaying silently in the dark depths. Their soft fluorescence illuminated a vast expanse of sea, making even the stars in the sky pale in comparison. The four people, who had just been on edge, held their breath at this mesmerizing and magnificent scene. Wow, so beautiful. Are these jellyfish migrating? Jellyfish migrate? They're so big, and they even glow. Huang Xiaoan whispered, afraid of disturbing this rare spectacle. To be precise, this phenomenon isn't called migration. The professional term is jellyfish bloom, which specifically refers to a rapid increase in jellyfish populations during a particular season, resulting in large-scale gatherings. Xiao Fengkenyu explained to everyone. Moyuan's eyes sparkled, unblinking. It feels more like a grand parade. Previously, this phenomenon was related to global warming, but now with so many jellyfish appearing in this weather, it's probably a mutated species that prefers lower temperatures, Xiao Fengkenyu said thoughtfully. Seeing this, Ling Chu said, how about I catch one for you to study? Xiao Fengkenyu immediately nodded, that would be great. It's best to catch several. Jellyfish don't have brains, but they have strong regenerative abilities. I'll just cut off some of their tissue and tentacles, and they'll grow back quickly. Ling Chu turned and retrieved the fishing net projector from the ship. Seizing the opportunity, he deftly cast and hauled in the net in one smooth motion, quickly scooping up several relatively small, but still over a meter in diameter, glowing jellyfish onto the deck. They lay on the deck, their bellies slightly retracted. The flowing light within them seemed to accelerate its flow after being removed from the seawater, appearing even more mesmerizing. Ling Chu's one-eyed eye patch was with Aunt Martha, so he couldn't see the jellyfish's attributes, but based on past experience, Ling Chu guessed that these jellyfish were probably around level 2 magical creatures. After being hauled ashore, their long tentacles clung to the deck like outstretched octopus tentacles, faintly crackling with electricity. Be careful, they seem to discharge electricity, Ling Chu warned Xiao Fengkenyu. Understood. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fengkenyu, holding a small silver knife, carefully avoided the sliding tentacles, her movements as swift as a skilled surgeon, precisely and quickly cutting several small pieces of the crackling tissue from the edge of the jellyfish's bell and placing them in a nearby wooden bucket. Perhaps Xiao Fengkenyu's movements were gentle and quick enough that the storm jellyfish only trembled slightly throughout the process, a few arcs of electricity flashing on their tentacles, posing no real threat. Having collected the materials, Xiao Fengkenyu prepared to release the large creatures back into the sea. Just as she was dragging the fishing net, Ling Chu suddenly exclaimed and bent down to gently pick up a tiny, almost overlooked object from the edge of the net. It was a tiny jellyfish, no bigger than a palm, its body crystal clear. Unlike its counterparts, its internal luminescence wasn't violent. Instead, it was unusually gentle and soft, like a miniature, dancing star. Ling Chu held it in her palm, looking at it. This little thing is kind of cute. Xiao Fengkenyu leaned over to look, then took it from her hand. We won't take a sample of this one. It'll be perfect for keeping in the tank in my alchemy lab to observe its growth and bioluminescence. The remaining jellyfish were released back into the sea. Jellyfish with long, thin tentacles like these are generally poisonous. In the jellyfish family, only the short-armed jellyfish lineage is edible. Since they're not edible, there's no need for indiscriminate killing. Although the marine resources here are exceptionally abundant, with even jellyfish growing to 4 or 5 meters in diameter, refraining from indiscriminate killing is the most basic respect for this ocean that nurtures boundless life. The wind was strong on the edge of the deck at night. To witness the rare spectacle of a jellyfish bloom, each of the four downed a bottle of cold resistance potion and dragged their deck chairs to the edge of the deck. The four reclined in their chairs, looking up at the seemingly within reach, low-hanging, dazzling starry sky, and down at the sea surface died a flowing camouflage by countless bioluminescent jellyfish. The world seemed to consist only of this tranquil beauty, even the sound of the waves seemed gentle. If only we could see a view like this every day, Huang Xiaoan murmured, her voice carrying a rare hint of languor. We'd have to ask the sea if it'll agree to put on a show for you every day, Moyuan replied with a smile, resting his hands behind his head and completely relaxing. For a moment, everyone forgot they were in a perilous survival game. Suddenly, a clear red dot appeared without warning at the edge of Ling Chu's vision. She was slightly startled, somewhat puzzled. She hadn't actively used the hunter's mark skill, so why was a red dot appearing in her field of vision? However, the next second she realized this wasn't Hunter's mark, it was her bounty hunter passive skill, bounty perception. This skill allowed her to sense the locations of undiscovered high-value treasure chests within a 50-meter radius. Ling Chu immediately held her breath, scanning the sea surface, locking onto the direction indicated by the red dot. She waited patiently for a moment, and as the jellyfish swarm moved slowly, a rather large light and shadow appeared leisurely from directly in front of the ghost's bow. Chapter 223 Jellyfish Queen. It was a gigantic jellyfish, far exceeding its peers in size. Its diameter was estimated at least 10 meters, making it the undisputed king of jellyfish in this swarm. It emitted a deeper, more intense, eerie blue light than the other jellyfish. Its bell-shaped cap slowly and powerfully contracted and expanded, exuding a palpable, almost tangible pressure that was extremely unfriendly to those with megalophobia. And atop its broad, hill-like, translucent bell-shaped cap, sat a strangely shaped treasure chest. The treasure chest sat steadily on its cap, its light intertwining with the jellyfish's own fluorescence. Combined with the ripples of the waves, it was extremely difficult to spot in this dreamlike sea of light, even with careful observation, without the clear guidance of a bounty hunter's senses. Holy crap, that jellyfish is huge! At this moment, Huang Xiaoan and the others also spotted the jellyfish. Cuttlefish Ball blinked. Wait, there seems to be something on its back? It's dark and I can't see clearly. It's a treasure chest, Ling Chu said, standing up from the recliner. This was the first time she'd sensed a treasure chest since acquiring the passive skill bounty perception. These wild treasure chests were quite rare, since it was practically handed to her. Why not take it? Ling Chu, should we go get that treasure chest? Cuttlefish Ball asked. Of course. Not taking it is like not picking up money that's fallen on the ground. Huang Xiaoan also stood up. Xiaoan, quickly try out your skill, Ling Chu said to Huang Xiaoan. Huang Xiaoan's first thought was to use trade with me to directly exchange for the treasure chest. However, a moment later, she frowned slightly. Skill failed, distance exceeded the skill activation limit. Upon spotting the jellyfish swarm, the ghost ship had already slowed down, traveling at its lowest speed. However, the swarm was moving in the opposite direction to the ghost ship, and in the blink of an eye, the giant jellyfish had drifted nearly 100 meters away. The Trade with Me skill only allows trading items within a 50-meter range. Ling Chu immediately ordered her skeleton minions to try turning the ship around, attempting to get closer and catch up with the giant jellyfish. However, perhaps because the ship was chasing them, the jellyfish became wary. Even with the ghost ship at full speed, the jellyfish maintained a distance of about 200 meters from them. After the ship slowed down, the jellyfish swarm's swimming speed actually decreased. Looks like we have to abandon the ship and go into the sea to approach the giant jellyfish and retrieve the treasure chest, Ling Chu said. Xiao Feng can you, but seawater conducts electricity, and these jellyfish are even more dangerous in the sea. If this person goes into the water, their flesh will probably be electrocuted. Huang Xiaoan skeletons shouldn't be afraid of electricity. How about we send 2 skeleton minions to swim over and get it? As everyone was discussing this, Teach, who was nearby, heard it and volunteered, Captain, let me do it. Let's try it first, Ling Chu nodded. So Teach took off his armor, picked up his machete, and put on the diving flippers he had obtained in the Ocean Cleaners public challenge because without flesh and blood, skeletons lack buoyancy, and their swimming speed in the sea can't keep up with their sinking speed. In deeper waters, they must wear flippers to go into the sea. Teach confidently leaped into the sea with a standard diving posture, hips sticking out, arms raised overhead. However, his cool pose lasted only 3 seconds. The moment he hit the water, the nearest jellyfish's glowing tentacles, as if smelling prey, silently wrapped around his leg and ribs. The next second, blinding lightning erupted from the tentacles, transforming into a crackling electric net that completely enveloped Teach. While the lightning couldn't cause Teach any real harm, it paralyzed his movements, slowing him down. The onlookers watched as Teach played a game of red light, green light. He turned around, raised his hand, seemingly intending to use his curved blade to cut off the tentacles, but the moment he moved his hand, he was electrocuted stiff. Raising it a little higher, he was electrocuted again. No! Come on, boat! Save me! Ling Chu, from the strange pauses and the trembling, electronically charged voice, understood that it was crying for help. Helpless, she drew the Wind Whisperer's oath from her back, knocked an arrow, and aimed at the jellyfish entangled with Teach. The arrow shot from the bow, whistling through the air, and struck the jellyfish's bell precisely. With a loud bang, the jellyfish's bell shattered into pieces. Teach was also affected by the shockwave of the storm arrow. It trembled violently on the sea surface for 3 seconds, as if dancing, before finally recovering from its stiffness and scrambling back to the boat, somewhat disheveled and slow. Troublesome, ha ha ha. Teach rubbed its bald head, only able to manage a dry laugh to ease its embarrassment. Ling Chu looked at the giant jellyfish, somewhat perplexed. Her storm arrow had a range of only 100 meters, but the ballista's range was just enough to cover the giant jellyfish. However, she dared not use the same technique on that giant jellyfish. Leaving aside the behemoth's defensive capabilities, and whether her ballista could even kill it, if the treasure chest fell to the bottom of the sea, it would be difficult to find. The water in this area was pure blue, far deeper than 50 meters, possibly even over 1,000 meters. If it fell into the sea, even with her passive bounty perception, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Ling Chu pondered for a moment, then, as if remembering something, said to Huang Xiaoan, "Do you remember the public challenge with the sailfish bell?" Huang Xiaoan instantly understood. "You mean..." Ling Chu turned and ordered a skeleton crew member to bring an empty wooden bucket, then added stones to it. Ling Chu weighed around 110 pounds, so to be on the safe side, she put in about 120 pounds of stones. Her gaze locked onto a jellyfish about 2 meters from the deck, then she forcefully threw the bucket over. The wooden bucket landed precisely on the jellyfish's bell. At first, the jellyfish sank under the weight, then quickly the edges of its bell began to curl downwards unnaturally, its entire body pressed into the deep sea, like an air cushion being forcefully pressed down, completely losing its buoyancy. "Looks like 2 meters won't do." Ling Chu's gaze swept across the nearby jellyfish swarm, locking onto a much larger target, a behemoth with a diameter of 4 meters. This time, when the same weight of the bucket landed on its broad bell, the giant jellyfish only swallowed 4 or 5 centimeters of water before coming to a steady stop, its bell still full, its tentacles still swaying gently. "A jellyfish with a 4-meter diameter can roughly support a person's weight," Ling Chu said. When Ling Chu mentioned the public challenge of the sailfish bell, Huang Xiaoan immediately realized what Ling Chu was planning to do. She wanted to use large jellyfish as stepping stones to jump to the vicinity of the giant jellyfish. However, there was a problem: there weren't many of these 4-meter diameter jellyfish, they were only one every 10 meters or so. This meant she would have to use her movement skill many times. Ling Chu's only movement skill was Ghost Dance, but it had a 5-minute cooldown and only covered 10 meters. After carrying a person, the 4-meter diameter jellyfish would definitely slow down, making it impossible to stay on them for long while waiting for the cooldown to recover. Chapter 224: Outsmarting the Treasure Chest. "How about I give it a try?" Huang Xiaoan suggested. She had the same question as Ling Chu. Huang Xiaoan currently possessed 2 movement skills: Card is here and Switch with me. Card is here throws a virtual playing card, allowing you to teleport to its current location at any time. The card lasts for a maximum of 10 minutes or disappears if cancelled, consuming 10 mana points. Switch with me has a maximum range of 50 meters, with a chance to reach the giant jellyfish. Card is here has no fixed distance limit, but Huang Xiaoan can throw at a maximum of 15 meters without making a mistake. With her current mana bar, Huang Xiaoan could only use Switch with me 3 times consecutively, plus 1 card is here, for a total distance of 165 meters. The distance between the ghost ship and the giant jellyfish was approximately 200 meters, so she was still a bit short. Huang Xiaoan decided to give it a try first. Using her card as Yugo skill, she threw a playing card at the bow of the ghost ship as a beacon for her return. Then, Huang Xiaoan scanned the water and spotted a large jellyfish over 4 meters in diameter. She leaped and landed steadily on its back. She was 2 centimeters shorter and 5 kilograms lighter than Ling Chu, enough to stand steadily on the jellyfish. Looking ahead, at the 50-meter mark, she found another large jellyfish, barely large enough for a person to stand on. However, Huang Xiaoan faced a dilemma. Her skill was to exchange items, but the area within sight of that large jellyfish was empty. If she swapped places with the jellyfish, wouldn't she be transported directly into the sea? But then, she heard Ling Chu call her name. Huang Xiaoan turned around and saw a wooden arrow whiz through the air, accurately striking the large jellyfish. The wooden arrow was far less powerful than the storm arrow. When it hit the jellyfish, it was like hitting a soft, bouncy jelly, completely failing to harm the jellyfish's body. Huang Xiaoan then used the Switch with me skill, seamlessly switching places with the wooden arrow. Huang Xiaoan locked onto another large jellyfish 50 meters ahead, and Ling Chu, understanding her intention, drew her bow and knocked an arrow. Whoosh! Another wooden arrow pierced the air, accurately embedding itself in the jellyfish's bell. Without hesitation, Huang Xiaoan activated Switch with me again, instantly swapping places with the wooden arrow and successfully teleporting to a second landing point. Through their coordinated effort, Huang Xiaoan quickly closed the distance to within 100 meters of the jellyfish king. However, a problem arose. Ling Chu's wooden arrows had an effective range of only about 100 meters. Beyond that, their effectiveness waned, with accuracy and power decreasing significantly. This final 100 meters depended entirely on Huang Xiaoan. Huang Xiaoan took a deep breath. At this point, she only had 20 points of magic power left, enough for just one last use of Swap with me. As she got closer to the jellyfish, Huang Xiaoan discovered that the number of large jellyfish that could serve as stepping stones was dwindling. She pulled out her throwing knife and saw a large jellyfish about 50 meters away, a perfect stepping stone, the maximum range for her skill to swap. However, her controlled throwing distance was only about 30 meters. Huang Xiaoan aimed at the jellyfish and threw the knife with all her might. The knife traced an arc in the air, but fell due to gravity 2 or 3 meters from the jellyfish. In desperation, Huang Xiaoan activated Swap with Me. However, the skill activated, but she didn't appear on the target jellyfish. Instead, she remained suspended in midair before the knife fell. She instantly lost weight, about to fall into the seawater filled with the jellyfish's electrifying tentacles. Xiaoan. Her companions on the boat cried out in alarm. Fortunately, Huang Xiaoan reacted quickly, immediately activating the "as long as the card is, I am" skill she had left at the bow, teleporting back to the deck before hitting the water. I was a bit too hasty, I didn't time the exchange perfectly. Huang Xiaoan drank a magic potion to replenish her magic power while reflecting on the reasons for her failure. Ling Chu, however, had a different opinion. She felt the method was flawed. Even if Huang Xiaoan hadn't fallen into the water this time, she was still some distance away from the Jellyfish King. With Huang Xiaoan's magic power, the exchange with me skill could only be used a maximum of 3 times at a time, which was far too close to the limit. If she could use it a couple more times, Ling Chu's eyes suddenly lit up. She thought of a solution: try using cards in person as a beacon for moving forward, not for returning. First, use the exchange skill to move to the maximum distance, then place the playing cards, and then directly use a spatial spore to teleport back to the ship. This way, you can drink a magic potion to fully replenish your stats, and if you fall into the water midway, you can use the spore as a backup. Spatial spores are produced every 2 days, and she had already accumulated nearly 30. They weren't particularly rare, and for this treasure chest, she could exchange 1 spatial spore for them. As longtime comrades in arms, Ling Chu only needed to hint at the tactic, and Huang Xiaoan instantly grasped its essence. This was equivalent to exchanging a one-time use spatial spore for an extra skill cycle and margin for error. This is a great idea. Huang Xiaoan's eyes lit up, her fatigue vanishing. This time, it's working. After her mana was fully restored, this time, Huang Xiaoan didn't place a return beacon at the bow of the ship. She leaped directly, landing steadily on the first large jellyfish. Ling Chu, once again perfectly in sync, used a wooden arrow as a beacon. Through 2 precise swap with me calls, Huang Xiaoan quickly reached her previous limit position only 100 meters from the Jellyfish King. Huang Xiaoan activated the skill "the card is here," placing a virtual playing card steadily on the jellyfish beneath her feet. Then, without hesitation, she crushed a spatial spore. A huge, brightly colored flower bud, about half a person's height, appeared out of nowhere. Its petals, as if alive, suddenly burst open, revealing a slimy cavity that instantly engulfed her. The next moment, the pitcher plant's sac on the deck swelled violently. Puffed. The sac's opening writhed, and Huang Xiaoan, covered in transparent mucus, was spit out, staggering a couple of steps before regaining her balance. Ugh! What has this wretched grass been eating all day? Its sac smells so bad. She dry heaved as she disgustedly wiped the digestive juices off her face and body. Chapter 225 Clothing Combination. Unlike the ghost thorn, the pitcher plant wasn't picky about food, it ate almost anything. The skeleton minions basically treated it like a garbage can, throwing in anything they didn't need. In just 1 day, the pitcher plant's gastric juices would dissolve everything. Squid Ball, arms crossed, exclaimed, "Now you know how desperate I was. I was starving on the island of the dead for days, my stomach was completely empty, and this vomit almost made me throw up my only stomach acid." Huang Xiaoan didn't have time to argue. She hastily wiped the disgusting gastric juices off herself, quickly grabbed a magic potion, and gulped it down. The potion's effects were immediate, continuously replenishing her depleted magic power. The potion restored 10 magic points per minute, fully restoring her magic power in just 7 minutes, perfectly within the duration of "as long as the card remains." When the time was up, Huang Xiaoan slowly reappeared on the Jellyfish King's 100-meter-long platform jellyfish. The rest of the process went smoothly. Huang Xiaoan, maintaining a distance of 30 meters, used her throwing knives 3 times without missing, successfully closing the distance to within 10 meters of the Jellyfish King. In the final 10 meters, she used her last 10 mana points to activate "as long as the card is here," teleporting to the Jellyfish King. Huang Xiaoan quickly stuffed the treasure chest into her inventory, then drank a mana potion while still on the Jellyfish King's back. After her mana points were restored to 10, she used "as long as the card is here" again, jumping onto a platform jellyfish. Because of Huang Xiaoan's weight, the platform jellyfish swam extremely slowly, and the ghost ship quickly caught up with the lone jellyfish and retrieved Huang Xiaoan. Huang Xiaoan took out the treasure chest and placed it on the deck. Everyone gathered around, curious about what the chest might contain. However, the gambler's coin's cooldown period wasn't over yet, it wouldn't be until the next morning. Ling Chu asked Huang Xiaoan, "Do you want to open it now or tomorrow when there's triple luck?" "Of course, I'll wait for triple luck," Huang Xiaoan answered without hesitation. Ling Chu nodded. You brought this chest back, so whatever you get is yours. Huang Xiaoan scratched her head. If it weren't for your idea and Xiaoya's magic potion, I wouldn't have been able to bring this treasure chest back alone. What's this yours and mine thing? If this chest contains seashells, I'll keep it. If it contains other equipment or items, we'll give it to whoever's class it's most suitable for. They all agreed with Ling Chu's distribution according to need approach. After all, the captain provided the food, drink, and supplies for natural disasters. Even if they shared the unused equipment, they'd just exchange it for seashells anyway. It was better to give it to the crew members who needed it to increase their strength. Only when every crew member on their ghost ship was strong could they work together as a team, fight more fleets, and earn more seashells. The girls understood this principle very well. The next morning, after getting up, Ling Chu tossed the gambler's coin and opened the treasure chest. The chest was empty, containing only a small stack of seashells and a roll of parchment. Ling Chu was puzzled and checked the chest inside and out. She'd only gotten so little from triple luck? You have obtained a mysterious treasure map *1, seashells *300. Hearing the system notification, Ling Chu took out a roll of parchment. It was covered in strange drawings and marked with a red cross, seemingly indicating the presence of treasure. Ling Chu suddenly remembered that when he was conquering the volcano island, a beast tamer had come to collect his bounty. After being outmaneuvered, he had offered a fake treasure map to save his life. Later, Ling Chu caught up with his ship, killed him, and confiscated the Grim Reaper's gasapon machine from his ship. This treasure map style was very similar to the fake one, and the upper right corner also showed the location's coordinates. A treasure map in a treasure chest? Like a Russian nesting doll? Huang Xiaoan was also a little disappointed, but at least there were 300 seashells. This looks like scribbles, who can find it? Mo Yuan also came over to take a look. Ling Chu, luckily, there are coordinates on it. It seems I can only find it by reaching the coordinates. After realizing it was a treasure map, Ling Chu wasn't particularly disappointed. After all, the last treasure map contained a death god's blind box gasapon machine. If she found the treasure location this time, what she dug up wouldn't be bad, right? After opening the treasure chest, Ling Chu saw a notification on the system panel that Cotton Island and Honey Island were ready to ripen. She selected Harvest and then casually opened the public chat channel. Public chat channel. Shui Mufeng, wah, could Ling Chu please send out more winter coats? My old man's reflexes are terrible, I've missed out on so many. Madong, didn't you just send out a batch yesterday? There shouldn't be that many, right? Zhu Ro Sheamai, I'm freezing. We've run out of charcoal, so I can't boil water. I'm shivering even wrapped in a blanket. I feel like I won't last much longer. Lulu loves gossip. Sigh, another friend on my friend list just went offline. The extreme cold disaster has lasted for 7 days, with no sign of ending. The ghost ship, with its heater always on, is as warm as an oven, completely oblivious to the extreme cold. Even on deck, there are cold-resistant potions and winter coats. They even have the leisure to lie on the deck and enjoy the view of jellyfish swimming around. However, ordinary players fared much worse. Although Ling Chu sold supplies on the auction house daily, the few hundred potions, cotton-padded clothes, and several thousand pieces of charcoal only saved a small fraction of the server's 60,000 plus players. Ling Chu saw that the survival count on the public chat had risen to over 50,000. A severe natural disaster, still ongoing, had already claimed 10,000 lives. Previously, Ling Chu sold ready-made cotton-padded clothes. This time, harvesting cotton and processing it would take time. Aunt Martha was busy upgrading her blindfold and didn't have time to process it, so Ling Chu simply followed the example of a silly bird and listed the cotton directly on the auction house, letting them handle the processing themselves. Demeng San Chien, Ling Chu is selling cotton. I'm going to grab some. Shui Mu Feng, did he hear my wish? Sob sob, thank you so much, Ling Chu. Lulu loves gossip. I won't grab any, I have enough cotton for now. Let me check, still 50 seashells per pound. Great, the price hasn't gone up. Ling Chu is so kind. No chili, thank you boss. I snagged 2 gin, 1 kilogram, finally enough to make a pair of cotton shoes. My chilblains are unbearable to look at. It's cold, wear more clothes. Sigh, when will this extreme cold disaster end? Players who managed to grab cotton shoes erupted in cheers in the public chat, while those who missed out complained inside. Until a system notification sounded for all players in the server, the commotion completely subsided. Due to insufficient player count, the channels for server 667 and server 666 have been merged. The boundary between the two servers has disappeared. Public chat channels have been merged. Chapter 226 Major Reshuffle of the Rankings. Holy crap, the servers have merged. Huang Xiaoan practically jumped up from her chair. By the way, what does that C region boundary in the system announcement mean? Muyu stroked her chin, guessing, does it mean there are boundaries between C regions to separate different servers? Probably. Ling Chu said. It seemed this world was far larger than she had imagined. She had been sailing north for so long without breaking through the sea region boundary. As the system notification ended, the public chat channel flashed incessantly, flooding in with unfamiliar players. Ling Chu and the other two also opened their own channels simultaneously. Public chat channel. Why are you here in server 666? This game merges servers? Hello everyone in server 666, I'm an ally from server 667. Friendly +1. Riding an old lady across the road, getting to know you +2. Kicking the good leg of the cripple, getting to know you +3. Poke the good eye of the blind man at kicking the good leg of the cripple, so it was you who stole my ID. I remembered this ID, but the system told me it was already taken. Captain Dragonfly, so many unfamiliar IDs, are all the players in server 667 this audacious with their names? Little Bitter Gourd, the channel count has increased to over 90,000, server 667 has lost quite a few players. Evil Pineapple Head, isn't this normal? There are team battles every few days, and there's also the extreme cold disaster. Give you a big bread, holy crap. Look at the leaderboards. Give you a big bread, what kind of organization is this Crusader in server 667? It's outrageous. I was second on the fleet leaderboard, how did I jump to 12th? The public chat was flooded with messages. Ling Chu saw Give You a Big Bread's comment, opened the leaderboard, and found that the players on the leaderboard had undergone a complete overhaul. First, the fleet leaderboard was completely dominated by an organization called the Crusader. The original first and second place in server 666, Pillow Green Mountains, Green Mountain and Give You a Big Bread's Big Bread, were instantly pushed to outside of 11th or 12th place. Fleet ranking: 1. Crusader Regiment 1, Captain Chu Dongxiu, crew 500. 2. Crusader Regiment 2, Captain Xia Chunying, crew 50. 3. Crusader Regiment 3, Captain Holy Light Shines on the Earth, crew 50. 10. Crusader Regiment 10, Captain Zhang Fenjia Wo, crew 50. Ling Chu calculated the number of people in this organization, a total of 950. The original 667 district only had a little over 40,000 people. Their fleet's members accounted for 2% of that, which was a rather alarming proportion. Public chat channel. Lulu loves gossip, did I see that wrong? Is there an extra zero after the Crusader 1st Regiment? Zhang Feng Yuhuo, no, I didn't see wrong. Our captain got the first intermediate fleet formation card in the entire server from a blind box. Evil Pineapple Head, your server's rankings are terrifying, okay? Can someone tell me who Ling Chu is? He's number 1 on the bounty list, justice points, wealth points, and island rankings. Give you a big loaf of bread, correction, it's her, don't confuse my sister Ling's gender. Cola without ice, sister Ling is awesome, still number 1 on all 4 leaderboards even after the server merge. Ling Chu then looked at the other leaderboards. Besides her firmly holding number 1 spot, the rankings had changed quite a bit. Bounty ranking: 1. Ling Chu, sin value 230, occupation, ghost pirate / bounty hunter, bounty, 700 seashells. 2. Zhen Qingshan, sin value 210, occupation, Taoist / pirate, bounty, 640 seashells, additional bounty, 200 seashells. 3. Evil Pineapple Head, sin value 160, occupation, pirate, bounty, 490 seashells. 4. Stay away from prostitution, gambling, and drugs, sin value 150, occupation, pirate / gambler, bounty, 460 seashells. 5. Ujiali, sin value 120, occupation, hidden, bounty, 370 seashells, additional bounty, 5,000 seashells. 10. Give You a Big Bread, sin value 110, occupation, pirate, bounty, 340 seashells. After 2 ship battles, Ling Chu's sin value has increased significantly. The main reason was that there were several non-pirate players on the dream ship, fishermen, farmers, cooks, etc. who provided them with a livelihood. However, when the two sides clashed, they didn't hesitate to take up arms, and Ling Chu didn't spare them because of their professions either. Huang Xiaoan also appeared on the bounty list, hiding her magician profession. After scanning the bounty list, Ling Chu found only 2 unfamiliar IDs, likely new players from server 667. Are there really so few pirates with a high crime value of 667? This person named Ujiali even had a 5,000 yuan additional bounty. The system evaluates the resources added by players using bounties based on prices in the trading post and displays their corresponding value, making it easier for pirate hunters to accept orders. This person's crime value isn't high, but the additional bounty is quite substantial. Ling Chu previously had many additional resources on her, but now they're all gone, because everyone who placed the bounty on her is dead. Next is the Justice Points ranking. 1. Ling Chu, Justice Points, 2,950, occupation, Ghost Pirate / Bounty Hunter. 2. Chu Dongxiu, Justice Points, 1,250, occupation, Pirate / Pirate Hunter. 3. Xia Chunning, Justice Points, 960, Occupation, Light Mage / Pirate Hunter. 4. Holy Light Shines on the Earth, Justice Points, 780, Occupation, Paladin / Pirate Hunter. 9. Zhang Feng Yuhuo, Justice Points, 210, Occupation, Priest / Pirate Hunter. 10. Xing Ryu Meng, Justice Points, 180, Occupation, Wandering Swordsman / Pirate Hunter. The 2nd to 9th places in the Justice Points ranking are all members of the Crusader. Xing Ryu Meng barely managed to squeeze to the bottom. After looking at the Justice Points ranking, Ling Chu understood why there were so few pirates with high sin values in District 667. They were probably all wiped out by this organization called the Crusader. Finally, there's the Wealth Points ranking. 1. Ling Chu, Wealth Points, 109,870. 2. Chu Dongxiu, Wealth Points, 33,901. 3. Xia Chunning, Wealth Points, 21,650. 4. Crispy Shark, Wealth Value, 18,900. 9. Jiang Feng Fishing Fire, Wealth Value, 11,765. 10. A Silly Bird, Wealth Value, 10,786. Besides Ling Chu, Crispy Shark, and A Silly Bird, the others in the Wealth Value ranking are all captains of the Holy Church Legion. As for the island ranking, Ling Chu still holds the top spot with 6 islands. Second place goes to Chu Dongxiu, captain of the 1st Regiment of the Holy Church, who owns 5 islands. Public channel. Kicking the cripple's good leg. Ling Chu's justice value is higher than Chu Dongxiu's, and his profession is pirate? What kind of god is this? Wild buffalo, damn, 6 figures in wealth, 6 islands, that's too exaggerated. A dumb bird, never seen a righteous pirate before? Kicking the cripple's good leg, never seen one. All the pirate groups on our district's leaderboard were wiped out by the Holy Army, except for that one who escaped, Yuji Ali. Chapter 227 Shark Daily. Lulu loves gossip. At Evil Pineapple Head, aren't you a pirate on the leaderboard too? How come you're still alive? Evil Pineapple Head, don't try to sow discord. I paid protection money. Lulu loves gossip. Pirates paying protection money to pirate hunters? I've never heard of that. Xia Chunning, at Evil Pineapple Head, what protection money? That's atonement money. The money you gave us was used to purchase cold weather supplies and distribute them to players in need. We were doing good for you, helping you atone for your past sins. Evil Pineapple Head, yes, I misspoke. It wasn't protection money, it was atonement money. I'm guilty. I'm guilty. I'm guilty. I'll say it 3 times. Lulu loves gossip? Why does he seem a bit eccentric? Is there some gossip to share? Crispy Shark, at Lulu loves gossip. If you want to know more about gossip, subscribe to Shark Daily, the best choice for gossip lovers. A Silly Bird, what is Shark Daily? Crispy Shark, it's a newspaper produced by our Shark Fleet, recording major events every day, including market price fluctuation statistics, job advertisements, item auctions, etc. It costs 1 seashell per copy. Just search daily in the trading post to subscribe. We sell tens of thousands of copies daily, no deception. You can also subscribe to a monthly service for 20 seashells, and the daily will be sent to your ship's warehouse at 8 a.m. every day. Lulu loves gossip. Wow, you guys have a printing press? You can even make newspapers? I have to get a copy. Crispy Shark, yes, I have a special profession, and my professional facility is a printing press. By the way, Shark Fleet is recruiting crew members. If you've been an accountant or journalist in the real world, or have a strong interest in information gathering and data analysis, we'll give you priority consideration. Our Shark Fleet's goal is to build the most authoritative information network in the sea area. Sometimes, information and knowledge are the most powerful weapons. A dumb bird recruiting journalists? Although I've never been a journalist in real life, I feel like my profession seems quite suitable. Crispy Shark, profession? What profession? Lulu loves gossip. A Silly Bird is our server's popular streamer. His special profession allows him to stream live in the public chat. Crispy Shark, holy crap. That's perfect. At A Silly Bird, I sincerely invite you to join our Shark Squad. The benefits are amazing. Crispy Shark, at A Silly Bird. Crispy Shark, at A Silly Bird. Hey, how come you're sending so many messages? Don't you know public chat is free? Crispy Shark, of course it's my special skill. I can send unlimited public chat messages. A Silly Bird, seemingly exasperated by his mention, replied, let's chat privately, don't waste public resources. Seeing the public chat start drifting into a heated argument, Huang Xiaoan closed the chat panel and casually remarked, what atonement fee? Making it sound so high-sounding, it's just protection money with a nicer name. This Crusaders doesn't seem like a legitimate organization. Squid Ball, that Shark Daily is quite interesting, it can even publish newspapers. Looks like there are quite a few players with special abilities in other servers too. I'll buy a copy and check it out too. As Ling Chu spoke, he casually opened the trading post, searched for daily news, found the shark daily priced at 1 seashell, and confirmed the purchase. Then he retrieved a newspaper, still smelling of fresh ink, from the ship's storage room. Xiao Feng and Can were already in the alchemy lab, studying the jellyfish samples collected the previous night, and hadn't come down for breakfast. Ling Chu and the other two sat around the table, drinking pumpkin porridge stewed by Sokka while reading the newspaper together. The bold headline on the front page immediately caught their eye. The Holy Crusade's influence continues to expand, another island captured yesterday. Reported by this newspaper, yesterday morning, the Crusader Regiment 1, led by its commander Autumn Winter Snow, successfully conquered and occupied a resource island to the south. It is reported that the island is rich in the rare mineral frost iron. Crusaders distribute cold weather supplies evening, players praise timely help. Last night at 8 p.m., Captain Autumn Winter Snow of the Crusader Regiment 1 listed 10 cotton-padded coats for free at 0 sea coins, distributing them as a benefit to players. Those who managed to snag the coats praised the timely help in the public chat. Cold weather supplies prices continue to rise, charcoal prices hit new high. Recently, the prices of cold weather supplies such as charcoal, thick fur, and spirits have continued to rise, increasing by 15% compared to the previous period. Another player is consigning a unique level amulet, rumored to have a continuous warmth effect, with a starting bid as high as 8,000 sea coins. The charcoal price in District 667 is so expensive. It's about a fifth more expensive than in our server, Huang Xiaoan said as she looked around. I guess it's because Ling Chu's volcanic charcoal burns so well. A single piece can stay warm in the stove for 3 days. Ling Chu sold several thousand pieces of volcanic charcoal, and I bet a lot of players snapped them up, which is why the price of regular charcoal isn't as high, Moyuan said. Moyuan somewhat agreed with Huang Xiaoan's earlier assessment. This crusader has grown so large and wiped out so many pirates with high crime rates. Logically, District 667 should have more surviving players than their server. But they have 10,000 fewer. Something doesn't feel right. And to put it somewhat morally, 10 cotton coats? What kind of supplies are these? Do they even deserve a whole newspaper page? Ling Chu continued reading. The remaining pages contained advertisements and transaction information, recruitment ads from various fleets, requests for supplies, and so on. One ad, posted by Chu Dongxiu, offered a 3,000 seashell reward for the coordinates of player Yu Jiali. Ling Chu was puzzled. Chu Dongxiu was a pirate hunter, shouldn't she be able to accept bounties directly? Why would she need to spend seashells to offer a reward for coordinates? Could this person named Yu Jiali possess some special item that could prevent pirate hunters from tracking him? Ling Chu turned the newspaper over. The next section was a separate page called Daily Monster Knowledge, which featured a monster they had encountered before, the big-eyed crab spider. Chapter 228 Free Money. Daily Monster Trivia, Giant-Eyed Crab Spider. Danger Level, Level 1 Monster. Habitat, commonly found in coastal reef areas and damp caves. Physical characteristics, combining the agility of a spider with the hard shell of a crab, it possesses a single, enormous eye on its back, granting it extremely keen vision. Its 8 legs are sharp as knives, especially the first 2, which have evolved into massive pincers, making it adept at climbing and leaping attacks. Core weakness, while its giant eye on its back is its primary sensory organ, a successful heavy blow can blind it and inflict excruciating pain and confusion, making it key to a swift victory. Tactical advice, avoid engaging it in confined areas to prevent it from using walls and ceilings for 3-dimensional attacks. Ranged classes should prioritize targeting its giant eye, melee classes should focus on parrying its pincer swings and looking for opportunities to counterattack its eye. Usable materials, complete crab claws and shell fragments, usable to craft common quality armor. After reading this short, popular science article, Ling Chu finally understood why Crispy Shark dared to say information is power in the public chat. This information was incredibly comprehensive. It was far more detailed than the information about her one-eyed patch. It was practically an encyclopedia. No wonder this newspaper sold tens of thousands of copies. Even just buying this monster information for 1 seashell was worth it. If ordinary players encountered such monsters in the future, this information would greatly increase their chances of survival. Ling Chu didn't hesitate to subscribe to a month's worth of the daily newspaper. Meanwhile, many other players, out of curiosity, also purchased the Shark Daily public chat channel. Lulu loves gossip. Shark Daily is really worth it. It even has monster trivia. I highly recommend everyone buy it. Crispy Shark, absolutely worth it. 1 UN isn't a bad deal, it's the best value for money. Shark Daily. Starry Dream, I know information on several kinds of monsters. Can I exchange it for money? Crispy Shark, of course. Message me privately, and we'll appraise the value based on the monster information you provide. It'll be a fair price. Ling Chu's eyes lit up. She also knew quite a bit about monsters. This was a steal, so she sent Crispy Shark a private message. Crispy Shark replied almost instantly, the legendary number 1 on all 4 lists? It really is you. I've been trying to message you privately, but you don't have private messaging for strangers enabled. Can I ask for a friend slot? Ling Chu accepted his friend request and continued, I want to sell some information about monsters. She then told Crispy Shark about several monsters she had encountered, such as the ironhead fish, hammerhead shark, ghost lantern anglerfish, sulfur monitor lizard, siren, and the electric jellyfish they encountered yesterday. Ling Chu was too lazy to type so much, so she chatted with Crispy Shark via voice chat. She could hear a soft, rustling sound in the background, indicating that he was frantically taking notes. Crispy Shark's tone was excited. There really are alien races like siren. The information you provided is very valuable. Ling Chu paused after speaking. Do you also want information about magical plants? Crispy Shark, of course. Just as valuable as the monsters. However, Ling Chu thought for a moment. She had already planted most of the magical plants she encountered on her ship, such as the ghost thorn, the pitcher plant, and the spore mother bacteria brain, all of which had some defensive properties. She decided not to sell this information, as it involved her own needs. Crispy Shark, the information you provided is very detailed. My crew and I just assessed its value. Players had previously provided information on the ironhead fish and hammerhead shark, but you've refined it for us. They're worth 200 seashells each. The ghost lantern anglerfish, sulfur giant lizard, and electric jellyfish are unknown new monsters, worth 500 seashells each. The siren's information is very valuable, worth 1,000 seashells. A total of 2,900 seashells. It's already been sent to your ship's warehouse. Ling Chu and Crispy Shark were communicating on speakerphone. Huang Xiaoan and Cuttlefish Ball, hearing how valuable this information was, both widened their eyes in surprise. Although 2,000 seashells wasn't a huge sum for Ling Chu, it was practically free money. Ling Chu asked, how do you verify the authenticity of the information I provide? Haha, that's where our expertise lies, Crispy Shark's voice chuckled. We have a double verification method. First, there's the logic of the information itself. For example, if you say electric jellyfish emits electricity, we'll examine whether its ecological description contains internal contradictions, or whether it significantly deviates from the general patterns of confirmed monsters of the same type. Second, there's cross-verification. We compare similar information provided by different players. If multiple people independently confirm it, the credibility is extremely high. For example, regarding the hammerhead shark monster, some players had previously provided information about it, but we didn't publish it due to insufficient information. After your more detailed information, this monster can almost be confirmed. However, the information about the siren is currently unique, and we will temporarily mark it as unverified, but we'll give it a high valuation due to your identity. If you encounter it next time, it would be even better if you took photos and videos. We will then directly verify that it is a real monster. Finally, once it is discovered to be false information, the provider's name will be permanently blacklisted and will appear in our daily newspaper's bounty section, attracting special attention from pirates and hunters across the server. So, reputation is a prerequisite for doing business with us. Ling Chu nodded. She would remember to take more photos in the future. Speaking of photos, Huang Xiaoan seemed to have taken a group photo with that level 8 octopus and posted it in the public chat. There was also a silly bird live streaming her team battle. It must have included ghost thorns in the photo as well. Oh, those two monsters you mentioned, some players have already provided live stream clips and photos. The photo seems to be the one you posted in the public chat, Crispy Shark said. Damn it, who's so good at scamming people? Using her photos and live stream to get money. Who got the money? Robbery. We have to rob them. Crispy Shark said, that's the client's information, I can't just reveal it. But that giant octopus only has one severed leg, there's too little information, it's not worth much. Do you have a complete giant octopus carcass? Crispy Shark asked this question, secretly inquiring whether Ling Chu had personally killed the giant octopus. If so, it would demonstrate the formidable strength of the ghost ship. Chapter 229 Selectable Cards and Team Cards. No, Ling Chu answered crisply. I'll contact you again if there's any news about other monsters. Then, she hung up the call with Crispy Shark, looking rather annoyed. Crispy Shark, having failed to get any information, scratched his head. Sure enough, the top-ranked player wasn't so easy to talk to. Last night, the ghost ship had changed course and was heading towards the coordinates on the treasure map. Those coordinates were quite far from the ghost ship, it would take 4 days to reach them at full speed. The hot pumpkin porridge with oatmeal was simple and filling. After breakfast, the three decided to play cards to pass the time. The only condition for Ling Chu playing cards with Huang Xiaoan was that she couldn't cheat, whether using magician skills or techniques. Previously, Ling Chu always lost more cards than Huang Xiaoan, but today was her triple lucky day. With a good hand, she could hold her own against Huang Xiaoan. This was tough on Mo Yuwen, who was sitting to Ling Chu's left. He kept getting terrible hands, not even daring to call landlord. After a few rounds, Moyuan slammed his cards down. I'm not playing anymore. If I keep playing, I'll lose all the seashells I worked so hard to earn from fortune telling. Then let's not play anymore. Playing cards with you feels like a professional boxer beating up kindergarten kids. It's no fun. Huang Xiaoan also yawned. The cold weather made people lazy, always wanting to stay in the heated cabin. Ling Chu thought, they couldn't just pass the time playing cards these next few days. She suddenly remembered that they hadn't used the public challenge selection card and team card from the Sailfish Bell challenge rewards. How about we take advantage of my triple luck day today and participate in a public challenge together? Ling Chu suggested. Great. Huang Xiaoan wholeheartedly agreed. The rewards for public challenges were quite generous, and it was also a quick way to improve one's strength. Moyuan, however, was a little worried. With my combat abilities, will I be a burden to you guys? No. Ling Chu had only participated in 2 public challenges before, once with the Ocean Cleaner and once with the Sailfish Bell. To say there wasn't any danger would be a lie. The Ocean Cleaner included sea urchins that could explode, and the Sailfish Bell could potentially fall into the sea and be injured by the sailfish. But the dangers were manageable. With her and Huang Xiaoan there, ensuring Moyuan's safety wouldn't be a problem. Ling Chu tagged Xiao Fengkanyu in the fleet channel, asking if she wanted to participate in the public challenge. Xiao Fengkanyu replied, you guys go ahead, I won't go. I'll watch the house for you guys. I need to study this electric jellyfish carefully these next couple of days. If I can successfully analyze and utilize its regenerative properties, I might be able to create an intermediate level life potion with effects far surpassing the current one. Away from gambling and drugs, wow. An intermediate level life potion? Xiao Yu's awesome. Then the 3 of us will be right back, Moyuan said in the channel. You and the skeletons are in charge of the house. Ling Chu was already used to Xiao Fengkanyu's obsession with alchemy, so she didn't force her. She then went to the fate gambling table, wanting to see if she could use the daily game to duplicate the items she had recently acquired. However, when she placed the igloo folding card, the old sun compass, and Babu Yo-Yo's whistle, all of them indicated that the item was too precious to be copied by the fate gambling table. In the end, only the bottle of Bottle Blizzard was successfully copied, allowing her to get 10 bottles for free with just one. Ling Chu then played another round of the lucky wheel. You have gained a buff, Vigorous Energy. Vigorous Energy, for the next 24 hours, you will not feel tired or sleepy, no matter what you do. This buff wasn't as strong as the one she had drawn before, but it was still a decent boost in public challenges. Ling Chu then used her public challenge selection card and public challenge team card, choosing Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan as her teammate. Before using the selection card, Ling Chu considered whether the Crusader fleet might cause trouble. However, the game servers had only recently merged, and everyone was unfamiliar with each other's strengths. The Crusaders wouldn't dare attack the ghost ship so quickly, and they would need a legitimate reason. Although she hadn't interacted with them much yet, based on Shark Daily's reports and Xia Chunying's comments in the public chat, Ling Chu sensed that the Crusaders seemed very concerned about cultivating a positive image and reputation. If they attacked the ghost ship under the pretext of upholding justice and eliminating high-crime pirates, it wouldn't hold water. Because Ling Chu was not only a pirate but also a bounty hunter, her justice score was number 1, even higher than the combined scores of several Crusaders' captains. Moreover, in public challenges, it was impossible for pirate hunters to accept bounties or use plunder cards. Ling Chu wasn't worried that they would attack the ghost ship at this time. The golden card gradually disappeared from her hand. Public challenge team card successfully used. When you enter the next public challenge, stay away from drugs, gambling, and prostitution. Squid Ball will enter the same public challenge. If the public challenge is a team competition, you will be teamed by default. Public challenge selection card successfully selected. Please choose individual challenge or team challenge. Team challenge, Ling Chu said. They had a total of 3 selection cards and 6 team cards. After successfully forming a team, only 1 public challenge selection card needed to be consumed. Please select the challenge type you wish to participate in from the following random challenge types. Battle Royale / Racing / Leisure / Puzzle. The system presented 4 options. If it were up to Ling Chu, she would definitely prefer the Battle Royale type, but considering Squid Ball's fighting ability, this option was immediately ruled out. Next was the racing type, but she really didn't know if this racing was a boat race or a competition of individual speed. If it was the former, it would be fine. If it was the latter, Squid Ball would have a bit of a hard time. How about we choose between puzzle solving and leisure activities? Ling Chu asked the 2 girls. Moyuan scratched her cheek. How about we choose leisure activities? This one sounds less difficult, doesn't require much brainpower, and should be much easier. I have no objection, Huang Xiaoan said. So Ling Chu selected leisure activities, and after confirming, the crisp system notification sounded again. Public challenge matching in progress. Match successful. This challenge, titled Frozen Lake Fishing, is a 4-player cooperative challenge. Due to insufficient team members, you have been automatically matched with a teammate. Attacks between players are prohibited in this challenge. Clothing and equipment worn by players are only for basic protection and warmth. They do not allow the use of specific skills. This public challenge lasts for 3 days. Each player can choose 3 items to bring into the public challenge. Please choose carefully, as this will affect your survival and chances of winning. This challenge will automatically begin after a 5-minute countdown. Please prepare accordingly. Chapter 230 Challenge Rules. As soon as the dungeon finished speaking, 3 empty slots appeared on the virtual panel in front of Ling Chu, for placing the 3 items of supplies to bring into the challenge. This dungeon only allows 3 items. Let's discuss it and try not to bring duplicates. Ling Chu said to Wang Xiaoan and Moyuan. Ice lake fishing. The name of this challenge sounds like a fishing competition. Most likely, the challenge's name shouldn't be a trap, Ling Chu said. Since it's a fishing challenge, she definitely needs to bring her lucky frozen octopus fishing rod. This challenge lasts 3 days, and where to stay each night is definitely a problem, so Ling Chu decided to bring an igloo folding card as the second item. For the last item, Ling Chu wanted to see if she could find a loophole. She couldn't remove her skeletal ring, nor could she put it in any of the slots, so she found a small backpack with 10 slots, filled it with food, and tried to put it in the last slot. As expected, the system notified her this item is imbued with spatial magic and cannot be brought into public challenges as initial supplies. If the player wears it into the challenge, the spatial magic on it will be temporarily disabled, making it impossible to open or retrieve. Seemingly noticing Ling Chu's repeated attempts to exploit system loopholes, the mechanical voice paused and added, "Don't treat the system like an idiot." Fine, if she can't bring it, she can't bring it. Ling Chu thought about it. Since they were on an icy lake, the temperature must be very cold. A bottle of cold resistance potion would only last half an hour, she might as well bring a heater. Before putting the heater inside, she even replaced it with a brand new magic stone. 1 magic stone would be enough for them to use day and night for 3 days straight. This time, the system didn't flag the heater as a violation because it required a magic stone to operate and was embedded in the device. Therefore, the system classified the magic stone and heater as 1 unit. I brought a fishing rod, an igloo folding card, and a heater. Ling Chu had originally planned to ask Aunt Martha for the one-eyed mask before entering the challenge, but combat was prohibited in this challenge, and equipment wouldn't work, so the one-eyed mask was unnecessary. Moyowen said, "Then I'll bring a landing net, a fish basket, and a reclining chair." If it were a genuine public challenge focused on fishing, then besides the fishing rod, the 3 essential fishing gear items landing net, fish basket, and reclining chair were indeed indispensable. What should I bring? Huang Xiaoan scratched her cheek. Wouldn't it be a bit cramped for 3 people in an igloo? Should I bring an igloo folding card, some charcoal, and a pot? A piece of charcoal is practically considered a supply, it seems a bit wasteful. How about a lighter instead? A pot is fine, though. Okay. Following Ling Chu's advice, Huang Xiaoan brought an igloo folding card, a lighter, and a large iron pot. 2 minutes remained. The 3 of them decided to do something important, fill their stomachs. They couldn't be accused of cheating, could they? Huang Xiaoan quickly ate another bowl of pumpkin porridge and a large piece of grilled fish belly. Ling Chu and Moyuan each ate a grilled chicken leg and drank a large bottle of honey goat milk. As the countdown ended, a flash of white light appeared before the 3 of them, and they were teleported into a public challenge. The next second, the scene before them opened up dramatically. They found themselves on a vast, unbroken frozen lake. The sky was a hazy gray, the ground beneath their feet was solid ice, and their breath instantly condensed into white mist. Ling Chu surveyed her surroundings. They had been the last to be automatically teleported in, all the players were already gathered on the frozen lake. Each person wore a number tag around their neck. Ling Chu's number was 13. At first glance, there appeared to be about 50 teams, 200 players, scattered across this vast icy plain like chess pieces. Hiss, it's so cold. Wasn't this supposed to be a recreational challenge? Why is there absolutely nothing here? The system said we'd be here for 3 days. Are we just going to have to tough it out on this bare ice? Number 19. Where are your teammates? Number 19. Come gather here. Here. Team 7 is here. Everyone in number 7, look at me. After a brief silence, the frozen lake was instantly filled with exclamations, complaints, and calls for help. There were just too many people around. Before Ling Chu could even find the teammates the system had randomly matched them with, a clear system notification echoed across the empty frozen lake once more. Welcome to the public challenge, Ice Lake Fishing. Challenge rules are as follows. The challenge will last for 3 days. 2. Each team will receive initial supplies, 2 ice axes, 1 ice saw, 1 old fishing rod, 1 weighing box, and 4 sleeping bags. 3. In addition to the above supplies, all items needed for survival and competition must be obtained by fishing through digging fishing holes in the frozen lake. Hint, there are not only fish in the frozen lake, but also a chance to catch other valuable resources that will help you survive. 4. Please divide the work reasonably and cooperate. The temperature will drop sharply again at night, so build an igloo if possible. Sleeping bags alone may not be enough to keep you frozen solid in the middle of the night. Whatever you catch, please put it in the weighing box immediately. The system will calculate points in real time based on the value and weight of the items. Finally, the teams will be ranked according to their total score. The top 10 teams will receive rewards. The higher the ranking, the richer the rewards. 6. Good luck. As the system notification ended, each team received a package. Ling Chu opened the package. Inside were the initial supplies provided by the system: an ice axe, an ice saw, a wooden fishing rod, and a 2x2 square meter, waist-high wooden weighing box with a weighing scale on top. The sleeping bag was a very ordinary camping sleeping bag. In this night, with temperatures at least minus 20 degrees Celsius, sleeping in just this sleeping bag would likely leave one frozen solid by the next morning. Are you Team 13? Suddenly, a clear, cold male voice sounded behind them. Ling Chu turned around and saw a tall, handsome young man walking towards them. He wore a thin black stand-up collar windbreaker, his chin slightly tucked into the collar, revealing an unnaturally pale complexion. Beneath his jet black, tousled hair, his features were sharply defined, with a high nose bridge and calm, deep brown eyes. But he didn't look cold, at least he looked much better than the players shivering in their padded coats. Ling Chu glanced at his handsome features, then lowered her gaze and casually raised an eyebrow. A Devon Rex cat stretched and rubbed against his trouser leg. The cat's body was translucent, a ghostly presence. Chapter 231 Cheating. The spirit of the curly-haired cat wasn't shy. Seeing them, it rubbed against its owner before quietly approaching and rubbing against Ling Chu's trouser leg. Ling Chu looked away from the spirit cat and replied, "Yes, the three of us are together, you're the only one missing." The surrounding players had already begun arguing and assigning tasks for survival. "We too will go to the edge of the lake to find a thin layer of ice and carve an ice cave. You two hurry up and use ice axes to quarry ice blocks to build an igloo." A man in a nearby team was urgently giving instructions, but his team members clearly disagreed. "What's the point of carving a cave? We must prioritize building the igloo, otherwise, at night it'll be tens of degrees below zero. What good will sleeping bags be? We'll freeze to death. We can go fishing after the igloo is built. If all four of us build an igloo, won't our points fall behind? The igloo doesn't need to be big, we can take turns keeping watch." Some teams were discussing enthusiastically, while others had already begun choosing suitable locations and planning their campsites. Not far from the frozen lake, there were some ice walls and thick ice layers that could be mined, but the distance was too great, significantly increasing the manpower and time required to transport the ice blocks. Therefore, some players simply chose to build camp on the edge of the frozen lake, making it convenient for both ice mining and fishing. Most players' first choice was to build an igloo. It was a little past 9 in the morning, and they were rushing to finish, hoping to build a wind-proof igloo before dark. This location is pretty good, in the center of the frozen lake. "Why don't we set up camp here temporarily?" Ling Chu asked her teammates. "Okay. Whatever you say, I have no objection," Mo Yuan and Huang Xiaoan said. "This location is indeed good, but it's a bit far from the ice walls where ice blocks can be mined." The boy in the windbreaker paused, looked at Ling Chu, and said calmly, "Should we use an ice axe first?" However, before he could finish speaking, a silvery ice crystal card appeared in Ling Chu's hand. With a flick of her finger, a flash of silver light appeared. Before them, on the ice, a sturdy, well-proportioned igloo, complete with a rounded dome and a small porch, seemed to have grown out of the ice itself, appearing out of thin air. The ice reflected the sunlight with a translucent brilliance, a stark contrast to the rough, excavated marks around it. A flash of silver light also appeared in Wang Xiaoan's hand. A second, almost identical, exquisite igloo stood side by side. The two igloos, like two sparkling jewels, were particularly striking against the vast, grayish-white ice field, exuding a sense of ready-to-move and comfort. The air seemed to freeze for 2 seconds. Then, the surrounding players erupted in shock and uproar, almost bursting through the ice. "Holy crap! There are 2 igloos! Where did they come from? I can't even carry a bag. How come they managed to bring an igloo into the challenge? They're cheating!" A player who was struggling to swing an ice axe stopped, his face flushed, and pointed in Ling Chu's direction, shouting, "System! They're cheating! How are we supposed to play?" Instantly, the crowd erupted in anger, with shocked, jealous, and furious gazes focusing on Ling Chu, especially. Just as the clamor was about to drown out the cold wind, the clear system notification echoed once more across the frozen lake, carrying an undeniable authority. A large number of players have been detected questioning the fairness of this public challenge. Upon investigation, the igloo folding card used by Team 13 is one of the 3 items allowed in the public challenge, and there is no evidence of cheating. This challenge encourages the rational use of all available resources and strategies. The objections are unfounded, and the challenge continues. The system notification faded, and the frozen lake returned to deathly silence. The players who had been shouting the loudest earlier stood there, mouths agape, their faces alternating between pale and flushed. Such a huge igloo is the same item? I've never seen this sold in the trading post before. This must be a rare item from a treasure chest or a system blind box. How could the trading post possibly sell it? Luckily, I brought a camping tent. It's only a bit smaller than their igloo. With the tent and sleeping bag, we should be able to sleep tonight. Forget about them, let's go dig the fishing hole. With the system clarifying things, those players who were envious of the igloo, no matter how resentful, could only swallow their jealousy and resentment and work even harder with their ice axes on the hard ice. Besides Ling Chu, 6 other teams brought camping tents and set them up on the spot. Although they weren't as windproof as the igloo, at least they solved their sleeping problem for the night. The boy in the windbreaker, looking at the 2 igloos that had suddenly appeared before him, also swallowed back the unfinished sentence, mining ice blocks. Indeed, bringing the igloo folding card was a wise choice. Huang Xiaoan winked at Ling Chu. These 2 igloos will save a lot of time, giving them a lead of at least several hours over players who need to build them. What 3 resources did you bring? Ling Chu asked the boy in the windbreaker. Resources are limited here, and making the most of what you have is crucial to maximizing your ranking and points. The boy in the windbreaker then took out 3 items from his inventory: a metal knife, a rectangular flat box that looked like a spice container, and a fishing hook with a lure attached. I brought a knife, a complete spice kit, and universal bait, the boy in the windbreaker said. Using this universal bait will greatly increase your chances of catching fish. Ling Chu nodded. Thankfully there were no conflicts with the resources they brought. Although her lucky frozen octopus fishing rod already had a never go home empty-handed buff, so she didn't need this bait, the system had also given her an old fishing rod, which would be perfect with the bait. This meant they effectively had 2 usable fishing rods. The knife he brought had a long, thin tip and didn't look like it was for combat, it was more like a chef's knife. He also brought a condiment encyclopedia with at least 20 or 30 different spices, looking very professional. Ling Chu wondered if this person could cook. We brought fishing rods, a heater, a fish basket, a landing net, a deck chair, a wok, and a lighter. Ling Chu paused, but if we're going to use the heater for a long time, we'll need to carve out 2 blocks of ice to raise the bottom for insulation, otherwise the ice will melt. As she spoke, she took out the heater and pressed a button. A steady stream of heat emanated from the heater, instantly dispelling the chill. The area of 10 square meters around the heater began to warm up, becoming even warmer than a brazier. Chapter 232. My name is Passerby A. The boy in the windbreaker raised an eyebrow. An igloo and a heater, these 2 items were incredibly valuable in the extreme cold of the disaster. Moreover, the other supplies they brought in were quite practical. The 3 girls seemed to know each other, probably because they used a team-up card or something similar. The boy in the windbreaker felt a little relieved. It seemed the system wasn't targeting him this time, finally matching him with some reliable teammates. Thinking about how he was basically carrying 3 opponents in previous public challenges gave him a headache. This time, at least the start was good. It seemed there was hope of getting a higher ranking. With the sleeping and heating problems solved, the first step was to carve out an ice cave for fishing. What's your strength stat? Ling Chu asked the boy in the windbreaker. 10, he answered honestly. I didn't realize this guy had such a high strength stat. Ling Chu felt a little relieved, at least she wasn't a burden. Huang Xiaoan's strength was 9. The system only provided each team with 2 ice axes, so to ensure maximum efficiency in carving the ice cave, Ling Chu, with the highest strength, and the boy in the windbreaker naturally took on the task. They were responsible for carving the cave, while Huang Xiaoan used an ice saw to cut the excavated ice blocks into suitable sizes, placing them under the heater, leaving gaps between them and the ice layer. The remaining blocks could be stacked to make a temporary bench and pot stand. There seemed to be some branches near the ice wall over there. I'll go collect some. Seeing them all busy, Mo Yuan felt bad about being idle. The heater could only provide warmth, not fuel for cooking. Branches and firewood were essential for starting a fire, so the 4 of them each did their part. While carving the ice cave, several players came over and asked Ling Chu if they could trade other resources for an ice house folding card. One player went the extra mile, trying to trade a box of matches for her igloo card. No, Ling Chu said calmly. She had a lighter, why would she need matches? Don't say that. The player rubbed his hands together, a smile plastered on his face. 1 igloo is enough for the 4 of you. This thing is an extra card for you, but it's a lifesaver for us. Why not be friends with us? Besides, this crappy place is freezing to death without fire. A box of matches for a card, you're not losing out. She looked up at the persistent player. I'm here to compete for a ranking, not for charity or to make friends. If you can't afford to build an igloo, you can choose to quit the challenge now. Nobody's stopping you. The player's face darkened, his voice rising. Hey, what's wrong with you? You have 2 igloos, what's wrong with sharing one? Everyone's struggling. Ling Chu was too lazy to waste any more words on him. She slammed her ice axe into the hard ice, making a dull thud. Get lost. The player paused, meeting Ling Chu's gaze. Those eyes were as calm as a frozen lake, yet beneath them lurked an undisguised killing intent. The player felt a chill run down his spine and spat out a harsh remark through gritted teeth. Fine, you win. It's just a shabby house. This challenge is about fishing, not about who lives in the most comfortable place. Let's see how you guys win with just these 2 igloos. With that, he spat angrily, turned, and walked back to his team's ice area, giving the 2 beautiful igloos a final, resentful glare. If it weren't for this stupid rule prohibiting combat, he thought viciously, how could a team of 3 girls possibly protect such a good thing? This challenge was going to last 3 days. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. This team had stood out so much from the start, even without him, other teams would definitely be unhappy with them. Just wait and see, plenty of people will disapprove. He wanted to see if they could have the last laugh. Ling Chu was also quite disappointed. If only this challenge didn't prohibit combat. Otherwise, what was the point of wasting time arguing with this kind of person? A single storm arrow pierced the air, and the world was quiet again. Ling Chu then used her ice axe to draw a boundary line on the nearby ice, marking the area around their campsite and encompassing the 2 igloos and the half-dug ice cave. Although this challenge, like the sailfish bell, prohibited players from attacking each other, there was always a chance some players would cross the line and do something unethical, like stealing their supplies or damaging their igloos. While their igloos were incredibly sturdy, and ordinary weapons couldn't even leave a scratch, it was always better to be cautious. Ling Chu continued swinging her ice axe, while the boy and the windbreaker overheard their conversation. He remained silent, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes as he looked at Ling Chu. While chiseling the ice hole, Ling Chu glanced up at him and casually asked, by the way, what's your name? How should I address you? The boy and the windbreaker paused, then said, Passerby A. My ID is Passerby A. Huang Xiaoan also heard this, exchanged a glance with Ling Chu, and thought, someone actually has such an ID. Are you from server 667? Ling Chu asked, scratching her cheek. The boy and the windbreaker hesitated for a moment, then nodded. No wonder, the players in your server have some talent for naming things. Ling Chu didn't say anything more and continued chiseling the ice. The ice layer beneath the frozen lake was at least 30 centimeters thick. Even with the 2 of them working together, it would take about 2 hours to chisel. But Ling Chu and her partner only took an hour to chisel out an ice hole more than a meter in diameter. As the last piece of ice was smashed, the dark blue seawater floating below was revealed. Ling Chu looked around. Most of the other teams were still building igloos, and the 6 teams with tents had only dug halfway through their tunnels. They were the first to successfully carve out an ice cave. She then took out her lucky frozen octopus fishing rod and turned to the boy and the windbreaker, saying, Xiao Jia, bring your all-purpose bait and try it. The boy in the windbreaker was using a landing net to scoop out the ice block, seemingly unaware that she was calling him. After a moment, he realized, you're calling me. Ling Chu raised an eyebrow, her eyes seeming to say, what else? He paused, offering no comment on the hastily chosen nickname, and took out the all-purpose lure, carefully attaching it to the hook of the old fishing rod provided by the system. Ling Chu's rod didn't need bait, he simply lowered the hook into the deep ice cave. Beneath the icy water, all was silent, save for the slight swaying of the fishing line. However, not long after, the float on Ling Chu's rod suddenly sank. Almost simultaneously, the tip of the old fishing rod and the boy's windbreaker also bent, ripples spreading where the line touched the seawater. Both of their rods had been hooked at the same time. Chapter 233 Ding, Cabbage Card. Almost the instant he felt the fishing line tug, the boy and the windbreaker exerted force in his wrist. The sound of the spool turning gradually slowed, and half a minute later, a gleaming silver figure burst through the ice hole, splashing water everywhere. It was a large sea bass, nearly half a meter long. Its body was covered in fine, silvery gray scales, shimmering with a cold sheen in the pale sunlight. The moment it left the water, its powerful tail began to thrash violently. Splash! Splash! The tail slammed heavily onto the smooth ice, each slap sending up a spray of fine water droplets. However, in the frigid air, those droplets didn't even have time to trace a complete arc in midair. They instantly condensed into shimmering puffs of ice, softly scattering back onto the ice like a fleeting rain of icy crystals. A layer of white frost quickly covered the fish's body. Its fierce struggles became stiff and sluggish within seconds, eventually leaving only the slight opening and closing of its gill covers. At the same time, Ling Chu noticed a peculiar force on her fishing rod, very light, not the heavy feeling of a struggling giant, yet with a subtle, tangible sensation of something being hooked. She flicked her wrist and deftly lifted the rod. As the hook emerged from the water, a few drops of water condensed into ice crystals in midair and fell, but what was hooked was not a living creature, but a square card about half the size of her palm. It wasn't a fish, but a card. The frozen octopus's tentacles clung tightly to the card. Ling Chu raised an eyebrow, reached out and scratched the jelly octopus's head, finally causing it to loosen its tentacles and successfully remove the card. The front of the card featured a vibrant, large cabbage design. The boy in the windbreaker had already picked up the large sea bass and walked to the weighing box, placing the fish inside. As it touched the bottom of the box, a system notification sounded. Sea bass, common fish, weight 6,100 grams. Team points plus 6.1. Ling Chu also tossed the resource card into the box. The card transformed into a halo of light, and then two plump, firm cabbages, their leaves so tender and green they looked as if they had just been picked from the garden, appeared neatly in the box. Fresh cabbages, 5 Jin, team points plus 5. Wow, you can catch fresh cabbages in this lake? Huang Xiaoan's eyes lit up. Such fresh cabbages were hard to find even in the trading post, unless you grew them yourself. The system had previously stated in the rules that this frozen lake not only yielded fish, but also valuable resources. Ling Chu's actions naturally didn't escape the notice of the other teams. Not only were they the first to build an igloo, but they also dug an ice cave so quickly, and even caught sea fish and precious vegetables on their very first cast. Damn! How did they get here so fast? A player who was still struggling to break the ice straightened up, looking in the direction of Ling Chu's team, his face full of envy. Looking at the bright green in the weighing box, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Boss, cabbage, it's fresh cabbage. If only we could catch some too. Stop looking, hurry up and chisel. We have tents, no need to build an igloo. Quickly chisel through this last bit of ice, the fish and supplies are in the water. Only with a hole will we have hope. Otherwise, the score difference will only widen. The player known as the leader, though also envious, remained relatively clear-headed, though his urging voice unconsciously rose in volume. Suddenly, the clanging and banging of ice chiseling on the frozen lake became more frequent and urgent, interspersed with the impatient urging and even quiet complaints from some players. Ling Chu felt that their team was like a catfish released into a school of sardines, ironically igniting the survival instincts and competitive spirit within the other players. Gradually, other teams also successfully chiseled holes in the ice and lowered their fishing rods. As the sounds of ice holes being chiseled open continued to fill the surrounding area, Ling Chu's team reaped a steady harvest, catching fish and supply cards one after another, their score steadily and rapidly increasing. Lionfish, common fish, weight 1500 g, points plus 1.5. Fermented broad bean paste 500 g, team points plus 5. Turbot, common fish, weight 2100 g, points plus 2.1. Flour 500 g, team points plus 5. On average, there was a catch every half hour. The guy in the windbreaker's all-purpose bait was quite effective, mostly catching fish. Ling Chu's lucky frozen octopus fishing rod mostly caught supply cards. According to the points calculation in the weighing box, it seems that every 1000 g of common fish caught adds 1 point, and supply cards add 5 points. No other special fish have been caught yet. As time went on, several crooked, rudimentary igloos gradually appeared on the ice. In their pursuit of speed, the players sacrificed aesthetics and comfort, building tiny, low igloos that could barely accommodate 1 or 2 people, resembling narrow ice coffins, a stark contrast to Ling Chu's team's 2 beautifully constructed igloos. While fishing near the ice caves, other teams' fingers, even with gloves, were stiff and red with cold, their breath frosting their eyebrows and eyelashes. On Ling Chu's side, although the cold wind from the open area carried away most of the heat, the heater created a relatively warm barrier within a 3-meter radius. Huang Xiaoan even leaned comfortably against the outer wall of her igloo. Mo Yuan had taken off her hat, and Ling Chu, without gloves, didn't seem to feel cold at all. The fish they caught were piled on the ice, frozen solid, enough to be used as clubs. Ling Chu reeled in his line, glanced at the system time. It was already past 5 p.m. How about I get some snow, put it in a pot, light a fire, and we cook some fish? Suggested Mo Yuan. Okay, I'm hungry too. Huang Xiaoan immediately raised her hand in agreement. They had only eaten breakfast around 8 a.m., and the extremely cold weather had further depleted their energy reserves, leaving them both quite hungry. Ling Chu nodded as well. Although she had the energetic buff and didn't feel tired, the emptiness in her stomach was very real. So Mo Yuan and Huang Xiaoan found a pot and collected several handfuls of clean snow, placing them on a makeshift pot stand made of ice bricks. Huang Xiaoan took out a lighter and tried to light the dry branches she had collected from under the ice wall. However, the branches were frozen solid in the bitter cold, covered with a layer of frost. The lighter's flame licked at the branches, leaving only a charred mark and a wisp of smoke. It simply wouldn't ignite. Chapter 234. It smells so good. Tisk, it's so cold, I can't even light a fire. Huang Xiaoan rubbed her fingers, somewhat dejected. Just then, Ling Chu's fishing rod sank again. With a flick of her wrist, she reeled in a new supply card. She put the supply card into the weighing box, and a system notification sounded. Dried tinder, 500 grams. Team points plus 5. Sure enough, with triple luck, she got exactly what she needed. Ling Chu took the bag of tinder from the weighing box and handed it to Huang Xiaoan. Huang Xiaoan immediately stuffed a small handful of fluffy tinder under a branch and pressed the lighter again. With a poof, the orange-red flame firmly grasped the tinder this time, spreading rapidly and greedily licking the dry branches above. After a few wisps of white smoke rose, the crackling flame finally burst into flame, and the snow quickly melted into clean fresh water. Seeing the pot boil, Cuttlefish Ball excitedly grabbed a turbot from the pile of frozen fish beside him, ready to toss it in. "What are you doing?" Passerby A, who had been quietly working his fishing line, suddenly spoke up. "Cooking fish," Cuttlefish Ball replied, a little confused. "Not gutting it?" he asked. "Ah," Cuttlefish Ball slapped his forehead. "Haha, I forgot. I'll use the system's decomposition function. Using the system's decomposition will lose at least 15% of the edible parts, too wasteful." He stood up, walked to the pile of fish, glanced at it, and then picked up the 12-pound sea bass he had caught earlier. "Eat this one, the flesh is thicker, and it's oily enough. I'll clean it." After saying that, he walked to the side, scooped up a handful of clean snow, and vigorously rubbed it on his hands and wrists. The snow melted slightly from his body heat, carrying away the dust and ice crystals from his hands, providing a primal cleansing effect. He then took out the kitchen knife he had brought with him, knelt down on one knee, and placed the sea bass on a clean block of ice. The next moment, the knife flashed. Scaled, gutted, removed the internal organs, removed the main bone, sliced the fish. His movements were fluid and graceful, the sharp blade slicing through the perfectly frozen fish, making a soft SHH sound. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the entire huge sea bass was transformed in his hands into a pile of translucent, evenly sliced fillets, neatly arranged on a clean cabbage leaf, alongside the separated, still intact head, bones, and tail. The whole process was quiet, efficient, and almost artistic. Ling Chu, Huang Xiaoan, and Moyuan were all stunned, especially when they saw him even separately slice off the fattest part of the belly, preparing it for different cooking methods. Huang Xiaoan couldn't help but whisper to Ling Chu, "Could this random passerby be a chef? He looks so professional." Ling Chu had the same thought. Who in their right mind could cut fish into such intricate shapes? Just then, the boy in the windbreaker looked up, his eyes meeting Ling Chu's. He said, "We have enough ingredients, but to make it taste even better, we need some cooking oil." Ling Chu thought to herself, "Where am I going to get cooking oil in this freezing, snowy place?" Seeing the passerby's gaze drift in a certain direction, she followed suit. Nearby, several female players were huddled together by a tent, struggling with a few damp branches and a flint and steel, clearly stuck on the fire starting process. Right next to them, beside the weighing box, a bucket of golden cooking oil stood out starkly against the gray background. It seemed other teams had also fished up a supply card. Without hesitation, Ling Chu grabbed a small handful of about 100 grams of dry tinder and walked straight towards the tent. "I'd like to trade this tinder for some of your oil, okay?" Mickey Meow Meow Witch, who was staring blankly at the flint and steel, almost letting out a third sigh, looked up sharply at the sound of her voice. When she saw the fluffy, dry tinder in Ling Chu's hand, a veritable fire-starting wonder, her eyes lit up instantly, and without much thought, she blurted out, "Trade." For her, nothing was more important than immediately starting a fire and having hot food. "But what are you going to use to hold the oil?" Mickey Meow Witch asked. Her little bit of tinder could only buy her a bowl of oil at most. Ling Chu scratched her cheek upon hearing this. She thought about putting it on an ice block for her, but wouldn't that be a bit too rough? "Use mine," an older-looking female player next to Mickey Meow said, taking a wooden bowl from her tent. She handed it to Ling Chu without any hesitation, her tone kind, "Just give it back when you're done." In this public challenge where everything needs to be fished out, even a wooden bowl is a rare and precious resource. Ling Chu glanced at her, smiled, and said, "Okay, I'll return it to you when I'm done." Mickey Meow Meow Witch easily lit the branches with the tinder Ling Chu had given her. She happily turned to get the oil, only to find that the cooking oil in the bucket had solidified into a golden paste in the freezing cold, impossible to pour out. She hurriedly and carefully placed the bucket near the fire to warm it, and only after the edges had slightly melted did she tilt the bucket and pour a full bowl of the now flowing oil into Ling Chu's wooden bowl. Ling Chu returned to the campsite with the oil and casually handed it to the boy in the windbreaker. He took the oil, glanced at it, and simply asked, "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" "No." Ling Chu said that in this survival world, picky eaters wouldn't survive. Everyone says children are picky eaters, but they'll be fine after a few meals of fasting. "Okay, wait a bit, I'll be done soon," the boy in the windbreaker said. So Ling Chu sat down again beside the ice cave and cast her fishing rod once more. Not far away, Mickey Meow Meow Witch watched Ling Chu's departing figure, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. A few days ago, Mickey Meow Meow Witch had only watched part of the ghost ship and the 3 major pirate fleet's live streams. After promoting her crafted leather armor in the public chat, she busied herself with fulfilling orders. During the extreme cold catastrophe, countless players commissioned them to make cotton-padded clothes every day. Their Killuo ship was overwhelmed with orders, so busy they didn't even have time to sleep. If they hadn't accidentally stumbled into the public challenge, they'd still be working on their sewing machines. Ling Chu was wearing a heavy cotton coat this time, completely covering her shark skin armor and signature siren-themed modesty. Combined with her hermit hood, which made her appearance unrecognizable, Mickey Meow Meow which didn't recognize her at all, only feeling an inexplicable familiarity with her tone and demeanor. Not long after, wisps of smoke rose from the two igloos of Team 13. A powerful yet rich, savory, spicy aroma, as if it possessed a tangible quality, pierced through the biting cold wind and gently spread throughout the air. Mickey Meow Meow which, who was munching on compressed biscuits with hot water, twitched her nose slightly. What's that smell? It smells so good. Chapter 235 Sichuan Pepper Fish. As random passerby busied himself cooking, the increasingly rich aroma completely captivated Ling Chu and her two companions. Ling Chu, outwardly fishing, kept glancing in his direction, her mind completely absorbed by the irresistible fragrance. She had no interest in fishing whatsoever. Only one thought occupied her mind: what was he making? How could it smell so good? Could he have drugged them? But that was impossible. Only 3 items could be brought into this instance, and she had checked his 3 items, they were all fine. Besides, he had no motive. They were teammates, poisoning them wouldn't benefit him. Just as Ling Chu was lost in thought, she heard a sizzle. A few pebbles, washed with snow water and heated to boiling point, were placed into the wooden bowl containing cooking oil. The moment the pebbles were added, the oil nearly boiled, emitting a faint wisp of smoke. The passerby's eyes were focused. He picked up the bowl, his wrist steady as he tilted it, and scalding hot oil, like a golden waterfall, poured into the iron pot. At the bottom of the pot was stewed cabbage, with a bright red broth of unknown composition, topped with layers of thin, translucent, snow-white fish slices. The instant the hot oil was poured over them, the fish slices curled and changed color, turning a delicate milky white. At the same time, the dried chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns on top were fully activated, releasing a fierce yet rich, numbing, and spicy aroma. A domineering, scalding, mouth-watering complex aroma rose and spread from the bowl like an invisible shockwave, instantly permeating the surroundings. Ling Chu, Wang Xiaoan, and Moyuan stared wide-eyed, unblinkingly at the sizzling iron pot placed before them. It's ready to eat. Passerby put down the pot, his tone still calm, as if the magic trick he had just performed was nothing out of the ordinary. What kind of dish is this? I've never seen it before. Huang Xiaoan stared at the pot, slurping her saliva. It looked a bit like a spicy version of pickled fish. Boiling Sichuan pepper fish. Passerby said, we didn't have many ingredients here. I saw some broad bean paste and cabbage, so I made this dish. It'll have to do. Ling Chu looked down at the iron pot. The peppercorns and dried chilies on it were from his spice box. Putting aside the taste, the appearance and flavor alone were definitely not just okay. Ling Chu picked up a simple chopstick made from a twig and took a slice of bright red fish. The moment the fish entered her mouth, a clear tremor appeared in her usually calm eyes. Smooth, tender, and fresh. With barely any effort from her teeth, the fish meat glided smoothly through her mouth, accompanied by a vibrant, lively burst of numbing and spicy flavor. It seemed to come alive, exploding from the tip of her tongue, dancing as it journeyed along her taste buds to the back of her tongue, and then soaring to the top of her head. This numbing and spicy sensation wasn't a rigid, dull stimulation, but rather layered, perfectly highlighting the fish's delicate sweetness. She swallowed the fish, momentarily at a loss for words to describe it. She couldn't remember the last time she'd tasted such a distinctly Chinese dish. My God, this is so delicious. Huang Xiaoan exclaimed, ignoring the heat, breathing on it to warm it as she quickly picked up a second slice, her eyes shining. I've never eaten such amazing fish in my life. You call this just okay? You're too modest. Cuttlefish Ball was also captivated by the flavor, but her tolerance for spice was slightly lower. One bite, and the numbing spiciness shot straight to her nose, instantly reddening her eyes, making her sweat, and causing her to hiss and gasp for breath. So spicy, so numbing. Her voice trembled with tears, but her chopsticks seemed to have a will of their own, trembling yet determinedly reaching into the tempting red oil. But, I can't stop. It smells so good. Ling Chu buried her head in the fish, too preoccupied to speak. After a few bites, she even discovered hand-pulled noodles in the pot. There was indeed a bag of flour in the supply card she fished up, but how could he have made a bowl of hand-pulled noodles in such a short time? Ling Chu took a bite of the noodles, they were smooth and chewy, and the hot, spicy broth warmed her up completely. Thinking of something, she looked up at the passerby beside her. By the way, where's that wooden bowl? Here. The passerby handed her the empty bowl. Ling Chu took it, got up, and used the other end of a twig chopstick to pick up fish slices and side dishes, filling the bowl to the brim. She then poured some more broth over it. You guys eat first. After saying this to them, she carried the steaming bowl of spicy fish back to Mickey Meow Meow Witch's camp. By the campfire, 3 girls were eating small bites of the freshly heated, mushy lump of compressed biscuit paste. With each bite, they couldn't help but inhale deeply, the hot, spicy aroma in the air becoming their perfect accompaniment to the meal. The aroma made their stomachs churn, making the already barely palatable compressed biscuits even harder to swallow, yet simultaneously creating a fleeting illusion that they were enjoying a delicious meal. The ancients used the sight of plums to quench their thirst. Now, in this icy wasteland, they were experiencing the thrill of smelling food to quench their hunger. When Ling Chu appeared with the bowl of boiling, numbing spicy fish slices, all 3 froze, their eyes involuntarily drawn to her. "Here," Ling Chu said, handing the bowl to the older female player, "a token of my gratitude for borrowing the bowl." The older female player was stunned. This is too much. It's just a bowl, and we've already exchanged tinder. Take it. We'll cook more, Ling Chu said. Looking at the bowl of lavishly delicious food before her, the tantalizing aroma of spicy and savory filling her nostrils made the older female player's mouth involuntarily water. Ultimately unable to resist the temptation, she accepted the still warm wooden bowl with both hands. Thank you so much." Ling Chu nodded and turned to return to her camp. She had just sat down and picked up her chopsticks again when she heard exclamations and satisfied sighs from not far away. Looking up, she saw Mickey, Meow Meow, and Witch sitting together, sharing the bowl of fish, their cheeks flushed, foreheads sweating, and eyes sparkling. Ling Chu's lips curved slightly as she looked away. Her gaze then inadvertently fell on the passerby in front of her, and the ghostly kitten that almost buried its head in his bowl. While he was busy cooking, the ghostly kitten stayed close to him, sometimes playing at his feet, sometimes taking a nap. When the spicy fish was ready, the ghostly kitten curiously came over. Although it couldn't smell or eat it, its animal instincts drove it to try some of the fish. But the passerby didn't react at all, seemingly oblivious even when the kitten's tail brushed against his cheek. Ling Chu's expression paused slightly. She had initially thought that this passerby might also have a special profession related to spirits, which was why the ghostly kitten had been following him. But judging from his behavior, he seemed completely unable to see the ghostly kitten. Chapter 236. He's quite picky about cooking. Ling Chu also noticed that the man who had personally prepared the boiled Sichuan pepper fish had barely touched his chopsticks, only taking a couple of symbolic bites. Was he having a poor appetite? Or simply didn't like fish? Ling Chu suppressed the strange feeling in his heart. Thinking that they were just randomly matched teammates, there was no need to worry too much. After the meal, the 4 divided the tasks. The boy in the windbreaker cleaned the pots and pans, disposed of the fish bones and other scraps, and covered the smell with ice and snow. Ling Chu continued fishing by the ice cave, while Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan, after organizing the supplies in the ice house, went off separately to collect branches and firewood. Reigniting a campfire every time it went out consumed tinder and was time-consuming and laborious, so it was better to keep the firewood burning continuously, providing light and warmth, and ensuring a constant supply of hot water. However, this would consume a lot of firewood. Therefore, Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan collected firewood whenever they had free time. The sky over the frozen lake gradually darkened, and the chill deepened. Just then, Mickey Mouse which ran over again, carrying that familiar wooden bowl. The bowl had been washed spotless, and now it was filled with golden, slightly solidified cooking oil. Mickey Meow Meow Witch's face was flushed from the cold wind as she handed over the bowl with both hands. We've carefully scalded the bowl with boiling water. This bowl of oil is for you. Ling Chu glanced at the wooden bowl in her hands and said knowingly, "You want to exchange it for more tinder?" No. Mickey Meow Meow Witch quickly shook her head. "It's a thank you for that bowl of fish." Ling Chu smiled. "That was originally a thank you gift for lending us the bowl. If we keep thanking each other like this, when will it end? We can exchange other supplies for oil." Mickey Meow Meow Witch said somewhat embarrassedly, "Then if you cook again next time, could you share a bowl with us? After eating your fish, eating our own compressed biscuits feels like chewing wax. They don't taste good at all." As she spoke, her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her clothes, wondering if this request was a bit too much. She was an introverted person, skilled only in crafts and not good at socializing, but her crew was so eager to eat that, as captain, she had no choice but to swallow her pride and come. Ling Chu didn't answer immediately, but turned to passerby A, asking with her eyes. After all, he had taken over the cooking duties, so his opinion was still important. Passerby A nodded. Cooking oil was basically essential, but they had caught plenty of fish. A bowl wasn't much, so it was just a matter of convenience for him to cook an extra bowl. Ling Chu then turned back to the Mickey Meow Meow Witch, who was looking at her expectantly, and said, "Okay, next time we cook, we'll bring you a bowl." "Great. Thank you. Thank you all." The Mickey Meow Meow Witch instantly jumped for joy, thanked them repeatedly, and returned to her camp. Later, around 11 o'clock, Passerby then used the remaining fish bones and cabbage to make a pot of delicious fish soup. This time, he didn't add chili peppers or fermented bean paste, but instead created a pure white fish soup that retained the original flavor of the fish. During the day, people need energy, so spicy and flavorful dishes are suitable. Lighter meals are better for the evening. The fish soup still had some hand-pulled noodles in it, making Ling Chu and the other two incredibly hungry. They practically licked the pot clean. Passerby looked at the fish soup in the pot, frowned slightly, and muttered, "What a pity." "What's a pity? It's already very delicious," Huang Xiaoan exclaimed, puzzled. "This bowl of fish soup could have been better," he said calmly, as if stating an objective fact. "If you had 2 slices of ham, a few dried scallops, and used spring water, simmering it over low heat for an hour, the resulting soup would be crystal clear and much more delicious." He paused, looking at the bubbling milky white broth in the pot. "As it is now, it's only good for filling your stomach." Ling Chu raised an eyebrow at this. Others are picky about food, but this guy is picky about cooking too? Ham wasn't sold in the trading post, but she did have a smoked ham stockpiled in her warehouse. Dried scallops were the name for dried scallop meat. Spring water was hard to come by, but filtered fresh water should be about the same, right? Ling Chu couldn't help but think that fish soup made this way was already incredibly delicious. How good would it be if made this way? Huang Xiaoan patted her stomach and let out a satisfied burp. "Xiao Jia, your cooking is so good. Are you a chef? Do you usually make dishes to sell in the trading post? Our fleet has interviewed many chefs before, and none of them can compare to you." Passerby paused in his packing. "I don't usually sell my food." "Really, won't you consider it?" "Oh no, our captain is rich," Huang Xiaoan urged. After hearing the rules of the public challenge, they thought these 3 days would be difficult, at least in terms of food. They never expected these 2 meals to be the best they'd had since entering the game. What a miserable life they'd had with Big Gold Tooth before. "Let's talk about it once we get out." Passerby reacted indifferently. Money didn't seem to hold much allure for him. Huang Xiaoan frantically tried to signal to Ling Chu, hoping the captain would speak up and recruit him, but Ling Chu acted as if she hadn't seen it. She had no choice but to secretly send Ling Chu a private message through the interface. "Stay away from gambling, drugs, and prostitution, Captain. Isn't this the cook you've been wanting to recruit? Why don't you take this opportunity to poach him? He doesn't seem to have a fleet. A cook with such good skills, countless fleets would want him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." After Huang Xiaoan sent the message, she clearly saw Ling Chu's expression pause. He had obviously seen her message, but didn't reply. She glanced again in the direction of Mickey Meow Meow Witch's camp. After finishing the fish soup, they brought out a full bowl of oil, seemingly planning a stable oil rice deal with them for the next 3 days. They even chatted with random guy, perhaps adding him as a game friend and trying to recruit him into their crew. Huang Xiaoan was anxious. Sigh, she really didn't know what the captain was thinking. Ling Chu had already noticed Huang Xiaoan's wink and felt conflicted. Although she was very satisfied with random guy's cooking skills, she felt there was something strange about him. Culinary skills are certainly important, but becoming a crew member on the Ghost, becoming her partner, requires more than just that. She won't extend an olive branch lightly before understanding this person's bottom line. Chapter 237 Night Watch. Night had fallen, and only a dozen or so campfires burned on the frozen lake. Their orange-red lights danced in the boundless darkness and snow, echoing the cold, brilliant starry sky overhead, creating a tranquil yet solitary scene. Most players, to conserve their energy, had returned to their cramped, low igloos to rest, leaving only one player from each team to guard the fire and keep it burning. "It's late, you guys go and rest. I'll keep watch tonight," said Passerby A. His teammates were 3 girls, and offering to keep watch was the least he could do as a gentleman. "You guys go to sleep, I'll keep watch tonight," Ling Chu said. With the full of energy buff, she wasn't sleepy at all, and could even fish a little more. Passerby looked at her. The firelight flickered on his face, obscuring part of his expression, but a slight raise of his eyebrows betrayed his question. Huang Xiaoan looked over as well. "Ling, Captain, keeping watch all night is tough, and the latter half of the night is the coldest and hardest to endure. Are you sure?" Huang Xiaoan initially wanted to call her by name, but considering Passerby was present, she changed her address to Captain. Ling Chu also didn't want to reveal too much about the ghost ship. Meeting the gazes of Passerby and Huang Xiaoan, she simply explained, "Before entering the public challenge, I drank an energy potion, so I won't be sleepy for the rest of the day. Therefore, I'll keep watch tonight. You all should get a good night's sleep, and we'll discuss the rotation tomorrow night." Passerby seemed to be assessing the certainty in her words, silently looking at her for 2 seconds, then nodded without insisting. "Okay, if anything unusual happens, wake me up immediately. And if you get sleepy, remember to call me to relieve you. I'm a light sleeper, I wake up easily," Huang Xiaoan said. Cuttlefish Ball nodded vigorously in agreement. "Yes, and me too. We'll take turns. We can't let you carry it all by yourself." Ling Chu felt a warmth in her heart, but her expression remained indifferent. Okay, go and rest. Luckily, they had brought 2 igloo cards. Huang Xiaoan and Cuttlefish Ball shared one, while the random passerby took the other. Originally, Ling Chu had prepared the igloo folding card for herself, but unexpectedly, the system matched them with a boy, so the igloo had to be given to him. They couldn't let him sleep outside in a sleeping bag, freezing the cook to death. Who would cook for them then? More than sleeping cramply, Ling Chu preferred to eat well. Ling Chu sat beside the heater, in the night and starlight, holding a fishing rod, casting her line continuously. One by one, supply cards, shimmering faintly, were stuck to the octopus tentacles at the other end of the fishing rod. Meanwhile, at a camp not far from them, 2 pairs of eyes were fixed on Ling Chu's figure. Damn it, why isn't she asleep yet? A somewhat impatient male voice rang out, the sound seeming to be squeezed out between clenched teeth. It's already past midnight, how can she still be so energetic? The other watchmen have already rotated shifts and are starting to doze off. The other voice was even hoarser, don't rush, wait a little longer. Everyone gets sleepy, especially in the latter half of the night. They have plenty of supplies, so they're bound to be more vigilant. It's normal for them to keep watch longer. Wait my ass. The man impatiently shifted his almost frozen body, the ice shards making a soft scraping sound. My hands and feet are practically numb. Look at her back, so straight. Does she look like she's about to doze off? The heater's still on, she's much more comfortable than us. The owner of the horse voice seemed to be observing carefully as well, and after a while, he cursed under his breath, somewhat dejectedly, Tisk, this is really weird. Is she using some kind of stimulant? She can really hold her breath. We're practically turning into ice sculptures here. I told you to just. The impatient male voice revealed a hint of ruthlessness, but he was interrupted before he could finish. Shut up. Do you want to be kicked out of the challenge by the system? The hoarse voice warned. Fighting is prohibited here. Sneaking around to grab something is fine, but actually fighting? You're asking for death. Then what do we do? Just wait like this? There must be good stuff in their ice house, and that heater, that fish. Damn, the more I think about it, the hungrier and colder I get. Forget it, the owner of the horse voice seemed to have weighed things up before making a decision, his tone tinged with resentment. Looks like there's no chance tonight. This woman is very vigilant, she doesn't show any signs of letting her guard down. Are we just going to let it go like this? Of course not. The hoarse voice sneered, wait until tomorrow. They're more likely to attract attention now, and with more people around during the day, we might have a chance to create some accidents, or wait until they're distracted. As he spoke, Ling Chu, by the campfire, seemed to sense something, turning her head, her cold gaze sweeping precisely over the area where they were hiding. The 2 dark figures froze instantly, holding their breath. Did she find us? Don't move. The hoarse voice was equally tense, the body crouching even lower, almost embedding itself in the ice crevice. Ling Chu's gaze lingered on their hiding place for about 3 seconds, seemingly finding nothing amiss, before slowly shifting away, as if it had been just a casual glance. Who? The hoarse voice finally exhaled a breath held for so long, the white mist instantly condensing into frost on her face. She probably didn't find us. But we can't stay any longer. Go, go. I'm freezing to death, my hands and feet are numb. Let's go back, we'll talk about it tomorrow. The next day, dawn was breaking. The indigo sky was quietly sliced open by a touch of pale light, the frozen lake gradually awoke from its slumber, the air cold and fresh. When Wang Xiaoan and Moyuan, breathing out white puffs of air and rubbing their eyes, crawled out of the ice house, they were immediately jolted awake by the scene before them. My God, Ling Chu, did you wipe out the entire fish pond in this frozen lake? A small mountain of fish had been piled up next to their weighing machine. Various kinds of shimmering silver sea fish were roughly separated by size, some still occasionally leaping and splashing tiny ice crystals. Even more surprising, in a small pool hastily enclosed with ice, there were over a dozen translucent, lively shrimp waving their delicate legs. Scattered nearby were several items materialized from their supply cards, a bottle of dark soy sauce, several bundles of dried vermicelli, a pair of thick brown woolen gloves, and even a brand new cast iron pot that looked a size larger than their existing iron pot. Chapter 238 Newspaper Headlines. Passerby emerged from another igloo, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes at the bountiful harvest. Ling Chu looked up, his eyes clear despite a sleepless night, his tone calm. That's all we have fishing for. We don't even need the gloves. See if you can exchange them for anything useful. As for the rest of the food, pick whatever you like. Huang Xiaoan excitedly approached the mountain of fish, looking it over carefully before finally turning to passerby with pleading eyes. Chef, with such a plentiful supply of ingredients today, what are we having for lunch? What she initially called him Little A had now been elevated to chef. Passerby didn't speak. He walked to the supply pile, his gaze sweeping over each item, then bent down and pulled a medium-sized, plump cod from the pile of fish, followed by several lively shrimp from the icy water. Let's eat the cod and shrimp. For some reason, Ling Chu's mouth watered at the sound of his voice. She wondered, what good dishes can you make with cod? The most common way is steaming, or slicing, and grilling it like Big Gold Tooth did? She preferred spicy cod to grilled fish. Okay. Huang Xiaoan immediately chimed in, cod has few bones and tastes better than other fish, she added, then asked, Chef, do you need any seasonings or side dishes? I'll go get them with those gloves. Passerby pondered while handling the cod, garlic would be best, scallions would do too, they'll enhance the flavor. No problem. Leave it to me. Huang Xiaoan grabbed the warm-looking woolen gloves and dashed off to the other campsites nearby, where smoke was already rising from their chimneys. Not long after, she returned with her haul, a hint of regret on her face, but mostly pride. Little Onion asked around but no one caught anything, though he got a whole bag of garlic, a small jar of butter, and a few clean bamboo bowls and chopsticks in return. That guy's hands were purple from the cold, but his eyes lit up when he saw the gloves, he traded so readily. Passerby nodded, took the items, and worked even faster. A moment later, that mouth-watering aroma once again filled this corner of the frozen lake. With an extra iron pot, Passerby had more room to showcase his culinary skills, and 2 fragrant iron pots were placed side by side on the table temporarily made of ice bricks. Ling Chu, Moyuan, and Huang Xiaoan's 6 eyes widened like glass beads. Chef, what's the dish this time? Clay pot cod and garlic vermicelli shrimp. In the left iron pot, a ring of snow-white, oily flatbreads was stuck to the rim, half of them submerged in a thick broth. Large chunks of snow-white cod fillet simmered in a bubbling, dark brown broth. The broth, a tempting amber color thanks to the addition of soy sauce and sautéed garlic, exuded a rich aroma of fish and savory sauce. Another pot featured garlic vermicelli and shrimp. A base of softened, translucent vermicelli was topped with neatly arranged, deveined shrimp. A generous amount of golden garlic was slowly sautéed in butter until caramelized, then mixed with a touch of flavorful seasoning and generously spread over each shrimp. Ling Chu sniffed, unsure how to even pick up her chopsticks. The cod was incredibly tender, falling apart like garlic cloves with a gentle touch. The flatbread, soaked in the delicious broth, was simply divine. Ling Chu was both amazed and impressed as she showed off the fish. It was cod, just prepared differently, and it tasted so much better. The other dish, garlic vermicelli shrimp, was equally delicious. The shrimp meat was firm and bouncy, with a natural sweetness. Combined with the savory and oily garlic and the vermicelli soaked in the broth, the flavors exploded on the taste buds. The 3 of them, holding their steaming bamboo bowls, were too busy eating to even speak. The chill of the night seemed to be dispelled by this hearty, delicious, and piping hot meal. Except for the bowl they brought to Mickey Meow Meow, which, the 3 girls practically emptied the 2 large iron pots. Huang Xiaoan couldn't help but want to exclaim, this is what life is like. However, Ling Chu noticed again that Passerby still hadn't touched his chopsticks much, even though these 2 dishes were already delicious enough. What's wrong with this person? Doesn't she get hungry? While they were showing off their food, Passerby quietly pulled out a newspaper to read. That newspaper was none other than the currently trending Shark Daily. Noticing Ling Chu's gaze, Passerby handed her the newspaper. Want to read it? No, I've already subscribed. Ling Chu also opened her panel and retrieved her subscribed copy of today's Shark Daily from the Trading Post. She guessed that today's headline in the Shark Daily would definitely be the major event of yesterday's server merge. However, upon opening it, she paused slightly, only to find it printed in bold, large font, server merge in turmoil, new king ascended? A deep dive into the top player on 4 ranking lists, Ling Chu. The sheer audacity of this name is truly remarkable, befitting someone in the newspaper business. Ling Chu then schemed the main text. Yesterday, after the server merge between servers 667 and 666, the leaderboards underwent a massive reshuffle. A mysterious player with the ID Ling Chu emerged out of nowhere, dominating the top spots on the wealth ranking, island ranking, justice ranking, and bounty ranking with an undisputed advantage. Our senior data analyst, combining publicly available data with intelligence from multiple sources, will provide you with an in-depth analysis of this newly crowned queen of the 4 rankings. According to the rankings, Ling Chu's wealth index has surpassed the 100,000 mark. This is just the wealth index. The amount of seashells she possesses is likely far exceeding 100,000. What does 100,000 seashells mean? It means arming a medium-sized fleet from head to toe. Behind this astonishing figure lies her exceptional survival skills, precise investment, or plundering, acumen, or perhaps she has mastered some unknown wealth secret. Even more shocking is her list of islands. Public information shows that Ling Chu owns 6 islands. The total island level is a staggering 14. Based on our speculation, this likely means she owns 2 level 3 islands, or 1 level 4 island. And it's reported that Chu Dongxiu, the former top island player in server 667, only owned 1 level 3 island. Of course, to reach the top of the justice and bounty lists, money and islands alone are far from enough. It's said that before the server merge, Ling Chu led the ghost ship in a battle against 3 major pirate fleets, including the Spade ship. With only 3 crew members, Ling Chu almost effortlessly defeated the 3 opposing fleets. Based on the battle footage, our analysts believe Ling Chu's base attributes are terrifying. Her strength, intelligence, and agility are all at least 10 points, with agility likely reaching 15 points, making her a true all-rounder. Below is a slightly blurry profile picture, identifiable as a screenshot from a livestream by Dumb Bird. In the picture, she stands at the bow of the ship, one hand on her hip, her pose arrogant and wild, her siren's cloak swaying in the wind. The background features surging waves and the silhouettes of ships in battle, creating a striking visual impact. Below is a line of smaller text. This image was kindly provided by our fleet's battlefield reporter, Dumb Bird. Chapter 239 Compensation for Emotional Distress. Any news in today's newspaper? Huang Xiaoan leaned over, looking at the newspaper in Ling Chu's hand. Ling Chu instinctively pressed it down, then felt it would be too deliberate, so she simply pushed the newspaper towards her. Huang Xiaoan glanced at it and, as expected, couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, this photo, this pose, Dumb Bird is so good at taking candid shots. Ling Chu silently facepalmed. Even with her thick skin, she couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. What the hell was that Dumb Bird photographing? This pose is so cringeworthy. And this crispy shark, the praise is way too exaggerated. Just then, a Dumb Bird sent her a private message. A Dumb Bird, Ling Chu, boss. Did you see today's newspaper? How's my candid photography? Ling Chu's eyebrows twitched slightly. It seems the Dumb Bird has already joined this shark crew. Great photo. Don't take any more next time, or you'll be charged. 2 seconds later, the other party sent her 500 seashells. A Dumb Bird, I used your image rights, so paying is only fair. Don't be shy, Captain Crispy Shark already paid my salary in advance. Ling Chu was speechless. What was this Dumb Bird thinking? Did it really think she was asking for money? Ling Chu, can I get the photo removed if I give you 1,000 seashells? A Dumb Bird, no way, the newspapers have already sold out, and sales are great. Over 30,000 copies sold this morning. Ling Chu felt even more dizzy. She closed the chat window, trying to reassure herself. Anyway, wearing the hermit's hood, no one should recognize her. Consider the 500 yuan as compensation for her emotional distress. Huang Xiaoan continued flipping through the newspaper, her gaze lingering on one spot. She clicked her tongue and exclaimed, the Holy Order has increased the bounty on Ujiali to 7,000 seashells. What did this guy do to deserve such a high bounty? Huang Xiaoan nudged Ling Chu with her elbow. If you could encounter this Ujiali at sea, use your bounty hunter skills to take him down, wouldn't you be rich? 7,000 seashells? Ling Chu's heart stirred slightly. That bounty was indeed tempting, hers was only 700. Cough. Passerby was drinking water from his bamboo bowl, seemingly choking slightly, his expression somewhat unnatural. Huang Xiaoan glanced at him, a thought flashing through her mind. Hey, aren't you from District 667 too? What's going on between Ujiali and the Crusaders? Do you know anything about it? Passerby shook his head. I don't know. I don't often check the public chat channel. Alright. Huang Xiaoan finally flipped the newspaper to the back. Today's monster trivia was about Siren. Since there were no real photos, the illustration was hand-drawn based on information provided by Ling Chu. To be honest, the drawn siren looked quite similar to the ones Ling Chu had seen. Siren are ugly in appearance, feeding on carrion. When they encounter humans, they drag them into the sea to drown them before slowly devouring them. Their sharp nails and serrated teeth are deadly weapons used to tear and gnaw at their prey. They can temporarily amplify their strength by eating. Siren can emit beautiful songs that are completely opposite to their ugly appearance, temporarily trapping souls and preventing them from being reborn. If you suddenly hear beautiful singing during your voyage, be extra vigilant, it might be a siren singing. Ling Chu was the first person to provide the Shark Daily with information about siren information, so this monster, science popularization, was almost identical to what she knew, and it even specifically noted that the information was provided by Ling Chu. This is a bit inaccurate. Passerby suddenly spoke up. Ling Chu looked up at him, and he explained in a low voice, I've seen a siren that doesn't eat carrion, it only eats seaweed and hasn't attacked humans, but it might be a special case. A look of surprise flashed in Ling Chu's eyes. There are siren that don't eat meat? She had personally witnessed in the loop how the villagers of Emily's village perished under the double attack of siren and fire. Those sirens' claws and teeth were born for hunting prey. This is an instinct ingrained in a creature's genes, like saying a lion would be a vegetarian. That's almost impossible. Ling Chu didn't think the passerby would lie to her, so she couldn't help but become curious about the siren he described. Are you sure that was a siren? Not a mermaid? Mermaids and siren look very similar, but mermaids are much prettier than siren. The passerby nodded, I'm sure. It happened right after I entered the game. That siren was different from other siren. It lived near a deserted island, and there was nothing on that island. Do you remember the coordinates of that siren? Ling Chu asked. The passerby paused, then shook his head and said, I forgot. Ling Chu had a feeling that he definitely remembered the coordinates, but just didn't want to tell her. That was understandable, they were complete strangers, and being cautious was the wise thing to do. However, this passerby's luck was incredible. As far as she knew, siren were all monsters of the 4th rank or higher. To encounter a siren so soon after entering the game, and a vegetarian one at that, otherwise he probably wouldn't even know how he died. After finishing their meal, the group divided the tasks of cleaning up the dishes and cooking utensils. Chef, you take a break, we'll wash the dishes and pots. Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan were eager to wash the dishes. Ling Chu had been fishing and keeping watch, and Passerbaya had been cooking. They were already feeling bad for only gathering firewood. No need, I'll do it. Passerbaya wouldn't let them touch the pots and pans, and took them to wash himself. Huang Xiaoan scratched her head. Chef, aren't you being a little too diligent? Ling Chu felt that Passerbaya wasn't necessarily diligent, but rather seemed to be a bit of a germaphobe with his cooking utensils, and didn't trust others to clean them. Ling Chu had seen him scrub the knives several times with clean snow after each use. Only after Wang Xiaoan and Moyuan insisted did Passerbaya finally give them the bamboo bowls to wash. Just then, 2 players with team badges bearing the number 5 on their chests staggered towards their camp. One of them carried a makeshift garbage can cobbled together from tattered animal hides and branches, filled with frozen fish entrails, bones, and some suspiciously colored, sour-smelling paste. Less than 3 meters from Ling Chu and her group's weighing box and supplies pile, the man carrying the bucket suddenly cried out in pain, his wrist jerking violently as if suddenly losing all strength. Splash! A whole bucket of foul-smelling, icy garbage was deliberately and forcefully spilled out, most of it landing on the icy surface of Ling Chu's camp. Several frozen fish skulls even nearly hit the weighing box placed nearby. An indescribable stench, mixed with the fishy smell, quickly filled the air. Chapter 240 Finding Fault. Huang Xiaoan, who was bending over wiping her bamboo bowl, was startled by the sudden turn of events and stood up abruptly. Looking at the campsite, now instantly filthy, her anger flared instantly. Ling Chu also frowned instantly, her gaze turning cold as she looked at the person in front of her. She recognized him as the player who had tried to trade matches for the igloo but had been refused. When the other player met Ling Chu's gaze, instead of showing fear, he exaggeratedly slapped his forehead, forcing a blatantly fake smile. Oops, look at me, how did my hand suddenly slip? I'm so sorry, this trash can is too flimsy, I didn't hold it properly and accidentally knocked it over. Did it splash any on you guys? His companion beside him chuckled maliciously, his eyes full of provocation. You're talking nonsense. Huang Xiaoan stepped forward angrily, pointing her finger at the other man's nose. This entire frozen lake is empty. Why did you have to slip and slide right next to our camp? And why did you deliberately tilt the bucket towards us? Who do you think we are? Are you looking for trouble? Her chest heaved with anger, and she was about to rush over to argue or even fight. Ling Chu reached out and firmly placed her hand on Huang Xiaoan's shoulder. Xiaoan, don't be impulsive. Huang Xiaoan turned back unwillingly, they clearly did it on purpose. Ling Chu's gaze locked onto the 2 men, and she said in a low voice, challenging the rules prohibits fighting. They're probably doing this to provoke us into making the first move. She paused, glancing at the pile of trash on the ground that emitted an unidentified, foul odor. Once we break the rules first, the system will forcibly kick us out of the challenge. Not only will we be unable to vent our anger, but all our previous efforts will be wasted, which suits them perfectly. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoan, though still burning with anger, regained her composure. She could only glare fiercely at the 2 men, gritting her teeth and muttering, despicable. Seeing that Ling Chu and the others showed no signs of falling for her trick, the 2 men became even more emboldened. Oh, you're quite tolerant, aren't you? The man chuckled sarcastically, kicking a frozen piece of trash at his feet. Since you're so concerned about cleanliness, why don't you be sensible and let us brothers have this spot? We don't mind the dirt and stench, as long as we can catch fish. What does a little dirt and stench matter? Exactly. This place looks prosperous. You guys have so much fish and meat every day, the aroma wafts for miles, attracting so much envy. It's time for a change of scenery and some good food. Their words implied both jealousy of Ling Chu's team's abundant meals and envy of their frequent catches of rich supplies. After all, who could catch so many fish every day, let alone find such valuable items as iron pots and soy sauce? They didn't know Ling Chu possessed a legendary fishing rod, they only assumed the ice cave's location was exceptional. So they devised this underhanded plan. Ideally, they'd force Ling Chu and her companions to break the rules. Secondly, they'd get them to relinquish this prime spot. If once wasn't enough, they'd splash her with water a few more times, seeing how long they could tolerate it. This way, they could vent their anger at being rejected and seize the resource-rich ice cave, a win-win situation. Ling Chu ignored them and glanced around. Actually, even without their deliberate provocation, she was already planning to find another spot. Since morning, she had vaguely sensed that the frequency of catching resource cards and fish in the ice cave beneath her feet had noticeably decreased. Especially since resource cards were a special type of loot, their availability was likely related to the location of the ice cave or the resource respawn in a certain area, and not inexhaustible. Perfect, she thought, she could take this opportunity to try setting up camp in a different location and digging a new cave. They wanted this treasure trove so much, so she'd let them have it. Pack your things, let's move to another spot, Ling Chu decisively told her team. Really moving? Mo Yuan was a little reluctant to leave their already well-established campsite. Yeah. Ling Chu nodded and began collecting the fish and supplies next to the weighing box. Mo Yuan was about to say something when passerby spoke up. Resources in one place might be limited, and besides, he glanced at the pile of trash, this place is dirty too, moving to another spot is a good idea. So, without further delay, the group immediately got to work, quickly packing up the essential food, tools, and fuel. Cuttlefish Ball was in charge of collecting the folding cards from the two igloos, while passerby A and Huang Xiaoan were cleaning up the remaining supplies. Ling Chu, carrying her ice axe, glanced at the two men as she passed them, memorizing their features. It's too risky to fight here, but things will be different once the challenge begins. The two provocative men watched as they calmly and methodically withdrew, without any of the expected conflict or chaos, feeling as if they'd punched cotton. Boss, they really just left like that? They're just giving us this ice cave, like that? The man who had thrown the trash scratched his thinning hair, somewhat incredulous. The man called boss squinted at Ling Chu and her companion's retreating figures, scoffing. What else? A bunch of cowards. With the system rules keeping them in check, they wouldn't dare mess around, no matter how arrogant they are. They're smart enough to know they can't afford to mess with us. Wait, boss, the man frowned, watching Huang Xiaoan and Mo Yuan's retreating figures, and lowered his voice. Why do I feel like that loud, boisterous woman from earlier looked familiar? Like I've seen her somewhere before. That's right. The live stream. The ghost ship that provoked and got destroyed. They look a bit like crew members from that ghost ship. Ghost ship? The boss paused, then slapped the man hard on the back of the head, yelling, Are you fucking frostbitten? Are your eyes playing tricks on you? The ghost ship only had 4 people, all women. Didn't you see there was a man in their team? How could it be the same person? Don't scare yourself. Hurry up and bring the stuff over. The man shrank back, realizing he might be overthinking things, especially given the distance and their heavy winter coats. He muttered, Yeah, maybe I was mistaken. The two quickly ran back to their original, barren campsite, hurriedly moving their makeshift tents and tools to the hot stove left by Ling Chu and the others. They eagerly began casting their lines near the ice cave, their faces beaming with smug smiles of having struck gold. This ice cave looks like it'll yield good loot. They changed camps and will have to dig new holes and start fires again, which will definitely waste a lot of time. Let's hurry up and fish as much as possible, we'll definitely catch up in points. I wonder how the traps for the 3rd and 4th brothers are going. You start a fire here, I'll go check it out, said the man called boss. Chapter 241 Ice Wolf. Meanwhile, Ling Chu and his group of 4 had found their new campsite. It was far from most campsites, closer to the ice cliff, and relatively secluded. Ling Chu and Random Guy used ice axes to break open a new ice hole, while Huang Xiaoan and Mo Yuan quickly used the neatly chiseled ice blocks to build a makeshift ice table and benches, and even constructed a semi-enclosed windbreak. The campfire was relit, and the heater was turned on to dispel the chill of the new campsite, but this also meant they needed to replenish their fuel. Huang Xiaoan volunteered, Mo Yuan and I will go gather some firewood nearby. I saw some withered shrubs that had been broken by the wind over there. Be careful, don't stray too far, and don't separate, Ling Chu cautioned. Okay, Huang Xiaoan replied, and she and Mo Yuan, tools in hand, headed towards the nearby ice slope. The player known as Boss from Team 5 crept to the area near the withered tree slope where his teammates were lying in ambush and gave a signal. 2 heads emerged from behind a patch of snow-covered rocks. How's it going? All set up? The man asked in a low voice. All done. The 3rd player pointed to an area that appeared flat but was actually covered by thin ice and loose snow. I put sharpened hardwood spikes under the ice crevice, and scattered some frozen fish entrails around it. That smell should attract something. Even if we can't get a wolf, a badger, or a fox would be good. They had found wolf tracks nearby yesterday, so they had hastily set up a hunting trap to try and catch a wolf. Although this was a fishing challenge and wolf hunting didn't count towards the points, they were usually at sea, and wolves were a rare sight. Wolf meat was not only filling, but the thick wolf pelts were excellent for keeping warm. A successful hunt would be a sure profit. The eldest brother nodded, about to say something, when he caught a glimpse of 2 figures approaching the withered tree slope, tools in their hands. He squinted, trying to make out who they were. The 2 women from team number 13. A wicked thought flashed through his mind. Never mind the wolves, the eldest brother said, a cold smile playing on his lips, his voice lowered. See those 2 women? They're here to gather firewood. The third and fourth brothers followed his gaze and recognized Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan. "Boss, you mean, we dug these traps for hunting, right?" the eldest brother said slowly. "If someone accidentally steps in, that's not our problem, purely accidental. It's icy and slippery here, falling into a crevasse is perfectly normal." The third and fourth brothers immediately understood, a knowing smile spreading across their faces. Everyone's not stupid, the challenge has lasted a day and a night, and it's clear that Team 13 has the most points. This way, Team 13 will suffer injuries and losses, eliminating a strong competitor, and they won't be penalized by the system. Third brother, wait until they get a little closer, then howl like a wolf a few times to lure them towards the trap, the eldest brother instructed. "No problem." The third brother licked his chapped lips. As Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan entered the area of dead wood, heads bowed searching for branches, the third brother seized the opportunity, hiding behind a rock and emitting several incredibly lifelike howls, remarkably similar to those of a dire wolf. The wolf howls echoed clearly across the open ice slope. Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan were indeed startled, stopping their movements and cautiously looking towards the source of the sound. "That sounds like a wolf howl. Are there wolves here?" Moyuan nervously grabbed Huang Xiaoan's arm. "It sounds like one," Huang Xiaoan said, but instead of backing down, she showed a hint of eager excitement. "What's there to be afraid of with wolves? They're just free snacks. Let's go check it out." Seeing the two of them, just as they had predicted, drawn by the wolf howls, cautiously approaching the trap, the three brothers behind the rock immediately held their breath, anticipating the moment their prey would fall into the snare. However, just as Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan were cautiously observing the trap, a dozen meters away, a deeper, more resonant growl, accompanied by the cracking sound of claws shattering the ice, suddenly erupted from very close behind them. The three of them froze, their smug expressions instantly turning to incredulous terror. They turned around in horror to see a robust, gray-white wolf with bared fangs, which had silently circled around to the side and rear of their hiding place. Its gleaming green eyes were fixed on them, emitting a menacing growl. It had clearly been drawn over by the third brother's overly realistic wolf howls, perhaps mistaking the sound for a challenge from its own kind, or more simply it had found potential prey. Holy crap! It really attracted it. The fourth brother's voice cracked with fear, his legs trembling. The eldest brother's scalp tingled too, and he instinctively tried to create distance. However, the dire wolf gave them no chance to escape. It braced itself on its hind legs, poised to pounce. With the beast before them, the three of them no longer cared about harming others, and frantically retreated. In their frantic panic, they completely forgot that the hunting trap they had dug was just a few steps behind them. Thump! Crack! A heavy thud, mixed with the cracking of ice and a piercing, distorted scream. In the chaos, the eldest brother's foot slipped, and he fell squarely into the ice crevasse trap. The camouflage collapsed, ice shards flew everywhere, and he sank in. A piercing pain shot through his calf. A sharp wooden splinter had pierced it. His ankle was twisted at an unnatural angle, the pain making his vision blur, and he let out a pig-like scream. Eldest brother. The third and fourth brothers were terrified. They wanted to pull him out, but seeing the menacing, snarling wolf so close, they dared not approach, pacing anxiously in circles. The loud commotion and screams immediately attracted the attention of Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan. The two men quickly walked around several dead trees and spotted a lone wolf poised to pounce in the distance. Before it, a man was struggling and screaming in agony in an ice crevasse trap, while his two companions stood beside him, their faces pale with fear. "Wow, there really is a wolf." Huang Xiaoan's eyes suddenly lit up, a delighted smile spreading across her face, as if she were seeing a walking steak and fur coat. "He's quite big." Moyuan also saw the man in the trap. It was the boss who had thrown trash at their camp earlier. Looking at the clearly man-made trap, she couldn't help but smile. "Xiaoan, how could anyone be stupid enough to fall into their own trap?" Hearing Moyuan's sarcastic remark, the man who had fallen into the pit blushed and then turned pale, not daring to retort for fear of attracting the wolf's attention. "Serves him right." Huang Xiaoan scoffed, then her gaze locked onto the muscular wolf. Chapter 242 Rare Find. Seeing two more people, the wolf hesitated and tried to run away. "Chase!" Huang Xiaoan didn't even glance at the man who had fallen into the trap, and decisively chased after the wolf. Ling Chu submerged her fishing rod back into the newly opened ice hole. The water beneath the ice seemed different than before, deeper and colder. She waited patiently, sensing the subtle movements underwater. Suddenly, the fishing rod felt an unusually heavy and domineering pull. Unlike the swift struggle of a fish, it felt as if a massive creature had clamped down on the bait at the bottom, slowly trying to drag it away. Ling Chu's eyes narrowed, and she steadily exerted force, wrestling with the underwater object. The water around the new ice hole was churned, making a splashing sound. Passerby also stopped what he was doing and looked over. "Need help?" "No." Ling Chu gritted her teeth, her arm taut. This situation required a back-and-forth pulling motion. A direct confrontation with the creature would likely snap the fishing line. After a few minutes of stalemate, a huge monster, covered in a dark red carapace and covered in sharp protrusions, was slowly pulled from the water. The moment it was fully exposed on the ice, the attention of several nearby teams was instantly drawn. Holy crap, what is that thing? It's huge! It's a king crab. You can catch king crabs in this cave. Ling Chu couldn't help but widen her eyes when she realized that what she had caught was a king crab. She'd never even seen a live king crab, let alone eaten one. 8 thick, spider-like crab legs were still struggling in vain. Ling Chu immediately picked it up and tossed it into the weighing box. Congratulations to Team 13 for successfully catching a rare quality ingredient ice sea king crab. Individual weight 11,300 grams. Points gained 113. The system notification sounded in the regional channel, clearly reaching every player's ears. Catching a rare quality fish will be announced in the region, and the points are multiplied by 10. The king crab's enormous size, and the points reward from the system notification, all stimulated the nerves of the other players. Many complicated gazes were cast towards Ling Chu's camp, accompanied by low murmurs of discussion. Ling Chu ignored the envious or jealous glances around her, picked up a leg of the king crab, and handed it to passerby. Chef, is this king crab difficult to cook? Not difficult. Passerby took it. The live king crab, its claws outstretched, felt heavy in my hand. Passerby's eyes flickered, as if seeing such fresh, delicious food had lifted his spirits. Shall we have this king crab for dinner tonight? Ling Chu said. It would be a shame not to eat such a rare ingredient while it's fresh. Okay. Passerby rolled up his sleeves and began preparing the giant king crab, which weighed a hefty 22 pounds. With this king crab as a trump card, Ling Chu instantly relaxed. 113 points. That's equivalent to 22 resource cards. Although the system wasn't reporting the team's progress in real time during this challenge, if no other team caught a rare fish, Ling Chu's team was practically guaranteed to win. Meanwhile, the team that had occupied Ling Chu's old campsite was experiencing far more than just complicated feelings. The second brother, who had stayed behind a fish, had missed several casts in a row. The float remained motionless. He was muttering weird in frustration. Finally, he got a clear bite, and excitedly jerked the rod, only to feel his hand go lightly. The fish was gone, leaving only an empty hook. Especially after hearing that team number 13 had caught a rare king crab. Damn it! What the hell? He exclaimed, nearly smashing his fishing rod on the ice in anger. Just then, the eldest brother, limping with a limp from the trap wound on his leg, returned with his equally dejected third and fourth brothers, his face ashen. How did it go? Did the trap work? The second brother asked, looking up at the three of them, noticing their pale faces and the eldest brother's limp. The third brother, with a bitter face, said, "Don't even mention it, it's bad luck. The trap was a waste, and we almost got ourselves caught." He didn't elaborate on the embarrassing incident of Wild Wolf and the eldest brother falling into the pit. The fourth brother, having overheard the surrounding chatter, looked towards Ling Chu's new campsite and witnessed the astonishing scene of the giant king crab being skillfully tied up by random person. Second brother, they say someone caught a king crab, 113 points. Was it team number 13 that caught it? What? The eldest and third brothers turned around in astonishment simultaneously. They saw Ling Chu, having handed the king crab over to random person calmly casting his line again. In contrast, their supposedly resource-rich ice cave, which they had seized, was like a stagnant pool. The second brother nodded, his face turning incredibly grim. "Boss, were we tricked? This hole is completely unusable. They must have known there were no resources here, which is why they generously gave it to us. They moved to another spot and immediately caught these good catches, instantly leaving us far behind in points. They definitely did it on purpose, they're so cunning." The eldest brother didn't speak, his dark gaze fixed on Ling Chu, especially the fishing rod in her hand clearly different from the old fishing rod the system had given her. Could it be that the ice cave wasn't rich in resources at all? Was it because her fishing rod had a luck bonus? If that were the case, then they'd been completely fooled. At that moment, a slightly noisy commotion came from behind, mixed with the sounds of ice scraping and heavy objects being dragged. They instinctively turned to look. They saw Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan walking back from the direction of the withered tree slope. Huang Xiaoan, walking ahead, was particularly eye-catching. She was dragging a massive, gray-white wolf with a rope behind her. The wolf's carcass left a dark red drag mark on the ice, congealed blood forming dark ice crystals on its fur. Its ferocious head drooped, yet its former ferocity was still evident. Instantly, it drew the attention of almost everyone on the frozen lake once again. My God, that's a wolf. They killed the wolf. Does this count for points? It probably doesn't, but such a big wolf must have a lot of meat. The buzz of discussion resumed, filled with envy, shock, and even a hint of awe. The glances that had initially harbored malicious intentions due to the high points earned from the king crab vanished instantly upon seeing the wolf carcass. The fact that these two girls could defeat a fully grown dire wolf spoke volumes about their fighting prowess. Huang Xiaoan seemed completely unconcerned by the stares, tirelessly dragging the heavy wolf carcass back to the entrance of her new camp with a thump, before releasing it onto the ice. She clapped her hands, put her hands on her hips, and exclaimed cheerfully, "Captain, Chef, we can have an extra meal tonight." Chapter 243 Crab Roe Tofu. Seeing the enormous creature Huang Xiaoan had dragged back, Ling Chu raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering for a moment on the fatal wound on the wolf's neck. That was swift and efficient. Passerby quickly approached, crouching down to carefully examine the wolf carcass. The fur is very intact, only one fatal wound on the neck, cleaned very well. Not too much blood loss, the meat quality is minimally affected, he said, picking up a kitchen knife. We need to bleed, skin, and gut it as soon as possible, otherwise the meat quality will be affected, and the fishy smell will intensify. His movements were precise, his cuts swift and clean, clearly not his first time handling this type of prey. Huang Xiaoan cooperated by crouching down to help secure the wolf carcass, her eyes already catching sight of the giant king crab beside it, tightly bound and still flailing its claws. She exclaimed, "Wow! What a huge crab! How many points is that worth?" "Just caught, 113 points, Ling Chu said. 113 points. Huang Xiaoan exclaimed, her eyes gleaming even more eagerly at the king crab. This huge crab, plus this wolf, how many meals would that take? Passerby deftly cutting along the wolf's belly, said, "Wolf meat is difficult to prepare, but the king crab can be cooked fresh. However, this crab is too big, it won't fit in one pot. It depends on how you want it." Huang Xiaoan, somewhat obsequiously, replied, "We're not picky eaters. We'll eat whatever you make, chef." Passerby thought for a moment and said, "The crab shell and roe can be used to make a crab roe tofu soup, and the crab legs are firm and plump, so we can make a separate pot of typhoon shelter-style stir-fried crab. Crab roe tofu, typhoon shelter-style stir-fried crab." Just hearing his description made Huang Xiaoan and the squid ball who was helping to hand over the tools already swallow hard. "However, we're short on tofu and eggs for crab roe tofu, and breadcrumbs for making typhoon shelter-style fried crab." Huang Xiaoan was instantly disappointed upon hearing about the shortage of so many ingredients, with so many things missing. "Does that mean we can't eat anything?" Passerby paused and said, "This wolf meat is tough and gamey, even if it's properly prepared, the taste won't be satisfactory. I suggest we trade the wolf meat with other teams for ingredients. Team 7 just caught a basket of eggs, Team 19 caught 2 boxes of tofu, and Team 36 has a bag of breadcrumbs." Ling Chu asked in confusion, "How do you know so much about what other teams caught?" "I just pay attention." Passerby said frankly. Players usually piled up their fished-up supplies next to the weighing box. He had memorized the supplies from the nearby camps while they were moving camps. In this team, only he knew how to cook. Especially in this freezing weather, being well-fed or hungry greatly affected one's condition. To win the challenge, he had to be in charge of the meals for the next 3 days. But even a skilled cook can't cook without ingredients. With limited resources, the best solution was to trade exchanging surplus supplies for more useful ones. Those other teams were far less well supplied. Even if they caught tofu and breadcrumbs, it wouldn't be enough to fill them up. If they traded wolf meat, they would likely be happy to do so. "I'll go trade with them now," Huang Xiaoan immediately said. Passerby cut the pre-processed wolf meat into different sizes and handed them to Huang Xiaoan, this smaller piece for tofu, this larger piece for eggs, this medium-sized piece for breadcrumbs. The arrangements were crystal clear. Huang Xiaoan took the wolf meat and immediately went to trade with the other groups. Within minutes, she had successfully returned with all the ingredients. After receiving the ingredients, Passerby turned to prepare the king crab. The crab shell was completely removed, revealing a filling of golden crab roe and crab fat. Mixed with tender tofu and beaten eggs, it was slowly simmered in an iron pot into a thick, golden soup, its aroma filling the air. The robust crab legs were removed, the shell cracked, coated with a thin layer of starch, and fried until crispy. Then, it was tossed in a hot oil pan with plenty of golden, crispy minced garlic, chili flakes, and breadcrumbs, the pungent, overpowering aroma instantly filling the entire camp. At mealtime, the 4 sat around the ice table. The crab roe tofu soup was incredibly smooth and delicious, melting in the mouth. The typhoon shelter crab legs were rich in garlic flavor, the crab meat snow white and firm, with a subtle sweetness, crispy on the outside and juicy on the inside. This meal was truly a luxurious feast on the frozen lake. Ling Chu savored the tofu with its rich crab roe flavor, thinking to herself, how can this person cook everything? Even wolf meat and king crab are handled with ease. This culinary skill far surpasses that of an ordinary chef. Huang Xiaoan, holding her bamboo bowl, alternated between expressions of ecstasy and heartbroken regret. "Wow, this is so delicious. It's so delicious I want to cry." What will I do if I can't eat such delicious food again? Moyowen, her mouth bulging, asked curiously, Chef, were you a professional chef before you transmigrated into the game? Yes, a Michelin 3-star chef, passerby nodded. Michelin 3 stars? What's the name of the restaurant? Huang Xiaoan asked. The passerby mentioned a name, and Huang Xiaoan became even more excited. I know that restaurant. It's in the city center, and it's incredibly expensive. They say you'll go bankrupt if you eat there once. The passerby chuckled. It's not that exaggerated. After the meal, as the group was cleaning up, Mickey Meow Meow Witch and the older female player walked over, carrying a string of zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, and half a basket of hawthorns. Mickey Meow Meow Witch's gaze first swept over the intact wolf pelt that had already been skinned, then looked at Ling Chu, and mustered her courage to speak. Excuse me, I wanted to ask what you plan to do with this wolf pelt? If you don't need it, could you consider trading or selling it? She paused, then added somewhat apologetically, we're both tailors from the Kaluo ship. I'm quite skilled at making clothes from animal hides. This wolf pelt is large, the fur is beautiful, and it must be incredibly warm. So, I'd like to trade these zongzi and hawthorns for it. If you think that's not enough, I can also give you some seashells. Ling Chu paused in her work of clearing the dishes, then looked closely at Mickey Meow Meow Witch. She hadn't paid much attention before, but now that the other woman introduced herself as being from the Kaluo ship and a tailor. You're Mickey Meow Meow Witch. Ling Chu's question carried a hint of confirmation. You know me. Mickey Meow Meow Witch was surprised that she could directly state her ID. Not only do we know each other, we've done several business deals together. Ling Chu smiled, her eyes crinkling. She hadn't expected such a coincidence to run into her here. Mickey Meow Meow Witch racked her brains, trying to recall who she had traded with several times. A girl, quite capable, and with that somewhat familiar tone of voice. She made a guess and her eyes widened. You're Ling. Ling Chu made a shushing gesture and nodded. Chapter 244 Double Secrets Revealed. Mickey Meow Meow's face flushed crimson in an instant, her mouth agape, unable to utter a sound for a long moment. She never imagined she'd meet this benefactor, someone who only existed in chat channels and rankings, in such a place. Ling Chu was her first truly significant client. It was Ling Chu's trust in her, commissioning her to make the shark skin armor, that allowed Mickey Meow Meow to earn her first real fortune. It could be said that without Ling Chu, there would be no Kaluo as it is today. Mickey Meow Meow Witch's heart pounded. Countless words wanted to be spoken, a torrent of gratitude wanted to express, but the words caught in her throat, finally culminating in a trembling, solemn, thank you. Really, thank you so much. Ling Chu noticed her excitement and simply smiled gently. The wolf pelt is yours now, it's put to good use. The older female player realized who she was. Shocked, she helped Mickey Meow Meow Witch put away the cleaned wolf pelt, thanking her repeatedly before leaving. 2 hours later, as dusk fell, the light on the frozen lake was tinged with a magnificent purplish blue. Mickey Meow Meow Witch ran back alone, carrying a pair of thick, soft knee pads. With a slightly flushed face, she handed the knee pads to Ling Chu. We rushed to make a pair of knee pads using the softest part of a wolf's belly hide, and we even stuffed them with some cotton we brought. They're very warm. You've been kneeling on the ice fishing for so long, your knees really need protection. These knee pads are for you. Ling Chu took the knee pads. They were soft to the touch, with fine and sturdy stitching, and the edges were even treated to prevent abrasion. Clearly, they were made with care. Although there was a heater nearby, and she wasn't cold, her knees were constantly in contact with the ice while fishing, and they did become a little stiff after a while. She looked at Mickey Meow Meow Witch, a warmth spreading through her heart. Thank you, they're very useful. She put the knee pads on right in front of Mickey Meow Meow Witch. Seeing her accept them, Mickey Meow Meow Witch smiled happily and ran back to her camp, continuing to work energetically on the remaining wolf pelts. Ling Chu sat down again and gripped her fishing rod. Sure enough, the chill from the ice was effectively blocked. Following the king crab, Ling Chu caught 2 squid, 1 tinder resource card, 1 oil lamp card, and 1 thermos card. Passerby A's fishing rod caught 2 sea bass, 1 2-pound octopus, and 4 lionfish. Including the lionfish caught on the first day, that made 5. These lionfish have long, venomous spines on their dorsal, pectoral, and caudal fins, making them difficult to prepare. Even after cleaning and gutting, there's hardly any meat left. Therefore, none of the lionfish were eaten, they were all piled up next to the supply box. The campfire flickered, and the frozen lake was exceptionally quiet after nightfall. Go rest. I'll keep watch tonight, Passerby said, sitting down next to Ling Chu. Ling Chu switched the fishing rod to her other hand. I'm not sleepy yet, I'll fish a little longer. The campfire burned languidly in the cold air, its light and shadow flickering slowly on the 2 serene profiles. Passerby A, also holding a fishing rod, stood at a perfect distance from Passerby A, sharing the warmth of the campfire and the starry night over the icy plain. The world was so quiet that only the soft crackling of the firewood and the occasional crisp sound from the distant ice could be heard. Just then, Ling Chu saw the little spirit cat that had followed passerby at every step of the way leap gracefully, nimbly slipping through his arm and landing in its master's lap. As a spirit, it couldn't actually touch passerby, but rather, using the levitation property of spirits, it pretended to lie in his arms, curling up comfortably, its eyes half closed, stretching lazily. Her gaze shifted from the little spirit cat to passerby-A's profile, outlined by the firelight, and she suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. "Do you like cats?" Passerby lifted his eyelids, his gaze shifting from the flickering flames to her. The firelight reflected pale gold glints in his eyes. He seemed puzzled as to why Ling Chu would suddenly ask such a question. He nodded, his voice clear in the silence. "I like it. I used to have one, named Fluffball." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Chu saw the little spirit cat in his arms, as if hearing its name, lazily open its closed eyes a crack, meow softly in the direction of passerby, shift to a closer position, and continue its feigned sleep. After speaking, passerby tightly closed its lips, its eyes darkening, as if recalling some unspeakable past and not wanting to continue the topic. Ling Chu looked at him, her tone flat. "I'm also curious about another question. May I ask?" "You can ask, but the right to answer is mine." Passerby poked at the campfire with a twig, speaking just as calmly. "What on earth did a chef do to warrant a 7,000 seashells bounty from the Holy Legion?" She paused, then clearly uttered the name, Ujiali. Passerby, or rather, Ujiali. His movements faltered almost imperceptibly. A flicker of light flashed in his eyes for a moment. He was somewhat surprised, but not panicked at being exposed. Perhaps he had been prepared all along. Ling Chu would see through his disguise. "I'm curious too." He didn't answer directly, but instead calmly tossed the question back, his voice carrying the same inquiry. "Why would the number one on the 4 lists choose to enter a public challenge themed around leisure and entertainment?" Ling Chu. Ling Chu's expression paused slightly, not surprised that he knew her identity. This morning, reading the newspaper, Huang Xiaoan's reaction was excessive. An ordinary person might have thought she simply found the photo Ling Chu took ridiculously funny, but a more perceptive person would have noticed that Huang Xiaoan's tone sounded more like a joke between acquaintances. And when Mickey Meow Meow, which came to exchange for the wolf pelt that night, the wordling that slipped out was probably overheard by Ujiali. "There's no particular reason. We entered here using a public challenge selection card and a team card. Not all of my crew members are skilled in combat, so I wanted to choose a less difficult challenge to be more confident in. It's quite tiring to fight all the time. Coming here to fish, relax, and get rewards, why not?" After Ling Chu finished speaking, she stared intently at the man in front of her. "Now, isn't it time for you to answer my question?" Chapter 245, Traps and Pom-Poms. Ling Chu didn't know he was Ujiali from the start. After all, she hadn't brought the one-eyed mask in. It was only through their interactions over the past 2 days that she had formed this suspicion. A chef with little combat ability usually attaches himself to a powerful fleet, especially one with such excellent culinary skills. His solo participation in the public challenge was unusual in itself. Furthermore, when Wang Xiaoan mentioned Ujiali's bounty, Ling Chu noticed his unnatural expression, which fueled her suspicions. Could it be a coincidence that he was Ujiali? Tonight was just a test, yet he readily admitted it. Ling Chu thought that he probably figured since it was a public challenge, players couldn't attack each other, so even if she knew his identity, she couldn't harm him? Could it be that you were originally a member of the Holy Order? Were you hunted down for stealing something from them, or knowing some of their secrets? Ling Chu considered 2 of the most likely scenarios. Faced with Ling Chu's question, Ujiali fell into a brief silence. Just then, from behind the ice pile not far away, a very faint sound suddenly came like the rustling of fabric against the ice, followed by a short, muffled gasp. In the shadow of the ice pile, the second brother, his voice hoarse and strained, said, "Keep it down. Clumsy." He glared at the third brother beside him with exasperation. "I shouldn't have brought you." The third brother apologized repeatedly. "I'm so sorry, second brother. It's my first time doing this. I was so nervous. I have no experience." The second brother knew this wasn't the time for infighting. His eyes were fixed on the 2 figures by the campfire. Yesterday it was just that woman on watch, how come there are 2 today? Let's wait until they lower their guard, or go back to the ice hut. Ling Chu and Ujiali glanced at the ice pile almost simultaneously, then subtly looked away. Their eyes met briefly in the air, understanding each other perfectly. Behind the ice pile, there were people. "These guys, they're really persistent," Ling Chu said coldly in a low voice. "Should we teach them a lesson?" Ujiali asked, fiddling with the firewood. Ling Chu raised an eyebrow. "How?" Ujiali didn't answer. Following his gaze, she saw the lionfish piled next to the supply crate, which hadn't been eaten because of their many bones, and immediately understood. Meanwhile, the 2 men lying in ambush behind the ice pile saw Ling Chu and Ujiali seemingly exchanging a few words in hushed tones. Then, Ling Chu got up, took something from beside the supply crate, and sat back down by the campfire, seemingly adding firewood. The two men patiently waited in the cold wind for half an hour, and finally, their opportunity arrived. They simultaneously got up and walked towards the two ice huts. The ice hut doors slowly closed, and the campsite instantly became empty. Before leaving, Ling Chu extinguished the campfire, leaving only the two fishing rods resting quietly on the edge of the ice cave, faintly visible in the darkness. "They're gone." The second brother's eyes lit up, almost unable to contain himself. "I knew it. In this cold weather, how could anyone keep watch for 2 consecutive nights? They must have taken turns. Quick, now." But, the third brother hesitated. "But what? They didn't just get lucky finding a resource-rich ice cave. There's something wrong with those 2 fishing rods. If we steal their rods, we can catch king crabs and supply cards too." The second brother's eyes gleamed with greed as he crept closer. Under the cover of darkness, they approached the ice cave, the fishing rods within reach. The second brother eagerly reached out, grabbing the closest rod. However, the next second, a sharp, piercing pain shot through his palm, accompanied by a burning, numb sensation. He almost screamed. Afraid of alerting the people inside the ice house, he forcefully covered his mouth with his other hand, cold sweat instantly soaking through his inner clothing. He looked at his hand in horror. He couldn't see details in the darkness, but he could feel his palm swelling rapidly, the excruciating pain spreading. Beside him, he heard the third brother's suppressed groan. He had clearly been affected too. "What's going on?" "There's a trap on the fishing rod." The second brother, enduring the excruciating pain, squinted and, in the extremely faint moonlight, finally saw clearly the edge of the ice cave, around the fishing rod, had been densely covered with countless hard, sharp spikes. With the campfire extinguished, they couldn't see these spike traps at all. "Retreat, retreat quickly." The second brother forced out through gritted teeth, a sound filled with pain and fear. No longer daring to linger, clutching his swollen, throbbing hands, which were barely obeying his commands, he and the third brother scrambled away from the camp, their backs utterly disheveled. Just as they disappeared into the darkness, the doors of 2 igloos slowly opened from the inside. Ling Chu and Yu Jiali emerged one after the other, their faces showing no trace of sleepiness. Ling Chu walked to the edge of the ice cave, looked in the direction the 2 men had disappeared, chuckled, and uttered 2 words: "Idiot." Almost simultaneously, Yu Jiali also said coldly, "Fool." Ling Chu squatted down, rekindled the campfire with tinder, and in the firelight, Yu Jiali carefully pulled out the spikes, restoring the camp to its original state. The 2 sat down again in front of the rekindled fire. Ling Chu found it inexplicably amusing and cleared his throat, suppressing a laugh. "So, about the question from earlier." Yu Jiali seemed to remember something and said in a deep voice, "It's not what you guessed. I could never join the Holy Order in my life." "Wait." Ling Chu stared at the top of his head, unable to help but gently rub his forehead. With the little incident, the soul cat that had been nestled in his arms had also woken up. Now, for some unknown reason, it was floating on Yu Jiali's head, chasing its own tail in circles. Ling Chu's attention was completely drawn to it. She really couldn't concentrate on chatting with him like this. So, Ling Chu slightly moved her fingers, activating the skilled ghostly resurrection, and a pale blue light bloomed from her fingertips. The pale blue light spread out in the air, transforming into ripples of light. Wherever the light touched, even the leaping campfire seemed to be tinged with a dreamy blue halo, the light becoming soft and enchanting. The halos of light, like lines drawn by an invisible brush, gradually took shape, slowly revealing a distinct form under the moonlight: fluffy, curly short fur, a round head, jewel-like eyes radiating a ghostly green light, and a nimble tail tip. A complete, translucent curly-furred kitten, appearing in the air, solidified and gradually became clear. At first, it seemed somewhat bewildered, then, as if sensing something, it stopped playing and looked directly at Yu Jiali. The next second, without hesitation, it joyfully pounced on Yu Jiali. Yu Jiali stared at the ghostly kitten that had appeared out of nowhere, as if struck by a silent thunderbolt, his pupils dilating in disbelief. A fluffy ball? Chapter 246 is worthwhile. Almost instinctively, Yu Jiali reached out towards the familiar shape, wanting to catch it. The fluffy ball lunged forward, but passed effortlessly through his hand, like a sliver of moonlight. It immediately realized it had overshot its mark, then floated back lightly, adjusting its position to hover obediently above his outstretched palm, curling up as if truly held firmly by the hand that had caressed it countless times. No real touch came, only a faint, almost illusory coolness seeping into his fingertips, carrying the emptiness of a life gone, yet miraculously bearing all the warm memories of the past. "Fluffy ball, it really is you." Yu Jiali's throat tightened, his voice low and hoarse. He stared blankly at the familiar yet ethereal little figure above his palm, a glimmer of light in his eyes. Something burning hot almost welled up in his eyes. He never imagined that he would see it again in this lifetime. The fluffy ball seemed to sense its owner's emotions, meowing twice, rolling over to reveal its soft belly, as if it were being affectionate. Ling Chu watched this scene quietly, without disturbing it. She saw Ujiali slightly turn his head, the thin layer of tears forcibly suppressed, only his eyes slightly reddening. He took a deep breath, the cool air filling his lungs, suppressing his turbulent emotions. After a moment, he raised his eyes again, looking at Ling Chu. Those eyes, usually calm and even somewhat aloof, now seemed to be ignited by the campfire and starlight, reflecting the flickering flames and her clear reflection, becoming soft and deep. "Is this your skill?" His voice was still a little hoarse, but more genuine than in any previous conversation. "Of course, since you recognize me as Ling Chu, you should also know my profession, ghost pirate. Of course I can resurrect ghosts," Ling Chu said. "Thank you." Ujiali stared intently at her, speaking those 3 words very softly, but each syllable was imbued with heavy emotion. Deep in his shimmering eyes, there was a mixture of the thrill of something lost and found, and a touch of indescribable emotion. Ling Chu felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze and subconsciously scratched her chin. "No need to thank me. I just saw this little spirit cat was being too naughty, so I couldn't help but revive it. It was nothing, haha." She actually wanted to say that there was no need for such formality, because after being revived, the fluffy ball was essentially her cat, and would prioritize her commands. With just a flick of her finger, the fluffy ball would jump into her arms without hesitation. However, she felt that such a tender moment wasn't suitable for saying such things. "Fluffy is my cat that I've raised for many years." Ujiali lowered his head, his gaze returning to the illusory figure in his palm, his voice calming down. "When I entered this game, it was without warning. It was sleeping in my arms at the time, so it came here with me." Ujiali looked down at the fluffy ball in his arms, his fingers expertly stroking its short, curly fur. Yet, the soft, fluffy touch, the warmth, the contented purring of the creature, all the memories were gone, leaving only a profound emptiness. A sharp pang of pain flashed across his eyes, but was quickly replaced by tenderness. To be able to see it again, to be able to touch it like this, to know that it exists in another form, perhaps even safer than before, because there was no longer a physical body to harm it, this was a miracle beyond all his wildest hopes. He paused slightly, remembering the question Ling Chu had just asked him. "I'm being hunted by the Crusaders because I killed Mozang Bei." Ling Chu looked puzzled. "Mozang Bei? Who's Mozang Bei?" "Xia Chunying's fiancé." Ujiali said in a low voice. "Xia Chunying and Chu Dongxiu, the leader of the Crusaders, are sisters. In other words, it's because I killed the brother-in-law of the Crusaders' captain." "Then why did you kill that Bai guy?" Ling Chu asked curiously. Ujiali remained silent, only looking down at the fluffy ball in his arms. Ling Chu understood. The fluffy ball's death was probably related to that person named Mozang Bei. "Ling Chu, is it worth offending the entire Crusaders for a cat? You probably entered this public challenge to escape the Crusaders' pursuit, right? While in a public challenge, one cannot be tracked by pirate hunters, nor can the island raiding card be used. Only by continuously participating in public challenges can one possibly escape the Crusaders' pursuit." Ujiali didn't deny it. He had spent a lot of seashells collecting public challenge selection cards, spending almost every day in public challenges. The Crusaders couldn't do anything about him and could only offer high bounties. When encountering public challenges that didn't hide IDs or restrict combat, he was often ambushed by groups of players wanting the bounty, and once he almost died. So, to avoid trouble, he always used the alias Passerby A. Ujiali then answered her previous question. "Worth it," he said. "If I had another chance, I'd kill Mozang Bei 100 times over." Ujiali looked at the fluffy ball in his arms, his voice deep and harsh, but his gaze gentle. "I only care about the people and things I care about. The lives of others are none of my concern." Ujiali's answer suddenly reminded Ling Chu of that classic question on the internet. When a strange child and your pet are both trapped in a fire, if you could only choose to save one, who would you choose? Most people chose to save the children, because human life is paramount, and some even jokingly said they would prioritize fighting the fire. Only a small minority chose to save their pets. "I've had my dog for 8 years, it's like my child. Why didn't that child's mother save him? Does he need me to save him? Is his mother dead?" This answer drew considerable criticism, being called selfish and indifferent to life. Ling Chu remembered this question vividly because she was part of that small minority. "That fire wasn't caused by me, so why should I be blamed for that child's death? Since I was given the right to choose, I can save whomever I want." Ujiali was that kind of person too. He was selfish, but wouldn't intentionally harm others. However, if anyone hurt him first, he would make them pay 100-fold. His style of doing things was remarkably similar to Ling Chu's. Ling Chu imagined that if her cat, which she had raised for many years, were killed by someone else, she would not only kill that person for revenge, but she would also kill anyone who came looking for trouble, regardless of whether they were Xia Chunying, Chu Dongxiu, or others. Ujiali did the same thing, but his strength as a single person was ultimately limited. Even with her current ghost ship, she couldn't say she was completely confident of defeating a holy church army of nearly 1,000 people. For a cook like him to single-handedly kill Chu Dongsu's brother-in-law and have the entire Holy Church army put a bounty of thousands of seashells on his head and still be unable to hunt him down was quite an impressive feat. Chapter 247. Something's wrong. With her doubts resolved, Ling Chu felt a sense of relief. She had initially thought that Yu Jiali, with so many seashells on his head, might be some kind of cunning and ruthless villain. In that case, not only would she not be able to recruit him, but she would also have to carefully consider her future attitude towards him. However, it seemed he was just a desperate cat lover. Ling Chu yawned. "I'm a little sleepy, I'm going back to sleep." With that, she put down her fishing rod and got up to leave. "Wait, Ling Chu." Ling Chu stopped and turned back. "Is there something else?" Yu Jiali seemed unsure what to say, paused, and looked at the ghostly kitten. "Does Fluffball need to be fed in its current state?" "No, it's a ghost now, why feed it?" Ling Chu thought for a moment and reminded him, "During the day, it's afraid of light and will hide. It only appears at night. Some mischievous ghosts will attach themselves to the things you use and then suddenly appear to scare you. Like hemlock." Yu Jiali looked at her and nodded slightly. Ling Chu turned and walked towards the ice house. "Okay, I'm going to sleep then." "Good night, sweet dreams," Yu Jiali said. The warm, spring-like temperature inside the ice house was the best sleeping pill in this icy world. Ling Chu slept soundly until the next morning. When she opened the ice house door, she smelled an enticing sweet aroma, accompanied by the sound of bubbling. She saw that Yu Jiali had set up an iron pot again, inside which crystal-clear syrup was simmering, bubbling gently. Beside it were washed, bright red hawthorns and open zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, revealing the oily, deep red jujube filling inside. "Chef, what delicious food are you making this time?" Huang Xiaoan came over, drawn by the aroma, her face full of anticipation. "Candied hawthorn berries." Yu Jiali explained concisely, skillfully skewering 2 hawthorns with a clean, sharpened wooden stick, sandwiching a jujube and glutinous rice between them. Then, he quickly rolled the skewered fruit in the sugar syrup, coating it evenly. As the fruit left the sugar pot, it instantly solidified in the cold air into a translucent, amber-like sugar shell. He handed the first candied hawthorn berry to Ling Chu, then arranged the remaining berries side by side on an ice block. Ling Chu took the jujube-filled candied hawthorn berry and took a bite. The thin, crisp sugar shell crackled softly, and the sweet aroma of the jujube and glutinous rice filling permeated the hawthorn flesh, perfectly balancing its tartness. Yesterday, when Mickey Meow Meow Witch brought over hawthorns and zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, she never imagined that these 2 things could be combined to make candied hawthorn berries. "Is it good?" Yu Jiali asked. "Not bad." Ling Chu nodded in agreement. It was her first time eating candied hawthorn skewers filled with jujubes and glutinous rice, and the taste was surprisingly delicious. Yu Jiali's eyes crinkled slightly. In his mind, girls all like sweet foods. At that moment, Huang Xiaoan picked up a skewer of candied hawthorn skewers and ate them, squinting her eyes as she mumbled, "I never thought I'd get to eat candied hawthorn skewers in my lifetime. Chef, I declare your food intelligence is definitely above mine. You're so good at managing your life." Compared to Huang Xiaoan's imperceptible sense of smell, Mo Yuan sensed something amiss in the air. While munching on a candied hawthorn, she quietly pulled Huang Xiaoan aside. "Xiaoan, did you notice the chef seemed unusually enthusiastic towards the captain today? He even smiled at him just now." Huang Xiaoan blinked. "Huh, really? Maybe the chef's in a good mood today?" Mo Yuan shook her head. "No. These past 2 days, the chef had been quite cold and distant towards them. That smile was completely unprecedented. And did you notice that the chef handed the candied hawthorn to the captain just now? The rest were left on the table." Huang Xiaoan scratched her head. "What's wrong with that? Is there some significance to handing over a candied hawthorn?" Mo Yuan glanced back and forth between Yu Jiali and Ling Chu, still trusting her gut feeling more. Something's not right, something's not right. Ling Chu, completely oblivious, ate 2 candied hawthorns and then went to sit by the ice cave to fish. Initially, she disliked catching lionfish, but now she actually wanted to catch more. The lionfish's long spines, embedded in the ice, were practically natural traps. Her gaze swept over Team 5's campsite. 2 players there sat by the campfire, their fingers swollen like carrots, unable to even lift their fishing rods, sighing and groaning. Noticing Ling Chu's gaze, they sheepishly hid their injured hands behind their backs. Sure enough, these were the same scumbags who tried to steal her fishing rod last night. The leader of Team 5 looked grim. 2 days had passed since the public challenge. Not only was he crippled, but the second and third members had also ruined their hands. Team 13 had somehow acquired a spike trap, which seemed to be poisonous. The second and third members' hands were itchy and swollen like steamed buns. They hadn't brought any medicine, so they were practically half dead. "Boss, what do we say today? Are we still going to steal their fishing rods? There's only 1 day left in the challenge. Even if we steal them, we probably won't catch up in points." The second brother, enduring the pain in his hand, cautiously asked his boss's opinion. The boss was somewhat resigned to the idea of dealing with Team 13. He had finally figured it out: these 3 female players plus the cook's seemingly easy prey were actually a trap. None of them were pushovers. The fire of revenge that had been burning within him had been largely extinguished by the painful lessons of the past 2 days. Continuing to fight them would likely result in his demise without him even knowing how. Let's forget it, the boss squeezed out through gritted teeth. Those guys are weird. Hearing this, the second brother, despite the pain in his hand, inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. The boss looked at his injured leg, wrapped in rags, and then at his 2 brothers' ruined hands. He felt a pang of resentment at having suffered such a loss. The system will definitely publish the players' IDs after the challenge ends. We'll settle the score with them once we get out, the leader said viciously. Noon. Yu Jiali steamed the deboned lionfish. Although lionfish have many bones, their flesh is incredibly delicious. In the world of food, there seems to be an ironclad rule: the more bones a food has, the more delicious it is. For example, sea urchins and pufferfish have bones that only protect them from predators. Steaming is the most suitable cooking method for such delicious meat. A pot of steamed lionfish and a pot of tomato, egg, and tofu noodle soup. The eggs and tofu were leftovers from making crab roe tofu last time, plus tomatoes exchanged for supplies from fishing, all simmered into a steaming, comforting noodle soup. As Ling Chu was engrossed in drinking her soup, she suddenly heard Huang Xiaoan shout, "Look at the public chat channel. Dumb Bird is live streaming. It looks like the Green Mountain and the Crusaders are fighting." Chapter 248: The Destruction of the Qingshan Ship. The Green Mountain? Ling Chu remembered that the captain of the Green Mountain was named Zhen Qingshan, a pirate and a special-class sorcerer. After wiping out the 3 pirate crews of the Spade, Zhen Qingshan was ranked second on the bounty list in server 666, below Ling Chu. Before the server merge, his Green Mountain was also ranked second among all fleets. This person was usually quite low-key in public chat, and Ling Chu had never interacted with him. With a gossip-loving attitude, Ling Chu opened the public chat and saw a streamer's channel pinned to the top. It showed over 67,000 viewers. After the server merge, the number of players increased. Ling Chu remembered that her stream of fighting the Spade only had 50,000 viewers. She entered the stream and saw 2 fleets facing off on the sea with floating ice floes. The left side had only 5 ships, their sails adorned with ethereal Green Mountain patterns, presumably the Green Mountain. The right side, however, featured a blazing Holy Grail on its sails, clearly belonging to the Crusaders. But their fleet outnumbered the Green Mountain by 4 to 20, lined up in a row, their sheer size and imposing presence completely overwhelming it. A middle-aged man in a traditional Chinese robe stood solemnly at the bow of the Green Mountain's flagship. On the other Crusader ship, a young woman with beautiful features and a slender figure, holding a staff and wearing boots, led the way. Behind her stood a man clad in full armor, equally imposing. The photographer, a professional, had chosen a perfect angle, capturing the entire battle. The comments section was flooded with messages. Wild Bison, Sister Ying is as beautiful as ever. 888 Cold Remedy, Brother Dottie is as handsome as ever. Masked YYDS. Evil Pineapple Head Sigh, the Green Mountain is probably doomed. The Holy Order only deployed its 2nd and 3rd fleets, and they already outnumbered them. Lulu loves gossip, what's going on? Why are the Green Mountain and the Holy Order suddenly fighting? Kicking the cripple's good leg, the Green Mountain is a pirate fleet, and the Holy Order are all pirate hunters. Isn't it normal for them to fight? At this moment, Huang Xiaoan, while slurping lionfish bones, asked, "The comments say it's the Holy Order's 2nd and 3rd fleets. That woman must be Xia Chunying, right? And that man in armor is holy light shining on the earth?" "Probably," Ling Chu said. According to the information published on the rankings, Xia Chunying's class is a light mage, while holy light shining on the earth's class is a paladin. Mo Yuan retorted precisely, "What? Wearing armor and a helmet makes you a mask type? Our Xiao Feng Kenyu is the mask type." Ling Chu, now aware of the feud between Yu Jiali and the Holy Crusade, glanced at him subconsciously. He remained silent, his eyes lowered, intently watching the live stream. At that moment, the Holy Crusade fleet launched the first attack on the live stream screen. 2 large, uniquely shaped cannons, engraved with intricate golden runes, began charging, their muzzles emitting blinding pure white orbs of light, like 2 small suns. With a deafening roar of energy, 2 blazing white laser beams tore through the air, instantly striking one of the Qingshan's flanks. The lasers weren't cannonballs, they seemed like a combination of intense heat and divine impact. The wooden hull struck was instantly vaporized and burned, as if cut by a high-temperature welding torch, leaving a huge hole with charred edges and a molten center. Seawater rushed in, and the ship visibly tilted. The Qingshan was using ballistae custom-made from the Chinese server's Little Lubin, making them seem rather outdated in comparison. The crossbow bolts whistled through the air, embedding themselves in the Crusaders' metal-reinforced hull with dull thuds. They caused damage but weren't truly breached, the difference in numbers and power was obvious. Seeing their ranged fire suppressed, the Qingshan didn't retreat. Several ladders with iron hooks were forcefully thrown out, hooking tightly onto the nearest crusader ship, and a melee ensued. Standing at the bow of the main ship, Zhen Qingshan's expression was solemn yet his movements swift. He drew his fingers like a sword, rapidly creating pale blue runes that fluttered towards the enemy ranks like butterflies. "Freeze!" he uttered a low shout. Several Crusader players at the forefront were instantly frozen in place by the runes, their bodies stiff as wood, frozen in their charging or slashing postures, unable to even move their eyes, forced to watch helplessly as the swords of the Qingshan ship slashed down. However, at the rear of the Crusader fleet, Xia Chunying lightly raised her staff, the luminous gem inlaid at its tip shining brightly. Holy purification! A soft, pure white halo spread out from her, sweeping over the frozen players. Where the light touched, the pale blue runes rapidly dissolved and crumbled. The frozen Crusader players relaxed, instantly regaining their mobility. The light mage's dispelling and purification abilities perfectly countered Zhen Qingshan's control spells. Simultaneously, the holy light that illuminated the earth also stirred. He wielded a heavy tower shield engraved with a cross emblem in one hand and a longsword held upside down in the other, like a human battering ram, launching a brutal charge towards the most densely packed area of the Qingshan ship. Boom! A cone-shaped shockwave and holy light formed in front of the shield. Qingshan ship players in its path, whether attempting to block or dodge, were violently slammed away by the immense force, their bones broken and flying backward with screams, instantly clearing a space. The Qingshan ship was outmatched in ranged combat, and utterly crushed in melee. From the very beginning, the outcome of this battle was practically decided. In just 20 minutes, the Qingshan ship was almost completely annihilated. Of the 5 ships on the Qingshan, 3 were sunk, and the remaining 2 were engulfed in flames, the sea littered with broken planks. Zhen Qingshan stood at the bow of the sinking ship, his robes soaked with gunpowder and seawater. He stared intently at the 2 figures on the Holy Crusader's flagship, his eyes burning with rage and resentment. Why? They were merely sailing on their own course, yet the Holy Crusaders swarmed them like sharks smelling blood. What pirate hunters! What order and justice! They were nothing but a bunch of people with superior ships, indulging in ruthless slaughter. His ship, the Green Mountain, his life's work, his crew, all destroyed by sheer numbers. This wasn't a battle of equal strength, it was a premeditated, ruthless annihilation. Flames roared behind him, seawater already ankle-deep. Hate burned to his very bones, despair forged into a sharp blade. He took a deep breath, pulled out a card, and shouted at the fluttering Holy Grail banners. "Crusaders, if I don't die, I will avenge this." As the card shattered in his hand, his figure vanished in a flash of white light from the ship's bow. Chapter 249 Full Power. Xia Chunying watched as Zhen Qingshan disappeared, then sheathed her staff. She seemed to realize something, her brow furrowing slightly as she coldly scoffed, "Another dog that only knows how to hide in public challenges." The Holy Legion then began cleaning up the battlefield, confiscating the loot from the Qingshan ship's hold. A dazed bird announced off-screen, "This livestream is over for now. Thank you for your donations, viewers." It also subtly advertised its fleet. For more behind-the-scenes footage and exclusive scoops, subscribe to tomorrow's Shark Daily. Then it closed the livestream. At this moment, on the leaderboard, Zhen Qingshan had plummeted from 13th to outside the top 100 in wealth rankings, and the Qingshan, with almost its entire crew perished, had dropped off the entire fleet rankings. The public chat channel was still buzzing with discussion. Cheerful Puppy 123, "Sister Ying is so cool. My idol. It's a pity I didn't get to see Chu Dongxiu, sob sob. Rainbow Candy, the light mage's skills are so cool. I was watching Sister Ying the whole time, I couldn't take my eyes off her. At a silly bird, I gave you 100 C coins, could you please get me a signed photo of Xia Chunying?" Phase feeling, a silly bird's livestream is amazing. I'd only heard that the Crusaders were powerful, but I didn't expect them to be this strong. It's like watching a blockbuster movie. Within reach, with the Crusaders, there are no pirates. Server 667 was already the safest server, and it's still the same after the server merge. A real sense of security. Lulu loves gossip. What item did Zhen Qingshan use in the end? Was it the public challenge selection card? Give you a big bread, probably. Evil pineapple head, Zhen Qingshan's doomed. After leaving the public challenge, he'll be automatically teleported back to his original position. His ship has already disintegrated, and he'll fall directly into the icy sea. At this temperature, he'll lose consciousness after 5 minutes in the sea. It's practically suicide. Evil pineapple head, at give you a big bread, watch out, you're probably next. Give you a big bread? No way, my sin value is only 110 points. I only killed 2 pirate hunters who wanted to kill me. Is self-defense illegal? Kick the cripple's good leg, at give you a big bread. Let me give you some advice, quickly buy an indulgence ticket from the Crusaders, it might save your life. Give me a big loaf of bread, what's an indulgence ticket? Kick the cripple's good leg hard, you don't even know? Why don't you just privately message any Crusader regiment commander, prepare some seashells, and you're done? Ling Chu stared at the public chat channel, her brows furrowing involuntarily. This Crusader fleet was eliminating dissidents faster than she expected. It had only been a few days since the servers merged, and they'd already made their move on the Green Mountain. From the livestream, whether it was Xia Chunying's light mage, holy light shines on the Earth's paladin, or the beam cannons on their ships, they all seemed to be associated with light magic. Not to mention, Chu Dongxiu's class was Pilgrim, which sounded even more impressive than a light mage. Since ancient times, light has been the bane of the undead. These light magic spells would definitely be a counter to her skeleton minions, and she would be at a great disadvantage if she actually fought them. Moreover, given the Crusaders' authoritarian style, a confrontation with her ghost was only a matter of time. A sense of crisis rose in Ling Chu's heart. As for the foolish method of paying for indulgences, she wouldn't even consider it. It was like handing money to the enemy. She, the fattest piece on the wealth list, would be devoured without mercy if offered up. These Crusaders are a bit too domineering. If they're pirates, they want to wipe them all out, or else pay to have them killed? Isn't that even more pirate-like than pirates themselves? Huang Xiaoan disliked their style. Although this was inherently a world where the strong preyed on the weak, they insisted on using the banner of justice. It seemed hypocritical. Huang Xiaoan scratched her cheek, but even the Qingshan was easily wiped out. I'm really curious, how did the Chujiali manage to evade the Holy Army's encirclement? Ling Chu silently looked at the man beside her. Huang Xiaoan was unaware that the person she was discussing was sitting right there. Yujiali's eyelashes were slightly lowered, his fingers lightly tapping, as if typing on a virtual keyboard. Public chat channel. Yujiali, if there really are indulgences in this world, I suggest everyone in the Holy Army use one first. Instead of constantly judging this person and that person is guilty, why not look at how much blood is on your own hands? Xia Chunying, who do we have here? The coward finally speaks up. Xia Chunying, our people have been staking out the place every day. They've bought up all the public challenge selection cards sold in the trading post. You probably don't have many cards left, do you? Let's see how long you can hide. Yujiali, no need to worry, I can definitely hide long enough for you to finish your 3-year mourning period for Mo Sangbei. Xia Chunying, you dare mention him. When I catch you, I'll chop you into mincemeat and make you pay for my Sangbei's life. Lulu loves gossip. If you don't understand, just ask who Mo Sangbei is. The unrestrained wild buffalo, Xia Chunying's fiancé. They used to be the model couple in our district. Cuttlefish Ball, while eating noodles, mumbled, this Yujiali has a good tongue, but his insults are a bit lacking. If it were me, I'd say, chop him into mincemeat? Has the holy light of your crusaders been converted to bless meat grinders now? Yujiali suddenly looked up, his eyes lighting up, and continued tapping his finger. Public chat channel. Yujiali, chop him into mincemeat? Has your holy light been repurposed to bless meat grinders now? Xia Chunying, you. Chu Dongxiu, at Xia Chunying, don't waste your breath on him. Clean up the battlefield and hurry back from the teleportation vortex. Moyuan, who was watching the public chat, stopped chewing and widened her eyes. This Yujiali's insults are just like mine. Xia Chunying seemed to listen to her sister, and didn't speak in the public chat after that. However, the captains of the remaining Holy Army divisions continued to rant in the public chat, while Yujiali, having been instructed by Moyuan, went all out. Zhang Fenjiao Huo, at Yujiali, you're so arrogant, so bold, do you dare to come out of the public challenge? Yujiali, I wouldn't dare. 1 person against 1,000? Do you think I'm stupid? Holy light shines on the earth, a life for a life. You killed Brother Mo and you're still so self-righteous? Even an indulgence won't atone for your sins. Yujiali, didn't you have a crush on Xia Chunying? Didn't you sell me the news that Mo Sangbei was alone? Wasn't Mo Sangbei's death exactly what you wanted? And you keep calling him Brother Mo, how disgusting. What are you pretending to be? If Mo Sangbei knew that you two were already hooking up before his ashes even cooled, he'd probably jump out of his coffin in anger. Chapter 250 Yujiali's Secret. At this very moment, aboard the 2nd Regiment of the Holy Crusade, seeing Xia Chunying's public chat, she angrily swung her staff, the tip of which, a radiant stone, burst forth with blinding light, pointing directly at the armored man before her. Yujiali said you have a crush on me. You sold him the information about Sangbei. Holy light shines on the earth's face flushed crimson, utterly speechless. I didn't. I really didn't. I swear I absolutely didn't betray Brother Mo, otherwise I'd fall into the sea tonight and be bitten to death by sharks. Holy light shines on the earth almost knelt down on the spot. Sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, his heart pounding. He had never told anyone about his crush on Xia Chunying. How did this damned Yujiali figure it out? Although he was somewhat secretly pleased that Mo Sangbei was dead, he absolutely hadn't betrayed Mo Sangbei. Xia Chunying's chest heaved with rage, she wanted nothing more than to kick the man before her. However, after her initial anger subsided, reason gradually returned. Mo Sangbei's impromptu decision to explore the island was something no one knew except her, and there was no way Holy Light could have betrayed him. It was clearly Yu Jiali spouting nonsense. She thought bitterly, this man is truly formidable. Just a few words in the public chat almost caused infighting among them. Get up. I didn't say it was definitely you. Xia Chunying lowered her hands, the light from her staff dimming. She glanced down at Holy Light, coldly warning, although we work together now, my heart belongs only to Sangbei, before and after. You'd better not have any improper thoughts. The latter stiffened, the color draining from his face beneath his mask, his voice hoarse, I understand, I won't. At this moment, Ling Chu and the others were unaware of what had happened in the 2nd Regiment of the Holy Church. Especially Yu Jiali, who had typed and then ignored it, was in an exceptionally good mood. Although his sarcastic remarks paled in comparison to Mo Yuan's, he was still particularly adept at sowing discord and manipulating emotions. He got up and started tidying up, saying, I'll go wash the dishes. Ling Chu raised an eyebrow casually. She noticed he had barely touched his food again. If the first time was because he didn't like fish, it had been 2 days, and he hadn't eaten as much as she did in one meal. This was far too little for a grown man. Ling Chu remained calm, leaving the tidying up to them, and continued fishing by the ice cave. This public challenge ended at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, their team would get first place. She had a legendary lucky fishing rod, plus Yu Jiali's all-purpose bait, and the practically cheating icehouse folding card. It would be unreasonable for them not to get first place. One by one, supply cards were fished up. Besides the common cabbage, Ling Chu also caught asparagus, tune sprouts, and other vegetables. He wondered if he could take these supplies out of the challenge. If he could take them all, it would be a sure win. Although the quantity was small, only 5 pounds, they were all vegetables that had a long growing period. The professional farmer player, in order to earn more money, planted fast-growing, high-yield crops like corn and potatoes. Asparagus, a vegetable with a long growing cycle and low yield, was something Ling Chu had never seen in the trading market before, which broadened the diversity of her food supplies. Time flew by while fishing, until moonlight and starlight once again enveloped the vast frozen surface. The Ice Lake Fishing Challenge entered its final night. Tonight, Huang Xiaoan and Yu Jiali took turns keeping watch, Huang Xiaoan on the first half and Yu Jiali on the second half. When it was time to change shifts, Huang Xiaoan tiptoed back to the icehouse. Even though she moved as quietly as possible, the slight sound of the door opening and the chill seeping in still woke Ling Chu, who was a light sleeper. The 3 girls slept in the double bed, which was a little crowded, but fortunately, all 3 were good sleepers and didn't fight over the covers, grind their teeth, or talk in their sleep, making the night exceptionally quiet. Cuttlefish Ball slept on the innermost side, Ling Chu in the middle, and Huang Xiaoan, who had just lain down, still carried the chill of the outside air. Ling Chu gently turned over, suddenly hearing a slight noise outside the igloo. It wasn't the wind, nor the ice cracking, it was the sound of footsteps, deliberately silenced yet still audible to her keen hearing, rapidly receding from the edge of the camp. She opened her eyes, listening intently in the darkness for a few seconds. Huang Xiaoan's breathing beside her had become steady, and Cuttlefish Ball was sleeping soundly. Without disturbing anyone, she got up and quietly left the igloo. The chill outside was biting. The campfire, now fueled by new firewood added by Yu Jiali, was burning brightly, and the lionfish trap she had set gleamed coldly in the moonlight, perfectly intact. But Yu Jiali, who should have been sitting by the fire keeping watch, was gone. The frozen lake was vast and empty, the moonlight flowing like silver. Ling Chu's gaze swept quickly across the area, immediately locking onto a figure walking alone towards the distant ice slope. It was Yu Jiali. He wasn't carrying a fishing rod, his steps were rapid, his destination clear, the withered slope where Huang Xiaoan and Mo Yuan often gathered firewood. What was he planning to do? Ling Chu remained silent, blending into the shadow cast by the igloo, and then quietly followed. She deliberately kept her distance, using the undulating ice ridges and scattered ice blocks as cover. The ice slope rose higher, the dead bushes becoming denser, their twisted branches casting chaotic shadows in the moonlight. The figure ahead flickered a few times among the intersecting shadows, then suddenly vanished. Ling Chu's heart tightened, and she quickened her pace to the spot where Yu Jiali had last disappeared. Before her lay an even denser patch of withered trees and rocks, severely obstructing her view. She looked down, clear footprints in the snow extended to this point, then abruptly ended. The footprints vanished completely before a waist-high ice rock, without turning back, without turning away, as if the person had evaporated into thin air upon reaching this spot. Ling Chu crouched down, her fingertips tracing the edge of the last footprint. The snow was compacted, the edges clear, the force even not like leaping or climbing, more like, suddenly losing its support? She pondered this illogical way of disappearing. Oh woo-oo! A sharp, short wolf howl suddenly came from deeper within the withered tree slope. Immediately afterward, there was a muffled thud of something heavy collapsing and snapping branches, and a faint, splattering sound, like liquid splashing. Ling Chu's eyes sharpened. Without hesitation, she darted towards the source of the sound like an arrow. She bypassed the boulders blocking her path, pushed aside the withered branches, and suddenly a clearing appeared before her, a forest clearing bathed in the pale moonlight. In the clearing lay the grayish-white carcass of an adult dire wolf, its neck severed at a twisted angle, blood gushing out, spreading a large, glaring dark red across the snow. And Yu with his back to her, knelt on one knee beside the wolf's corpse. He was slightly bowed, his shoulders taut in the moonlight, his head lowered, and the faint sucking sound from the wound near the wolf's neck reached Ling Chu's ears clearly. Chapter 251 Vampires. The man's profile was hidden in shadow, only the tight lines of his jaw and the occasional movement of his Adam's apple were visible. Ling Chu's eyes widened involuntarily. He was drinking blood? Wolf blood? An absurd yet plausible guess surfaced in her mind. His appetite was unusually small, and now he had left the camp alone in the dead of night to kill a wolf and drink its blood. Could his diet not consist of normal food at all, but of fresh blood? This thought sent a chill down Ling Chu's spine. But what alarmed her even more was that in those few seconds of her thoughts racing, Yu, lying beside the wolf carcass, suddenly stopped moving. In the moonlight, he seemed to have finished eating, tilting his head slightly, raising his arm, and quickly wiping his lips with the inside of his sleeve, a fluid and natural movement, as if he were simply wiping his mouth after a meal. Then, he propped himself up on his knees, the moonlight illuminating his face. His face was paler than usual, but his lips were unusually vibrant, as if freshly applied rouge, and a sharp fang protruded from the edge of his upper lip. Ling Chu no longer concealed herself, stepping out of the shadows, her voice low and coldly demanding, "What are you doing?" Yu, with his back to her, froze instantly upon hearing her voice, as if nailed to the spot by an invisible icicle. A clear panic flashed in his eyes, he didn't even dare to turn around. His figure suddenly collapsed and shrank in an instant, transforming into a palm-sized, jet-black bat with a flapping sound, swiftly flying towards a nearby thick, withered tree, disappearing behind the tree trunk's shadow. In the shadow behind the tree, the moment he landed, Yu transformed back into human form. He leaned against the rough, cold bark, his chest heaving slightly, breathing heavily with tension. "It's Ling Chu. What should I do?" He was so careless. No, Ling Chu was too perceptive, or rather, her timing was too perfect. Did she see his face? Did she see the bloodstains on his lips and those ugly fangs? His heart pounded heavily in his chest. He squeezed his eyes shut, forcing himself to calm down, raising his hand to press his knuckles against the fangs, feeling the subtle sensation as they receded, the agitation from the satisfaction of blood slowly subsiding. The wind was still all around, Yu reassured himself. Perhaps she hadn't seen him clearly? The night was too dark, the distance too great. "What are you hiding for? I've seen you, Yu." A clear, cold female voice rang out in the silent snow, shattering his self-deception. Yu sighed, slowly emerging from behind the thick tree trunk, once again exposed to the moonlight. The blood on his lips was now wiped clean, his teeth retracted, leaving only a complex glint in his eyes, the realization that his secret had been exposed. Ling Chu frowned. "You're not just a chef, your special profession is a vampire. Drinking blood, having sharp fangs, being able to transform into a bat, these are the hallmarks of a legendary vampire. No wonder he showed little interest in normal food, no wonder he always seemed more energetic at night, and no wonder he was relentlessly hunted by the Crusaders. It wasn't just because he killed Mozangbei, was it? A dark profession that feeds on blood was practically the perfect target for the Crusaders' light order. Ling Chu had initially chosen to follow him out of caution regarding the unusual behavior of his teammates, suspecting he might be secretly trading with other teams. She hadn't expected to stumble upon such a secret. Yu didn't deny it, lowering his eyes slightly. "Yes, to be precise, he's called the Bloodthirsty Earl, but there's no difference." He directly shared his character panel with her. Player ID, Yu Class, Pirate, Tier 2/Chef, Tier 4/Bloodthirsty Earl, Tier 3. Sin value, 120. Bounty, 7,370. Strength, 10. Constitution, 8. Agility, 12. Intelligence, 11. Health, 80. Mana, 110. Skills, Cooking Mastery, Wrist Dagger Enhancement, Morale Boost, Bat Transformation, Blood Explosion, Healing with Drink, Charm Control, Pure Blood Vampire. Cooking Mastery, passive. You are skilled in cooking and can cook dishes with special effects depending on the rarity of the ingredients. Wrist Dagger Enhancement, when attacking with wrist daggers, damage is increased by 10%. Moral Boost, gain temporary strength +2, Constitution +1, consumes 5 mana, lasts for 3 minutes, cooldown is 30 minutes. Bat Transformation, you can transform into a bat. During transformation, you cannot use other skills. Consumes 1 mana point per minute. Blood Explosion, you can cause a small-scale explosion of blood. This effect is limited to targets that are currently bleeding. The explosion effect depends on the target's health. Consumes 5 mana points. Restore What you drink, you can restore lost health by drinking blood. Charm and Control. After making eye contact with a target for 3 seconds, you can activate this skill to charm and control their behavior. Consumes 5 mana points per second. Effect depends on the target's intelligence. Pure Blood Vampire. Curse. As a noble bloodthirsty count, your appearance will change slightly. Normal human food will taste bland and will not satisfy your hunger. Only blood can truly alleviate your hunger. Ling Chu's gaze flickered slightly after reviewing his stats. His strength, agility, and intelligence all exceeded double digits, indicating he had consumed a considerable amount of mysterious fruits. Moreover, this bloodthirsty count's skills are quite powerful, including control skills, attack skills, and the ability to transform. However, the more powerful a special class is, the more likely it is to be accompanied by a curse. Ling Chu's gaze lingered on the curse. A highly skilled chef, yet permanently losing the ability to taste food. It was truly a cruel twist of fate. Apart from that Mozang Bai, and 2 players from the Holy Legion who wanted to kill me, I have never drunk anyone else's blood. Yu Jiali stared at her intently, not knowing why he was so eager to explain. He simply wanted to tell her that he had never harmed any innocent players. He wasn't a good person, but he wasn't evil either. Would drinking human blood or animal blood make a difference to you? Ling Chu looked at him, her gaze filled with curiosity, not disgust. Human blood tastes better and is more satisfying to me. I can go 3 days without being hungry after drinking human blood once, but animal blood can only last for 1 day at most. Yu Jiali told the truth. What Ling Chu didn't know was that ordinary food wasn't just tasteless to him, it made him want to vomit after just 1 bite. Fearing Ling Chu and the others would notice something was wrong, he forced himself to eat a couple of bites, suppressing the urge to vomit. But in reality, he had been starving for 2 days. Yesterday, while bleeding the wolf Huang Xiaoan had hunted, he had almost succumbed to temptation, thinking of sneaking out in the middle of the night to drink some wolf blood, but he was caught red-handed. Ling Chu looked up at him. So what do you do when you want to drink human blood? Chapter 252. Are you full? Ling Chu had no prejudice against professions themselves. There were all sorts of professions in this world, but the premise was that this non-human teammate wouldn't pose a threat to his own people. After all, having someone lurking nearby who needed to survive on bloodshed would make anyone a little more wary. I've been placing orders on the trading board to buy fresh blood, 200 seashells a bottle. Some players who are short of money will sell to me. Yu Jiali said that as for Mozang Bai and the 2 members of the Holy See he killed, he had already done so he naturally filled his stomach as well. Ling Chu was stunned. Is that even possible? Paying to drink blood? But thinking about it, it makes sense. In the real world, there were people who sold their blood for money, let alone in this resource-scarce game world. Are you full? Ling Chu suddenly asked. Yu Jiali was slightly taken aback. What? Ling Chu pointed at the wolf carcass with her chin. If you're not full, then keep eating. Her tone was calm, even carrying a hint of don't waste food as if it were a matter of course. These past 2 days, thanks to Yu Jiali, the 3 of them had been eating with great relish at every meal. This man had been starving for 2 days, but he didn't dare say a word. He even sneaked out at night to drink wolf blood, only to be interrupted by her. Ling Chu thought about it and felt that this chef, forced to hide his identity and even going hungry, seemed a little pitiful. I'm full. Yu Jiali answered softly. He was only about 7/10 full, but he didn't want to show her his inhuman state again. He could go on the challenge tomorrow morning, he could drink some of the blood vials he'd stockpiled on the ship afterward. Ling Chu then squatted down, examining the wolf carcass, touching the still intact pelt. It's a waste to throw the rest away. We can sell the wolf pelt to Mickey Meow Meow Witch. Yu Jiali responded, stepped forward, and with a flick of his wrist, a pair of metallic wrist spikes silently slid from his sleeve. They were longer and thinner than daggers, more like 2 enlarged needles. His technique was exceptionally skillful. The wrist spikes precisely cut into the junction of the fur and muscle, with almost no unnecessary movement, and a complete wolf pelt was peeled off. Ling Chu could see clearly that the wrist spikes were extremely well concealed, obviously a hidden weapon, likely more dangerous and unexpected than ordinary swords in close combat or certain special situations. Some of the wolf meat, drained of its blood, had shriveled into dark red jerky, but many parts remained intact and could be taken back to camp. In the slightly eerie atmosphere of digging up the corpse under the moonlight, Ling Chu casually asked, what you said in the public chat during the day seemed to indicate you knew a lot about the Holy Crusade. Do they have any weaknesses? Yu Jiali's skinning motion didn't stop. The sharp wrist spike sliced through the connective tissue, making a soft hissing sound. Actually, my understanding of the Holy Crusade is limited. Besides Mo Sangbei and others I've already killed, the only other person I've fought is Xia Chunying. Her light magic is very effective against me, to the point that I can't even get close to her. Yu Jiali couldn't help but recall the day that had driven him to the brink of despair. It was the 7th day since entering the game, and he had discovered an uninhabited island at sea. That island was a level 1 island, with many herbs and coconut trees. After landing on the island, he established a temporary camp and planned to gather supplies and search for the island's core. That day, Fluffy was being lazy, nestled on his straw mat and refusing to get up no matter how much he called. Yuji had no choice but to go out alone to explore the island. However, when he returned, he heard voices coming from the camp. Realizing something was wrong, it was too late. 3 strangers had taken over his camp, lit a campfire, and on the fire, a small, charred lump was his Fluffy. Yuji was nearly driven mad. He immediately took out his wrist spikes and dripped his own blood onto them. These wrist spikes, like the Ling Chu bone ring, were legendary items with a class inheritance. When he first obtained them, Yuji hesitated because of the vampire curse on them and hadn't accepted the inheritance. But to avenge his Fluffy, he accepted the inheritance without hesitation. Even if they can't eat normal food, so what if they live by drinking blood? Even if they become vampires and lose their human identity, so what? If they can't protect what they care about, having a human identity is just a more painful prison. Yuji, using his wrist spikes and blood explosions, killed Imo Sangbei and his 2 companions, dragging their corpses onto the ship as a backup blood bank. At that time, the system shop didn't yet sell fleet formation cards, and the Holy Army hadn't been formally established. It was just a nominal organization. Even Chu Dongxiu and Xia Chunying only had a few underlings they'd made at sea. However, Xia Chunying and Imo Sangbei had already added each other as friends thanks to their familiar IDs, and their ships were both heading towards each other's coordinates. When Xia Chunying saw Imo Sangbei's avatar go black, she frantically steered her ship towards Imo Sangbei's last known location. She encountered Yuji, who was about to sail away. The two inevitably started fighting. Yuji's mana wasn't fully restored at the time, and Xia Chunying's light magic naturally countered vampires. He was nearly severely injured in that battle, only escaping thanks to a public challenge card. Later, he drank a lot of blood to recover his lost health. Yuji briefly recounted his experience fighting the Crusaders to Ling Chu. So that's how it was. Ling Chu murmured. The fluffy ball died so tragically, and right in front of him. As Ling Chu was thinking about the fluffy ball, she saw the ghostly kitten peek its head out from Yuji's collar zipper, obediently yawn silently, and then retreat back inside. Her expression softened. I saw you say in the public chat that Holy Light Shines on Earth has a crush on Xia Chunying. I thought you knew a lot about their internal relationships, but it turns out you were just smearing them. Not entirely. Yuji carefully removed the last bit of taut fascia, slowly straightened up, and wiped the blood off his wrist spike with snow. Part of it is humanity. He put away the wrist spike and looked at Ling Chu. Holy Light Shines on Earth as a paladin, no less powerful than Xia Chunying. He could easily go out on his own, but he follows Xia Chunying around like a bodyguard all day, obeying her every command. Do you believe he doesn't have some ulterior motives? Ling Chu pursed her lips. Interesting, a love triangle. Judging from Xia Chunying's attitude in the public chat, threatening to chop Yuji into mincemeat, and the exorbitant bounty offered, she still seems to love her deceased boyfriend. Meanwhile, the commander of the 3rd Regiment of the Holy Light, bathed in holy light, loves her but cannot have her. Sometimes, weaknesses aren't always apparent, just plant a small seed, and it will sprout and fester from within. Chapter 253 Results announced. This was also why Ling Chu didn't want to take on so many crew members. The more people there were, the more complicated the relationships would become, and conflicts were inevitable. As captain, she couldn't be involved in every situation at all times. These seemingly insignificant problems, over time, could very well become the fuse that caused the fleet to fall apart. Ling Chu's sixth sense told her that this holy light shining upon the earth might be a breakthrough point in dealing with the Holy Army. Are you interested in the Holy Army? Yuji asked. Just being prepared. I have a feeling we'll have to face them someday, Ling Chu said, but now wasn't the time to think about that. They had been out for a long time. Although traps had been set in the camp, no one was on guard at night. She felt uneasy. She didn't want anything to go wrong on the last day of the challenge. Ling Chu picked up the processed wolf pelt and said to Yuji, let's go back. Yuji hesitated before following her, a hint of doubt in his eyes. You don't care that I'm a vampire? He was prepared that once Ling Chu knew his identity, she might become wary of him, dislike him, or even kick him out of the group. After all, even without him, their points were enough to get them into the top 3. But Ling Chu only asked if he had eaten enough, and then naturally headed back to camp. This left Yuji somewhat bewildered. Didn't she know that, in a sense, she was also his food? If we really clash with the Holy Army in the future, then the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Ling Chu paused, then said, and between a vampire who makes a living by buying blood vials from the trading house and a rampaging Holy Army organization, I naturally know who the more threatening villain is. Her calm and composed tone drifted on the wind. Watching her retreating figure, Yuji felt his heart pound even faster. It wasn't the anxious pounding of fear of being discovered anymore, but a kind of relaxed, slightly irregular heartbeat he'd never experienced before. He lowered his eyes, remaining silent, and followed Ling Chu, stepping through the snow and moonlight, back to the campsite. The campfire still burned quietly, and all was silent. Ling Chu carefully checked the lionfish spike traps set around the campsite. There were no signs of them being triggered or moved. It seemed no one had infiltrated while they were gone. She felt slightly relieved and turned to Yu Jiali, saying, "Thank you for your hard work the rest of the night. I'm going back to sleep." Yu Jiali nodded, "Don't worry." Ling Chu didn't say anything more and went into the igloo. Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan were fast asleep. She lay down in her spot, listening to the occasional crackling of firewood outside, her nerves gradually relaxing, and she drifted back to sleep. The rest of the night passed peacefully. The next day, as dawn broke, Ling Chu awoke. When she emerged from the igloo, Yu Jiali was still sitting by the campfire, poking at the embers with a branch. A pot of food bubbled in the fire, its aroma filling the camp. He showed no signs of fatigue. He seemed even more energetic after drinking wolf blood. "Good morning," Ling Chu greeted him. "Good morning," Yu Jiali replied, looking up and handing her a bowl of hot fish porridge. Ling Chu took the bowl, drank a few sips, and savored the tender yet chewy white rice paired with the sweet fish. One bite instantly dispelled the morning chill. Ling Chu looked down at the bowl with a puzzled expression. Although she couldn't tell if the fish inside was sea bass or some other type, it looked like an ordinary fish porridge, yet it tasted incredibly delicious. She finished the porridge in a few gulps, then picked up her fishing rod and sat down by the ice cave. Only 2 or 3 hours remained in the challenge, and every point could affect her final ranking. The frozen lake was exceptionally tranquil in the morning light, and the fish seemed to be biting unusually well. She concentrated intently, casting her line after line, continuously bringing various fish and scattered resource cards to the surface. Time slipped by quietly. As the clock struck 9, a system announcement audible to all players resounded across the frozen lake. "This public challenge has ended. Total scores for each team are now being tallied, and rewards are being distributed." With the system announcement, the weighing boxes next to each camp disappeared. The rankings for this public challenge are as follows. Team 1 and 13, Ling Chu, Far From Drugs and Gambling, Mo Yuan, Ujili total score, 326.5 points. Team 2 and 30, Wishing for Riches, Deep Well Ice, Fennel Bean, Fat Bao Bao Loves to Escape total score, 124.7 points. Teams 3 and 41, Mickey Meow Meow Witch, Magical Needle, Whale Fall, Babysitter, total score, 113.4 points. Teams 10 and 27, I'm Really Out of Ideas, Cheese Platter, 1111 Dozen Hee Hee, Flute, total score, 89.9 points. Congratulations to the top 3 teams. They will receive special rewards from the system. Each member of the team with the highest score receives a golden fishing rod trophy *1, a public challenge selection card *1, a public challenge team invitation card *2, a basic magic stone *1, 5 bags of deep sea Arctic clams, 10 packs of squid-flavored shrimp chips *10, and 2,000 seashells. Each member of the team with the second highest score receives a silver fishing rod trophy *1, 3 bags of deep sea Arctic clams, 5 packs of squid-flavored shrimp chips *5, 2 public challenge team invitation cards *2, and 1,000 seashells. The team ranking third will receive 1 bronze fishing rod trophy, 1 bag of deep sea Arctic surf clams, 2 packs of squid-flavored shrimp chips, 1 public challenge team invitation card, and 500 seashells per player. Teams ranked 3rd through 10th will receive 1 roll of toilet paper and 1 bag of laundry detergent as consolation prizes. Rewards will be automatically sent to each player's ship's warehouse. Please check your mail. All supplies obtained in this public challenge can be taken out of the challenge. The teams reacted differently to the system announcement. Although Ling Chu and her team could already estimate the outcome, Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan couldn't hide their smiles after confirming their team's first-place finish. Mickey Meow Meow Witch's team was overjoyed. They never expected to make it into the top 3. Thanks to the wolf pelts Ling Chu had traded for them, they quickly made 2 vests and traded them with other teams for 2 fishing rods, speeding up their fishing. The principle of bartering, where each party gets what they need, is applicable everywhere. The 4 members of Team 5 all looked incredibly grim. Not only had they missed out on the generous rewards for the top 3, but their star player was crippled, the second and third were mostly injured, and the fourth was left to carry the team alone. The points they earned weren't even enough for toilet paper and laundry detergent. The second in command, trembling slightly, asked, "B-boss, did I hear that right? The team that announced first place just now, wasn't one of them named Ling Chu, the one from District 666 who ranked first on all 4 lists?" Chapter 254. It's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Although the 4 of them had only recently merged into the server and weren't entirely familiar with Ling Chu's specific exploits, they had at least heard of her being ranked number 1 on all 4 leaderboards. Team number 13 was actually Ling Chu's team, and they had repeatedly provoked and sabotaged her. The second in command instantly felt a stinging pain spread throughout his body, and cold sweat poured down his back. "Boss, what do we do? We've offended the bounty hunter ranked number 1 on the justice leaderboard. What if she..." "Don't panic. The leader had also clearly heard the broadcast, and now forced himself to remain calm, saying, "We've paid indulgence tickets to the Holy Army. Even the Holy Army didn't touch us, so why would Ling Chu dare to attack us? Isn't she afraid the Holy Army will cause her trouble?" He said this, but in his heart, he knew who they were. The Holy Army was already being generous by not killing them because they had paid money. How could they possibly stand up for them? He tried to suppress his inner panic with his loud voice, as if that would give him a sense of security. The next second, however, his pupils contracted sharply. Not far away, Ling Chu, wearing the number 13 badge, was walking towards them. She walked slowly, her steps steady, but this calmness was more oppressive than any anger. The eldest brother's throat went dry, his heart pounded. As Ling Chu drew closer, until she stood before him, the string of holding on snapped with a crack. His bandaged right leg bent slightly, and he lost his balance, performing a perfect sliding knee on the ice, his voice trembling. Ling Chu, you're amazing. We were blind. We really didn't know it was you. We're willing to give you everything we got from this challenge. We just beg you to have mercy and let us go this time." Behind him, the second and third brothers also reacted, immediately kneeling down, not daring to raise their heads. The other teams still on the frozen lake were instantly drawn to her, their gazes filled with surprise, disdain, and amusement. However, Ling Chu glanced at Team 5 out of the corner of her eye. There was no anger, no mockery in her gaze, only indifference. "Make way," she said calmly, "you're blocking the way." The leader, still choking back tears, remained silent. Ling Chu walked straight past him, heading towards the area behind them. There, Yujiali was alone, silently gathering the last of their camp supplies: a large iron pot, several bamboo bowls, and some scattered firewood. Under the stunned gazes of the four members of Team 5, Ling Chu walked to Yujiali, stopped, and naturally took the iron pot from his hands. "All packed up?" she asked, her tone as usual. Yujiali's gaze calmly swept over the kneeling figures not far away, then returned to Ling Chu's face. "Okay, all done." Some of these supplies were caught by Ling Chu herself, so they naturally took them. Other supplies were caught using Yujiali's all-purpose bait. Before leaving, they had to divide the supplies among themselves. The leader, who was kneeling on the ground, instantly turned bright red. He had been so frightened by Ling Chu's approach that he slid down to his knees, begging for mercy, unaware that she didn't even consider him a threat. His 3 henchmen quickly helped him up, their necks hunched like quails, wishing they could disappear into the ground. All players will be forcibly removed from the public challenge area in 5 minutes, or may voluntarily withdraw early. Players are advised to gather their supplies as soon as possible and not leave any items behind. The system notification sounded again. Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan looked at each other in bewilderment. Did I hear that right? The system just announced that the chef's ID was Yujiali? Isn't he just a random passerby? Huang Xiaoan scratched her head blankly. It's probably an alias. Oh my god, he's the guy the Crusaders have a huge bounty on his head for? Moyuan looked conflicted, counting on her fingers. $7,000 and delicious food, $7,000 and delicious food. Huang Xiaoan, what are you muttering about? Moyuan replied honestly, I'm thinking, would the captain trade his head for 7,000 seashells? Or would he capture him and cook him into something delicious on the ship? Which do you think the captain would choose? Huang Xiaoan glanced at Ling Chu, who was talking to Yujiali, and stroked her chin. Given Ling Chu's foodie nature, it'll definitely be the latter. $7,000 isn't much, buying a master chef is a great deal. While the two were whispering, many other people's eyes were fixed on Yujiali, their gazes like they were looking at a walking seashell. Time was running out. Ling Chu took something out and handed it to Yujiali. This is for you. Whether you use it or not is up to you. We're leaving. See you again sometime. After speaking, Ling Chu turned and waved towards Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan. Then, her figure transformed into a white light and she exited the public challenge. Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan's figures disappeared immediately afterward. Yujiali looked at his hand. The thing Ling Chu had given him was a crew invitation card. A look of surprise and some complexity flashed in his eyes. With a flash of white light, he was also automatically teleported out of the public challenge. Ling Chu and the others returned to their familiar ghost ship. The warm, dry air inside the cabin contrasted sharply with the frigid chill of the icy lake, making them breathe a sigh of relief. From this public challenge, they had harvested over 500 kilograms of seafood, as well as some iron pots, oil lamps, tinder, and other living supplies, all of which Ling Chu neatly stored in the ship's warehouse. Next, she took out the most special champion's reward of this challenge, the golden fishing rod trophy. The trophy was made entirely of pure gold, perfectly capturing the moment a fishing rod bends and is lifted, radiating a warm golden glow. Its item information stated that placing it on the ship would increase its durability by 10 points. When Ling Chu, Huang Xiaoan, and Moyuan's golden fishing rod trophies were placed one by one on the side table in the ship's main hall, the 3 golden hues shimmered together, instantly adding a full 30 points to the ghost ship's durability. This increase was almost equivalent to leveling up the ship. "Captain, you're back." A calm voice came from beside the dining table. Xiaofeng Kenya was sitting there, a bowl of steaming pumpkin porridge in front of her, along with some grilled fish slices and stir-fried vegetables prepared by Dejinha. She held a copy of the latest Shark Daily in her hand, her brows relaxed, her tone as usual. "Everything is fine on the ship. Have you had breakfast?" "Yes, we have," Ling Chu said, sitting down at the table. Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan sat down. Moyuan picked up a bowl of pumpkin porridge that Sokka had served, took a small sip, and then her face wrinkled almost imperceptibly. Huang Xiaoan was even more direct. She just smelled the sweet and warm aroma of the pumpkin porridge that filled the air, then glanced at the plainly grilled fish slices, and inexplicably felt a lack of appetite. She used to think Sokka's pumpkin porridge was amazing, and while the Jinya's grilled fish was decent, it was still edible. But now, after eating the chef's fish porridge, boiled fish, braised cod, garlic shrimp, going back to these dishes felt like going from a wealthy family to a refugee. She rested her chin on her hand, couldn't help but sigh deeply, her tone quite wistful. It's truly easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Chapter 255 The Vanishing Pom-Pom. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at sea from the ghost ship, Ujiali stood on the deck of his slightly worn but meticulously maintained ship. The sea breeze ruffled the stray hairs on his forehead. He lowered his head, his fingertips gently tracing the uniquely textured card. The card depicted the ghost ship's skull, and now, the seemingly light card felt incredibly heavy in his hand. Ujiali struggled to describe his feelings. Was he happy? Undeniably. He had been drifting alone in this perilous, dog-eat-dog world of the seas, fighting alone, hiding alone, enduring the discomfort of suddenly transforming from a human into a vampire. The Crusader's bounty was like a leech, making him afraid to even linger on the ship, let alone search for any companions. The Ghost was the first ship to extend an olive branch even after learning his secret. It wasn't a temporary collaboration, nor an exchange of benefits, but a formal invitation to join the crew, signifying acceptance and coexistence. Emotions surged within him, a voice urging, "Use it. Use it now." Perhaps there, he could briefly escape the weariness of his escape, gaining a long-lost sense of peace. But reason, like a bucket of ice water, extinguished his thoughts. He was now a vampire heretic, a murderer, with a high bounty on his head from the Crusaders. As long as he remained a lone fugitive at sea, the Crusaders' primary target was him. But if he became a formal crew member of the Ghost, it meant the Ghost was officially tied to the Crusaders' most wanted criminal. The Crusaders could openly launch a campaign against the Ghost, and Chu Dongsu would never let go of this opportunity to kill him and cripple the Ghost. A two birds with one stone chance. By then, he will bring not assistance to the Ghost, but endless trouble. Ujiali's knuckles turned slightly white from gripping the card tightly. The sea breeze howled, whipping up waves that lapped against the ship's hull. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath of the salty, fishy air. When he opened them again, the turmoil in his eyes had been forcibly suppressed, leaving only calm and heaviness. He carefully tucked the crew invitation card into his inner pocket. Ujiali went into the captain's cabin, intending to turn the ship around, when he suddenly realized he seemed to have forgotten something important. "Fluffy, Fluffy?" Ujiali called out several times, but there was no response. He was anxious and confused. Where was his Fluffy? Ujiali checked everything he owned, especially his zipper and hat, where Fluffy liked to hide. However, no matter how much he searched, Fluffy didn't appear. It was as if it had vanished. Having found something he cherished, he could no longer bear the pain of losing it again. Ujiali scratched his head, suddenly realizing a possibility. Could it be? He pulled the card out of his pocket again, his eyes narrowing, a helpless smile playing on his lips. "Snake, what ant?" Inside the ghost ship's cabin, Big Gold Tooth heard Wang Xiaoan's words, "It's hard to go from extravagance to frugality," and scratched his bald head, completely bewildered by what she was saying. Ling Chu, mindful of Big Gold Tooth's pride, said, "It's nothing, she was just praising your cooking." Hee, it's an honor for Big Gold Tooth to satisfy the captain and the ladies of the crew." Big Gold Tooth grinned, its silver teeth gleaming. Its gold teeth had lost to Wang Xiaoan, and now it wore iron teeth forged by Andrew. "Ling Chu, what did you just give Ujiali?" Mo Yuan asked curiously. "A crew invitation card," Ling Chu said. Huang Xiaoan immediately perked up. "You really recruited him? I knew with our captain's exceptional eye, how could he miss out on such a delicious cook? But speaking of which, will he really join?" Ling Chu took a sip of hot water. "He will. How can you be so sure? What if he refuses?" "If you ask me, we should just tie him to the ship." Huang Xiaoan was still lamenting. Although Ujiali's situation was more special, more people probably wanted his head than recruiting him. Ling Chu looked at the bone ring on her finger. A ghostly kitten lazily floated out, its rear end sticking out as it stretched. "When did you get a cat?" Moyuan exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to Rong Kaiyu. "So cute." Ronkaya was very affectionate, nuzzling her hand with its ethereal head. It used to be Ujiali's cat, named Ronkayo, Ling Chu said. Ronkaya was now her summoned creature, so naturally it followed her back to the ghost ship. The ghost ship now had both cats and dogs. As for that certain cat lover, Ling Chu was confident. In ancient times, there was the saying holding the emperor hostage to command the princes. Now she held Ronkayo hostage to command the chef. He'll definitely come. Just then, Ling Chu suddenly received a system notification. Player Mighty Trainhead has requested a trade with you. View details. Ling Chu was a little confused. She didn't recognize the ID at all. She then chose to view it. The trade consisted of 65 kilograms of cod, 22 kilograms of white shrimp, 38 kilograms of other miscellaneous fish, a box of matches, 10 jin of zucchini, and 5 jin of green peppers, totaling over 100 jin. Although the quality was ordinary, it was still a considerable resource for an average player. The trade also included 2 messages, filled with fear. Boss, we know we were wrong, please forgive us. This is all the supplies we obtained in the public challenge, we're trading it all to you. Ling Chu instantly understood. This mighty trainhead was a member of Team 5 in the Ice Lake Challenge, most likely the leader who had slid to his knees and begged for mercy in front of her at the end. She was silent for 2 seconds, then clicked accept trade. Although her bounty hunter skills could track him down, she might not have the time or inclination. Last time, the key reason she was willing to spend time hunting down the Zhangdaxian was because he was ranked 16th on the wealth list, robbing him of the time he could make up for her losses. But with just these few people, hunting them down would only be about venting her anger. She'd be better off finding a couple more islands. However, this offered compensation was too good to pass up, so Ling Chu naturally accepted it. If she didn't accept it, those people probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. By the way, have you guys read today's Shark Daily? Ling Chu shook her head, and Xiao Fengkinyu handed her the newspaper. Ling Chu glanced at the newspaper a few times. The headline was naturally dominated by the news of "The Holy Army Annihilates the Green Mountain Ship," and the latter half included an interview with Xia Chunying by a silly bird. Chapter 256 So-Called Order and Relics. The report was accompanied by a photo of Xia Chunying, dressed in a pristine white robe and holding a staff, standing at the bow of a crusader ship. The background featured a neatly arranged and imposing crusader fleet, exuding a solemn aura. The interview was presented in a question-and-answer format. A dumb bird, Commander Xia, the Crusaders' recent purge of the Green Mountain has been perceived as quite ruthless by outsiders. What is your response to this? Xia Chunying, protecting all our people is the Crusaders' inescapable mission. Our doctrine has always been to punish evil and promote good, defend the order of light, and thoroughly purify the darkness. A dumb bird, what do you specifically mean by darkness? Many players have doubts about the Crusaders' order. Xia Chunying, darkness is plunder, deception, and bullying. It's all behavior that puts others' lives and property at risk. We establish rules not to restrict, but to protect ordinary people who simply want a peaceful life. Pirate groups like the Green Mountain are the source of chaos. Eliminating them will allow more kind-hearted players to sleep soundly at night. A dumb bird, then what exactly is the order that the Holy Crusade hopes to build? Xia Chunying, to erase all chaos and darkness, to build a safe, peaceful, and prosperous maritime home, so that everyone no longer has to fear for tomorrow's survival and can enjoy a world of food, clothing, and peace at sea. A dumb bird, that goal sounds very distant. Xia Chunying, precisely because it is distant, it needs even more steadfast practitioners. Even if the road ahead is fraught with controversy, the Holy Crusade remains unwavering. Ling Chu put down the newspaper. These words, spoken in a grand and righteous manner, could sway many ordinary players struggling to survive at sea. They glorify eliminating dissidents as purging darkness, and portray their ambition to establish a monopolistic order as the ideal of building a homeland. The Crusaders know how to embellish their righteous cause. Anyone can say nice things. Huang Xiaoan immediately saw through the charade. I just don't know what their standards for evil and darkness are, and who defines them. And I don't know who exactly everyone they're referring to in their promised world of everyone being well-fed and clothed. Moyowan was even more incisive. They're all their own people, aren't they? I don't believe any player would donate 10 cotton coats for charity, would be willing to spend a fortune building some kind of maritime utopia, and help ordinary players for free. This is just too much of a lie. Moyowan could see through the deception, but other players might not. Even someone like Zhang Daxian could swindle so many resources through public chat, let alone an organization like the Holy Crusade, which is logical and strategic, and they genuinely were killing pirates and doing charity. Few players would delve into the reasons behind this. Ling Chu suddenly thought of the powerful train driver from earlier. She hadn't even had a chance to do anything to him, yet he had already proactively delivered all the resources. Simply because she was Ling Chu, the number 1 on all 4 leaderboards, the bounty hunter with the highest justice score. Simply revealing her identity caused those players who had harbored ill intentions to instantly kneel in submission, even afterwards offering up all their loot in fear and trepidation, just begging to be let go. This is the power of fame and influence. And this was merely the deterrent effect of her personal reputation. What about the Crusaders? Before the server merge, in server 666, the Crusaders, led by Chu Dongxiu, practically controlled the narrative of that sea area. They possessed a massive crew, a tightly organized structure, and a slogan that ordinary players found irresistible: building the perfect world. At their command, how many players would willingly contribute funds, or simply out of fear, offer resources in exchange for atonement tokens? That kind of dominance, based on organization and shared beliefs, was entirely different from the deterrent effect she derived from personal strength and achievements. No matter how strong an individual is, their deterrent range is limited, and it requires repeated battles to maintain. But the power of an organization, like Mercury, seeps silently, weaving a vast net covering the sea, making those within it consciously or unconsciously obey its rules. Fear rising from the bottom up, and rule from the top down. Ling Chu murmured to herself, "How terrifying." She suddenly understood why the Crusaders were so relentlessly pursuing Yu Jiali. It wasn't just because he killed Mo Sangbei, but also because he was a heretic who existed outside their order, wielded the dark power of the vampires, and successfully challenged their authority. He had to be eliminated. Ling Chu then turned the newspaper to the back. The small section on the back was Daily Monster Trivia, and today it introduced a creature called the Deep Sea Lamprey. A hand-drawn illustration accompanied the image. It depicts a long, slender, eel-like body with dark grayish-brown skin. Most striking is its disc-shaped mouthpart internally covered with numerous layers of densely packed, tiny, yellowish horny teeth, resembling a constantly rotating and contracting meat grinder. The accompanying text describes it as deep-sea lamprey, often found in groups in the deep sea or specific cold waters. Its mouthparts possess powerful suction and destructive force, using its horny teeth to grind, drill, and suck blood and flesh. Swift in movement and remarkably resilient, extreme caution is advised when encountering its swarm attacks. Suspected to be a fourth-tier monster. Ugh! Moyuan glanced at the illustration before quickly looking away, rubbing her arms. That lamprey's mouth is disgusting. So many tiny, closely spaced teeth. It's giving me trypophobia. I hope we never encounter such a monster. Huang Xiaoan also glanced at it and clicked her tongue. If that thing bit into a boat, it could probably drill a hole right through it. After reading the daily newspaper, Aunt Martha brought her a one-eyed eye patch. During her 3 days away in the public challenge, the one-eyed eye patch had been upgraded. It now featured shimmering threads, making it look much cooler than before. It felt silky smooth and shimmered with iridescent colors in the sunlight. Just as Ling Chu held the eye patch in her hand, she heard a system notification. This item will be bound upon equipping. Bind. Ling Chu naturally chose yes. Then she noticed that the eye patch's attributes had changed. Captain Ling Chu's one-eyed eye patch. Quality, relic. This item is bound to your soul and engraved with your name. It will not be lost upon death. It can read the attribute and skill information of targets whose level is no more than 2 levels higher than your highest class level, and can read more detailed equipment and item attributes. When reading the level of a target more than 2 levels higher, you can also randomly view one skill from the target's panel. It's an essential item for murder and robbery, and it looks pretty cool too. A pirate without an eye patch is definitely not a real pirate. Chapter 257. The fifth member. Ling Chu looked at the new attributes of the eye patch. It had upgraded from legendary to relic quality, the same as the elfstone tablet she had obtained. However, Ling Chu remembered that the highest quality for equipment was legendary. What exactly was this relic quality? She asked the system if relic quality equipment was rarer and of a higher level than legendary quality equipment. The system quickly replied, addressing matters involving rules. By definition, yes. However, relic quality equipment often has attributes not significantly different from legendary quality equipment, and relic quality equipment cannot be obtained through normal means. It can only be acquired through upgrades and special methods. The elfstone tablet is an item, not equipment. Ling Chu then asked if all relic quality items could be bound to a soul and not dropped after death. System, yes. I see, no wonder it's called a relic. Although Ling Chu couldn't think of any use for equipment she would have after death, this attribute undoubtedly gave her a sense of security, like having a trump card. Aunt Martha waited patiently for Ling Chu's evaluation. Captain, is this blindfold comfortable? You repaired it very well, Aunt Martha, thank you. Ling Chu smiled at her. Just then, a frantic report came from outside the cabin from the skeleton lookout. Reporting, Captain. An unfamiliar vessel is approaching at 10 o'clock. Its speed is steady, and it's not flying any clearly identifiable flags. Should we go on alert? Upon hearing this, Ling Chu immediately rushed to the deck, followed by Huang Xiaoan, Moyuan, and Xiao Fengkinyu. Looking in the direction the skeleton lookout pointed, they saw a steam-powered sailing ship steadily approaching the ghost, not far away. The ship wasn't large, appearing to be the vessel of a lone player. There was no exposed offensive weaponry, and its sailing posture was very proper, not like a malicious sudden attack. "No need for full alert yet," Ling Chu ordered after observing the situation. "Yes, Captain." The sailboat quickly came into clearer view. She could clearly see the figure standing at the bow. He was tall and straight, wearing a signature black windbreaker. It was Yu Jiali. Ling Chu wasn't surprised. When the skeleton henchman said a ship was approaching, she had already guessed it was him. After all, the probability of encountering a ship at sea was very low. It was more likely he had used the invitation card's teleportation function. Before Ling Chu could speak, Wang Xiaoan and Moyuan were already excitedly waving from the ship's side. "Chef, you really came. Great. We can finally live the high life." Ling Chu glanced sideways. "I haven't made you live the high life yet." Huang Xiaoan chuckled, scratching her head. "Captain, that's resource abundance. The chef's arrival means living the high life literally." Moyuan nodded enthusiastically. Only Xiao Fengkenyu was confused, tugging at Moyuan's sleeve. "Wanzi, who is this person?" "Our new teammate from the public challenge. That's Yu Jiali from the Sin list. His cooking is amazing." Before we left the challenge, Ling Chu gave him an invitation card. Moyuan patiently explained to Xiao Fengkenyu. Xiao Fengkenyu responded with an "O." Although she was naturally wary of strangers, she trusted Ling Chu's judgment, though she approved of wouldn't be wrong. The two ships slowly approached, their gunnels lightly brushing together. A semi-transparent shadow suddenly leaped gracefully from the railing of the ghost ship. The fluffy ball leaped merrily through the air in a beautiful arc, passing directly through Yu Jiali's arm as he tried to catch it, yet hovering steadily above his palm, purring contentedly. Yu Jiali looked down at the fluffy ball in his palm, his lips softening almost imperceptibly for a moment. He raised his eyes, his gaze landing on Ling Chu's face. "Someone used a cat to coerce me. This tactic is quite effective." Ling Chu raised an eyebrow at the sound of his voice, a slight smile appearing on her face. She then subtly stepped aside, making way for boarding, displaying the formality befitting a captain. "Ghost, welcome aboard. Player Yu Jiali has joined your fleet. You have unlocked new ship facilities, which can be viewed in the ship panel." Ling Chu gave him a crew invitation card. After using it, his original ship was dismantled and recycled by the system, and all the ship's supplies were merged into his personal storage box on the Ghost. The Ghost's crew, which had remained unchanged for a long time, finally rose to 5. Ling Chu opened the ship's facilities panel and found 2 new constructible facility icons, faintly glowing. Multifunctional kitchen. A fully equipped professional kitchen. It features an adjustable heat magic stove, a multifunctional cooking counter, a professional refrigeration area, and a complete ventilation and storage system. When chefs work in this facility, food preparation speed is increased by 20%, and there is a chance to produce higher quality dishes. It is an essential facility for those seeking both deliciousness and efficiency. Construction requires 500 wood, 30 iron ore, 20 glass, and 2 basic magic stones. Bloodline resting coffin. A special resting facility tailor-made for vampires. Its exterior is a classic and exquisite wooden coffin, with soft cushions and subtle patterns engraved with soothing energy. When vampires slumber within, their health and mana slowly regenerate. It is the warmest and most comfortable bed for vampires and a dedicated facility ensuring they maintain peak condition. Construction requires 50 wood, 10 flawless white pearls, and 5 silk. Dissection and blood collection chamber. A closed room equipped with a full set of professional instruments. It includes a dissection table for fixing targets, blood separation and storage devices, tissue stripping tools, and a bone cleaning system. This facility allows for efficient and non-destructive blood collection from designated targets, including humans, humanoids, and some monsters, and can completely separate flesh and bone tissue, ensuring maximum material utilization. Using this will increase your sin value. Please use with caution. Construction requires 500 wood, 30 iron ore, 5 preservatives, and 5 electronic components. The multifunctional kitchen is a facility exclusive to Yu Jiali's chef profession, while the bloodline resting coffin and the dissection and blood collection room are facilities exclusive to his bloodthirsty Earl profession. First, the kitchen is definitely a facility that needs to be built. Ling Chu has never been stingy when it comes to food. The resting coffin is essentially Yu Jiali's bed, so it must also be built. When Ling Chu saw the dissection and blood-taking room, her eyes lit up. Here, flesh and bone could be completely separated. Did that mean she could create skeletons herself? Although she couldn't use her skeletal resurrection skill on player corpses, she could use it on the natives of this world. Then the blood could be given to Yu Jiali to drink, and the bones could be used to summon skeleton minions. What a perfect recycling! Chapter 258 Multifunctional Kitchen. Ling Chu had most of the materials needed for these 3 facilities in her warehouse, but she was missing 3 silk, preservative, and electronic components. Silk was a higher grade tailoring material than cloth, but fortunately, it was sold in the trading post. Ling Chu bought 5 bundles of silk at 100 C coins each. However, Ling Chu couldn't find the electronic components and preservatives in the trading post. However, she had previously obtained an electronic component while dismantling the doll production workshop of the doll number. Having just one would be enough. She could copy it directly from the Fate gambling table, and her triple luck cooldown had just refreshed today. As for the preservative, it sounded like a potion. She'd ask Xiao Feng Can You later if they could refine it. With the materials for the multifunctional kitchen and the bloodline resting coffin gathered, the remaining question was where to place these 2 facilities. The hall was spacious enough to fit another kitchen. They usually ate in the hall on the first floor, and the proximity of the kitchen and dining area made serving food easier. So, with a wave of her hand, Ling Chu created a brand new, multifunctional kitchen on the first floor. As for the bloodline resting coffin, Ling Chu initially considered placing it in the skeleton rest area on the lower level, where coffins were readily available. But then she thought, while the environment there was claustrophobic, her skeleton minions were noisy, and 100 coffins would be like 100 large dorm rooms. Yuji Ali might not be comfortable there, so the cruise lounge would be more suitable. The ghost ship had plenty of crew quarters. All the cruise lounges were the same size, with identical furniture and even window sizes, so there was no issue of choosing a room. Ling Chu then selected a room and replaced the bed with the resting coffin. As construction materials were deducted, the interior layout of the ghost ship's cabin subtly changed. In the previously empty corner of the east side of the hall, a brand new wall rose from the ground, its center inlaid with a large, smooth, transparent pane of glass. Through the glass, the newly completed multifunctional kitchen was clearly visible. Almost simultaneously, the nameplate on a door in the second-floor crew lounge silently changed, from vacant to Yuji Ali. Don't just stand there on deck, aren't you cold? Come on, let's go back to the cabin and take a look around the ghost. Ling Chu said to Yuji Ali. What's this? Big Gold Tooth, still cleaning the oven, was the first to notice the change in the hall. He pressed his face against the huge pane of glass, his eyes wide with amazement. A new kitchen. Good heavens, this is so bright. This stove, this sink, and what's that shiny big box? Ling Chu and the others entered the hall, just in time to hear Big Gold Tooth's exclamation. Huang Xiaowen's eyes widened. What a new and beautiful kitchen. When did it appear? It wasn't here just now. Moyuan chimed in, it must be a professional facility exclusive to chefs. Let's go in and take a look. So the group walked through the hall, pushed open the glass door of the kitchen, and stepped inside. Soft yet bright magical lights automatically illuminated every detail. The spacious countertop was smooth as a mirror, with a water collection basin along the edge. Various knives, spatulas, strainers, and other tools were hung above it, everything one could need. To the right were 3 magical stoves side by side, their burner openings engraved with intricate temperature control runes, allowing for precise adjustment of temperatures from simmering to high flames. Next to the stoves was an equally spacious food preparation area and a water purification system. Most eye-catching was the large 3-door refrigerator placed against the wall. Ling Chu scanned it with his one-eyed eye patch, and its attribute description appeared. 3-door freshness-locking refrigerator. It has 1,000 internal compartments for storing food. Food placed inside will have its freshness locked and will never expire. Seeing the refrigerator's attributes, Ling Chu felt that building this kitchen was worthwhile. Her skeletal ring, previously cluttered with various ingredients, finally freed up some space. Ling Chu immediately set to work, taking a portion of each ingredient from the ring and stuffing them into the refrigerator. There were still plenty of shelves in the kitchen, so Ling Chu placed the canned goods and honey that didn't need immediate preservation on them. In an instant, over 300 shelves in the refrigerator were filled. Yuji Ali's gaze swept across every corner of the kitchen, a rare flicker of emotion appearing in his usually calm eyes. He walked to the stove, his fingertips lightly brushing the countertop to test the temperature of the magical stove, then opened the refrigerator. Inside, it was neatly stacked to the brim with ingredients. This was only the outward appearance. In reality, the amount of food inside far exceeded the refrigerator's volume. He turned to Ling Chu, a hint of complexity in his voice. This kitchen requires low-level magic energy stones as its core power source. I've always wanted to build one, but I haven't been able to get my hands on any. This was practically every chef's dream kitchen, fully functional, spacious, equipped with advanced technology, and even designed with chef's habits and ingredient management in mind. And there were so many varieties of fresh ingredients. Yuji Ali could already imagine how comfortable and enjoyable it would be to cook here. Huang Xiaowen laughed heartily. Following our captain, you've really had a good life. My fate gambling table, Wanz's fortune-telling room, and Xiaoya's alchemy room, the captain provided all of them. Yuji Ali suppressed his excitement and said to them, what would you like for lunch? Order whatever you like, I'll cook. Moyuan swallowed hard. I want sweet and sour pork, the kind that's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sweet and sour. Yuji Ali nodded, sure. Huang Xiaowen raised her hand, I want that Sichuan pepper cornfish from last time. Yuji Ali, okay. He turned his gaze to Ling Chu, his eyes softening, and for the first time, he changed how he addressed her. "So, my captain, what would you like to eat?" Ling Chu's gaze swept over the brand new, gleaming galley. She thought of something, and her tone became slightly subtle. "The things I want to eat might not be convenient to prepare here." On the deck of the Ghost, Ling Chu walked to an open area by the ship's side, opened the bone ring, and then took out the item. Bang! A heavy, muffled sound. A giant octopus tentacle, over 10 meters long and thicker than 3 people could hug, covered in suckers and dark purple markings, appeared out of thin air and slammed heavily onto the deck. The tip of the tentacle even nervously curled and twisted slightly. Yu-Ji Ali. Chapter 259 Butcher Ding. Even Yu-Ji Ali, who had seen countless rare and exotic ingredients, had never before witnessed such gigantic octopus tentacles. What level of monster could possess such enormous tentacles? However, in an instant, the surprise in his eyes transformed into a thirst for exploring this unknown ingredient. With a flick of his wrist, the gleaming, familiar kitchen knife appeared in his hand. Yu-Ji Ali stepped forward with the knife, his other hand resting on the octopus's tough, tire-like skin, seemingly considering where to begin cutting. Ling Chu spoke up, "This octopus tentacle skin is very tough." This was also why they hadn't yet eaten the octopus tentacle. Even her legendary level dagger couldn't cut through its skin. However, Ling Chu didn't want to miss out on the attribute bonuses from cooking with such a high-level monster. She even thought that she could use some kind of cooking torch to partially cook the octopus's skin, and then they could eat it while holding it. Before she could finish speaking, Yu-Ji Ali lightly placed the blade against the tentacle's surface, effortlessly slashing, and with a flick of his wrist, a soft sound rang out, and the thick, tough outer layer parted silently, like a hot knife cutting into butter, revealing the snow-white, translucent, and clearly textured muscle tissue beneath. The cut was smooth as a mirror. Ling Chu's single eye patch swept over the kitchen knife in his hand. Butcher's knife. Quality, unique. A simple, unadorned, wide-backed kitchen knife capable of non-destructively cutting and processing any substance the user deems ingredient. Limited to use by chefs. No wonder this knife can cut all ingredients. However, Ling Chu couldn't help but wonder, for Yu-Ji Ali, wouldn't human flesh also be considered an ingredient? Yu-Ji Ali precisely cut into the core of the tentacle, his wrist steadily rotating, following the texture of the octopus flesh. In just a few breaths, a thick, plump piece of octopus core, weighing about 3 pounds, was completely removed and placed on a prepared tray. The meat was extremely firm, a large, snow-white piece with a moist sheen. From its appearance, it gave no indication that it came from that terrifying deep-sea monster. It looked more like a piece of solidified fat. "This should be enough," Yu-Ji Ali asked, looking up at her. "How would you like it prepared?" Ling Chu casually replied, "Anything is fine with me. Then I'll be free to be creative." After saying this, Yu-Ji Ali took the snow-white octopus core back to the multifunctional kitchen. Through the large, transparent glass separating the living room and kitchen, one could clearly see him wearing a black apron, quickly and meticulously washing the ingredients at the sink, and then placing the meat on the cutting board. He first pressed the texture of the meat, his expression focused, before picking up the butcher's knife again and beginning to slice rapidly at a steady pace. His movements were fluid and graceful, each cut precise and consistent, slicing the thick piece of meat evenly into thin slices, each one translucent and glossy with smooth edges. Then came slicing, dicing. Through the glass, almost no noise could be heard, only his steady figure and the stable hands wielding the kitchen knife. Outside the kitchen, Ling Chu walked to Xiao Fengkenyu's side and asked, "How's your potion research progressing these past few days?" Xiao Fengkenyu looked up, her expression hesitant. She silently took out a palm-sized crystal bottle containing a viscous liquid with a faint bluish-purple fluorescent glow, a tiny arc of electricity flashing across the stopper. "This is my first attempt at concocting a mid-level potion. It contains processed storm jellyfish extract, theoretically capable of significantly increasing instantaneous life recovery speed and providing short-term lightning resistance, but the paralyzing effect of the jellyfish venom is difficult to completely eliminate, resulting in a high failure rate." She paused, her tone becoming more serious. "Usually, when I test potions myself, if something goes wrong, I just give them an antidote and lie in bed for half a day. But this, the paralyzing effect might affect swallowing or even breathing, requiring immediate intervention. So, I've been waiting for you to return." Ling Chu's blindfold looked at the potion, displaying a simple message: an unknown potion. This potion had just been developed, and no one had tested it, so even the blindfold couldn't identify it. Without hesitation, Ling Chu reached out. "My constitution is stronger than yours, and my resistance to toxins is greater. I'll try." Before Xiao Fengkenyu could say anything, Ling Chu had already uncorked the bottle and downed the entire vial of medicine in one gulp. Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan immediately gathered around, while Xiao Fengkenyu gripped the universal antidote she had prepared beforehand. "How do you feel?" Moyuan asked nervously. The liquid was smooth on the palate, with a sweet aftertaste, better than expected. Ling Chu smacked her lips, savoring the taste, a little sweet. Moyuan was speechless. "Who asked you that? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Xiao Feng Kenyu coughed lightly and explained. To improve the taste, I added a little honey. Ling Chu carefully sensed the changes in her body. After a few seconds, she scratched her cheek, somewhat uncertain, it seems. I don't feel anything special? Just a warm feeling in my stomach, like I drank some hot soup. It should have worked, right? She looked at the empty bottle in her hand again through her one-eyed eye patch. This time, the information that appeared changed. Intermediate life potion, empty bottle. Effect, restores 30% of maximum health within 10 seconds after consumption and reduces lightning damage taken by 20% for the next 30 seconds. Developed by the alchemist Xiao Feng Kenyu, incorporating the active ingredients of the storm jellyfish, with good stability and no obvious side effects. It's done. Ling Chu handed the bottle to Xiao Feng Kenyu. The effect is very practical. It restores 30% of maximum health within 10 seconds and also increases temporary lightning resistance. Is this potion difficult to make? Can it be mass-produced? Xiao Feng Kenyu breathed a sigh of relief and took the bottle. It's not difficult, but mass production is not easy. It requires a large number of storm jellyfish. We currently only have one small storm jellyfish, which is enough for our own use. Ling Chu thought about it and agreed. If this kind of intermediate level health potion could be mass-produced, it would definitely make a lot of money. However, firstly, the materials are hard to obtain, and the probability of encountering a swarm of storm jellyfish is very low. Secondly, it would consume a lot of Xiao Feng Kenyu's time. Instead of letting her spend her energy on mass production to make money, it would be better to develop more potions to strengthen the team. Since the formula is fine, I'll make a few more bottles when I get back. Xiao Feng Kenyu was overjoyed, as this meant that her alchemy skills had officially reached the intermediate level, and her alchemy profession was about to be upgraded. Chapter 260 Stir-fried with sauce and boiled. By the way, Xiaoyu, do you know how to make preservatives? Ling Chu asked. Xiao Feng Kenyu pondered for a moment and said, the main components of preservatives are nitrites, sulfur dioxide, and antibiotics. Nitrites can be somewhat replaced with high-concentration sea salt, and sulfur dioxide can be extracted from sulfur. The key is antibiotics. The microbial flora of this world is very different from that of the old blue star. What microorganisms can be used to ferment antibiotics remains to be tested. Ling Chu understood, so it can't be done for now? Xiao Feng Kenyu thought of the fungal beast corpse she brought back from Mushroom Island. She had used quite a bit to make poison gas bombs, and had some left. She paused and said, I can't give you a definite answer right now. Everything can only be concluded through experiments. Maybe it can, maybe it can't. Ling Chu was used to her rigorous way of speaking as a researcher. No rush. Let's make some intermediate level life potions first, and then you can research preservatives when you have time. Xiao Feng Kenyu nodded, okay. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Yujieli was busy preparing ingredients, while outside the window, Big Gold Tooth was staring intently into the room through the glass, the eerie blue flames in his eyes flickering, revealing a complex mix of emotions, jealousy, bitterness, and resentment. Why does the captain let this new man use such a beautiful and fully equipped kitchen all by himself? Has the captain gotten tired of these skeletons? The captain is so fickle. This man is just good-looking, his cooking can't possibly be as good as his grilled meat. However, as it watched, Big Gold Tooth's thoughts drifted. It watched as Yujieli deftly sliced a piece of pork tenderloin into evenly sized, uniformly thick strips, his movements so fast they were almost blurry. It watched him coat the strips with a thin layer of batter, then fry them in oil until they instantly developed a golden, crispy crust. Then, he simmered sugar, vinegar, soy sauce, and other seasonings in another small pot to make a thick, glistening sauce, then poured in the fried meat strips and quickly tossed them in the wok. Swish! The golden meat strips were instantly coated in a bright, tempting sauce, glistening in strands as the spatula flipped them, and the sweet and sour aroma forcefully wafted through the glass cracks. Big Gold Tooth caught a whiff of a strange yet alluring aroma it had never smelled before. Then, it saw Yujieli neatly arrange the sliced fish fillets in the scalding hot stone pot, sprinkle on a thick layer of Sichuan peppercorns, chili peppers, and minced scallions, ginger, and garlic, and then scoop up a spoonful of boiling hot oil, and with a flick of his wrist, another sizzle. The instant the boiling oil hit the spices, an indescribable, spicy, and savory aroma, straight to the top of its head, exploded out. White smoke mingled with the fragrance, surging out, even the kitchen's exhaust system seemed to lag behind. The ghostly fire in Big Gold Tooth's eyes flickered violently, its jaw gaping open in astonishment. Was he performing magic? Fish could be cooked like this. Hot oil could be used like this. This strange aroma, it had never smelled anything like it in its entire life. No, not even in its past life as a human, it didn't seem to have smelled anything so captivating. It's not just about Big Gold Teeth. Pastry chef Sokka, first mate Teach, blacksmith Andrew, and a growing number of skeleton crew members were drawn by the unprecedented aroma, emerging from all corners of the ship. They crowded around the galley doorway and outside the glass windows, their empty eye sockets fixed on the busy human figure inside, their soul fire flickering curiously as they whispered amongst themselves. What is that human doing? Why does it smell so good? What powder is he sprinkling into the pot? Could it be the legendary happy powder? I've heard of something called poppy that emits a strange fragrance and is addictive. Something's not right, something's definitely not right. How can ordinary food smell so good? More and more skeletons gathered. The last time Ling Chu had seen skeletons so excitedly gathered together was at Xiao Fengkenyu's welcome dance party, when they were dancing wildly to the music. Fluffy playfully hopped around Yujiali, occasionally perching on the ingredients beside him, only to spring back out just as he was about to chop. Little Yellow, seemingly aware of the new room, took advantage of its spirit nature and passed right through the glass into the kitchen to play. It spotted Fluffy, its new companion, and wagged its tail incessantly, wanting to play. But Fluffy was much more aloof towards Little Yellow, seemingly uninterested in the silly dog, and continued playing with the ingredients. Yujiali, however, remained focused, seemingly unaffected by the two ghostly figures and the crowd of skeletons watching outside. He plated the last dish, turned off the stove, and wiped his hands with a clean cloth. Then he turned to face the densely packed skulls outside the glass, his face expressionless, and calmly said, "The food is ready. Can you help me carry it?" A moment of silence fell over the kitchen. The next second, "Let me do it. My hands are steady. Let me carry the red one. I want the steaming fish." The skeletons instantly boiled over, rushing to the kitchen doorway, each extending a bony hand to carefully take the still hot plate, their movements even more delicate and cautious than when carrying coal, afraid of spilling a single drop of that magical sauce. Until everything was neatly arranged on the table. The insulated lid covering the food was opened, releasing an even more enticing aroma. The sweet and sour pork was glistening and red, the Sichuan peppercorn fish fillets were topped with vibrant green and red peppercorns and chilies, the blanched and shredded squid was tender and bouncy, the stir-fried squid rolls were oily and tempting, the stir-fried vegetables were crisp and green, the seafood shrimp soup was milky white and rich. Just looking at it made one's mouth water. Although the skeleton minions couldn't actually taste the food, they still gathered around the table, their empty eye sockets gazing at the abundant delicacies, their soul flames flickering contentedly, as if simply smelling the unprecedented aroma was already a great pleasure. Xiao Fengkenyu looked at the table full of dishes, each with its perfect color, aroma, and presentation, unable to hide her astonishment. She had heard from Moyowen that Yujiali was a good cook, but she hadn't expected him to be this good. This was practically professional restaurant quality, and he had managed to prepare it all by himself in such a short time? Let's eat! Let's eat! Huang Xiaoan exclaimed impatiently. Wait! She suddenly remembered something and carefully took something out of her storage space. To celebrate the chef's official joining, I'm contributing my treasured dessert, a chocolate lava cake. It's the reward from the last Sailfish Bell Public Challenge. I haven't been able to bring myself to eat it. The round chocolate cake was sprinkled with icing sugar on top, looking quite ordinary, but when cut open, a rich chocolate filling would ooze out. Ling Chu also instructed Big Gold Tooth to fetch some red wine from the storeroom. Big Gold Tooth appeared reluctant, but quickly brought the wine and filled all the crew members' glasses. Welcome to the ghost, Ling Chu said, raising her glass to Yujiali. Welcome, chef. Huang Xiaoan and Cuttlefish Ball also raised their glasses. Xiao Fengkenyu also said succinctly, welcome. Yujiali looked at the full glasses before him, met their enthusiastic smiles, paused for a moment, then raised his glass and gently clinked it with everyone's. It's an honor to join the ghost. Chapter 261 Honesty. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together, then it was time to enjoy the food. Moyowen was the first to reach for the sweet and sour pork she'd been craving, picking up a piece and putting it in her mouth. The moment her teeth bit down, the crispy outer shell made a soft crunch, followed by a burst of perfectly balanced sweet and sour sauce in her mouth, coating the still tender and juicy pork tenderloin inside. Her eyes widened instantly, her face beaming with happiness. Sweet, sour, and crispy freshly cooked is just different. Huang Xiaoan went straight for the Sichuan peppercorn fish, picking up a snow-white slice of fish soaked in red oil and Sichuan peppercorns. The fish was so tender it barely needed chewing, the numbing sensation of the Sichuan peppercorns and the aroma of the chili peppers layered on top of each other. She was panting from the spiciness but wouldn't stop eating. Yes, that's it. Numbing and spicy, so satisfying. Ling Chu, on the other hand, looked at the plate of blanched hand-shredded squid and stir-fried squid rolls with soy sauce, her expression somewhat conflicted. The blanched squid looked refreshing and tender, perfectly complemented by a special seafood sauce that brought out the original flavor of the ingredients. The stir-fried squid, on the other hand, was rich and flavorful, with glistening squid rolls coated in a vibrant sauce, paired with green and red peppers, a visually appealing and irresistibly aromatic dish. Both looked delicious. Which one should she eat first? In the end, the more colorful stir-fried squid rolls attracted her attention more. Ling Chu picked up a piece with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth. You have eaten stir-fried squid rolls. Constitution permanently +2, Strength permanently +1. You have received a temporary buff, your defense will increase by 10% for the next 2 hours. The system notification sounded, followed by an incredibly amazing taste. She had expected such giant squid tentacles to be difficult to chew, but the texture was completely the opposite. The squid rolls were springy and tender, bursting with juice when bitten into. The savory sauce had a hint of sweetness, and the cooking was perfect, making them far more delicious than ordinary squid meat. Ling Chu narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. 2 points of physique and 1 point of strength were equivalent to 3 mysterious fruits. Based on the price Babu Zizi sold her for 5,000 seashells per fruit, this small piece of stir-fried squid rolls was worth at least 15,000 seashells. This Sichuan pepper fish even gives you an attribute boost after eating it. Why didn't I get one last time? Huang Xiaoan said, both surprised and puzzled. She smacked her lips, it's so delicious. Even better than last time. I feel so warm after eating it. Hearing this, Ling Chu also picked up a piece of Sichuan pepper fish with her chopsticks. You've eaten Sichuan peppercorn fish, intelligence +1. You've gained a temporary buff, your cold resistance +30% for the next 2 hours. Ling Chu was a little confused. This wasn't their first time eating Sichuan peppercorn fish, so why was there an attribute bonus this time? Looking at the red chili peppers on top, a thought flashed through her mind, and she asked Yujiali, did you use those chili peppers that look like red-nosed peppers? Yujiali nodded, I saw some red chili peppers in the fridge and used them. No wonder, red-nosed peppers are a rare quality crop. The first time you eat them, you get attribute points. These peppers weren't the kind that were intensely spicy, but after eating them, a warm, rich heat spread from your stomach until your whole body felt warm, as if you were wearing thick thermal underwear. This dish made with red-nosed chili peppers provides 30% cold resistance and 50% cold resistance potion benefit. Crucially, its duration is 4 times that of the potion, lasting a full 2 hours. This was a completely unexpected bonus. From now on, they won't need cold resistance potions when landing on the island. Bringing a plate of this red-nosed chili pepper dish will be enough to handle any sudden blizzard. Ling Chu then went to eat the blanched, hand-shredded squid. The specially prepared seafood sauce enhanced the squid's original flavor, making it even sweeter. After a couple of bites, Ling Chu eagerly checked her attribute panel. No new attributes were added, and the temporary buff didn't stack, it simply refreshed the duration of the increased defense. It seems that the same ingredient, in the hands of chefs of different skill levels, will result in different attribute bonuses. Previously, when they ate dishes made by Big Gold Tooth, they never received any temporary buff bonuses. However, when the same chef prepares the same ingredient in different dishes, whether blanched or stir-fried in sauce, the attribute bonuses are the same. The octopus tentacle she'd gotten for free was enormous, it would take them a year to finish it all. They could sell some, though, but selling the raw material alone probably wouldn't fetch a good price. Ordinary players' cooking skills couldn't bring out the full potential of this 8th-tier monster meat, but if Yujiali processed it, wouldn't the price skyrocket? However, stir-frying and blanching were too complicated. Ling Chu didn't want her hard-earned chef working for someone else. Mass production was best. For example, perhaps Yujiali could marinate it briefly and dry it into squid strips? Chef, why are you just looking and not eating? Don't be so polite. Cuttlefish Ball, seeing Yujiali sitting there without touching his chopsticks, assumed he was just shy and couldn't relax, and spoke up. Ling Chu glanced at Yujiali, their eyes meeting. Now that he'd joined the ghost ship, they were partners, so there was no need to hide the fact that his profession was cursed. Yujiali understood her meaning and frankly told them, I have a special profession accompanied by a curse, I can't eat human food normally. Only drinking fresh blood can satisfy my hunger. The scene instantly fell silent. Moyuan, Huang Xiaoan, and Xiaofeng Kenyu exchanged bewildered glances. Only blood, including human blood? Huang Xiaoan raised an eyebrow and asked. Yujiali nodded slightly. However, the next second, Huang Xiaoan casually slapped his shoulder. Hey, it's no big deal. Do you think we'd let you starve with us? Our ghost thorns on the ship are all well-fed and strong. She thought of something, her face full of regret. It's a pity we just threw the people we killed into the sea. We should have left you two as reserves. Xiaofeng Kenyu's hand, holding a piece of food, paused slightly. No wonder so many players in the public chat were so afraid of the ghost ship. Discussing how to dispose of corpses while eating that was truly hellish. What does it mean that you can't eat human food? Will you die if you have to eat it? Cuttlefish Ball asked curiously. Yujiali shook his head. No, it just makes me feel nauseous. It's like when you're human, drinking fresh blood, it's fishy and tastes awful, and you feel physically nauseous. But now, drinking blood only makes him feel delicious. His eating habits are completely reversed from those of a normal human. That's too tragic. Moyuan frowned, her tone sympathetic. If I were cursed like that, I'd rather die. What's the point of living if I can't enjoy food anymore? However, after saying that, she realized her words were inappropriate. She scratched her head somewhat embarrassedly and said to Ujiali, "Chef, I didn't mean that." Chapter 262 The People I Protect. Ujiali smiled. "It's all right. I wasn't particularly fond of food before. I cook simply because I enjoy it." What he enjoys is the process of creating food, watching ordinary ingredients transform into vibrant, fragrant delicacies through his hands cutting, seasoning, and the precise control of heat. That sense of control and creativity in transforming disordered ingredients into harmonious flavors gives him a profound and fulfilling satisfaction. And the reactions of his guests after tasting the food, the sudden sparkle in their eyes, and the healing effect of the food, that's the meaning of his cooking, his passion, and what he will pursue throughout his life. Ling Chu also realized that he genuinely loved making food, regardless of his appetite. This was evident from the fact that one of the 3 items he brought to the public challenge was a complete seasoning guide. He couldn't eat human food. If it were just for his own sustenance, bringing a complete spice manual would be pointless. This man treated cooking as a meticulously crafted work worthy of his dedication. "Chef, don't worry too much," Huang Xiaoan blurted out. "Quite a few people on our ship are cursed. Our captain was cursed so that his soul couldn't rest after death, and Xiaoya's curse is that her constitution and strength will never exceed 6 points. But look at us now, aren't we all doing fine? It doesn't affect our daily lives at all." Using this as a starting point, the group formally introduced themselves. "My name is Huang Xiaoan, my ID is away from gambling, drugs and prostitution, and my professions are gambler, pirate, and magician. I'm a pro at poker," Huang Xiaoan said first, grinning. "My name is Chen Moyu, ID Moyuan. My professions are astrologer and archaeologist. Chef, if you'd like, I can tell your fortune no charge for friends." Xiao Feng Kenyu's self-introduction was the most concise. Xiao Feng Kenyu, Feng Xiaoyu, alchemist, plague doctor, pirate hunter. All eyes fell on Ujiali. He paused and said, "My real name is Ujiali, 21 years old. My professions are chef, pirate, and bloodthirsty earl. Before entering the game, I was also a professional chef. Your ID is also your real name." Huang Xiaoan blinked in surprise, subconsciously looking at Ling Chu. Ling Chu. "Finally, I've met someone as amazing as you who uses their real name online." Ling Chu, who was still eating, was also taken aback. So he also used his real name. She scratched her cheek. "I use my real name because I'm terrible at naming things." "Me too," Ujiali said. "I can tell." The name Fluffy Ball was chosen rather casually. Ling Chu muttered, then introduced herself. "My professions are ghost pirate and bounty hunter, and I also have a hidden profession, wind chaser ranger. Before entering the game, I was a senior about to graduate from university." "Wait," Moyuan suddenly realized, her eyes widening as she looked at Ujiali. "Chef, you're only 21. A year younger than our captain?" She had always thought that a Michelin-starred chef had to be at least 25 years old. Ujiali nodded. "I'm still in school. Being a chef is part-time. I only work shifts at the restaurant on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays." Before he entered the game, he was often so busy that he could only sleep 4 or 5 hours a day. Now, things are much better. He doesn't even need to prepare a graduation thesis. "Oh, I see," Moyuan suddenly realized, then became curious again. "So, what's your major?" Ujiali, food science and engineering. Huang Xiaoan exclaimed, "Wow. No wonder. A combination of theory and practice, a top-notch chef." Amidst the casual conversation, the group devoured the dishes on the table, leaving only empty plates. Huang Xiaoan was so full she was burping, slumped in her chair, and rubbed her stomach contentedly. Xiao Feng Kenyu also ate quite a bit, a rare occurrence for her. She felt that this feeling of being physically and mentally satisfied was more conducive to concentrating on her potion research. After the meal, Xiao Feng Kenyu went straight to the alchemy room, Huang Xiaoan returned to the crew's restroom, and Moyuan hurried back to the divination room to handle the backlog of divination orders. In the blink of an eye, only Ling Chu, Ujiali, and a few skeletons remained in the hall. Ling Chu hired 2 nimble skeletons to assist Ujiali, handling tasks like serving dishes and clearing the table. The multifunctional kitchen, equipped with a dishwasher, only required cleaning the pots and pans and the countertop. There were also Big Gold Tooth and Sokka, who possessed some basic culinary knowledge and could help Ujiali with tasks like washing and preparing vegetables. While clearing the table, Ling Chu mentioned to Ujiali her idea of selling dried squid strips. Ujiali pondered for a moment, then said, "Drying squid or squid strips is indeed easier to preserve and consume. However, drying squid requires a sustained high temperature above 30 degrees Celsius and a dry environment. In this extremely cold weather, the fish will only freeze into ice blocks, preventing internal moisture from evaporating, which will easily lead to mold growth and spoilage. What if we used a heater to raise the temperature in a closed room?" Ling Chu asked again. Ujiali thought for a moment and said, "Heats can solve the temperature problem, but not the humidity problem. High humidity will promote the growth of mold and bacteria." Ling Chu nodded. It seemed that making dishes from these 8th-tier octopus tentacles to sell for money would have to wait until after the extreme cold disaster. Just as she was about to leave, Ujiali called her back. His gaze was serious. "The Holy Crusade will soon know that I've joined the ghost ship. This will give them a legitimate reason to attack the ghost ship." Ling Chu stopped in her tracks, turned her head to look at him, her eyes calm. "Relax," she said, her tone matter of fact. "Now that you're on my ship, you're under my protection." When she handed him the crew invitation card, she had already foreseen this possibility. Ujiali was being publicly hunted by the Holy Crusade, and the ghost ship was taking him in, which was tantamount to openly standing against the Holy Crusade. But so what? Even without Ujiali, the Crusaders' swift and decisive campaign to eliminate dissidents meant a confrontation with the ghost was inevitable. Retreat and avoidance won't bring true peace, they'll only make the enemy think you're weak and easily bullied. Ling Chu glanced towards the kitchen, seemingly still able to smell the lingering aroma of the delicious meal. No, nothing is more important than eating. No, nothing is more important than ensuring she and her crew can eat comfortably and reliably for a long time. A chef capable of transforming the flesh of an 8th-tier demon into something miraculous is worth the trouble and risk she's willing to bear. If the Holy Crusade wants to come, let them come. Ling Chu turned and walked towards the stairs, her voice clearly trailing behind her. "You just focus on making your meal, I'll take care of the rest." Chapter 263 Tipping and Information. Meanwhile, aboard a ship of the 2nd Regiment of the Crusaders, Xia Chunying, as usual, accepted Ujiali's bounty from the bounty board. "You have successfully accepted Ujiali's bounty. You have obtained his exact coordinates." Xia Chunying was suddenly stunned, then a near-trembling ecstasy exploded from the depths of her heart. Accepting Ujiali's bounty had become a daily ritual for her, but each time the system notification was the same: "The target is currently under public challenge, bounty acceptance failed." This time, he finally appeared. Did he run out of public challenge selection cards? Or had he thought he'd hidden enough? In any case, this was a godsend. "All ships, listen up. Adjust course, target coordinates 37 degrees south of southeast, full speed ahead." Xia Chunying pointed her staff at the sea chart, her voice trembling slightly with excitement, her eyes burning with the flames of revenge. The massive ship began to turn, sails billowing, magic engines humming low. However, just 2 minutes later, the dot on the bounty map in front of Xia Chunying flickered without warning, instantly leaping to a distant location on the other side. The distance that would have been covered in a day at full speed had become a journey of at least 5 days and 5 nights. This phenomenon of ignoring distance and instantly traversing tens of thousands of kilometers could only have one explanation: at sea. The target had joined a fleet and used its teleportation function to escape. Damn it! Xia Chunying's fingers clenched tightly, her anger rising. How dare a fleet openly harbor a wanted criminal publicly wanted by the Holy Church? This was blatant provocation. "Holy light!" she shouted sharply, her voice filled with suppressed anger. "Investigate immediately. Which fleet has Ujiali joined? I need to know who is opposing us." "Yes, sir." Holy light, shining brightly on the earth, dared not delay and immediately set about investigating. He quickly brought back news. "Chunying, I just got concrete information from Shark Daily. Ujiali has joined the Ghost." Shark Daily not only gathers all kinds of information but is also very familiar with changes in the rankings. They have dedicated crew members who constantly record and monitor the rankings. Just half an hour ago, the Ghost's membership increased by 1, the timing perfectly matching the announcement. The Ghost. Xia Chunying naturally knew this fleet. It was small, you could count the members on one hand, but Captain Ling Chu consistently outranked her sister Chu Dongxiu on all the rankings. Under normal circumstances, Xia Chunying might have weighed the pros and cons, considering whether it was worth provoking such an unknown enemy for the sake of Ujiali. But at this moment, the pain and hatred of losing her lover completely overwhelmed her remaining rationality. This Ujiali is incredibly cunning. If he finds a way to hide the coordinates again, she won't even have a place to look for him in the vast ocean. She absolutely cannot let go of this opportunity to avenge Sangbai, whether it's the ghost ship or the undead ship. Xia Chunying raised her staff, the holy white light reflecting the almost obsessive hatred in her eyes. "Ujiali, I'm going to kill him. Pass down the order, target new coordinates, entire fleet set sail." "Chunying, wait." Holy light shines on the earth rushed forward, lowering his voice to advise, "I think we should discuss this with Sister Shui first before we act. Sister is presiding over the sacrificial ceremony, private chat is closed. The ceremony will last for 3 whole days." Xia Chunying abruptly turned to glare at him, her eyes red-rimmed. "By the time Sister comes out, Ujiali will have long since disappeared into some rat hole. We absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip by." Seeing holy light shines on the earth's hesitant expression, she felt a surge of anger and sneered, "What, scared? If you're not willing to come with me to hunt down Ujiali, I'll take the 2nd Regiment and go by myself." "Chunying, that's not what I meant. How could I not avenge Brother Mo? He paused, looking at Xia Chunying's reddened eyes, and suppressed the words he hadn't finished. Fine, wherever you go, I'll go. If you want to kill Yu Jiali, I will be your frontline shield and your sharpest sword. Everyone in the 2nd and 3rd fleets of the Holy Church will be at your command. I'm willing to fight for you. His fingers, hidden beneath his armor, clenched silently, as if making a silent vow. Xia Chunying's expression softened slightly. Order the entire fleet to change course and maintain 24/7 alert. If Yu Jiali or the ghost is spotted, surround them immediately without waiting for further instructions. Xia Chunying stared intently at the dot on the nautical chart, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Yu Jiali, you won't escape this time. On his way back to the captain's cabin, Ling Chu simultaneously used the hunter's mark and entered the ID Xia Chunying. Based on the past grudges between the Holy Crusade and Yu Jiali, the first person Yu Jiali would hunt down after the public challenge would undoubtedly be Xia Chunying. After using the hunter's mark skill, a small red dot appeared in Ling Chu's vision. Because the distance between them was too great, Ling Chu could only see her approaching her location at an extremely slow pace. Only pirates can use the island raid card. The Crusaders could only find them by accepting bounties using the pirate hunter skill to obtain their coordinates. During the battle between the Crusaders and the Green Mountain, Ling Chu noticed that Xia Chunying's ship was a Tier 4 vessel, inevitably slower than her Tier V ship. Logically, if the ghost maintained full speed, Xia Chunying shouldn't be able to catch them. The ghost was currently heading towards the location marked on the treasure map, and it would arrive in a day. Ling Chu didn't plan to change course, she didn't want to alter her original plans because of them. Ling Chu returned to the lounge, turned on the heater, and took a hot shower. She hadn't had a proper bath in the past 3 days of public challenges. After drying her hair and coming out of the bathroom, she found a private message. A silly bird said, Sister Ling Chu, the Holy Order just came to our newspaper office to buy information about Yu Jiali. They already know Yu Jiali has joined the ghost ship. You need to be careful lately. Ling Chu replied, I know, thank you for reminding me. This silly bird is quite helpful, knowing to tip her off. She thought for a moment and then asked, but wouldn't this count as leaking client privacy? A silly bird, strictly speaking, it definitely counts. It's just that we're good friends. As long as you don't tell, no one will know I told you, he. Chapter 264 Sacrificial Ceremony. Ling Chu didn't blame Shark Daily for selling information to the Crusaders. After all, that was how their fleet made a living. Since the Crusaders could buy her information, she might buy theirs too. Ling Chu stated directly, I want to buy all the information and current status of the Crusaders. What's the price? A dazed bird said, I'll go ask our captain. Ling Chu continued drying her hair. A short while later, the dazed bird returned. He said, currently, there are 3 price points for information about the Crusaders, 500 seashells, 1,000 seashells, and 1,500 seashells. Which one do you want? The higher the price, the more detailed the information. Ling Chu replied without hesitation, I'll buy the most expensive one. She then directly traded 1,500 seashells to a dazed bird. A dazed bird said, the Crusaders formed 11 new regiments the day before yesterday, with a total of 976 members. Each regiment's leader is a special profession expert, and most of them are related to light magic. Back in District 667, they wiped out a total of 13 pirate groups, large and small, with almost no casualties. Their fighting power is quite terrifying, especially their leader, Chu Dongxiu. Chu Dongxiu is calm and has excellent leadership skills, while her younger sister, Xia Chunying, has a fiery temper. However, the sisters have a very good relationship. They worship a deity called the God of Light and regularly hold sacrificial ceremonies. The Crusaders don't kill enemy prisoners, instead, they imprison them and purify them during the sacrificial ceremony. After the purification ceremony, these prisoners will have a sin tattooed on their foreheads and will then be kept on the Crusaders' fleet to do hard labor. The Crusaders just wiped out the Green Mountain and captured many prisoners, so Chu Dongxiu will definitely hold the sacrificial ceremony in the next couple of days. The one who came to buy information just now was the commander of the 3rd Regiment of the Crusaders, holy light shining on the earth. Most of the Crusaders' regiments only obey Chu Dongxiu's orders, but occasionally they will act independently, such as the 2nd and 3rd Regiments. Ling Chu listened intently. When she heard God of Light, she immediately thought of the Grim Reaper's blind box gasapon machine she had smashed. The voice coming from that statue claimed to be the Grim Reaper. Could it be that gods truly exist in this world? Ling Chu's expression turned serious. If gods really do exist, and the Grim Reaper had tried to recruit her as a follower, which she had refused, then this Chu Dongxiu was very likely a follower of the God of Light. She had drawn quite a few good items from the gasapon machine back then. This Chu Dongxiu likely also possessed many powerful trump cards. However, upon hearing about the subsequent sacrificial ceremony, Ling Chu felt slightly relieved. Chu Dongxiu had been busy with the ceremony these past 2 days, and the detachments all obeyed her orders. Therefore, Xia Chunying's pursuit was likely a solo operation, perhaps with the addition of the 3rd Regiment commander, Holy Light Shining on the Earth, who had been gathering intelligence. In total, that was no more than 100 people. Ling Chu's tactics were simple: fight if you can win, run if you can't. As long as it wasn't a full-scale attack from all 11 regiments of the Holy Crusade, Ling Chu was confident she could wage guerrilla warfare against them. "Thank you, your information is very useful," Ling Chu said to a dazed bird. "Come find me again next time you need information. I'll give you an employee discount, 20% off." A silly bird said cheerfully, seemingly doing quite well in the shark fleet. Hanging up the call, Ling Chu's hair was completely dry. The heater emitted a constant, relaxing warmth, creating a world apart from the howling wind outside the porthole. For the past 3 days in the public challenge, her emotions had been constantly tense, and after 2 consecutive nights on guard duty, she was somewhat sleep-deprived. Suddenly returning to the familiar and reassuring environment, drowsiness unconsciously washed over her. She only intended to sit and dry her hair, leaning against the headboard piled with soft cushions, her eyelids closing unconsciously, her breathing gradually becoming even and long. When Ling Chu woke up, the cabin was dimly lit, and outside the porthole, night had fallen, and the stars were numerous. She rubbed her slightly stiff neck, sat up, and realized she had actually slept soundly for the entire afternoon. The mental fatigue was mostly dispelled by the nap, and her senses became sharp again. She casually opened the constantly flashing crew channel on the ghost ship. There were several unread messages. The latest one was from Cuttlefish Ball, sent just a few minutes ago. Cuttlefish Ball, breaking news. Breaking news. I just used my astrologer's skills to predict the weather. For the next 3 days, the sea area we're heading through will experience continuous hail, moderate to strong, occasionally accompanied by storms. Everyone, don't wander around on deck unless necessary, or you might get hit by heavenly justice. Away from gambling and drugs. Wow. I've never seen hail before. Dawn and lingering moon. I'm from the south, and I've never seen it either. Cuttlefish Ball. We've seen meteor showers before. What's so special about hail? Cuttlefish Ball. At Ling Chu, are you still asleep? I have 2 good news reports. Ling Chu moved her fingers and typed, awake. What's the good news? Cuttlefish Ball. My astrologer job leveled up. I gained a new skill, posted in the channel. Astrologer's prayer resonance. After activating the skill, you can designate a non-equipment item or material as the target of this resonance. For the next 24 hours, your probability of obtaining the designated item through random acquisition methods such as opening treasure chests, completing public challenge rewards, fishing, and exploration will be significantly increased. Cooldown, 72 hours. Cuttlefish Ball. I don't particularly want any items at all. Members, is there anything you want? Stay away from gambling, drugs and prostitution. The skill is awesome. It gives you whatever you want. Cuttlefish Ball. It's just a probability, not 100% successful. After all, astrology is all about the superstition. Stay away from gambling, drugs and prostitution. A wishing system blind box? Or a mysterious fruit? If I wish for seashells directly, I wonder how many I'll get. Dawn Breeze and Remnant Moon. If I could, I'd wish for a high-level potion recipe. Yuji Ali. I wish for top-tier ingredients from a 9th-tier monster. Stay away from gambling, drugs and prostitution. Xiaoyu. You can only refine intermediate potions right now. You can't refine a high-level recipe, can you? Dawn Breeze and Remnant Moon. Yes, but since it's a dream, no. If I'm going to wish, I'll definitely dream of the best. Stay away from gambling, drugs and prostitution. That makes sense. And the chef. Ingredients from 9th-tier monsters are so hard to come by. You know, the owner of that 8th-tier octopus's tentacles almost crushed our ship in the sea like a toy. I can't even bear to think about it. Stay away from gambling, drugs and prostitution. Besides, I feel like this thing is like a lottery. The rarer the item you wish for, the lower the probability of getting it. Maybe we should wish for something more reliable. At Ling Chu, what did the captain say? Ling Chu thought for a moment. She did indeed have something she wanted but didn't know where to get it from. Ling Chu, at Moyuan, wish for a wind protection crystal. Chapter 265. Mutton Noodles and Hail. Wind's protection crystal is an essential item for upgrading a tier 6 ship, and currently, there's no idea where to get it. So Ling Chu decided to try making a wish first. Moyuan, okay, this one it is. She obeyed Ling Chu's request and immediately used her skill. You have successfully used the skill, Astrologer's Prayer Resonance. For the next period of time, your probability of obtaining a wind's protection crystal will be greatly increased until you obtain the item, or until the skill cooldown is overwritten by using the skill again. Ling Chu asked her in the crew channel, what's the second piece of good news? Moyuan, we're having mutton noodles for dinner. We saved some especially for you, come down and eat. No need, the chef has brought it up for you. Ling Chu had just seen her message when she heard a knock at the door. Wearing her pajamas and slippers, she went to open the door. Yuji Ali stood at the door holding a tray with a steaming bowl of mutton noodles on it. Your dinner. he spoke calmly, handing the tray forward. "Thank you." Ling Chu took the tray. "Next time, just let the skeletons do the food delivery. They're tireless, might as well use them." "It's nothing, I was just going that way." Yu Jiali's tone was natural. "Just going that way?" Ling Chu blinked in confusion. Her captain's cabin was on the 3rd floor, while all the cruise lounges were on the 2nd floor, and the kitchen was on the 1st floor. How did she end up on that route? Her gaze then fell on his down jacket. "Remember to get another heater from the ship's hangar later and put it in your room. We all have one, otherwise it'll be cold when we sleep. After becoming a vampire, my body temperature is much lower than normal, and I'm more resistant to the cold. I don't need a heater." "Okay, then get some rest." Ling Chu nodded, thinking that vampires were quite easy to raise. They weren't afraid of the cold, didn't consume much food, only drank blood, and were full of energy at night. "Good night," Yu Jiali replied. Ling Chu, carrying the tray, gently closed the door with her foot. She walked to the coffee table by the window and placed the tray down. The mutton soup in the bowl had clearly been simmered for a long time. The broth was a warm, milky white, rich and fragrant, with a few golden specks of oil floating on the surface. But the hand-pulled noodles soaking in the soup were distinct and chewy, clearly freshly cooked and added. On top of the noodles rested a perfectly fried egg with crispy edges. Next to it was a small dish of chili sauce made from ground red-nosed chilies. This batch of mutton, weighing over 500 jin, was obtained during the extermination of the invincible ship. They had only eaten it once or twice, the rest was stored in the refrigerator. Ling Chu could have chatted with Yu Jiali for a bit, but the mutton noodles smelled so good, the aroma wafting straight to her nose, she simply couldn't resist. Ling Chu slurped up a couple of mouthfuls of noodles, then drank a large gulp of soup, her expression instantly relaxing. Drinking mutton soup in winter is truly a blissful experience. It tastes completely different from the roasted mutton that Dajinya used to make. This rich broth is something even Dajinya couldn't replicate. Ling Chu then took a bite of a poached egg. The soft, runny yolk overflowed, and her expression grew even more satisfied. It was her favorite runny yolk egg. Outside the porthole, snowflakes were already falling. Further away, the Black Sea and leaden sky almost merged into one, with only the ghost ship's own lights casting a small, blurry, yellowish glow in the snow, illuminating the surging waves ahead. The whole world seemed to be wrapped in a cold, lonely velvet bag, but inside the porthole, warmth filled the air. Before her was a bowl of hot, fragrant mutton noodles. Ling Chu looked down at the rising steam in the bowl, suddenly feeling a little dazed. She thought back to a little over a month ago, when she had just entered the game, with only a 4-square-meter raft, nothing to her name, and having to fish for food with a rod. She never imagined she would live such a life. Although the road ahead might not be smooth, she now possessed a confidence different from before. They now had trustworthy crew members by their side, crews they could confidently entrust their backs to. The next morning, the sky was as heavy as lead. Just as the divination had predicted, the weather had begun to change in the latter half of the night, and by morning it had entered a hailstorm. Hailstones the size of pigeon eggs, carried by the wind, pelted down, pounding against the Ghost's deck with a continuous, muffled thud. On deck, the skeleton crew were carrying out arduous protective work, braving the pelting hail, wielding shovels and brooms, diligently clearing the accumulated ice from the deck into the sea to prevent the deck from becoming too slippery or to prevent any areas from bearing too much weight. Ouch! Ouch! That hurts! My skull! Although the skeletons had no flesh and blood, the hard hailstones pounding at high speed on their skulls and joints still caused noticeable impact and discomfort. Their cries of pain and complaints echoed across the deck, their soul fire flickering in and out of their eye sockets. Teach, clad in full crabshell armor, directed the operation. "Quick! Fully stow and secure the mainsail. Check the ropes, if they're frozen. Make sure the drains aren't blocked." The skeletons worked frantically, occasionally stumbling from the hailstones, their skeletons clanging. In the first-floor dining room, Ling Chu and the others watched the battle outside through the porthole. A warm breakfast had already been eaten, rice porridge made with leftover mutton broth from last night, served with pickled cucumbers and chili sauce, simple yet comforting. "Mariko, your divination was really accurate." Huang Xiaoan watched as an exceptionally large hailstone slammed into the window pane with a bang, leaving a small white mark. She was still shaken. If someone were outside, their head would be cracked open. Moyuan's eyes lit up, clearly happy that her skill had been validated. "The stars and the currents told me. But, judging by this, it might last a little longer than expected. It's just a pity for the skeleton minions." Yu Jiali looked at Ling Chu. "I see there's a lot more honey in the refrigerator. Can we use it for cooking?" Ling Chu nodded. "Of course. That honey is from the island's harvest. We get 100 catties every 3 days. Use it freely. You can use all the ingredients in the refrigerator, and the ones in the ship's hold too." Ling Chu was never stingy when it came to food. What tasted best was what she could eat. Yu Jiali thought for a moment and then asked, "If we have a fixed harvest from an island, how much will our ship's consumption and expenses be?" Will we be able to break even? Chapter 266 Training in Hot Pot. Yu Jiali's question left Ling Chu somewhat bewildered. She always liked to hoard everything for emergencies, selling off surplus supplies when short of money. For example, during this extreme cold disaster, she sold cotton and cold-resistant medicine to profit from the disaster. She had never seriously considered the issue of balancing income and expenditure. Seeing her silence, Yu Jiali paused and asked, for example, the mutton noodles we had last night, I saw there were still 500 jin of mutton left in the fridge, and less than 10 jin of flour. Are these from the island's produce? Neither. The mutton was from the last robbery, and the flour, I think, was bought from the trading post? I forget. As she spoke, Ling Chu opened the island's control panel and shared it with everyone. These are the island's current produce. Yu Jiali glanced through it and said, there are quite a few things here that we don't need right now, but we can exchange them for seashells. Also, here's our approximate daily food consumption. If needed, I can make a list later? Ling Chu didn't think much of it and casually said, sure. After breakfast, Ling Chu wanted to go to the basement to check on the crop's growth. Just as she stepped out of the dining room, she saw Moyowen peeking out in the hallway, seemingly waiting for her. Holding the magician's cane, Squid Ball said somewhat shyly, Ling Chu, I'm still not quite sure how to use this cane. Could you help me practice? Ling Chu, of course, wouldn't refuse, sure. It's hailing outside, let's go to the main hall, there's enough space. She turned and opened the captain's storeroom, taking out a wooden training dummy and placing it in an open area of the hall. Squid Ball took a deep breath, gripped the cane tightly, and stood facing the dummy. Bee stings. With a flick of her wrist, dozens of thin bee stings shot out from small holes at the tip of the cane. However, with a series of clanging sounds, most of the stings missed. Some flew over the dummy and embedded themselves in the wooden wall behind it, 2 hit the ceiling and bounced down, and a few simply fell directly to the floor with a soft thud. Only 2 stings successfully hit the dummy, a pitifully low accuracy rate. Squid Ball. Her face flushed instantly. Ling Chu looked at the spoils of war scattered on the ground and paused for a moment. What else did you put in your cane? And the ninja belt you gave me last time. I've collected all the smoke bombs that generate inside, Moyowen said. Then try the smoke bombs again. Okay. Moyowen nodded, raising her cane again. This time, she closed her eyes, sensing the 6 compartments inside the cane, locking onto the one containing the smoke bombs. A flash of light appeared at the tip of the cane. Bang! A thick cloud of gray smoke exploded instantly, not on the open ground in front of her, but almost right next to her chest, exploding between the tip of the cane and her body. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh! Moyowen was enveloped in the thick smoke, choking and tearing up, staggering backward, almost dropping the cane. The smoke quickly spread, enveloping half the hall, carrying a faint smell of sulfur. Ling Chu quickly took 2 steps back, watching Moyowen coughing and frantically waving her arms to try and disperse the smoke in the center of the cloud. She was both amused and exasperated. Yu Jiali peeked out from the kitchen doorway, glanced at the source of the smoke and coughing in the hall, then silently retreated, closing the kitchen door behind her. Apparently, she didn't want her cooking environment to be contaminated. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Moyowen looked extremely dejected. Captain, am I just not talented in combat? Ling Chu stepped forward, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. No, you're just not skilled enough. Any weapon needs practice. I didn't know how to shoot arrows either, Xiaoan taught me for a long time. This kind of skill requires diligent practice. You can't shoot arrows? Moyowen was surprised. She had always assumed Ling Chu had a foundation in archery from childhood, given her perfect aim. Was she, like her, a novice who only started later in life? Encouraged, she exclaimed, then I'll practice some more. Aiming with the bee sting is much harder than throwing a smoke grenade. If you can hit the bee sting accurately, the smoke grenade won't be a problem at all. Ling Chu spent the entire afternoon training with Moyowen, correcting her cane-holding posture and stabilizing her constantly wobbling wrists. Bee stings fell all over the floor, but thankfully they could be collected, so there was no cost to practice. Moyowen's wrists trembled with exhaustion, but the afternoon's training had yielded results. The range of the bee stings she fired from her cane had shrunk considerably, mostly hitting the dummies and the floor beneath their feet. This was already a significant improvement. Ling Chu hadn't expected Moyowen to become a master, just being able to defend herself was enough. As long as she could aim accurately, these bee stings would be fine against ordinary players, and even against players a point or 2 stronger than her, she could catch them off guard. At dinner time, everyone sat together for hot pot. It was Huang Xiaoan's suggestion to eat hot pot. Everyone likes something warm when the weather is cold, and Ling Chu had no objections. The broth was a 3-delicacy mushroom soup base personally prepared by Yu Jiali, and the dipping sauce was also a specially made sesame sauce, with a separate chili dipping sauce. The side dishes were also plentiful, including plenty of vegetables, freshly sliced lamb, handmade meatballs, fish balls, and shrimp paste. There were even thin slices of octopus tentacle meat. Worried that they might get a sore throat from eating so much lamb these past few days, Ujiali had also brewed some winter melon tea. The cuttlefish ball was so tired that it could barely lift chopsticks, and it ate with a trembling spoon. "Chef, how come you can even make hot pot broth? This tastes even better than the prepackaged broths you buy online." Huang Xiaoan exclaimed in admiration. Xiao Feng Kinyu echoed, "Yeah, this sesame sauce is delicious too. It has a wonderful aroma of sesame oil. Besides fresh ingredients, the most important parts of hot pot are the broth and dipping sauces." Ling Chu, being terrible at making sauces, used to always search online for dipping sauce combinations before eating hot pot, experimenting with each one like a spoonful. To be honest, there's a huge difference between ordinary sauces and delicious sauces. Ling Chu also noticed that since Ujiali arrived, the research fanatic Xiao Fengkenyu had started coming to the restaurant for meals on time every day. This was definitely a rare occurrence. Just as everyone was devouring their food, Ujiali suddenly pulled out a small notebook and handed it to Ling Chu. "This is a list and income/expense suggestion I wrote. Would you like to take a look?" he said. Ling Chu took it, opened it, and saw several pages filled with dense notes. The handwriting was beautiful, but the more Ling Chu read, the more surprised she became. "When did you write this?" "In the kitchen this afternoon when you were training with Moyuan," Ujiali said. Chapter 267 The Terrifying J-Man. Currently, the ghost ship commands 6 islands: Iron Ore Island, Volcano Island, Mushroom Island, Undead Island, Cotton Island, and Honey Island. While she was reviewing her notes, Ujiali provided a brief explanation to her in Huang Xiaoan. Iron ore, wood, and volcanic charcoal are commonly used resources. Their prices are usually stable, only rising during disaster days. They can be stockpiled normally. Sulfur can be used to make bullets and shells, and can also be temporarily stored, either for personal use or until artillery becomes more widespread before selling. Coconut crabs taste great. The crab meat can be kept for cooking. As for the shells, I saw Teach's armor. It seems to be made from these shells? If there's a need to make armor for the skeletons, then the shells can be kept. The Undead Island mainly produces specific materials. Only the dragon beard red algae has any value, and its quality is rare. Cooking it increases attributes. Once the extreme cold catastrophe is over, I can marinate and dry the dragon beard red algae and that giant squid tentacle. The price will be even higher then. The 300 jin of steel mold produced on Mushroom Island is sold to Xiao Luban in the Chinese server at 10 shells per jin. Sunlight mushrooms are alchemy materials, but I asked Xiao Fengkenyu, she doesn't use much. Each harvest only needs to leave her 5 jin. Also, sunlight mushrooms taste better than ordinary mushrooms, and at market price, they can sell for 8 shells per jin. The remaining 595 jin of sunlight mushrooms can sell for 4,760 yuan. We have far too many of the remaining termite mushrooms, bamboo fungus, white mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, and matsutake mushrooms. There are over 2,000 jin of each in the warehouse, totaling over 10,000 jin, enough to last a long time. Therefore, I suggest that any mushrooms harvested in the future be listed for sale on the trading market. Based on current fruit and vegetable prices, they can sell for 3 seashells per jin, totaling 4,500 seashells. Ling Chu listened while looking at her notes, which contained more detailed data. When Ling Chu calculated the yield of Mushroom Island, she was slightly surprised. The warehouse alone contained over 10,000 jin of mushrooms? She did a rough calculation, and it seemed that was indeed the case. Her first island, Iron Ore Island, had already yielded 12 harvests, and Mushroom Island had harvested 8 so far, each time yielding 600 jin of sunflower mushrooms and 300 jin of each of the 5 common mushrooms. Added together, that's over 10,000 jin. See buckthorn berries, coconuts, and figs. We have a surplus of these 3. The newly harvested ones can be sold immediately. Coconuts are cheaper, but the others, at the current market price of 5 seashells per jin for fresh fruit, can fetch 800 seashells. Furthermore, due to the extreme cold and natural disaster, many farmers' crops on their boats have frozen to death, so the prices of fresh fruits and vegetables are higher than before. As for the fruits and vegetables grown on the boats, the yield is low, so there's no need to sell them. Use them to enrich the diet, for daily consumption, and for stockpiling. The 500 jin of cotton produced on Cotton Island is currently at its highest price. I suggest selling it as soon as possible. The market price is 50 seashells per jin, yielding 25,000 seashells. Finally, Honey Island is left. Propolis has many uses, and bee stings can be kept to make weapons. As for honey and royal jelly, the honey production is quite good. I suggest selling half, that is, 50 caddies. As for royal jelly is rich in nutrients and protein, but the taste is really indescribable. Not everyone can accept it, so I suggest selling all of it. Currently, non-seafood meats like pheasant and wild boar are priced at 15 shells per caddy, and beef and mutton are even more expensive, selling for 25 shells per caddy, and most of them are cured. Fresh meat is scarce and expensive. Nutritious foods like honey and royal jelly can easily sell for 40 shells per caddy, so Honey Island's income should be at least 6,000 shells. So, according to this plan, by selling these supplies, the ghost will have a fixed income of 44,000 seashells every 3 days. Of course, this is based on the assumption that the extreme cold disaster will cause cotton to sell for exorbitant prices. Once the disaster is over, the price of cotton is estimated to drop to 1/10 of its current value. Even so, the income every 3 days will still be 21,500 seashells. As for expenses, the ghost doesn't need fuel, and the skeletons and I don't need food or water. The fixed daily expense is food for the 4 of you. Based on the highest food ration of 2 kilograms per person per day, the food currently stockpiled on the ghost is enough to feed you for 10 years. Ling Chu scratched her cheek. Unbeknownst to Yujiali, her ring contained nearly half a bag of food, various canned fruits and vegetables. That's enough to last 20 years. This doesn't even include the seafood the ghost catches daily from its automatic fishing platform, or the produce from its planting pots. In short, no ship has a more complete selection of food than the ghost. Yujiali was also surprised when he counted the supplies. Ling Chu was truly a stockpile expert, practically a large-scale general market. He even saw fresh rapeseed, which could be used to make oil. Yujiali told them, currently, among the common meats, it seems only beef is missing. But if you want some, just let me know in advance, and I can buy some from the trading post. Huang Xiaoan and Moyuan listened, both stunned. Xiao Fengkenyu, listening intently, also pulled out her pen and paper, did the calculations, and concluded, he's right. Chef, Xiaoyu, you two are definitely J-types. Moyuan said confidently. Huang Xiaoan also facepalmed, terrible J-types. Just hearing about calculations gives me a headache. Chef, you're amazing. What J-type? Xiao Fengkenyu asked, somewhat confused. It's the MBTI 16 personality type test. J-types are very planned and organized, while the opposite is P-types, who prefer to act impulsively. Xiaoan, the captain, and I are all P-types. Yu Jiali paused and said, I haven't taken the test. Xiao Fengkenyu said, me neither. As a lover of metaphysics, Moyuan naturally had some knowledge of these 16 personality types, besides astrology. No need for testing, you're 100% a J person, more like an INTJ? Xiaoyu, you seem like an ISTJ. However, Xiao Fengkenyu's energy was entirely focused on alchemy. What could be more reassuring than having a J-person butler? Captain, I didn't know you were so rich. The other day you sold the Siren News to Shark Daily for a discount. I thought we were short of cash. Huang Xiaoan looked at Ling Chu, somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry, I really didn't know I was so rich. Ling Chu touched his nose and said something very Versaillesque in the most sincere tone. Chapter 268. A Cucumber. Ling Chu herself was utterly astonished by her wealth. It turns out, she could sit back and do absolutely nothing, yet her earnings from the island's bounty were enough to steadily accumulate over 40,000 seashells? At this rate, why be a pirate? She'd become an island lord. Ling Chu deeply regretted not buying more island location cards. She now only had one rare quality island location card left. However, after this natural disaster, the system shop will reopen with new items, and there might be even higher level location cards available then. Thank you for your hard work. From now on, just store the shellfish you sell in the ship's warehouse. When you need to buy ingredients, just take what you need, you don't need to ask me. Ling Chu said to Yu Jiali. He not only had to cook for them, but also handle the account's 2 jobs in one. This guy was definitely the right choice. Okay, Captain, don't worry, I'll keep track of every expense. Yu Jiali's eyes crinkled slightly. Ling Chu nodded, though she knew perfectly well that even if he kept track, she wouldn't have the time to look at it. The strings of numbers were giving her a headache. She'd rather go find someone to fight. After everyone finished the hot pot, the table was a mess of dishes and cups. The skeletons diligently began clearing away the dishes and wiping the table. Ling Chu, watching the busy skeletons, suddenly remembered something and called out to Big Gold Tooth, who was carrying a tray. By the way, why didn't you prepare a welcome ceremony for the new crew member this time? Big Gold Tooth turned around, giving Yujiali a slightly sour look, and snorted, a welcome ceremony? That's for the beautiful female crew members. Not for him. He then turned his head away. Huang Xiaoan nudged Ling Chu lightly with her elbow, chuckling in a low voice. See? Big Gold Tooth's jealous because you hired a new chef. Don't let its skeleton status fool you, it has a strong sense of pride. When Sokka first arrived, it was unhappy for days. This time, it really feels its head chef status has been shaken. Although their conversation was quiet, Yu Jiali clearly heard it. He glanced at Big Gold Tooth's back, lost in thought. After Big Gold Tooth and his skeleton minions cleaned the table and washed the pots and pans, Will-O-the-Wisp glanced at the brand new, gleaming magical stove and sighed dejectedly, preparing to leave the kitchen. Snap, the kitchen lights switched on. Yu Jiali had entered unnoticed, closing the door behind him. Want to learn the magic of cooking from me? He spoke calmly, walking to the counter. If he were to talk about the 24 techniques of Chinese cooking, the skeleton would likely struggle to understand, but if he said it was magic, the skeleton might believe him. Big Gold Tooth was taken aback, will-o'-the-wisp jumping warily. What magic? There's no magic in cooking. Don't try to fool me. I don't believe you. You definitely put happy powder in the food. Don't get cocky. The captain will find out your scheme sooner or later and kick you off the ship. Yu Jiali chuckled. Happy powder? Marijuana? These skeletons actually thought he used drugs to make the food taste better. He didn't argue, but simply turned around and took a bright green cucumber from the refrigerator, then washed it. Then, the broad-backed kitchen knife named Bidding appeared in his hand. A flash of light spun in his palm before it landed on the cutting board. Without even looking down, his wrist moved with an unusual rhythm, the blade swiftly rising and falling against the cucumber, the movement so fast they almost left after images, accompanied by a series of rapid, crisp thud-thud sounds. A few seconds later, he stopped, gently lifting the cucumber with the tip of the knife. The once whole cucumber had been sliced into continuous, thin, spiral slices, connected from end to end, resembling a delicate jade raincoat, trembling slightly under the light, showcasing astonishing knife skills and control. Big Gold Tooth's mouth gaped open, so wide that his jawbone made a strange crack. Big Gold Tooth snapped back to reality, quickly pressing his nearly dislocated jaw back into place. My God, it exclaimed, this is truly magic. How did you do that? Can you teach me? Please. I'll become your apprentice. Yu Jiali placed the cucumber on a plate and wiped his kitchen knife clean. I can teach you, but from now on you must sincerely assist me and not cause me any more trouble. Big Gold Tooth thought he didn't know that today, while he was preparing the hot pot dipping sauce, he had secretly replaced the sugar with salt. These underhanded tricks were something he had already experienced when he was an apprentice. I promise. I absolutely promise. Big Gold Tooth's soul fire burned brighter than ever before as he pounded his chest to guarantee it. Yu Jiali smiled inwardly. The culinary skills of this world seemed far inferior to those of Blue Star. A mere cucumber had completely won over this skeleton chef. At this moment, Ling Chu was completely unaware that Yu Jiali had tamed Big Gold Tooth with just a cucumber. She was a little worried about how to comfort it, but after thinking about it, she couldn't come up with a good idea and quickly put it out of her mind. After all, Big Gold Tooth's cooking was really awful. She couldn't let her own stomach suffer. If all else failed, she could have Big Gold Tooth grill some meat every 10 days or so. That would be giving it some work to do. Late at night, Ling Chu was in a light sleep on her comfortable, soft bed. Fortunately, Ling Chu had taken a nap yesterday afternoon, so she wasn't sleeping soundly. So, when the ghost ship stopped, Ling Chu instantly woke up. The ghost ship wouldn't stop for no reason. Could it be that it had reached the coordinates marked on the treasure map? She quickly put on her coat, went to the captain's cabin, and carefully compared the ancient treasure map to the map. Sure enough, the latitude and longitude coordinates where the ghost ship was currently stopped matched perfectly with the location marked in small print in the upper right corner of the treasure map. But strangely, Ling Chu hurried to the porthole, drew back the curtains, and looked out. The moonlight was cold and clear, spilling across the calm sea. By its glow, the surrounding waters were completely visible. Only a few scattered ice floes drifted on the gentle waves, vast and desolate, with no islands or other features whatsoever. And the treasure map clearly depicted the entrance to a deep cave. Could it be? A bad feeling crept into Ling Chu's mind. Was the cave not on an island, but underwater? When people think of caves, they usually picture mountains or islands, but they often overlook the fact that massive underwater caves can also form on the seabed through geological activity or seawater erosion. Ling Chu glanced out the window again. It was still hailing and snowing outside. The seawater temperature was unimaginable. Diving in this weather wasn't a good idea. Chapter 269 Who Bit the Sunfish? The extreme cold was one issue, but more importantly, it was nighttime. The probability of fishing for dangerous monsters at night was greatly increased, let alone diving it would be suicidal. The ghost ship remained stationary on the surface of the sea, hailstones pounding against its hull. The hailstones fell into the dark water, bobbing up and down with the waves like dumplings being dropped into a pot. They could only wait until dawn. Ling Chu, through the tracking spell's mark, could clearly sense that the Xia Chunying she had marked was stubbornly closing the distance towards the ghost ship's approximate location. Staying here would undoubtedly shorten the time until they encountered each other. But this pause was unavoidable. This was a treasure map. 10 Xia Chunyings couldn't stop her determination to get the treasure. 6 hours later, a thin, grayish-white slit finally appeared on the horizon, letting in a few rays of light. Thick clouds still hung low, the leaden sky meeting the dark sea in the hazy distance, creating an oppressive atmosphere. But compared to the pitch-black night, the view was much clearer. Upon learning that Ling Chu was going to sea, Yu Jiali went into the kitchen before dawn. He used red-nosed chili peppers, along with broth and spices, to cook a pot of steaming, spicy, and appetizing hot and sour soup. He also steamed several baskets of thin-skinned, generously filled, and juicy xiaolongbao soup dumplings, using properly fermented dough. After eating, Ling Chu felt a warm current spread from her stomach to her limbs, even warming her fingertips. She then drank another bottle of cold resistance potion. The cold resistance potion increases cold resistance by 50%, while dishes made with red-nosed chili peppers increase it by 30%. With the double cold resistance effect, Ling Chu even felt barely cold standing on the frigid deck wearing only shark skin armor. Ling Chu, are you sure you don't need us to go into the sea with you? Huang Xiaoan looked at the gloomy sea, still somewhat worried. No need. Ling Chu checked her equipment, her tone firm. You can't stay underwater for long. It's better to provide support on the ship. I have a mermaid necklace that increases underwater breathing time, and a passive bounty hunter senses. Having others with me might actually be a burden. If we encounter danger, I'll send a message in the crew channel, or use storm arrows as signal flares. Just keep an eye on the surface. Okay, we'll definitely keep a close eye on the surface. Mo Yuan nodded earnestly beside her. Just now, she had secretly performed a tarot reading for Ling Chu. The drawn cards were the star upright, the 8 of wands upright, and although accompanied by the moon reversed, the overall meaning was favorable, indicating that swift action would be accompanied by good timing, and exploration would be fruitful, but vigilance and clarity were necessary. Don't worry, ladies, I will definitely protect the captain, Teach said, puffing out his chest. This time, Ling Chu planned to take only Teach with him on the dive. The skeleton wasn't afraid of the cold and didn't need to breathe, the only equipment it needed was flippers. Huang Xiaoan teased, raising an eyebrow, just don't let the captain protect you. Everything was ready. Teach also took off his crab shell armor, it was far too heavy, and wearing it in the sea, he probably wouldn't even be able to swim. Ling Chu walked to the ship's railing, took a deep breath, and leaped in. Splash! The icy seawater instantly enveloped her from all sides. The extreme temperature difference made her muscles tense slightly, even with her resistance. But quickly, the warming energy within her, maintained by the medicine and spicy food, steadily radiated outwards, resisting the pervasive chill. The world around her instantly became silent and blurry, leaving only the sound of the rushing water and her own strong heartbeat. She adjusted her posture and dived into the deep sea, where sunlight could not penetrate, observing the subtle changes in the seabed topography. When she had descended to a depth of about 30 or 40 meters, Ling Chu, through her diving mask, discovered many black reefs growing below. These reefs were jagged and covered with dark algae and barnacles, resembling the skeletal remains of a sleeping behemoth in the dim light. Every now and then, phosphorescent deep-sea fish would emerge from the crevices of the reef, swimming around her curiously. Where there are reefs, there are likely to be caves. Ling Chu was preparing to continue her descent into the reef area when her left arm was suddenly gently tugged. She turned and saw the skeleton sailor Teach pointing above her head. Following Teach's pointing, she saw a huge shadow silently hovering in the water not far above them, almost completely obscuring the faint light from the surface. Ling Chu's eyes narrowed. The creature's body was rounded and flat, like a giant, grayish-white will carelessly discarded into the sea. It had no obvious tail fin, the rear edge of its body seemed to have been roughly cut off, replaced by a ring of short, high dorsal and anal fins, swaying slightly with the extremely slow current. Ling Chu recognized it from its somewhat clumsy, round, flat body. It seemed to be a sunfish. This sunfish was at least 5 meters long, and it looked rather intimidating as it floated above their heads. But after recognizing it as a sunfish, Ling Chu wasn't nervous at all. This creature was practically the king of laziness. It swam extremely slowly, relying entirely on the current to bring small fish, shrimp, and jellyfish to its mouth before it would lazily open its mouth to eat. Because of its enormous size and slow movement, it was known as the buffet of the ocean, with anyone passing by able to take a bite. However, its flesh was truly unpalatable, consisting mostly of cartilage and a gelatinous layer. The edible portion was only about 10% of its volume. Even fishermen sometimes would disdainfully throw them back into the sea after catching them. However, this sunfish before them wasn't unharmed. Its once smooth and intact back now bore a shockingly large, gaping wound, like a mooncake that had been bitten. The edges of the wound were jagged, revealing darker tissue underneath, which appeared pale and swollen from being submerged in seawater. Based on the jagged teeth marks on the wound, it was clear that the culprit who had taken this bite out of their buffet was no ordinary predator. The teeth marks were huge and widely spaced. Unlike the fine, serrated teeth of a shark, they resembled those of a top predator with a more powerful jaw and thicker teeth. And it was far larger than this sunfish. Ling Chu couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. This means there's a large, aggressive carnivorous creature, at least 5 meters long, in the waters near her. That creature only took a bite of the sunfish, perhaps it found it unpalatable, and it's likely still swimming nearby looking for its next meal. Chapter 270 Who Stole His Ribs? Before diving, Ling Chu hadn't used the gambler's coin's triple luck buff. Triple luck only lasts 12 hours, and Ling Chu wasn't confident she could find and obtain the treasure within that time. If the time limit was exceeded, she'd have to wait another 3 days to open the chest. It was more worthwhile to save this precious triple luck buff for when opening the chest. Ling Chu gestured to Teach, ignoring the injured sunfish, and continued diving towards the reef area below. Just as she approached a particularly towering group of reefs, the bounty hunter's passive skill bounty perception suddenly lit up in her mind. A clear red dot, visible only to her, flickered steadily about 40 meters to her right, like a lighthouse in the dark. The attraction was strong and pure, pointing directly to her target. Found it! Ling Chu's spirits lifted, and she immediately swam towards the red dot. Passing a cluster of coral resembling giant stag antlers, the scenery suddenly changed. At the edge of a relatively flat seafloor, a dark cave entrance was embedded in a vast rock formation. The area around the entrance was covered with layers of dark algae and attached shellfish. The cave was incredibly deep and shrouded in darkness. A faint current of water, carrying the scent of ancient seawater and minerals, slowly seeped out from within. Her bounty hunting instincts guided her. The treasure chest was hidden deep within this cave. The shape and size of the entrance were also largely consistent with what was depicted on the treasure map. Ling Chu then took out a fluorescent starfish from her ring space to use as a light source. Its eerie blue light barely illuminated a small area, revealing the rough, damp rock walls nearby. Deeper inside, however, remained a chillingly dark expanse. Teach swam to her side, his soul fire calmly extending a bone finger, clearly pointing to the depths of the cave, then pointing to himself, signaling him to lead the way. It was immune to physical attacks, making it the best choice for scouting. Ling Chu looked at Teach and nodded. Teach then swam towards the cave entrance first, bending down and diving into the opening, his figure quickly swallowed by the darkness within. Ling Chu took out her bone blade and gripped it tightly, following closely behind, also swimming into the cave. The cave was eerily quiet, with only the faint sound of water splashing as she swam. The glowing starfish's light only illuminated a radius of 4 or 5 meters. Beyond that light lay a thick, impenetrable darkness. The rock walls were slippery, covered with various dark, moss-like creatures, gleaming eerily. After swimming about 4 or 5 meters, suddenly, glug, glug, a strange sound of churning water came from ahead, unlike anything Teach would make while swimming normally. Immediately afterward, Ling Chu saw Teach's figure stop at the edge of the eerie blue light. It abruptly turned around, its will-o'-the-wisp flickering violently, its jaws snapping open and shut, spewing a series of rapid bubbles from its mouth, while its bony hands gestured rapidly. Something, bite me! Ling Chu's heart tightened, and she immediately swam forward warily, focusing the glowing starfish's light. Only, she saw that the rock walls on both sides of the cave were covered with holes of various sizes, like a honeycomb. At this moment, some slender, grayish-brown, eel-like creatures were slowly emerging from many of these holes. Their bodies were slippery, scaleless, and their heads flattened. Most terrifying of all were their disc-shaped mouths internally filled with countless rings of tiny, sharp, yellowish horny teeth, like a miniature, constantly writhing meat grinder. Some eels seemed to still be dormant within the holes, their bodies swaying gently with the current. Others, however, had already extended most of their bodies, wriggling and probing towards Teach, some of their mouths already attached to Teach's arms and leg bones. Ling Chu's single-eyed blindfold instantly provided the information. Deep Sea Lamprey. Tier 4 monster. Possesses powerful suction and drilling abilities in its mouthparts, bloodthirsty, senses heat and vibration. Often lives in groups, lurking in caves and shipwreck crevices. Weakness, difficult to detach after attaching to mouthparts for a short time, relatively fragile body. Deep Sea Lamprey. Ling Chu had seen information about lampreys in the Monster Mini-Science section of the Shark Daily. Her heart sank slightly, there were far too many lampreys here. At least 100. Could this cave be a lamprey nest? However, while Ling Chu was checking the information, several lampreys clinging to Teach's bones were straining their jaw muscles, trying to drill through the hard bone with their teeth. However, Teach was immune to physical damage, and with the enhancement of necromancy, its bones were as hard as refined iron. The lamprey's sharp teeth, capable of easily drilling holes in flesh, could only scrape off a little bone dust at most, causing no real damage. On the contrary, Teach's entire skeleton began to tremble uncontrollably, slightly but frequently, as it frantically tried to shake off its attachments. Ling Chu was taken aback at first, then remembered the scene when she first encountered Ghost Thorn, and suddenly understood. This guy's ticklish. The suction and rubbing of the lamprey's mouthparts must feel to him like someone is constantly scraping his bones with a rough brush, causing an unbearable itching sensation. It's so itchy. Get down! Teach silently shouts, trembling desperately. The lampreys seem to realize this prey is strange, it's too hard, gritty, and doesn't have the warm, fleshy feel they expected. One particularly thick lamprey emerges completely from the larger hole. It seems angered by Teach's lack of cooperation, or perhaps it judges this to be a hard-shelled prey that requires more effort to open. It aims at Teach's chest cavity, its body springing forward like a spring, its disc-shaped mouthparts firmly attaching between Teach's two ribs. Then it begins to spin and burrow wildly. Snap! A clear, crisp sound. The lamprey froze, its disc-shaped mouthparts seemingly stuck on something. Instinctively, it yanked violently backward. A white, intact rib was ripped from its tightly packed skeleton. The lamprey, holding the rib, was somewhat bewildered, seemingly not understanding how a piece of its shell had suddenly fallen off. Teach also froze. It looked down at the suddenly empty space in its chest, its soul fire instantly widening. Who the hell stole its rib? Get out of there! Ling Chu quickly gestured to Teach. More and more deep-sea lampreys were closing in. If this continued, Teach would be torn to pieces. Teach received Ling Chu's instructions and, ignoring the broken rib, scrambled and crawled away from the depths of the cave. Several unwilling lampreys were still clinging to its back and leg bones, dragged out as it went. Only after completely exiting the cave entrance and returning to the relatively open reef area did the lampreys that had chased it out reluctantly release their grip and retreat back into their dark lair. Chapter 271 Megalodon. Teach's skeleton was covered in sticky slime, missing a rib, and its will-o'-the-wisps flickered pitifully. The human and the skeleton stopped a short distance outside the cave. Ling Chu stared at the deep cave entrance, her brow furrowed. There were too many lampreys inside. Even if the entire ghost ship crew came down, let alone her and Teach, they would suffer heavy losses. These creatures were adept at stealth and ambush, possessed terrifying mandibles, and were extremely agile in the water. Was there any way to lure the lampreys out one by one and kill them? Or was there any way to enter the depths of the cave and retrieve the treasure chest without alerting the lampreys? Ling Chu could use her invisibility skill to slip into the cave, but the invisibility duration was too short, only 10 seconds, and even with the reset effect, it would only last 20 seconds in total. She had no idea about the cave's interior. If it was a maze of twists and turns, and she couldn't get the treasure chest or escape within 20 seconds, she'd become easy prey for these lampreys. No, this method was too risky. Just as Ling Chu was concentrating on devising a plan, a strong current suddenly surged from her side and rear. Before she could even fully turn around, her body reacted instinctively. The ghostly dance technique activated instantly. Her figure blurred in the water, like ink merging into the current, and she abruptly shifted several meters to the side and upward. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. A gaping maw filled with terrifying, sharp teeth slammed down where she had disappeared, the muffled sound creating a shockwave-like vibration underwater, and a murky current carrying a strong, fishy stench assaulted her senses. Teach had no time to dodge and was slapped more than 10 meters away by the enormous fishtail. Ling Chu quickly created distance, steadied himself, and finally saw the attacker clearly. It was an extremely large shark, estimated to be over 7 meters long, resembling a gray submarine in the water. Its skin was covered with a layer of rough, dark gray dermal scales. Behind its towering, sail-like dorsal fin connected to its powerful, exaggerated torso, and its thick tail fin stirred up large currents with each swing. Most chilling was its head. Its snout was relatively short, but its gaping jaw was astonishingly large, and it was now slowly closing, revealing its terrifying weapons, layers upon layers of triangular teeth, each as large as a dagger. These teeth had sharp, serrated edges, gleaming a stark white in the dim light of the bioluminescent starfish. Their thick roots were deeply embedded in the jawbone, displaying terrifying bite force. Ling Chu's gaze fell on its teeth. The shape of these teeth perfectly matched the scars on the sunfish's back. It seems this is the creature that bit the sunfish. Almost simultaneously, the one-eyed mask she wore also provided information. Abyssal Megalodon, juvenile, Tier 5 monster. A ferocious predator of the ocean, possessing terrifying bite force, swift burst speed, and an extremely sensitive sense of smell for blood. Its skin is tough and thick, but its belly defense is relatively weak. Status, hungry. A megalodon, a Tier 5 monster. The megalodon is an extinct prehistoric creature on Earth, the largest known apex predator in the ocean with the strongest bite force. This is just a juvenile megalodon, hence only Tier 5. Adult megalodons can grow up to 25 meters long, comparable to the Dunkleosteus and the Tier 8 octopus she encountered last time. The megalodon's cold, small eyes locked onto Ling Chu. Its body, though massive, was exceptionally agile. With a sudden burst of power from its thick tail fin, it charged again like a torpedo, leaving a white trail in its wake underwater. It seemed uninterested in Teach's skeletal form, attacking Ling Chu directly. Ling Chu dared not meet the attack head-on, dodging to the side while her mind raced. She had to use the terrain to avoid being rammed or bitten in a straight line. The information on her goggles said its weak point was its abdomen. Ling Chu changed her title to Ocean Cleaner, which would increase her swimming speed by 10%. She darted like the most agile fish among the jagged reefs, luring the megalodon to follow. A near miss. The megalodon's side almost grazed a reef. Seizing this split-second opportunity, Ling Chu channeled all his strength and slashed fiercely at the shark's relatively unprotected rear side. The tough, leathery skin was cleaved open by the bone blade, leaving a nearly half-meter-long gash. Dark red blood gushed out like thick smoke, quickly spreading its pungent stench across the seawater. The megalodon let out a silent, agonizing roar, the excruciating pain fueling its ferocity. It thrashed wildly, its massive tail slashing and shattering a small reef, while simultaneously opening its terrifying jaws, relentlessly tearing at Ling Chu, each bite creating a powerful vortex of suction. Ling Chu, completely focused, darted and dodged through the blood-soaked, turbulent waters. Above the surface, the ghost ship. Something's wrong. Huang Xiaoan, who had been intently watching the water, suddenly stood up, pointing to the area where Ling Chu had dived. The seawater has changed color. It's churning. In that area, the water had noticeably darkened and become murky, with huge bubbles constantly rising and bursting, even forming unnatural eddies. Underwater, there were faint signs of a massive shadow violently churning. Yu Jiali almost simultaneously put down what he was holding and rushed to the ship's side, his gaze slightly grave. There's a battle going on underwater. The enemy is quite large. We have to go down and help. Huang Xiaoan immediately began preparing ropes and weapons. I'm going down. Yu Jiali's voice was decisive. Vampires are better adapted to the low temperatures of the icy sea. Xiaoan, you prepare the ballistae and cannons on the ship. Attack as soon as any large creature surfaces. He quickly took off his jacket, leaving only his close-fitting long-sleeved bodysuit, and plunged into the icy water, diving at full speed towards the turbulent battle zone. Beneath the surface, Ling Chu was still battling the megalodon. Ling Chu narrowly dodged the megalodon's deadly charge once more, her expression growing increasingly calm. In the water, the exertion is doubled. If this continued, she knew she wouldn't be able to outlast the great shark. The commotion they were making was considerable. Huang Xiaoan and the others should be able to observe the unusual waves from the deck. The best course of action now was to lure the megalodon to the surface and use the ship's ballistae and cannons to eliminate it as quickly as possible. But Ling Chu looked down at the cave she had finally found, not wanting to have come all this way for nothing. In a flash, a daring, even insane, plan took shape in her mind. She gripped her bone blade, abandoning her fight with the megalodon, and turned to swim at top speed toward the cave entrance teeming with deep-sea lampreys. Chapter 272 Run or Fight. Ling Chu had already dived to the cave entrance. The megalodon had been stabbed in the belly, and its mask indicated its state had changed from hunger to enraged, its small eyes filled with a dangerous red light. Ling Chu's several dodges had heightened the megalodon's alertness. When it sensed Ling Chu's intention to evade, it would stop its tail thrashing and break abruptly. This time, Ling Chu stood at the cave entrance, back to the darkness, facing the giant shark, neither dodging nor avoiding. The megalodon's limited brain capacity couldn't comprehend the deeper meaning behind this giving up resistance. It only saw this as a perfect hunting opportunity, and without hesitation, it opened its scarlet jaws, unleashing its full power, carrying a destructive current of water, and charged towards the figure at the cave entrance. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Just as the sharp, white teeth were about to touch Ling Chu's clothes, everything reset. Ling Chu's figure vanished abruptly. The megalodon, propelled by immense inertia, had no time to brake or turn. Its head, as hard as a battering ram, along with its massive body, slammed solidly and powerfully into the cave entrance. Boom! A dull thud echoed underwater, the immense impact shaking the entire reef area. The rocks at the cave entrance shattered, sending fragments of rock and algae flying, instantly filling the air with murky mud. More importantly, this impact completely awakened the hundreds of deep-sea lampreys lurking deep within the cave. The once tranquil nest instantly boiled. Countless slender, grayish-brown figures, like a punctured hornet's nest, surged forth from every hole and crevice. Enraged by the massive tremor and the intruder, they immediately locked onto the behemoth that had destroyed their home, the abyssal megalodon. These fourth-tier monsters displayed astonishing leaping ability and aggression. Their flattened bodies contracted and sprang in the water like gray arrows released from a bow, their disc-shaped mouthparts, covered with layers of sharp teeth, precisely attaching themselves to various parts of the megalodon's body. Even a fifth-tier monster with skin as tough as armor couldn't withstand the swarming attack of so many fourth-tier creatures. The thick scales on its back and sides were forcibly scraped and torn off piece by the lamprey's mouthparts. And its relatively soft abdomen, where Ling Chu had previously made a cut, became the worst affected area. Dozens of lampreys, like leeches attracted to blood, frantically attached themselves, their serrated mouthparts rotating and drilling, instantly creating more than a dozen gushing bloody holes near the wound. Even worse, some directly burrowed into its body through the wound and began to devour its internal organs. The megalodon writhed silently, its massive body twisting and thrashing wildly, its gaping jaws tearing at over a dozen lampreys near its head. But this damage was futile against the enormous swarm of lampreys. Ling Chu had already retreated to a safe distance, calmly watching this sudden, yet perfectly anticipated, conflict between the two. Just then, a black figure rapidly approached from above. It was Yu Jiali. He followed the violent currents and the stench of blood as he descended, only to be met with this breathtaking scene. A massive megalodon was writhing in agony under the frenzied attack of a swarm of lampreys, its blood staining a large patch of seawater crimson, while Ling Chu hovered unharmed, watching the spectacle. Teach, who had been thrown back earlier, swam back to Ling Chu's side, his jaw agape in shock at the sight. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. What kind of horrific battleground of the underwater food chain was this? Ling Chu also spotted Yu Jiali at this moment, their eyes briefly meeting in the water. Yu Jiali sent a private message, run or fight. Fight, Ling Chu replied. The megalodon had already helped them eliminate some of the lampreys, and had lured them all from the narrow opening to a wider area. With Yu Jiali as their accomplice, they now held a complete advantage. At this moment, only half a minute had passed. The fifth-tier abyssal megalodon, under the relentless onslaught of hundreds of fourth-tier lampreys, had completely lost its life, its massive body slowly sinking. However, the lamprey swarm, having feasted on the giant shark's flesh and blood and with their ferocity fully unleashed, immediately turned their crimson gazes to the two nearby fresh creatures Ling Chu and Yu Jiali. Hundreds of grayish-brown figures, like locusts smelling blood, turned and swarmed towards the two. Yu Jiali stepped forward, raised his right hand, and made a loose fist, pointing his 5 fingers at the area of seawater in front of him stained a thick, crimson red by the blood of the giant shark and lampreys. Blood explosion. As if an invisible fuse had been ignited, the dense blood mist permeating the seawater instantly exploded into a small blast, sending crimson shockwaves bursting through the water like a blooming flower of death. The first 20 or 30 lampreys to be hit didn't even have time to struggle before being torn to pieces by the explosive blood dance, their mangled bodies and fragments of internal organs tumbling in the blood mist. Ling Chu knew that blood explosion was one of the bloodthirsty Earl's skills. Wherever there was blood, it could ignite an explosion, and this skill consumed very little mana. Although the megalodon was dead, it was still bleeding profusely, spreading blood mist outwards, making it a perfect detonator. The remaining lampreys were stunned by this sudden attack, their offensive noticeably halting. But their ferocity had been ignited. After a brief pause, they surged forward again with even greater ferocity. Yu Jiali's men moved without pause, targeting the area with the highest concentration of lampreys and the thickest blood, unleashing a series of blood explosions. Each explosion landed precisely in the center of the school of fish, claiming the lives of at least 20 or 30 lampreys. The crimson seawater became even more turbid, filled with churning blood foam and carcasses. Meanwhile, Ling Chu moved as well. Her target was the escaped fish that had broken through the blood explosion blockade and attacked from the side or from tricky angles. An exceptionally thick lamprey with dark red edges to its mouth, like a poisoned arrow from underwater, suddenly leaped from behind a reef, its ring-shaped teeth wide open, lunging straight for her face. Ling Chu's left hand shot out with lightning speed, tracing a precise arc in the water, and firmly clamped down on the slippery body in the middle. A cold, slimy sensation washed over her as the lamprey thrashed wildly with astonishing strength. Its disc-shaped mouth, covered in layers of tiny, sharp teeth, opened and rotated futilely less than 10 centimeters from her diving mask, resembling the snout of an alien, ferocious and provocative. Ling Chu remained unfazed. Her right hand, gripping the bone blade in a reverse grip, drew a chilling arc, cleanly severing the grotesque head. The headless corpse, along with its unsettling mouthparts, separated from the body, convulsed violently in her hand a few times before going limp. Chapter 273 Treasure Acquired. Ling Chu casually tossed aside the decapitated lamprey carcass in her hand, searching for her next target. The blood mist grew thicker, obscuring visibility. But within it, Yu Jiali precisely controlled the blood explosion, each skill use causing a small area of blood to explode, tearing gaps in the dense swarm of lampreys. Ling Chu moved nimbly along the edges and through the gaps in the blood mist, each swing of her bone blade precisely eliminating a lamprey that had slipped through the defenses. The two worked in perfect coordination, one clearing the area, the other finishing off the remaining creatures with pinpoint accuracy. A few minutes later, the churning blood mist gradually subsided, leaving only mangled corpses floating in the murky water. Not a single lamprey remained alive. The battle was over, and the sea returned to calm. Ling Chu's gaze immediately fell upon the cave that had been collapsed by the megalodon. A metallic glint caught her eye amidst the collapsed rocks. She swam quickly over, moved a few loose rocks, and revealed an ancient treasure chest, about half her height, its surface engraved with simple, ancient patterns. This was it, the target marked on the treasure map. With a thought, Ling Chu stored it entirely into the space of her bone ring. Treasure in hand. Immediately afterward, she began to quickly clean up the battlefield. She first swam to the corpse of the megalodon, intending to put it into the ring. However, the system notification appeared: this target still has a trace of life energy and cannot be stored in the bone ring. Ling Chu was stunned. This shark was almost gnawed into a sieve, yet it was still alive? She looked closer and saw that the megalodon's tail fin was still twitching unconsciously, and its eyes had become cloudy. It was clearly in a dying state. This large fish dies from shock due to blood loss, a process that takes 15 to 30 minutes. Ling Chu swam to its front, gripped the bone blade, and plunged a fatal blow into its forehead. The legendary dagger slowly pierced the megalodon's scales, embedding itself deep in its skull, killing it instantly. Ling Chu then stuffed the dead megalodon carcass into a ring. Hundreds of lamprey carcasses still floated nearby regardless of whether they were edible. She'd take them all. Materials from 4th-tier magical creatures would always be useful. She swam, continuously collecting the slippery, cold corpses into her ring. Yu Jiali, standing nearby, first gestured to Ling Chu, "I'll go up for a bit," then quickly surfaced to breathe. Huang Xiaoan and the others, still anxiously waiting on the ghost ship's deck, watched the sea intently until they saw Yu Jiali emerge from the water, at which point they all breathed a sigh of relief. So, the battle was over. Yu Jiali then submerged again, working with Ling Chu to collect the scattered lamprey carcasses. They quickly cleared away most of the visible corpses. While searching the cave ruins, Yu Jiali's toe touched a long, thin object half buried in the gravel. He bent down and picked it up, discovering it was a complete rib. Teach Soulfire, not far away, leaped up excitedly and swam quickly over, its bony finger pointing at the rib, then frantically pointing to its own hollowed-out chest cavity. "Mine. It's my rib." Yu Jiali understood and handed the rib to him. Teach quickly took the rib, aligned it with the empty spot in his chest, and fitted it back in perfectly. He even twisted the skeleton left and right to confirm it was secure before finally letting out a satisfied sigh of relief. If he were missing a rib, as the lieutenant, he wouldn't be able to hold his head high among his many skeleton minions. The battle had caused quite a commotion. Worried that the lingering smell of blood might attract more large carnivorous creatures, Ling Chu quickly searched the area, making sure nothing was missed, before surfacing with Yu Jiali and Teach. A moment later, the two men and the skeleton emerged from the sea. Their companions on deck immediately threw down a rope ladder and offered assistance. Ling Chu grabbed the rope, used the momentum to leap, and nimbly flipped onto the deck. Yu Jiali and Teach followed closely behind. "Captain, are you all right?" Huang Xiaoan rushed over, looking him up and down. "It's alright, I've got the treasure chest." Ling Chu waved her hand. "I'll go change my clothes first." Having just emerged from the icy sea, her wet leather clothes were covered in frost within moments, and her hair was almost frozen into icicles. Ling Chu then turned to Yu Jiali and said, "You should change your clothes too. While vampires are more resistant to cold than ordinary people, hypothermia is no small matter." She paused. "After you change, if you have time, dismantle this thing." With that, she took the carcass of the abyssal megalodon from her ring, placed it on the deck, and with a muffled boom, the entire ship rocked slightly. "Holy crap, what a huge shark!" Huang Xiaoan exclaimed. "That shark's teeth are huge." Mo Yuan also marveled. Through the shark's gaping mouth, 5 rows of sharp teeth were clearly visible. Its appearance alone suggested it was no ordinary shark. Mo Yuan felt a strange sense of familiarity, as if he'd seen it in a textbook before, perhaps resembling the extinct megalodon. However, the body of this ocean apex predator was riddled with bloody holes, its head split open, a stark contrast to its ferocious exterior. "Okay," Yu Jiali nodded in response. Ling Chu then said to Huang Xiaoan, "Remember to take some photos, we'll need to get some freebies from Shark Daily later." Watching the captain disappear into the cabin, Huang Xiaoan approached the shark carcass, using the system's built-in function to take pictures, all the while sighing in amazement. "That's brutal. If this were submitted to Shark Daily, it'd have to be censored." Squid Ball nodded in agreement. Meeting the captain was just bad luck for this shark. From the time Ling Chu went into the sea until she came back up with the treasure chest and the shark, less than an hour had passed. Squid Ball felt the captain was becoming increasingly efficient. Yu Jiali quickly went back to the lounge, changed into dry clothes, and then returned to the deck to prepare to butcher the megalodon as Ling Chu had instructed. At this moment, the idle skeleton minions all gathered around, and Emily squeezed into the pile of skeletons, her will-o'-the-wisp flickering curiously. She had never seen such a large shark before. "Stephen, you're the best fisherman in our village, have you ever seen such a large shark?" If I had, I'd probably be nothing but bone dust by now." Chapter 274 Shark Fin Soup and Unboxing. Just as Yu Jiali rolled up his sleeves, Big Gold Tooth came running over, presenting him with both hands. "Master, your kitchen knife." He raised an eyebrow. This guy's changed his address quickly. He didn't correct him. Ever since he demonstrated his cucumber-making skills last night, Big Gold Tooth had been utterly impressed. This morning, when making hot and sour soup, the skeleton had dutifully washed the vegetables, handed him the knife, and assisted him. Although he had never taken on apprentices, he didn't mind letting the skeleton observe and learn cooking. Calling him master wasn't a loss. When Ling Chu returned to the deck, Yu Jiali had already processed the shark carcass. The shark meat had all been cut into neat, uniform pieces of steak, the shark skin had been completely removed, and the shark teeth filled 2 full baskets, leaving only a huge shark head resting on the cutting board. Upon seeing her, Yujiali said, the shark meat yielded a total of 7,000 kilograms, the fins weighed 300 jin, approximately 150 kilograms, and there were 270 teeth. The shark teeth are quite hard, they should be usable as weapons. The shark skin is also very resilient, it would make better armor than what you're currently wearing. And this shark head. Yujiali pointed to the shark head on the cutting board, there's not much meat on this one, but the cut you made is quite beautiful. It's a shame to throw it away, you can hang it on the wall as a specimen. A specimen. Ling Chu's eyes lit up. How come she hadn't thought of that? Back on the Golden Finger gambling ship, there were quite a few fish specimens hanging in Carl Crawford's luxurious captain's cabin. Hearing this, Cuttlefish Ball blinked in confusion and whispered to Huang Xiaoan, a shark head specimen, won't it feel creepy hanging on the wall? Huang Xiaoan shook her head. The captain won't. She'll just think it's cool. Great idea. Hang this shark head in my bedroom, it'll definitely be cool. Sure enough, Ling Chu said excitedly the next second. Cuttlefish Ball shut his mouth. Such a bizarre conversation would seem abnormal between any two people, but between Ling Chu and Yujiali, it felt strangely normal. Ling Chu remembered something, took out 2 lampreys from her ring, and handed them to Yujiali. By the way, can we eat these fish? Yujiali took them. The lampreys' bodies were soft and slippery. They belonged to the eel family, but their appearance was truly disgusting. He said uncertainly, this is the first time I've seen this kind of eel. I'll have to cook it to find out. Okay, let's try it then, Ling Chu said. The ghost continued its journey, cutting through the waves in its current direction. Ling Chu hadn't forgotten the Holy Crusaders were still hot on her heels. Unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't linger in one place, giving the enemy a chance to close the distance. During a break in the voyage, she casually took out her old sun compass to check it. The ancient bronze pointer lay silently beneath the glass dial, completely still. This indicated that there was no heat source in the nearby waters that matched the compass's readings. Ling Chu wasn't in a hurry. The ocean was vast and boundless, suitable islands were rare and precious. Finding one was a matter of chance, not finding one was normal. Later, it was time for dinner. Everyone gathered promptly in the warm, bright dining room, their eyes fixed on the kitchen with eager anticipation. The enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen had become the most anticipated daily signal on the ghost ship. Yujiali used a small amount of ham, pheasant, and shark fin to make a clay pot shark fin stew. The remaining chicken was used to make Ling Chu's favorite kung pao chicken. The moment the lid was lifted, a rich, savory aroma burst forth, almost tangible. The broth was an enticing light golden color, rich in collagen, and the shark fin was translucent, resembling a neatly arranged plate of vermicelli. Everyone couldn't wait to taste it. The shark fin slid down their throats without chewing, its flavor exquisite, without a trace of fishiness. To remove the fishy smell, he soaked the shark fin in water for 2 hours, then blanched it repeatedly before adding it to the prepared broth and simmering it over low heat, thus creating this delicious clay pot shark fin stew. You consumed a clay pot shark fin soup, strength plus 0.5. You received a temporary buff, your swimming speed increases by 5% for the next 2 hours. Ling Chu raised an eyebrow slightly. Only a 0.5 attribute increase? The last time she had stir-fried squid rolls with soy sauce, it added 2 points to constitution and 1 point to strength, a total of 3 attribute points. However, Ling Chu thought again, the ingredients that time were rare 8th tier monsters. A 0.5 attribute increase from a 5th tier monster seemed reasonable. This temporary swimming speed increase was quite good. The remaining shark fin could be dried by Yujiali into convenient dried shark fin. She picked up a piece of braised chicken with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth, her eyes instantly narrowing with satisfaction. The chicken was tender and flavorful, the sweet, sour, and spicy ratio was just right, and the peanuts were crunchy. It was simply a perfect accompaniment to rice. She had previously used Kung Pao chicken as an interview question for a group of chefs, and now, comparing the two, the difference was even more obvious. This plate of Kung Pao chicken tasted far superior to the players who had applied. Sure enough, even among chefs, there are different levels. Ling Chu ate 3 bites of Kung Pao chicken before noticing that besides the shark fin soup, there were 2 vegetarian dishes left on the table. Where's the lamprey? Ling Chu asked Yujiali. That fish is too fishy, we can't eat it. Yujiali's expression was somewhat indescribable. After gutting the lamprey, he discovered that its structure was completely different from that of an eel. Its belly was mostly filled with internal organs, with only a thin layer of soft skin. Shortly after being put into the pot, it emitted a foul, rotten smell. Yujiali almost threw the whole pot away. It took a long time to run the vent and let the stench dissipate. This stuff probably won't provide any attribute boosts after consumption, it might even have negative effects. Ling Chu guessed those lampreys wouldn't taste good either. Any fish that tastes good will have a delicious description in the system. Anything without system certification is unlikely to taste very good. It seems these lampreys can only be given to Xiao Fengkinyu to see if they can be used as alchemy materials. If they don't even have alchemical value, they'll just have to sell them at a low price on the trading house. After finishing her meal, Ling Chu immediately took out the newly acquired treasure chest, ready to open it on the spot. Moyuan's skill, astrologer's prayer resonance, is for her own use, and Ling Chu was worried that opening the treasure chest herself would negate its effect. So, Ling Chu simply gave the gambler's coin to Mo Yuan, letting her use the triple luck effect to open the chest. Mo Yuan was a little nervous. This is my first time opening a treasure chest. What if I'm unlucky and don't get the wind's protection crystal I want? It's okay. With the triple luck bonus, even if you're unlucky, you can become lucky. Ling Chu pushed the treasure chest in front of her. Even if you don't get it, you can wait for next time. Hearing Ling Chu say this, Mo Yuan carefully tossed the gambler's coin and then opened the treasure chest. The first thing she saw was a pile of glittering seashells, at least 3,000, and a blueprint recipe. Mo Yuan was a little disappointed. Huang Xiaoan comforted her. It's okay, nobody wins on their first try. Until Mo Yuan removed the blueprint, she discovered a crystal-clear gem lying at the bottom of the chest. Chapter 275 The Uses of Lampreys. I got it. I got it. It's the Wind's Protection Crystal. Moyuan excitedly clutched the gem in her hand. Wind's Protection Crystal. A crystal containing powerful wind magic energy, used for crafting items and upgrading ships. Moyuan realized she seemed to have underestimated the power of triple luck in her own skill. The gambler's coin, blessed by the mermaid, became legendary equipment, and her astrologer class was a unique special class. Combined, it was like getting a triple luck critical hit in a gacha game, plus a designated resonance item from the gacha pool. A guaranteed one-shot kill. And the recipe blueprint was for an accessory. Blueprint recipe, Thorn Crown. Quality, legendary. Description, don't look down, the crown will fall. Crafting requires the jeweler class. Ling Chu couldn't understand anything from the blueprint's description. It seemed she'd have to craft it to know its specific attributes. However, since it was legendary equipment, Ling Chu carefully stored away the blueprint and recipe. Mo Yuan gave Ling Chu the Wind's Protection Crystal, and then Ling Chu gave her a crystal ore, telling her to take advantage of the triple luck effect and try her luck in the daily gamble at the fate table. Mo Yuan's initial luck wasn't as high as Ling Chu's, and she only managed a multiplier of x8 in the gamble. One crystal ore turned into 8, which wasn't bad, so Mo Yuan also tried her hand at the roulette wheel. She drew a buff, willing hands, which increased the probability and quality of fish caught for 24 hours. After giving the crystal ore to Ling Chu, Mo Yuan excitedly grabbed her fishing rod and went fishing on the deck. Ling Chu checked the materials in her ring. She originally had 2 crystal ores, and 8 more from the fate table, making a total of 10. She was still missing copper ore, Siren's morning pearl, and ghostwood to upgrade her ship. She could buy copper ore at the trading post any time, but morning pearls and ghostwood could only be obtained by harvesting from the island of the dead. She needed to harvest 3 more times, which would take 9 days, to accumulate enough materials to upgrade her ship. If Ling Chu had chosen to upgrade with ordinary materials, she could have directly upgraded to level 6 without ghostwood, using only ordinary wood, but Ling Chu didn't regret it at all. The ghost ship, upgraded with special materials, was too powerful. Now, it didn't even consume charcoal during voyages. She didn't believe ordinary ships would have such a bonus. Afterwards, Ling Chu carried the 2 heavy baskets of shark teeth to the blacksmith Andrew, asking him to forge some weapons. Andrew asked her what kind she wanted, a dagger or a longsword, a sword or a meteor hammer. Ling Chu said, make whatever you like. They're all for the skeletons. You can make as many styles as they like. Alright, Captain, you can rest assured about my craftsmanship. Andrew swung his hammer and began forging with great enthusiasm, the flames in the forge instantly rising higher. Ling Chu then took the ripped shark skin to Aunt Martha, the tailor. Martha took the shark skin and carefully examined its texture. I've never seen such high-quality shark skin before. Although it has quite a few holes, it doesn't matter, it can all be cut off. What do you want to do, child? I want to have a few well-fitting wetsuits made. By the way, can this shark skin be used for fins? Ling Chu said, gently tracing an arc on the floor with her toes, mimicking the motion of fins paddling. Do you know what fins are? She only had 1 pair of fins, a system reward from the Ocean Cleaner Challenge, which she mostly gave to teach. She'd be going into the sea quite often, so having a few extra pairs would be useful. Of course I know, Aunt Martha laughed. Aren't they those long, flat water shoes that mimic a fish tail to help you swim faster? Leave them to me. This shark skin is the perfect texture, tough but not stiff, and elastic. But the wetsuits have to fit properly. Too tight and you can't move freely, too loose and they'll let in water and let in drafts. You'll need to have everyone who's going to go in the water come to me to get their measurements taken. Ling Chu then tagged everyone in the crew channel, reminding them to come to Aunt Martha to get their measurements taken. Finally, Ling Chu went to the alchemy room. Pushing open the door, a pungent, herbal scent wafted out. Xiao Feng Kenyu was bent over the alchemy table, intently controlling the eerie blue flame beneath a glass dish. On the table, 10 vials of intermediate-level life potions, radiating a soft red glow, were neatly arranged. Xiao Feng Kenyu was preparing the intermediate-level life potion. 10 vials were already neatly placed beside the alchemy table. Ling Chu handed Xiao Feng Kenyu several lampreys with the most intact carcasses, having carefully selected them. Xiaoyu, take a look. Do these lampreys have any alchemical value? Xiao Feng Kenyu took the slippery eel carcasses. Wait a moment, I'll examine them. She quickly spread a waterproof cloth on the work table and skillfully retrieved a thin blade knife and a glass petri dish. She scraped off the viscous secretions from the lamprey's body with a knife, carefully collecting them in a container. Then, she held it up to the magic oil lamp to observe them closely, occasionally adding a few drops of reagent and recording the color changes. While waiting, Ling Chu leisurely surveyed the increasingly well-stocked alchemy room. The newly added shelves were neatly arranged with various alchemical materials: crown-of-thorns starfish, sun-dried nightmarish mushrooms, a whole basket of beeswax and bee stings, specimens of fungal beast corpses preserved in solution, and the demon-devouring grub she had retrieved from Babu Yo-Yo's antlers. Her gaze finally settled on a glass tank by the window. Inside was the little storm jellyfish, visibly larger than before. It seemed to recognize Ling Chu, gracefully floating to the glass wall, its tentacles swaying happily, even flicking out a tiny spark of electricity, as if in greeting. Ling Chu couldn't resist tapping the glass with her finger. The little creature followed her finger, circling around, its canopy opening and closing quite adorable. Ling Chu. Xiao Feng, can you seem to have discovered something? Her voice slightly excited. She turned around, holding up the petri dish containing the mucus in one hand, and in the other hand, she held the test paper that had just completed the reaction. It displayed a peculiar gradient of colors. This mucus has extremely high activity, containing a special biological enzyme that has a gentle solidification effect on proteins, and also possesses excellent adhesion and film-forming properties. When Xiao Feng Kenyu started talking about alchemy, she became quite animated. I remember you mentioned last time that you wanted to make a preservative? This stuff, after refining and catalysis, is an excellent base material. Ling Chu blinked in surprise. You mean this stuff can be used to make a preservative? Xiao Feng Kenyu nodded. With a few auxiliary materials to enhance stability, it should be fine. Thinking of something, she continued, oh, right. Weren't you planning to make a specimen from that megalodon skull? Specimen processing also requires a preservative. Give me the shark head, and I'll have the skeleton deliver it directly to the captain's cabin after I've made the specimen. Ling Chu happily handed the megalodon skull to Xiao Feng Kenyu. Who says lampreys are useless? Lampreys have done a great job. Chapter 276, New Type of Begging. Meanwhile, on a ship belonging to the 1st Regiment of the Crusader Army in a distant sea, a solemn purification ritual was underway. In the center of the deck stood a statue of light, sculpted from white marble. The statue's face was sorrowful, yet its hands gripped a sword and a codex, symbols of judgment. Before the statue, Xu Dongxiu, dressed in a simple white robe, her long hair gently rippling in the sea breeze, prayed with her eyes closed. Her voice, clear and ethereal, echoed across the silent deck. Where light shines, shadow has nowhere to hide. Where order prevails, chaos will surely subside. You bear original sin, your hearts harbor chaos. Today, with the mark of light, your defilement will be burned away, your spirits cleansed, so that you may return to the embrace of order. Having spoken, she slowly rose, turning to face the dozens of player prisoners forcibly forced to kneel in a row. Most of them were heavily wounded, their equipment and clothing almost completely stripped off. The male players were shirtless, wearing only underwear, while the female players, clad in barely covering garments, shivered in the cold wind, their eyes filled with fear, anger, or numbness as they looked at Xu Dongxiu. A Crusader soldier stepped forward, carrying a red-hot branding iron. At the tip of the iron was a complex and twisted ancient character Sin. Xu Dongxiu's gaze calmly swept over the prisoners, her eyes showing neither pleasure nor hatred, only the indifference of carrying out a necessary procedure. She picked up the handle of the branding iron and approached the nearest prisoner. The prisoner recoiled in fear, taking 2 steps back before being firmly held down by the Crusader. Accepting purification is rebirth. You should understand the consequences of resistance. She paused, and the prisoner, realizing something, dared not move again. The branding iron fell, the sizzling sound of burning flesh mingling with suppressed screams and groans. The air filled with the smell of burning flesh. One by one, the prisoners were branded with the word sin on their foreheads, signifying their branding as sin slaves. Under the Holy Army's order, they would forever lose their freedom and atone for their sins through labor. Until she stopped in front of one prisoner, the brand of sin pressed against his forehead, he gritted his teeth, not even uttering a groan. This unusual reaction caught Xu Dongxiu's attention. She looked down. This prisoner was exceptionally robust, his skin a tan wheat color from years of wind and sun. Judging by his height, he was at least 2 meters tall, and even the shackles on his wrists were larger than those of the other prisoners. A gleaming white light flashed in Chu Dongsu's eyes, and the prisoner's attribute panel appeared before her. A special profession. Chu Dongsu instructed her subordinate, lock him up alone. Don't let him contact other Sin slaves. Yes, sir, the subordinate replied, bowing. As the ceremony drew to a close, the 4th Regiment commander, Siji Deo, a sharp-looking young man, hurried to the outer perimeter. Watching the scene unfold, he hesitated, as if he wanted to speak. Chu Dongsu, having purified the last prisoner, wiped her hands with a clean white handkerchief though she hadn't touched anything unclean. She looked up, her gaze precisely fixed on Siji Deo. The ceremony is over. Get to the point. Siji Deo hurriedly stepped forward, lowering his voice. Commander, I have good news and not so good news. Which would you like to hear first? Chu Dongsu glanced at him, a look that made Siji Deo's back tense. The bad news. Siji Deo swallowed hard. Vice Commander Ying has discovered Yu Jiali's exact whereabouts. He's joined the ghost ship. Vice Commander Ying has already led the 2nd and 3rd regiments towards the ghost ship's coordinates. What? Chu Dongsu frowned slightly. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me sooner? 2 days ago. You were undergoing a 3-day deep prayer session, and were strictly forbidden from being disturbed, so. Siji Deo's voice trailed off. Chu Dongsu remained silent. She knew her younger sister, Xia Chunying. The more she loved Mo Sangbei, the more she hated Yu Jiali. Once she knew anything about Yu Jiali, she would hunt him down to the ends of the earth. Nothing could stop her. Why did Yu Jiali have to join the ghost ship? It has to be said, the ghost ship is the only enemy Chu Dongsu doesn't want to face right now. They know far too little about it. And the good news? Chu Dongsu's voice was emotionless. Siji Deo quickly took out a fist-sized crystal emitting a soft white light from her pocket and presented it with both hands. The 9th Regiment was lucky enough to find a holy light crystal while exploring a temple ruin. Chu Dongsu raised an eyebrow. This was indeed good news. Holy light crystals are essential materials for upgrading a Tier 6 ship. She had already collected all the other upgrade materials. This was the only one left. Chu Dongsu took the crystal. Its warm glow illuminated her slender fingertips. Without any hesitation, she immediately chose to use it. A system notification appeared. All upgrade materials deducted. Ship upgrade in progress. Upgrade countdown 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chu Dongsu looked up. Her voice, though not loud, clearly echoed throughout the command deck. Pass down the order. Use the 2nd Regiment's coordinates as the destination. Full speed ahead. Ling Chu was unaware of everything that had happened on the Holy Crusade ship. If she had known, she would probably have felt resentful. The crystal stones she had painstakingly obtained going through the icy sea and killing monsters were delivered to her with a mere click of a finger. Ling Chu was currently sitting on the sofa in the captain's cabin, having opened the public chat channel. The public chat was as lively as ever. She glanced through it briefly. There were daily requests to buy charcoal and cotton, and there was boasting, gossip, and complaining. One message in particular caught her eye. The starving bear cried out, "Please, kind souls, give me some food. I'm desperate and haven't had a proper meal in 3 days. I'll repay your kindness tenfold tomorrow." Ling Chu raised an eyebrow. What kind of new way of begging was this? Lulu, the gossip queen, said, "Screw, you've been posting for 3 days straight. Why are you begging every day? If you had hands and feet, you could go fishing on the deck and you wouldn't starve. Besides, this extreme cold has lasted for almost half a month. Farmers are almost unable to grow crops, and nobody has any food reserves." The starving bear continued, "I'm really in a bit of trouble. I don't want seashells, I just want some food. I'm not asking for nothing. If I survive, I'll pay you back." Ling Chu recognized this ID. The fruit platter that smelled of urine and the stale wolf meat she'd received were all bought by this guy. Ignoring the silly bear, she sent a message in the public chat. Ling Chu, looking for a reliable jeweler to custom make equipment. I'll provide the recipe, you provide the materials. We'll sign a system contract. Chapter 277 Life-Saving Meat. Ling Chu temporarily enabled private chat with strangers. A few seconds later, she received a private message. The insatiable bear, Boss Ling Chu, do you remember me? I bought some meat from you at a low price at the trading post before. I wanted to ask if you had any edible meat left, even if it's not fresh or spoiled. I don't have any seashells on me right now, but I can write an IOU. Ling Chu sent a question, are you a jeweler? The insatiable bear, I'm not. Ling Chu was speechless. Did she have "I'm stupid and rich" written all over her forehead? The perpetually hungry, clumsy bear, I'm a prisoner of the Holy Crusade, imprisoned in a cell. I just overheard Chu Dongsu's men reporting that Xia Chunying is tracking the ghost ship. Chu Dongsu just obtained the item to upgrade her ship to level 6, and now the ship is changing direction. It seems she's also heading to find you. Ling Chu was about to block this person when she saw his message and paused slightly. Ling Chu was surprised. You're from the Green Mountain? The perpetually hungry, clumsy bear. Yes, I originally joined the Green Mountain just to get a meal, but now I'm a prisoner. All my seashells and equipment have been taken away, and they only give me half a piece of moldy bread a day. I'm really starving, I'm truly desperate, otherwise I wouldn't be begging. Ling Chu began to consider the veracity of his information. Xia Chunying's tracking of the ghost ship was known only to the Holy Crusade members and her own people. Either the clumsy bear was telling the truth, or he was indeed a member of the Holy Crusade, pretending to gain her trust. However, according to people in the public chat, the silly bear had been complaining of hunger in the public chat channel 3 days ago. At that time, they were still in the public challenge. It's impossible for the Crusaders to have known this beforehand and had him put on an act in the public chat beforehand, right? Besides, if he was trying to get close to her by lying, wouldn't it have been more logical for him to pretend to be a jeweler after she sent the public chat message? The possibility that he's a member of the Crusaders is basically ruled out. So, this silly bear is probably really a surviving prisoner from the Green Mountain. Ling Chu thought to herself, Autumn Snow actually upgraded to a level 6 ship before me. This is bad. Silly bear who never gets enough food. Boss, are you still there? I'm telling the truth. Ling Chu looked at his ID. This guy was a bit strange. He said he joined the Green Mountain just to get some food. Being imprisoned on the Crusader ship, he didn't expect to escape, he just begged for food in the public chat. How desperate for food is he? He'd rather die with a full stomach? Ling Chu imagined a burly man, starving and weeping behind bars. 5 minutes earlier. The scene of the malnourished, hapless bear was almost identical to Ling Chu's imagined image of him weeping behind bars. Following Chu Dongxiu's orders, the Holy Order's men had locked him in a solitary cell. The cell was cold, damp, and filled with the smell of rust and mildew. The brand of sin on his forehead still throbbed, but the hunger in his stomach was even more unbearable. Half a piece of moldy, hardened black bread each day was barely enough to keep him alive. It was far from filling him up. Desperate and hopeless, he used his last public chat attempt of the day, repeatedly begging for food. For the past 3 days, the only responses in the public chat were scattered mockery. Not a single biscuit had been traded to him, but it was his only means of survival. Until he saw Ling Chu appear in the public chat channel, searching for a jeweler. Although Ling Chu didn't know him, he remembered her vividly. Early in the game, when food was scarce in the trading post, she had sold stale wolf meat at an unbelievably low price. That wolf meat had saved his life then, and she had even sold cotton at a fair price during a severe natural disaster when everyone desperately needed warm clothes. At the time, that was practically a life-saving act of kindness. So, Benbenxiang tentatively sent Ling Chu a private message, and to his surprise, she actually replied. Benbenxiang stared anxiously at the silent chat window. Could she have blocked him? Player Ling Chu has initiated a trade with you. Trade details, 235 jin of monitor lizard meat. The system message popped up. The starving, clumsy bear's eyes widened, and he rubbed them in disbelief. Over 200 jin of meat. Could this be a hallucination caused by extreme hunger? Your information is valuable to me. This meat is yours. It's lizard meat, but it's edible. Ling Chu replied. This monitor lizard meat was from the sulfur monitor lizard she slaughtered on the volcanic island. Most of it was used to feed Ghost Thorn. The upgraded Ghost Thorn no longer needed feeding, and there were still over 200 pounds of monitor lizard meat left. Ling Chu's warehouse was full of seafood and meat. She definitely wouldn't eat this kind of coarse-textured lizard meat with a faint sulfur smell. She didn't even bother selling the few seashells she had, she simply traded it all to him. The clumsy bear eagerly took out a piece of monitor lizard meat. It was raw, still dripping with blood, but looked very fresh. He opened his mouth and took a vicious bite. The tough flesh tore between his teeth as he chewed and swallowed forcefully, his movements almost imperceptible. Piece after piece, he devoured this hard-won energy like a high-powered shredder. Blood dripped from his filthy chin, but he paid it no mind. In a short time, he swallowed a full 30 pounds of tough lizard meat whole. If Ling Chu had witnessed this, he would have been utterly shocked what normal human could possess such a terrifying appetite and digestive speed. Even more bizarrely, the man's previously shriveled abdomen didn't swell noticeably after consuming such a massive amount of food, it only slightly filled out. It was as if the meat, once inside his stomach, was rapidly broken down and absorbed by some force, transforming into streams of heat flowing through his limbs and bones. He stopped, letting out a long, satisfied exhale of warm breath, carrying the pungent smell of meat. His strength was rapidly recovering, a long-lost sense of power flowed through his muscles, and the light in his eyes, dulled by hunger, regained its focus, regaining some of its luster. My satiety level is enough, he muttered to himself, clenching his fist, his knuckles cracking slightly. In this state, he had enough time to activate 2 more of his professional skills. The hope of survival had never felt so real. He was saved. The remaining monitor lizard meat was still stored in the trade slot. As long as he didn't take it all out at once, this slot would function as a personal storage space, but the downside was that he couldn't accept any other trade items during this time. Benben Bear didn't think anyone else would trade him food for free. This remaining monitor lizard meat was his life-saving food reserve. He looked up at the dungeon entrance not far away, at the backs of several crusader guards, suppressing his excitement. Escape from this impenetrable fleet would require an opportune moment. Chapter 278. There is no such thing as survival in the dictionary. After ending her private chat with Benben Xiong, Ling Chu didn't contact the jeweler again. Instead, she sent a message in the crew channel. At all crew members, except Xiao Fengkenyu, everyone else, come to the captain's cabin for a meeting immediately. Shortly after sending the message, knocking began at the door. The first to enter was Huang Xiaoan. Wow, Captain, this is the first time you've called us to the captain's cabin for a meeting. I was the dealer, and I was already close to winning, so I put down the mahjong tiles and ran up here. She had a long, thin, dark brown object dangling from her mouth. Ling Chu initially thought it was a chocolate bar, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a cigar. Where did you get a cigar? Ling Chu asked, raising an eyebrow. I bought it from the trading post. Huang Xiaoan chuckled. She had been helping Xiao Fengkenyu a lot these past few days, earning a share of the cold resistance potion sales, and had started her own little stash. No smoking in my room. Okay. Huang Xiaoan took the cigar from her mouth and tucked it behind her ear. Next to her came Moyuan, carrying a large bag of seaweed-flavored potato chips. She immediately placed the chips on the coffee table on the sofa. Before Ling Chu could even comment on the chips, an even more exaggerated commotion came from the doorway. Yu Jiali walked in steadily, carrying a large wooden tray. On the tray were 4 glasses of honey sea buckthorn juice, and next to them, a plate neatly arranged a dozen or so golden brown, crisp cookies that smelled of butter. Ling Chu looked at the potato chips, juice, and cookies in front of her. She took a deep breath. I said I was having a meeting, and you guys are about to have a tea party? Moyuan had already torn open the potato chip packaging and was crunching away, blinking. Eating while we meet is more efficient. That's right, even if the sky falls, we have to fill our stomachs first, Huang Xiaoan said unceremoniously, picking up a cookie and eating it, then her eyes lit up. These cookies smell so good. They're definitely not sakas. You baked them, right, chef? Yu Jiali nodded, gently pushing a glass of juice towards Ling Chu. Replenishing your sugar and water levels appropriately before high-intensity mental activity definitely helps maintain mental agility, Captain. Ling Chu looked at the honey and sea buckthorn juice. Its golden color was indeed very tempting. She picked it up and took a sip. The honey completely neutralized the acidity of the sea buckthorn berries. She had wanted to drink sea buckthorn juice when she was harvesting the berries, but she hadn't had a juicer. The newly built kitchen is now fully equipped, seemingly with not only a juicer but also an oven and a steamer. Stop. Ling Chu quickly pulled her wandering thoughts back and spoke seriously to the 3 of them. I just received reliable information that Chu Dongxiu has upgraded the Holy Crusade's 1st Regiment ships to level 6. Level 6. Mo Yuan almost dropped the potato chips in her hand. Aren't we still a little short? Yes, we're still missing morning pearls and ghost wood. Currently, these 2 items can only be obtained by harvesting from the Island of the Dead, and we need to wait at least 3 more island harvests, which is at least 9 days, to gather them all. So, there are currently 2 options. First, we'll change course and proactively engage Xia Chunying, aiming to wipe out her fleet before Chu Dongxiu and Xia Chunying reunite, gaining a significant time advantage. Second, we'll all enter public challenges to avoid combat. Once in public challenges, Xia Chunying won't be able to pinpoint the ghost's location. After 9 days, once the ghost reaches level 6, we can then confront the Holy Army. Ling Chu paused, then said, level 6 ships might be faster than we anticipate. If we use option 1, and we fail to eliminate Xia Chunying's fleet in time, while Chu Dongxiu arrives with her main force ahead of schedule, the ghost could be attacked from both sides. Option 2 is more prudent. What are your thoughts? Ling Chu asked them. Huang Xiaoan scratched her cheek. I choose the first one. Playing it safe wasn't her style, nor was it Ling Chu's. She was somewhat puzzled. Why would Ling Chu think of a second option? I also choose the first one, Mo Yuan said. Ling Chu looked at Yu Jiali, who paused for a moment before saying, I choose the second option. Once the ship is upgraded to level 6, we'll have greater initiative in attack, defense, and retreat. Ling Chu had originally planned to confront the Holy Crusade only after the ghost ship reached level 6, but Chu Dongxiu's preemptive upgrade disrupted her plans. With a lower ship level, even escaping would become difficult. If it were before, when Ling Chu was alone, she would definitely have chosen option 1. As Huang Xiaoan said, the word survival didn't exist in her dictionary. But as the ghost ship developed, her concerns grew. She was no longer alone, she had crew members she trusted, and the responsibilities on her shoulders increased. She had witnessed the destruction of the Green Mountain ship in the live stream, and she didn't want her crew to become prisoners, branded as slaves, and imprisoned on enemy ships doing hard labor, like Benben Bear. The vote was 2-1, and the choice returned to Ling Chu. Ling Chu thought for a moment and said, I abstain. The vote is 2-1, the minority obeys the majority, so let's adopt Plan 1, actively confront Xia Chunying. With that, Ling Chu stood up from the sofa with an air of authority. Then, she picked up a small butter cookie that had been tempting her for half the day. That's right, even if the sky falls, she has to fill her stomach first. The order was quickly issued to the skeleton henchman at the helm. The massive ghost ship drew a huge arc on the deep blue sea, smashing through the ice floes and beginning to change course. Although the skeleton henchmen were somewhat puzzled as to why she was turning back, in their logic, obedience to the captain's orders was an ironclad rule above all else, and they would never question it. Originally, at the ghost ship's full speed, Xia Chunying wouldn't have been able to catch up with them at all. If the ghost ship had stopped in place, it would have taken about 4 days to catch up. Now, the two ships have shifted from a chase to a close approach, and within 2 days at most, they will encounter Xia Chunying's fleet. At the same moment, in the waters behind the Ghost, aboard the ships of the 2nd Regiment of the Holy Crusade, which were hot on their heels, Xia Chunying was pacing impatiently. 2 days of pursuit gradually made her realize that the Ghost was a level 5 ship. They were using their speed to deliberately dangle her, like a carrot dangling in front of a donkey cart, visible but unattainable. Just then, she received a private message from her sister, Xu Dongxiu, ordering her to cease the pursuit, remain in place, and await the main fleet's arrival. Xia Chunying glanced at it and closed the private message. Wait? She couldn't wait a single second longer. She had to avenge Sangbai herself, and she had to kill Yu Jiali with her own hands. She would use Yu Jiali's blood to make incense and place it on Sangbai's memorial tablet. As usual, she opened the nautical map, observing the distance between her bounty target and her ship. However, at that moment, Xia Chunying was first stunned, then her eyes flashed with surprise. She noticed that the target's trajectory had changed. The Ghost was no longer keeping its distance, instead, it was approaching her location at a relative speed. Chapter 279 Fourth Order Ranger. Ha, Xia Chunying let out a short, chilling laugh. Yu Jiali, so you're finally not running away? Or do you think that turning back will save you from me? She gripped her long-handled staff tightly. This time, I'll make you and that ghost ship perish at the bottom of the sea, to be buried with Sangbai. Ling Chu, who had come from the captain's cabin to the foredeck, sneezed without warning. She rubbed her nose. It was all because she was so popular, she wondered which enemy was secretly missing her. Ling Chu took a deep breath of the crisp air, drew back the wind whisperer's oath, and locked onto a thick, floating ice floe on the side of the ship. The bowstring trembled slightly, and 3 storm arrows, formed from pure magical energy, shot out, leaving pale blue trails in the air, striking different parts of the ice almost simultaneously. Crack! The ice floe shattered into several pieces, quickly sinking into the dark sea. Her wind chaser class progress subtly increased again. She needed 138 more effective shots to advance to rank 4. Time was of the essence. She planned to reach rank 4 before encountering Xia Chunying's fleet. The sky gradually darkened, and the moon began to rise. The hailstorm that had lasted for days paused briefly. The cold moonlight, like a shattered silver plate, barely illuminated the dark sea as the ghost ship broke through the ice. Ling Chu stood alone on the deck, her shadow stretching long in the moonlight. Single-mindedly, she drew her bow again and again. The cracking of ice and the splashing of arrows became the monotonous rhythm of the silent, icy sea. Captain, training alone is so boring. Count me in. Mo Yuan's voice came from behind. She was holding a straw dummy, placing it in an open space on the other side of the deck, and then pulled out her magic wand. I've been practicing a lot these past 2 days, and I feel like I've improved a lot. Come check on me. Okay. Ling Chu paused, exhaling a puff of white breath, watching Mo Yuan get into position. Mo Yuan took a deep breath, aimed at the dummy, and raised her wand, Be Sting. Dozens of thin, sharp spikes shot out with a whoosh. Compared to the disastrous results of her first training session, this time there was significant improvement. Most of the spikes landed around the dummy, although the accuracy was still lacking, at least they were lethal. Your wrist is still a bit unsteady, Ling Chu said, stepping forward to gently lift Mo Yuan's arm. Huang Xiaoan had also wandered over at some point, walking to Mo Yuan's side and lightly nudging her stance with her toe. Spread your feet a little wider, lower your center of gravity. Don't just use your arms, use your waist and abdomen to drive the movement. Eyes. Focus on the point you're going to hit, imagine your intention following the stick and thrusting it. Under the combined guidance of Ling Chu and Huang Xiaoan, Mo Yuan adjusted her posture and tried again. The sting's landing points were indeed more concentrated. The cool moonlight shone on the 3 girls focused on their training. Ling Chu continued her ice shooting practice, her arrows hitting their mark every time. Mo Yuan, under Huang Xiaoan's tutelage, diligently worked on getting used to the somewhat unruly cane. Huang Xiaoan occasionally corrected them, and sometimes she would pull out a throwing knife herself, casually tossing it to cut a small cluster of ice shards on a distant mooring post, eliciting a soft gasp of surprise from Mo Yuan. Occasionally, there are unexpected moments during this tedious training. After Ling Chu shattered what appeared to be an ordinary ice floe with an arrow, a group of plump, dormant snow crabs were startled ashore. Agitated, they thrashed about, trying to escape into the deeper water, but their skeleton underlings, constantly monitoring the ship's movements, swiftly scooped up most of them with long-handled fishing nets. Such fresh snow crabs. Take them to the kitchen and have the chef prepare a late-night snack for us, Ling Chu ordered. Since the chef joined the crew, Ling Chu no longer hoarded any fresh or delicious food he caught, he ate it first. Soon, the basket of freshly caught snow crabs was brought back as a plate of exquisite snow crab stick sushi, grilled cheese crab roe, and a steaming pot of snow crab hot pot. With the added boost of a delicious late-night snack, training became even more motivating. Unbeknownst to them, the ghost ship had been sailing towards its destination for over a day and a half. Based on the latest speed and bearing calculations, they were only about 12 hours away from meeting Xia Chunying's fleet. Moyuan practiced until late into the night, unable to stay awake any longer, and returned to her cabin to rest. Several hours later, when she rubbed her eyes and came back to the deck, she was surprised to find Ling Chu still practicing archery. "Captain, you didn't sleep all night, did you?" Moyuan asked in astonishment. Ling Chu finished her round of archery and paused briefly, her face showing little sign of fatigue. "I drank an energy potion and I'm not sleepy." "Xiaoyu's energy potion, it's really effective," Moyuan exclaimed in amazement. Along the course, Ling Chu had cleared almost all the ice floes, large and small. She didn't know how many times she had repeated the actions of drawing the bow, aiming, and firing. She only felt a slight tingling and numbness in her fingertips as she pulled the string, and her arm muscles, strained from continuous exertion, were somewhat stiff, but her movements remained steady and without the slightest deviation. Finally, in the instant that another 3 arrows were fired simultaneously, shattering the last conspicuous ice floe in the distance into dust, Ling Chu heard the pleasant system notification. "Your class, Windwalker, has advanced to Tier 4. You have acquired new class skills, Gravity Wind Wall, Gale Arrow Rain. Gravity Wind Wall, by channeling wind element, create a vertical wind wall at a designated location, maximum casting range 20 meters. It can deflect and intercept projectiles passing through the wind wall. This skill consumes 3 mana points per second. Gale Arrow Rain creates a 5mx5 mi of storm above a designated area no more than 50 meters away, and continuously unleashes a barrage of highly compressed wind arrows within 5 seconds. Each gale arrow possesses extremely strong penetrating power. During the arrow rain event, visibility within the area is extremely low, all unit movement speed is reduced by 80%, and channeled or channeled spells are highly likely to be interrupted. It consumes 15 mana points and has a 24-hour cooldown. Upon seeing the skill description, Ling Chu's eyes lit up with surprise. Gravity Wind Wall is a defensive skill, providing a crucial advantage when facing volleys of arrows or ballistae from the Crusaders. However, Ling Chu thought of the cannons on the Crusader fleet. They seemed to fire beams of light. Would this wind wall be able to block them? Ling Chu's gaze then fell on Rending Wind Arrow Rain, another high-damage, wide area clearing attack. Despite its hefty 50 mana cost and 24-hour cooldown, its 5mx5m area is enough to cover most of the deck of a medium-sized ship. Used at crucial moments, it can instantly change the course of a local battle, making its mana cost and extremely long cooldown absolutely worthwhile. Chapter 280 Hidden Plan 3. The cooldown time of the wind-splitting arrow rain was too long, so Ling Chu decided to test the more practical gravity wind wall first. She focused her mind and raised her hand to an open space about 10 meters ahead. A vertical wall, about 5 meters wide and 2 meters high, made of semi-transparent air currents, appeared out of thin air. The air within the wall's area swirled and howled violently, even drawing in some small ice shards from the deck. Although the wall was difficult to see directly with the naked eye, the distorted light and the few snowflakes that were blocked and torn apart indicated its presence. Ling Chu could clearly feel her magical energy being consumed at a steady rate of 3 points per second. The effect is good, she assessed. It should be enough to deal with arrows and ordinary projectiles. The range and duration can be flexibly controlled. Ling Chu tried to stretch the wind wall wider, but its thickness became thinner. It seemed the wind wall's volume was fixed. Just then, a private chat message popped up, interrupting her test. With a thought, she stopped supplying magic power, and the howling wind wall in front of her dissipated. A silly bird chimed in. "Ling Chu, are you looking for a jeweler? I know a player, want me to introduce you?" Ling Chu replied, "Sure, what's his ID? I'll add him." To avoid being disturbed during training, Ling Chu turned on the function to block private messages from strangers. With an upcoming confrontation with Xia Chunying's fleet, she temporarily put finding a jeweler out of her mind. After all, it was legendary equipment, and crafting it would be very time-consuming. It definitely wouldn't be ready before the war with the Crusaders. However, since the silly bird introduced someone, he should be more reliable than someone found in public chat. She could add him as a friend and sign the contract first. A silly bird said, "His ID is, give you a big bread, you must recognize him." Ling Chu did recognize the ID. This person was the captain of the Big Bread pirate crew, currently the only other high-ranking pirate crew besides Ling Chu on the leaderboard. But she remembered he was a pirate. Could it be that he had hidden his jeweler profession? However, what was there to hide about a common crafting profession like jeweler? Ling Chu requested to add him as a friend, and "Give you a big bread" accepted almost instantly. "Give you a big bread" excitedly sent a voice message. "Sister Ling, I can't believe I finally have my idol's friend on my friend list. Ling Chu, you're a jeweler. Give you a big bread." "No, there's a jeweler in my crew, level 4, incredibly skilled. I'm paying him a fortune." Ling Chu was speechless. Why didn't this silly bird just let her add the jeweler directly, instead of going around in circles? Unbeknownst to her, the man who gave her a big loaf of bread secretly tipped a certain silly bird a considerable amount of brokerage fees, and he also generously donated money to the silly bird during its live streams. This time, seeing that Ling Chu was looking for a jeweler, he took the opportunity to ask the silly bird to help him make the connection, finally managing to snag a spot on Ling Chu's friend list. Meanwhile, aboard the Big Bread ship, a burly pirate captain was grinning foolishly at the gleaming name on his friend list. "Sister Ling, I'm a huge fan of yours." Ling Chu subconsciously scratched her cheek. "Fan? I actually have fans?" She thought that with the ghost ship's reputation, it was already a miracle if it wasn't universally hated and became a public enemy among players. He chuckled, "Of course I do, Sister Ling. That time you fought against the 3 major fleets of the Spade ship, you were absolutely awesome. You're the benchmark for our pirate world." He seemed to quickly realize he'd gone off topic and hurriedly steered the conversation back on track. "Ahem, was I getting a little too excited? Let's get back to business. What kind of jewelry do you want, Sister Ling? I saw in the public chat that you said you'd provide the recipe?" "Yes, a legendary quality crown. I'll provide the recipe, you guys provide the materials, but I have one condition: this equipment's recipe can only be used by members of your fleet, and can't be sold to other players." Even with fans, things have to be clear. Ling Chu didn't want to see her legendary equipment become commonplace. Although the materials for legendary equipment are certainly not easy to obtain, and most players definitely can't afford to craft them, "Give you a big bread" replied, "The recipe is harder to get than the materials, especially for legendary equipment. Even if we don't sell it to others, we're still getting a good deal. The recipe is like a mold. Without the mold, no matter how many materials you have, you can't make it. For the Big Bread ship, it only needs to provide one set of materials for legendary equipment to obtain a mold that can continuously craft legendary equipment. This legendary equipment blueprint, if sold to others, would be worth at least tens of thousands of seashells." Ling Chu, seeing "Give you a big bread's" reply, realized this was a straightforward person. She suddenly remembered that besides the 2 plans for dealing with the Crusaders, she had actually considered a 3rd plan. However, this plan required cooperation, and "Give you a big bread" met that requirement. Since it's a collaboration, there's no question of taking advantage. "However, I do have a favor I need your help with." "What favor?" "Sister Ling, just tell me." "Give me a big bread" immediately perked up. He couldn't be happier to help his idol. Ling Chu got straight to the point. "Give me a big bread" readily agreed. "No problem, you call this a favor? I guarantee I'll complete the task." "Alright," Ling Chu's lips curled slightly, "then let's sign a system contract, and I'll trade you the formula first." As the sun rose and the moon set, and dusk once again bathed the sky, the distance between the Ghost and Xia Chunying's fleet was less than 100 kilometers. At their respective speeds, the 2 fleets would meet in this area in less than half an hour. At dinner time, everyone on the Ghost gathered around the long table, making final preparations for battle. Xiao Feng Kenyu placed several glass bottles on the table, their contents shimmering with a crimson liquid. Intermediate life potion, 25 bottles in total. Much more effective than the basic one, it can save your life in critical moments. She distributed 5 bottles to each person. Use them sparingly, the ingredients are quite expensive. Ling Chu then took out a few inconspicuous dark green spores and gave 2 to each person. Seeing Yu Jiali's blank expression, Huang Xiaoan helped explain, "These are the space spores of the pitcher plant. If you encounter a fatal danger or need to escape in an emergency, crush one, and it will instantly generate a temporary small alternate space to wrap you up, and then instantly teleport you back to the Ghost. It's just that the teleportation process is a bit, not so pleasant." Chapter 281 is definitely headline news. Yu Jiali carefully stored the 2 spatial spores close to his body, then took out several large bags of food meticulously sealed in transparent vacuum bags. "I've also prepared some pre-battle supplies." He unpacked them, revealing glistening, oily spicy beef jerky and finely textured accordion-patterned squid strips. These are oven-dried and baked. The taste might not be as good as fresh ingredients, but they're convenient. You can just tear them open and eat them anytime. The beef jerky uses some of our stockpiled red-nosed chili peppers, which can temporarily increase resistance to the cold. The squid strips have the same properties as the stir-fried squid rolls, increasing temporary defense. Yu Jiali pushed the food to the center of the table. Help yourselves. Wow! Snacks before the battle. Chef, you know your logistics. Huang Xiaoan exclaimed, her eyes shining. So everyone grabbed a handful of beef jerky and squid strips and stuffed them into their pockets. Meanwhile, the skeleton minions on the deck had all assembled. Ling Chu now has a total of 168 skeleton minions, including one ghost hemlock, a ghost dog, a ghost cat, and a parrot named Pai. This is all the fighting force on her ship. Standing at the forefront are 50 well-equipped skeleton minions. These skeletons were selected by Teach for their best combat skills. Round Head, Lefty, and Big Toe, who were among the first to follow Ling Chu, are included, and even Big Gold Tooth is among them. It spends its days grilling meat, chopping vegetables, and flipping woks, developing considerable strength. 13 of the skeletons were crab shell armor made from coconut crab shells, while the rest were armor of at least good quality. Most of this armor was captured from the previous Invincible and Spade ships, with a few sets forged by Andrew using iron or in other materials. For the past 2 days, Andrew had worked day and night, forging over 20 weapons made from megalodon teeth, shark tooth longswords, serrated machetes, barbed bone spears, all of which were given to this vanguard of skeletons. Ling Chu came to the deck to inspect. The skeleton underlings stood tall and proud. She asked Teach, "Are you all ready?" "Ready, Captain." The skeleton skulls resonated, their roars like thunder. However, a skeleton in the second row, standing at attention, kicked too hard, and with a crack, its toe bone flew off, rolling twice on the ground. The skeleton paused for a second, then quickly and casually picked up its toe bone, scurried back into formation. Ling Chu, noticing this, smiled slightly. Good morale. Little Parrot landed on Ling Chu's shoulder, nuzzling her affectionately with its head. "Captain, good day." Little Pie's previously singed feathers had grown back, and thanks to the excellent food on the ship, the new feathers were even more beautiful than before. Because of the cold weather, he was wearing a small knitted sweater, which Ling Chu could tell at a glance was Aunt Martha's handiwork. Little Yellow and Fluffball, as ghosts, didn't have the ability to control will-o'-the-wisps like Hemlock, and were completely unaware of the impending battle, currently playing and frolicking in the shadows. Ling Chu stood at the bow of the ship, facing the sea breeze, unpacking a bag of spicy beef jerky while watching the approaching red tracking dot in her field of vision. 30 kilometers to target. Activate the fog generator now. Full speed ahead. On a ship of the 2nd Regiment of the Holy Crusade. As the two ships closed to a tense distance, Xia Chunying kept a close eye on her pirate hunter skill panel. The panel showed that Yu Jiali's coordinates were now less than 10 kilometers away. She quickly walked to the ship's side and raised her binoculars to peer ahead. On the horizon, a tiny black dot had appeared. As it drew closer, the dot grew larger, and the outline of a sail became faintly visible. When the iconic Ghostfire skull pattern on the sail came into view, Xia Chunying's breathing quickened. Although she had never seen the ghost ship sail before, the skull was a pirate symbol. A pirate ship appearing here at this time could only be the ghost ship. "It's the ghost. Prepare for battle." She turned and shouted to her crew, her voice brimming with barely suppressed excitement. The holy light surrounding her bathed the earth, and she lowered her helmet visor. But just as the crew took their battle positions, aiming their cannons at the black dot ahead, a sudden, chilling gale swept across the sea. After the gale subsided, a dense, impenetrable fog appeared without warning, like a giant gray-white curtain, instantly engulfing the entire 2nd Crusaders' fleet. Visibility plummeted to less than 10 meters, only the mournful murmur of the waves and the flowing fog filled the air. Most terrifyingly, the skull sail hadn't completely disappeared. 2 eerie green flames flickered in the depths of the fog, like the gaze of a demon, sending chills down the spines of many crusaders, and many instinctively gripped their weapons. "Commander!" The gunner in charge of the main gun rushed to Xia Chunying's side, his voice trembling with tension. The target was completely invisible. The gunner couldn't aim. What to do now? Should they fire blindly? Xia Chunying frowned, her eyes searching for the ghost ship's trail in the fog. "Fire?" she retorted coldly. "You know you can't see the target, yet you still fire? Who are you shooting at? Have you lost your mind?" The gunner's face paled, and he could only retreat to the side. Just then, a whirlpool suddenly appeared 100 meters from the center of the battlefield. Immediately afterward, a level 4 ship emerged from the whirlpool, its sails prominently adorned with a cute shark, the sail emblem of Shark Daily. On the ship's deck, a silly bird adjusted the position of a professional camera, skillfully opened the lens cap, and prepared to start a live broadcast. "Every day, wherever the Crusaders are, there's material." A silly bird muttered under its breath, "After the Green Mountain, I wonder who's going to be the unlucky one today?" It grabbed its binoculars and peered into the fog-shrouded center of the war zone, suddenly spotting a ghostly will-o'-the-wisp drifting through the mist. The silly bird's heart skipped a beat. Holy crap, no way. Could it be the ghost ship? Boss Ling Chu. The silly bird immediately turned and pounced on the camera, excitedly starting its livestream. The top 4 are facing off against the Holy Church Legion. This battle will definitely be the headline of tomorrow's Shark Daily. Chapter 282 Slime. The camera flashed with a faint glow, and as soon as the signal connected, a dense barrage of comments instantly appeared. He's here. He's coming with his live stream. Dodo Bird, do you know how hard I've been waiting in your stream? More juicy gossip. Front row seats for melon seeds, drinks, and bottled water. Where is this? So many Crusader ships. Looks like the 2nd Regiment. And the 3rd Regiment's ships are nearby too. Ah, it's the 2nd Regiment. I get to see my Sakura again. Why are the Crusaders always either fighting or on their way to fight? Which unlucky guy are they going to wipe out this time? Watch your words, upstairs. It's not fighting, it's maintaining justice and order at sea. Such thick fog. I can't see anything. Dodo Bird, can you zoom in a bit? Dodo Bird took a deep breath, facing the camera, and said in a calm but undeniably excited tone, "Dear viewers, breaking news. At coordinates 3790.8952.3645, the Crusaders' 3rd Fleet has apparently encountered the Ghost. The top-ranked ship on the 4 leaderboards is facing off against the Crusaders' main force. A major battle is imminent." This is Shark Daily's frontline reporter, Dazed Bird, bringing you exclusive live coverage. At this moment, the tense atmosphere within the Crusaders' fleet intensified. Suddenly, a blurry ship's silhouette swept rapidly through the mist, approaching the Crusaders' ships. An enemy ship has appeared. The gunner exclaimed in alarm, abruptly turning to fire the main cannon. "Wait!" Xia Chunying shouted sharply, her eyes fixed on the ship's silhouette. "It's an illusion. Don't be fooled and waste the energy of the light cannon." The gunner paused, then looked again. The ship's silhouette had indeed vanished into the mist like smoke, leaving no physical form. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved he hadn't fired rashly. The live stream chat exploded even faster after the commentary from the Dazed Bird. "Ghost ship? Is the Crusader finally going to take action against the Ghost ship? Great! Once the Ghost ship is gone, our region will have no more threatening pirate crews. Hey, are you kidding me? Can't you see Ling Chu is number 1 on the justice ranking? Yeah, why is the Crusader targeting the Ghost ship for no reason? Ling Chu is a righteous pirate, shouldn't they be taking down the Big Bread ship first? What did our Big Bread ship do to deserve this? Why is it always getting dragged into this? This fog is weird, like the Ghost ship's doing? Sister Sakura's aura is so strong. Even in the fog, she exudes a powerful pressure. Ling Chu didn't act rashly at this moment, she was timing it. The gambler's coin would cool down in a few seconds. First, use the mist generator and illusion projection to throw them into disarray. Xia Chunying stared at the mist and sneered, her eyes full of disdain. A bunch of tricks. She slowly raised the gem-encrusted staff in her hand, the gem at the tip instantly emitting a dazzling white light. Disperse. As soon as she finished speaking, the holy white light spread outwards from the staff like a tide. Wherever it reached, the dense mist melted away instantly, like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun. The view suddenly cleared. Directly ahead of the Crusader fleet, the Ghost, silently hovering on the sea with its sails adorned with skulls and will-o'-the-wisps, was now completely exposed, unobstructed, and entirely within everyone's view, and, under the live-stream camera of a dodo. On the deck, Ling Chu stood at the ship's railing, her gaze calmly piercing through the thinning sea fog, colliding with Xia Chunying's furious stare from the bridge. Ling Chu raised an eyebrow. Xia Chunying's skill could actually dispel the fog? But so be it, the gambler's coin had already cooled down. Without hesitation, Ling Chu chose to toss heads. The coin traced a silvery arc through the air, landing squarely face up. She then swiftly bent down and lit the magician's salute. Live stream chat. Hey, that black cannon looks familiar. Isn't it the one the spade used before? Who's the spade? You're from server 667, right? The spade used to be number 1 on our server's rankings, but it was destroyed by the Ghost. Ha 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 ha, I remember that unlucky cannon. Is Ling Chu trying to give the Crusaders money? I remember that cannon too. It not only fired gold coins but also set off fireworks. That scene was so classic, ha ha ha. The cannon roared, and a jet-black shell flew towards the Crusader's ship with a whooshing sound. Xia Chunying's face darkened, and she shouted sharply, "Defend!" But before the crew could form a defensive formation, the shell landed precisely on the deck. Instead of exploding as expected, it exploded with a bang, turning into a dozen emerald green slimes. These slimes had slippery, jelly-like bodies that instantly swelled to the size of a millstone upon landing, lunging at the nearest crew member. They lacked sharp claws and teeth, yet they could bind to a person like superglue, rendering the entangled crew member immobile and only able to scream in panic. "Help! I can't shake this thing off. My legs are tangled, I can't move." The slimes were also remarkably agile, one even leaped onto a crew member's head, its jelly-like body completely swallowing the person's head. The crew member instantly staggered, mouth agape, unable to breathe. At this moment, holy light shining on the earth, seeing this, rushed over with his longsword, attempting to cut the slime down. However, the slime's body was too slippery, the longsword couldn't cut it. Holy light shining on the earth had no choice but to use both hands, grabbing the slime's body and pulling it upwards like a radish. Third commander, ouch ouch ouch. My head. The crew member cried out in pain. The viewers in the live stream instantly burst into laughter. What kind of operation is this? The cannonball turns into a slime. So this cannon can produce this thing, but the slime's monster level doesn't seem very high. I think it's level 1 or 2. Is there anyone who understands? What exactly is the mechanism of this cannon? This cannon probably depends on luck. If the user's luck is higher than the target's, it produces a powerful item, otherwise, it gives money and fireworks. Ling Chu's luck is definitely higher than Xia Chunying's, by a considerable amount. Xia Chunying looked at the chaotic scene on the deck and angrily rebuked him. Useless. Can't even handle this small matter. She jerked her wrist upward, and a beam of condensed white light shot from the tip of her staff, striking precisely a slime that was entangled with a crew member. The slime instantly seemed to have all its life drained away, its body rapidly shriveled, finally turning into a disgusting, foul-smelling green sludge, lying limp on the deck. The other crew members reacted instantly, shouting, "Use salt. There's salt in the hold." Several quick-thinking crew members immediately turned and rushed into the hold, carrying out several bags of coarse salt. They tore open the bags and sprinkled them onto the slime on the deck. The salt grains landed on the slime's slippery body, instantly producing a sizzling, corrosive sound. The previously inflated slime shrank rapidly like a punctured balloon, quickly losing its vitality and turning into a shriveled green lump. Chapter 283 The Arrow Can Turn. Taking advantage of the situation, Xia Chunying swung her staff repeatedly, unleashing several beams of white light that precisely cleared away the remaining slimes. Moments later, the slimes on the deck were finally wiped out, leaving only sticky green mud and salt crystals. But before the crew could even catch their breath, a second cannonball hurtled towards their ship. The second cannonball, with an even louder whooshing sound, struck the center of the deck with pinpoint accuracy, exploding with a deafening roar. After a shower of tiny, shattered shell fragments, a dark, chilling mass of figures emerged, hundreds upon hundreds of giant-eyed crab spiders. Their bluish-black shells gleamed coldly, their crimson eyes on their backs darted eerily, and their 8 sharp, long legs, combined with their enormous pincers the size of wash basins, slithered rapidly across the deck, scattering and attacking the nearby Crusader crew members the moment they landed. A crew member was caught off guard and pounced on the shoulder. A giant claw instantly crushed his shoulder armor, digging deep into his flesh. He screamed and fell, immediately surrounded and torn apart by several crab spiders. The gunner operating the turret was also ambushed. Crab spiders slithered up the cannon barrel with lightning speed, leaping onto his cheek and lashing out with their giant claws at his eyes. Chaos erupted on the deck instantly, filled with screams. What's the panic? Attack their eyes on their backs. That's their weak point. Xia Chunying shouted, gripping her staff tightly. But in the chaos, the crew members were too busy protecting themselves to accurately aim at the constantly rotating crimson eyes of the crab spiders as they moved at high speed. On the Ghost, Ling Chu watched the chaotic scene on the Holy Crusader's ship, her eyes lighting up. This time, it was their old friend, the giant-eyed crab spider. These giant crab spiders weren't particularly powerful, nor were they high-level monsters, but their sheer numbers and incredible jumping speed made them incredibly difficult to kill, like relentless fleas. She'd suffered greatly at their hands during the fish swarm disaster. It was time to let the Crusaders experience the same thing. Ling Chu immediately ordered, "Ballisters, take your positions. Fire. Whaling crossbows, aim at the hull below the mainmast of the enemy ship, fire." Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. 6 large ballistae fired simultaneously, thick bolts slicing through the sea, hurtling towards the opposing vessel. Almost simultaneously, the metal grappling hook of the whaling crossbow whistled out, dragging its rope, and precisely bit into the enemy ship's side hull, embedding itself deeply. The thick hemp rope taut instantly, pulling the two ships closer together. Livestream chat. Holy crap. Is that a spider or a crab? It looks disgusting. You obviously haven't subscribed to Shark Daily. It's a giant-eyed crab spider. We wrote about it in the monster minifiction before. These cannons are really interesting. Everyone else fires cannons, but this one fires monsters. Haven't you guys noticed? These cannons look flashy, but they only fire first and second-tier monsters. Their destructive power is far less than the Crusaders' magic energy cannons. Just watch, there will be ghosts wailing. The helmsman maneuvered the ship, dodging the ballista fire. The ship rocked, and Xia Chunying, maintaining her balance, turned to the holy light and shouted, "Holy light, protect the gunners. Aim at their cannons and fire back. Destroy those 2 cannons first. We have to destroy those 2 cannons first." The holy light shone upon the earth, and he roared as he charged out like a chariot, crushing the crab spiders in his path with his heavy iron boots and holy light. He rushed to a gunner who had been attacked in the face by a crab spider, flicking the spider away with his longsword. The gunner's face was already slashed, and he was still shaken. "Don't stand there! Fire!" The holy light shrouded the earth commanded sternly. The gunner snapped out of his daze, gritted his teeth, and lunged back to the control panel, rapidly charging the cannon. A blinding beam of light condensed at the muzzle, and it roared towards the two conspicuous magicians' ever-changing cannons on the Ghost's deck. Almost at the same instant the beam was fired, Ling Chu activated the skilled gravity wind wall. She raised her hand and pressed down, magical energy surging, and a semi-transparent, violently turbulent gravitational wind wall instantly erected in front of the cannons. Whoosh! The scorching beam of light crashed into the wind wall, but did not explode. Instead, it was forcibly deflected and refracted by the chaotic and powerful airflow, grazing the Ghost's hull and shooting obliquely into the sea, creating a towering column of white steam. However, Xia Chunying's ship was equipped with two light energy cannons on its sides, while Ling Chu's wind wall could only withstand attacks from one side. Almost simultaneously, another light energy cannon tore through the air from another angle, accurately striking the versatile cannon on the right. Boom! In a blinding flash and a deafening explosion, a magical cannon, along with part of its deck below, was pierced and melted, leaving a large, charred hole billowing smoke. The scorching shockwave even knocked over several nearby skeleton sailors. Ling Chu frowned, looking at the light energy cannon opposite him. The cannon couldn't fire continuously. After firing a beam projectile, the barrel tilted downwards, seemingly entering a brief charging state. Ling Chu's gaze locked onto the gunner behind the cannon. He took out the Wind Whisperer's oath from his back, drew his bow, aimed, and activated his sharp eye to increase accuracy. The bow was drawn taut, the arrow shot like a meteor. A storm arrow, carrying a swirling current of air, shot forth, aimed directly at its target. "Watch out!" The holy light shining on the earth, who had been protecting the gunner, reacted swiftly, letting out a low shout. The massive tower's shield instantly shifted sideways, completely shielding the gunner behind it. However, just before the storm arrow struck the shield, the arrowhead strangely and subtly rose upwards, tracing a defying logic, as if guided by an invisible hand, narrowly avoiding the shield. Thud! The arrow pierced the gunner's heart with perfect precision. A violent burst of wind element exploded within him. He didn't even have time to scream before collapsing limply. "You killed player. I'm a cannon master, sin value plus 10 points. This player has 20 justice points, your sin value increases by 20 points. A system notification sounded in Ling Chu's mind. Her expression remained unchanged. In naval battles, eliminating the gunners first had almost become the unspoken rule. Holy light! I told you to protect the gunners. Is this how you protect them? Xia Chunying's angry voice came from behind. A well-trained gunner, especially one capable of operating the light-powered main cannon, was far more valuable than an ordinary combatant. Killed by an arrow right at the start? Holy Light, holding his shield aloft, looked grim. He was trying to protect them properly, but how could he have known that arrow could curve? Live stream chat. See? I told you the Holy Crusader's light cannons were powerful. One shot and they were gone. So what if he was shot? Didn't you see that Ling Chu took out his gunner with a single arrow? That's a near-perfect one-for-one trade. That's not the same thing. Cannons are inanimate, but people are alive. How much time and seashells does it take to train a gunner? Holy Light's face turned green. He was holding up such a huge shield, and now he's dead, ha ha ha. The Holy Crusade lost this round. Their gunner is gone, and their light cannons are temporarily silenced. The Ghost lost a ceremonial cannon, but its main combat capability is intact. Ling Chu is awesome, but the Ghost's hull looks damaged? That hole is quite large. Chapter 284 Light Missile. Report, Captain. Only the surface deck is burned, there's no leak. Andrew tapped the area hit by the laser cannon with his knuckles, then said to Ling Chu, I can immediately use spare planks and nails for temporary repairs to ensure there are no further problems. Ling Chu nodded, repair it immediately. Andrew immediately pulled out a hammer and tools and busied himself with the clattering and clanging. Just as Ling Chu's sniping of the gunner completely drew the attention of Xia Chunying and most of the Crusader soldiers, at the stern of the Crusader ship, the two players responsible for lookout and surveillance were nervously watching the chaos on the forward deck. They were completely unaware that beneath the dark sea, two swift black shadows were silently cutting through the water, quietly circling into the shadows behind the ship. A soft splash, almost drowned out by the waves, rang out. Two wet figures, like ghosts, used the bulges of the hull windows and ropes to vault over the railings and land lightly. It was Yu Jiali and Huang Xiaoan. Without the slightest hesitation, Yu Jiali's modified hidden blade flashed out, precisely piercing the back of a vigilant player's neck from behind, piercing their throat. The player froze, their eyes filled with shock, unable to utter a sound, before collapsing to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Huang Xiaoan flicked her wrist, releasing 3 shuriken in a triangular formation. Another player, just realizing something was wrong and about to turn and shout, was struck simultaneously in the temple, throat, and chest. His pupils dilated, and he collapsed to the ground. The entire process was swift, precise, and ruthless. In less than 2 seconds, the stern vigilance was silently eliminated. The live stream chat scrolled rapidly the instant the 2 figures appeared at the edge of the frame. Holy crap! There's someone on the Crusader's stern. It's the ghost ship's crew. How did they get ashore? It's a sailfish. I think I saw something in the sea just now. They rode sailfish around from underwater. Is that the sailfish mount that boss Ling Chu rode last time? Fish aren't very intelligent, how did she tame it? Same question. Are you selling the sailfish mount? I'll pay a high price. I really want the same one. Who's this guy? Doesn't the ghost ship only have 4 female players? I know him. This guy is Yuji Ali. Case solved. No wonder the Holy Crusade is going to war with the ghost ship. It turns out Yuji Ali has defected to the ghost ship. I think I smell a juicy scoop. The Crusader's bounty on Yuji Ali is ridiculously high. Why is that? You don't know? Because Yuji Ali killed Yingjia's fiancé, Mo Sangbei. A blood feud, everyone in District 667 knows. On the deck, Xia Chunying was furiously berating the world for the gunner's death, when out of the corner of her eye, she seemed to catch something amiss at the stern. There should have been players on guard there, but there was no one. Her combat instincts made her abruptly turn her head and scan the stern. Then, she saw the figure she had longed for day and night, the one she hated to the core. He stood there, his soaked clothes clinging to his muscular frame, his eyes calm, and the woman beside him, a roguish grin as she toyed with a shuriken, was clearly a crew member of the ghost ship. Xia Chunying's brain buzzed, her blood rushing to her head. Hatred and rage drove her to an uncontrollable roar, instantly drowning out all the noise on the deck. You! Jia! Li! Xia Chunying's face contorted with extreme fury. She almost recklessly swung her staff, unleashing her strongest magic at that figure. Kill him! Now! Immediately! Tear him to pieces. However, Ling Chu wouldn't give her this chance for a one-on-one revenge. The wailing crossbow ropes tightened violently under the winch's pull. The 2 ships collided, and several rough but sturdy gangplanks were quickly erected by the skeleton sailors. For the captain! For the ghost! Charge! Teach led the charge, longsword raised high. Accompanied by the mournful sound of horns, the long-awaited skeleton vanguard surged forward like a white torrent unleashed, rushing up the gangplanks. Roundhead charged ahead, wielding a giant shark-tooth axe, cleaving a crusader warrior, shield and all, flying as he tried to cut the ramp. Lefty nimbly weaved through the crowd, its left hand wielding a slender shark-tooth rapier, targeting gaps in the armor. Big Goldtooth even used a thick iron pot lid, salvaged from somewhere, as a shield, while wielding a shark-tooth-modified meat cleaver in its other hand, roaring as it charged into the ranks. The pressure from the front lines was overwhelming, like a landslide. Xia Chunying's rationality was forcibly pulled back. She was the squadron leader, the battlefield commander. She couldn't let personal feelings interfere with her duty. If these skeletons completely broke through their formation, allowing the ghost's main force to launch a counterattack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hold them off. Don't break formation. Holy light. Lead the melee classes to the front. She gave the order through gritted teeth, her bloodshot eyes still fixed on Yuji Ali at the stern, as if she wanted to torture him with her gaze. The holy light hadn't been able to protect the gunners in the main area, and now he was fighting even harder to regain Xia Chunying's trust. He used some skill, and a shimmering light spread across the deck as he walked, his strength and speed seemingly increasing once more. He parried the massive axe swing from the round-headed skeleton with his tower shield, and with his other hand, he swept his longsword, sending another skeleton that tried to ambush him flying, weapon and all. A third skeleton thrust a bone spear from the side, but he didn't dodge or evade, instead using his armored shoulder armor to block the blow, slicing off the spearhead with a backhand strike, then smashing the skeleton with his shield, nearly shattering its bones. He single-handedly fought 3 elite skeleton vanguards, and thanks to his superior equipment and skills, he temporarily stabilized the situation, even gaining a slight advantage. Xia Chunying forcibly turned around, the tip of her staff gathering light, condensing into a fist-sized missile radiating light and a purifying aura. She needed to quickly clear away these annoying skeletons before she could deal with Yuji Ali. Go! With a flick of her staff, the light missile whistled out, heading towards a skeleton lunging towards the ship's rudder. The skeleton reacted extremely quickly, sensing the danger, and abruptly dodged to the side. However, the missile was too fast, grazing its right arm bone. The arm bone struck by the missile instantly melted into a small wisp of scattered bone dust in a dazzling white light. Chapter 283 Gambler vs Paladin. The skeleton struck by the light missile lost its balance and fell. It looked down at its right arm, gone up to its elbow, a flicker of confusion crossing its soulfire. But it quickly grabbed its fallen weapon with its left hand, struggling to get up and continue fighting. Ling Chu saw this and her heart skipped a beat. Her skeleton minions were immune to physical attacks, but they were vulnerable to fire, light, and purification magic. Back off. Don't take her spells head-on. Let the vanguard go first, Ling Chu shouted to the skeleton minion. The vanguard skeleton minions all had high-quality armor, at least offering some protection to their bones. If the other skeleton minions went to fight Xia Chunying, a light mage, head-on, it would be suicide. The skeleton obediently retreated. Xia Chunying, as the leader of a regiment and a ranged light mage, was surrounded and protected by numerous Crusader crew members. Her ranged spells, however, always managed to precisely penetrate the gaps in the crowd, occasionally unleashing light missiles at the skeleton minions. Ling Chu's eyes narrowed. She steadily drew back the Wind Whisperer's oath, and a highly compressed storm arrow rapidly formed on the bowstring. She activated sharp eyes, her gaze piercing through the chaotic battlefield, locking onto Xia Chunying's figure. Whoosh! The storm arrow, imbued with a channeling skill, left the bowstring, carrying a swirling current of air directly towards its target. The arrow's angle was tricky, bypassing several Crusader minions blocking its path. Xia Chunying, however, seemed to sense something. At the instant the arrow reached her, without turning her head, she simply tapped her staff lightly on the ground. Holy light protection. A pure, solid oval shield of light instantly enveloped her. The storm arrow slammed into the light shield, shattering with a crisp crack. The compressed wind element exploded, but only created a violent ripple on the shield's surface, failing to penetrate even a fraction. Xia Chunying's spellcasting rhythm wasn't even interrupted. With a flick of her staff, another light missile shot out, blasting a skeleton vanguard attempting to approach from the flank backward. Only then did she slightly turn her head, glancing in Ling Chu's direction, her eyes cold and tinged with mockery, as if laughing at the pointless nature of such ranged sniping. The light shield's glow dimmed slightly, but didn't completely disappear, continuing to protect her like an eggshell. Clearly, the shield skill wasn't a one-time use, but a long-lasting shield. Ranged sniping was ineffective, and the boarding action was countered by the enemy's tight formation and powerful area of effect spells. Ling Chu decisively changed tactics. She slung her longbow behind her back, and with a flick of her right hand, the menacing white bone blade was already in her grasp. She lightly touched the gunwale of the ghost ship with her toes and leaped onto the flagship of the Second Crusaders. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Delay will only lead to trouble. The dodo bird's livestream had already started, and Autumn Snow's main fleet could arrive at any moment. A swift victory was necessary. The remaining giant spiders and skeleton minions on the deck were tying up most of the Crusaders' forces, while Xia Chunying's light magic and the paladin radiating holy light were clearly the most troublesome threats. Xiaoan, go and target that paladin. Ling Chu sent a message in the crew channel. You Jiali, cooperate with me to take care of Xia Chunying first. Okay. Huang Xiaoan and Yu Jiali replied in unison. Just as holy light radiates earth smashed a skeleton vanguard with a shield bash, he suddenly felt a chill from his side and rear. Experienced in combat, he didn't turn around, his tower shield instinctively swung backward. Clang! A shuriken was deflected. Who's there? Who ambushed him? He roared, looking around, but Huang Xiaoan had already used the chaos of the crowd to reposition herself. Huang Xiaoan observed for a moment and noticed that while holy light radiates earth was valiant, his full armor and cumbersome tower shield slowed his movements, and he was very focused on protecting his teammates. A smirk appeared on her face. She had an idea. While pretending to throw another shuriken to distract him, she silently thought, switch with me. Instantly, holy light radiates earth swapped positions with a Crusader crew member 5 meters to his side and rear a crew member who had just killed a slime and was now entangled by a giant spider. A puddle of slime residue remained at the crew member's feet. The exchange is in effect. The holy light shines on the earth only saw a flash before his eyes. Suddenly, a crab spider appeared on his helmet, obscuring his vision. At the same time, he accidentally stepped into a pool of slippery slime. His massive body instantly lost its balance, staggered, and his shield posture deformed, creating a brief opening. Now! Huang Xiaoan's eyes flashed, and she simultaneously activated her skill, unleashed a barrage of shuriken. 5 gleaming shuriken shot towards the holy light shines on the earth in a fan shape. The holy light shines on the earth reacted extremely quickly. With a roar, he forcefully twisted his body, shifting his tower shield horizontally again, narrowly blocking 2 shurikens. However, the third and fourth grazed the edge of the shield, striking his sturdy armor with a piercing metallic scraping sound. The last shurikens grazed his exposed chin. Holy light shines on the earth wiped the blood from his chin, utterly enraged, and locked onto Huang Xiaoan. Found you. He activated a charge-like skill, crushing through the debris like a heavy tank, heading straight for Huang Xiaoan. Huang Xiaoan remained calm, first activating her skill, Fate Dice. The virtual dice rolled in her mind, settling on a 4. Effect, greatly increases movement speed and attack speed. She felt a lightness in her body, and her movements suddenly quickened. At the instant holy light shines on the earth's greatsword slashed down, she barely dodged with an incredible sidestep, the wind from the sword stinging her cheek. But instead of retreating, she advanced. In the instant holy light shines on the earth sheathed his sword to defend, she activated trade with me again. The target was a rope knot loosened and half suspended due to the previous artillery barrage, diagonally above her, and holy light shines on the earth's heads. Huang Xiaoan's figure vanished from before holy light shines on earth in an instant, reappearing on the cable above his head. Her original spot was replaced by a heavy knot in the cable, which slammed onto the deck with a thud, landing right at holy light shines on earth's feet, startling him. Up there. Holy light shines on earth looked up to see Huang Xiaoan had already finished drinking a mana potion. Then, her figure swung like a nimble cat on the cable, throwing a shuriken at him. The holy light, enraged, raised its shield to deflect the attack while simultaneously slashing at the cable. Huang Xiaoan leaped down before the cable snapped, using her skill mid-air to swap positions with a Crusader soldier 3 steps behind the holy light. The Crusader soldier felt a blur before his eyes and suddenly found himself in mid-air, facing the enraged third commander and the massive sword slashing down towards his head. Utter terror made him scream, "Third commander! It's me! One of us! Don't kill me!" Chapter 284 is too bloody. The holy light shines on the earth's pupils constricted sharply, forcefully abruptly changing the direction of its already half-swung attack. The heavy sword, whistling through the air, narrowly missed its subordinate, striking the deck with a resounding boom, leaving a deep gash. The subordinate collapsed to the ground with a thud, nearly scared out of his wits. At that moment, Huang Xiaoan appeared in the holy light shines on the earth's blind spot. Without hesitation, she activated her skill all or nothing increased critical hit chance. The dagger flashed coldly, aiming straight for the holy light shines on the earth's armor, the gap between the back of her neck and the shoulder armor. Holy light shines on the earth, his hair standing on end. In this life or death moment, he unleashed his full potential, forcefully sidestepping and simultaneously striking backward with his elbow. Thud, the dagger missed its intended target, but it deeply pierced his armor and flesh, drawing blood. Holy light shines on the earth's elbow strike also grazed Huang Xiaoan's ribs, causing her to groan and use the momentum to roll backward and create distance. This damned gambler, how can he be as difficult to catch as an eel? Holy light shines on the earth muttered through gritted teeth. Is her skill truly a gambler's skill? It's more like a magician conjuring up a person. He was seriously injured, especially since the dagger seemed poisoned, leaving his arm numb. Huang Xiaoan also suffered some concussion injuries, her health dropping significantly. While Huang Xiaoan was holding holy light shines on the earth back, Ling Chu and Yu Jiali were also silently approaching Xia Chunying's direction. Ling Chu's figure flickered like a ghost in the enemy ranks of the Holy Crusaders, and every time the white bone blade flashed, it brought with it a spray of blood. You killed player Mu Zixingzin, sin value plus 30 points. You killed player Social Wo Menga, sin value plus 50 points. The sin value notifications coldly accumulated in her mind. At this crucial moment, Ling Chu had already switched to her hidden title, Come On. Most of these Crusader players had justice points, and when fighting them, she fully benefited from the 5-point bonus to strength, constitution, and agility. Her attributes were already overwhelmingly superior to ordinary players, and coupled with the legendary white bone blade, ordinary players couldn't even last 2 moves against her. Yu Jiali's wrist dagger was also a legendary item. Although its lethality wasn't as high as a dagger, those stabbed only suffered minor injuries unless the throat was precisely pierced. He had a skilled blood explosion. Anyone stabbed by his wrist dagger would be nearly killed by a single blood explosion. Ling Chu continued her advance without pause. The two remained silent, one slicing, the other detonating, tearing a path of sticky blood through the enemy ranks, relentlessly closing in on Xia Chunying, who was heavily guarded. Quick! They're coming! Reinforce the captain! The Crusaders naturally noticed their intentions, and more crew members surged forward like a tide. Ling Chu received over a dozen kill notifications, but dozens of human walls still separated her from Xia Chunying. Live stream chat. This scene is too bloody, Mom, I'm a little squeamish about blood. Last time when Ling Chu fought the Queen of Spades, it was evenly matched, and I didn't feel a significant difference in strength. How come ordinary players are like paper in front of her? Upstairs, these aren't ordinary players, they're the elite of the Crusaders. Anyone who makes it into the Crusaders' 2nd Regiment has some skill. That skill is terrifying, it gives me goosebumps. That female player named Away from Gambling and Drugs is pretty impressive too, managing to hold out against Holy Light Shines on the Earth for so long. He's an invincible paladin in melee, yet she toyed with him like he was being led around, even grabbing the hem of his clothes. Are the people on the ghost ship all this strong? So what if someone is strong individually? Can they beat an entire regiment? Didn't you see how many subordinates Xia Chunying has protecting her? Ling Chu can't possibly kill them all. The Crusaders can wear them down with sheer numbers. Ling Chu couldn't see the screen, but she knew perfectly well that dragging this out would be disadvantageous. After kicking down a Crusader crew member blocking her path, she activated her skill without hesitation, Veil of the Dead. Her figure suddenly blurred, as if shrouded in a grey veil from the netherworld, then vanished completely into the air, even her breath dissipating. Like a true ghost, she ignored the wall of people before her, weaving through gaps in the swords, past the bewildered enemies, heading straight for Xia Chunying, who held the staff, in the center of the crowd. As she disappeared, Yu Jiali activated his bat transformation skill. His body abruptly contracted and transformed, instantly becoming a nimble black bat. Flapping its wings, it swept over the heads of the crowd at an almost impossible angle, pouncing directly on Xia Chunying. One stealthily slipped through the crowd, the other, in bat form, soared into the air, leaping over the encirclement. As Ling Chu's figure solidified from ethereal form less than 3 steps from Xia Chunying's side, his bone blade piercing the light shield with sharp, decisive strokes, Yu Jiali simultaneously reverted to human form, descending from midair. His wrist spikes gleamed coldly, slashing with full force from another angle at the light shield surrounding Xia Chunying. Clang! Clang! 2 almost simultaneous impacts rang out. Xia Chunying only saw a blur before the 2 deadly figures were already inches away. The sense of impending death seeped into her like ice water, causing her to involuntarily let out a scream. The light shield formed by holy light protection still protected her, but this time, under the combined full force of the 2 attacks, the shield visibly fluctuated and twisted, emitting a hum that seemed unable to bear the strain. In the blink of an eye, Ling Chu swung his blade twice more, and fine cracks immediately appeared on the light shield, spreading like a spiderweb around the point of impact. At this rate of attack, this powerful shield won't last more than 3 to 5 seconds before it shatters. Holy light! Come and support us! Quickly! Xia Chunying's face showed undisguised terror and panic. She desperately channeled magical energy into her staff to maintain the shield while shouting towards the direction of holy light radiating the earth. Holy light radiating the earth, currently locked in combat with Huang Xiaoan, was jolted by the shout. Glancing out of the corner of her eye, she saw Xia Chunying being attacked by the 2 of them, and her anger flared instantly. "Get out of my way!" he roared, ignoring Huang Xiaoan's poisoned shuriken, and unleashed a violent shield slam, the force sending Huang Xiaoan flying several steps. He himself, like a runaway steel chariot, charged towards Yu Jiali and Ling Chu, who were attacking Xia Chunying's shield. "Yu Jiali! Die!" With a furious roar, he gripped his longsword tightly, leaped high into the air, and, imbued with his full weight and holy light-infused rage, brought it crashing down towards Yu Jiali's head. Chapter 287 Charm. Holy light spreads across the earth roared and leaped into the air, raising his greatsword high above his head. Holy light flowed along the blade's edge, its force like a thunderbolt, slashing down towards Yu Jiali's head. This strike, unleashed in fury, virtually blocked all angles of evasion. However, at the peak of his leap, just as the greatsword was about to strike, Yu Jiali looked up. Their gazes clashed violently in midair. Holy light spreads across the earth's eyes burned with boiling rage, while Yu Jiali's eyes were a cold, icy pool, seemingly capable of sucking away souls. 1 second. The greatsword began to press down, the wind cutting through faces. 2 seconds. The blade drew near, the aura of death overwhelming. Yu Jiali slightly shifted his body, seemingly making a final effort to dodge, but his gaze was locked onto holy light spreads across the earth's eyes like chains. 3 seconds. Skill check achieved. Charm control, activated. The holy light, illuminating the earth, abruptly halted its downward strike. The rage in his eyes seemed to be forcibly extinguished, instantly replaced by a layer of bewilderment and emptiness. The raised greatsword did not fall, instead, with an extremely abrupt and twisted motion, as his body forcefully contorted, it traced a semicircle defying the laws of force, the blade whistling as it turned. To Xia Chunying, who was desperately maintaining her light shield and fending off Ling Chu's fierce attack. "Holy light, you!" Xia Chunying's exclamation had barely left her lips. Bang crack! The greatsword, imbued with the paladin's full power, slammed heavily into the already fluctuating light shield. The light shield let out a mournful cry, shattering under the strain and disintegrating into countless scattered points of light. The sword's momentum wasn't finished, it slashed viciously at Xia Chunying's hastily raised left arm. Ah! Xia Chunying's robes were torn, and she screamed, staggering backward. A deep, bone-revealing wound on her left arm bled profusely, the excruciating pain contorting her face. "Holy light! What are you doing?" Her voice was shrill and distorted with pain and rage. Live stream chat. "Holy crap! Holy light's gone mad. He actually attacked Sister Ying. Holy light has betrayed us? Joined the ghost ship. That fight was so realistic just now, was it all acting? Just to backstab Xia Chunying at the last minute? That deserves an Oscar. Wait, didn't you see Holy Light's eyes change just now? He must have been under a control skill. It's Yu Jiali. He just made eye contact with Holy Light. It's definitely Yu Jiali's doing. What kind of skill is that? Controlling someone just by looking at them? That's too overpowered. Yu Jiali's mental fortitude, he could calmly make eye contact even when the sword was almost in his face, but it doesn't seem to last long. Holy light seems to be breaking free. It's over. Sister Ying's shield is broken, and she's injured. Damn it, how could such a holy light mage like Sister Ying do that? Where are the other members of the Holy Order? Chu Dongxiu, are you just going to watch others bully your sister? Xia Chunying's sharp shout, and the sharp pain in her arm, cleaved through the eerie fog in Holy Light's mind like a thunderbolt. Yu Jiali's control suddenly loosened due to the subject's intense mental resistance. The holy light illuminated the earth, restoring clarity to his previously empty eyes. He saw the bloodstains on his blade, and Xia Chunying's bleeding arm. His fingers, gripping the greatsword, trembled slightly. I've been controlled. He couldn't believe he had hurt Xia Chunying. Overwhelming guilt made his grip on the sword almost too weak. The light shield shattered, Xia Chunying was injured. How could Ling Chu let this golden opportunity slip by? In the instant the light shield shattered and Xia Chunying screamed and staggered back, her figure clung to her like a leech. The bone blade transformed into a cold gleam, aimed straight for Xia Chunying's throat, exposed by excruciating pain. However, just as the blade was about to pierce her vital point, Ling Chu suddenly remembered that Xia Chunying, as the second in command of the Holy Order, must possess many valuable items. How could she not take something from her before she died? Ling Chu sheathed his bone blade and used his other hand to choke Xia Chunying, simultaneously activating his skill, Pirate and Robber. Plundering in progress. Luck bonus activated. Skill activated successfully. You have plundered a special class inheritance, Light Mage. This class inheritance has been converted into a class orb and stored in your ship's warehouse. You can view it at any time. Success. 1 success. Ling Chu almost laughed out loud. Triple luck really works. He successfully plundered her class in one go. Without this class, Xia Chunying's combat power plummeted, and the ghost ship lost a huge potential threat in the future. This was a huge win. What did you do to me? Xia Chunying's voice was hoarse and broken as her throat was gripped. She could clearly feel the power within her body rapidly draining and stripping away. The skill panel representing the light mage class instantly turned gray. My profession, my skills, how come they're gone? Ling Chu didn't bother arguing with her. Her profession had been stolen, rendering her worthless. Keeping her would only cause trouble. The hand gripping her throat tightened abruptly, and the bone blade in his other hand rose again, this time aiming without hesitation at her heart. However, the moment the tip of the bone blade pierced Xia Chunying's robes, there was no sensation of a blade entering flesh. Instead, it felt like piercing a viscous, resilient white light. Xia Chunying's chest was completely unharmed. The holy light shining on the earth, who had just recovered from being manipulated, suddenly shuddered violently, as if struck in the chest by an invisible hammer. His face instantly turned deathly pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His burly body swayed, almost collapsing to his knees. At the critical moment, he used the paladin's exclusive protective skill, Sacrifice. This skill forcibly transfers damage from allies to the user, at the cost of double the pain. Taking advantage of the momentary lapse in Ling Chu and Yu Jiali's movements due to this unexpected turn of events, he roared and swung his greatsword horizontally, forcing the two to retreat temporarily. Immediately afterward, with all his remaining strength, he slammed the heavy tower shield in his left hand into the deck beneath his feet. Thump! The spikes at the base of the shield were deeply embedded in the wooden planks. Centered on the tower shield, a semi-transparent, golden shield-shaped phantom, more than 3 times the size of the shield itself, suddenly expanded, like an inverted giant bowl, completely enveloping and protecting the injured Xia Chunying. The phantom solidified, its halo flowing, radiating an indestructible aura of protection. Captain! Bathed in holy light, Xia Chunying gritted her teeth, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were exceptionally resolute. As long as I live, I will never let anyone hurt you. Chapter 288. Know when to stop. This series of plot twists and turns sent the live stream chat flooded with 666 comments. Captain Dragonfly, my goodness, isn't this more dramatic than any TV drama? Little Crisp, Holy Light's boyfriend power, it really moved me. Having a teammate willing to risk their life for you like this is so wonderful. Evil pineapple head? Wait, Xia Chunying is so desperate to kill Yu Jiali, isn't it to avenge her fiancé? What kind of sentimental act is Holy Light putting on? Is this right? A simp will end up with nothing. Give you a big bread, as long as I'm alive, I will never let anyone hurt you. Brother, wake up. Wasn't it you who just stabbed her in the head? Farmer 3 punches, at a silly bird, I tipped you 3 pounds of carrots. After the battle, can you interview Ling Chu? Xing Ruman, the paladin class is really powerful, capable of both offense and defense. I wonder how many points he has in Constitution. Lulu Aiu. Xing, isn't that the point? Compared to the lively chat, the atmosphere on the Crusaders' main ship was as heavy as ice. Chu Dongxiu was looking down at a stream pinned to the top of the public chat channel by a silly bird. When she saw the holy light shining on the earth under Yu Jiali's control, and the giant sword ruthlessly slashing towards Xia Chunying, Xu Dongxiu's hands clenched instantly. Although her face remained as calm as ice and snow, showing no emotion, a crack suddenly flashed deep within her light-colored eyes, which always contained rationality and compassion. How much longer until we reach A Ying's coordinates? Her voice was emotionless, even calmer than usual, but those who knew her well, like Siji Dao beside her, could sense the turbulent undercurrents beneath the surface. Siji Dao immediately spoke rapidly. The first group is already advancing at full speed. They'll be at most 5 minutes from the final signal coordinates of the third group. 5 minutes. Xu Dongxiu desperately wanted to fly there immediately, but reason told her that the ghost ship's combat power and teamwork far surpassed that of ordinary pirate fleets. They were opponents to be treated with caution. She took a slow breath, forcibly suppressing her surging emotions. She was the leader of the Holy Crusade, a symbol of order. She couldn't let personal matters interfere with her duty, nor could she lose her composure in front of her subordinates. But this didn't prevent her from making a decision. Pass on the order. Xu Dongxiu's voice rang out clearly in the command room, devoid of any anger, yet carrying an undeniable penetrating force. The first fleet will advance at top speed. The remaining fleets, upon arriving at the battlefield, must not wait for further instructions, intervene immediately. Destroying the ghost and rescuing Vice Captain Xia Chunying is the top priority. Yes, sir. Xu Dongxiu's gaze returned to the live broadcast projection, fixing on Ling Chu's face. The ghost, Ling Chu. She silently thought, you touched someone you shouldn't have. The holy light bathed the earth, and he knelt on one knee beside the shield, one hand gripping the edge of the shield embedded in the deck, the other leaning on his greatsword. His chest heaved violently, blood still dripping from his mouth, yet he stood firmly before the light barrier, refusing to yield an inch. He had also received a private message from Xu Dongxiu, instructing him to protect Xia Chunying with his life for 5 minutes. The Holy Army's reinforcements would arrive soon. This news acted like a shot of adrenaline, slightly restoring a sliver of life to his pale face. He glared at Ling Chu and Yu Jiali, who were standing close by, and hissed, even if you kill me today, you won't leave the sea safely. The Holy Army's iron hooves will crush the ghost ship. Ling Chu's expression hardened slightly upon hearing this. Why was he so certain? Could it be that Holy Army reinforcements were arriving soon? She quickly glanced at the massive shield-like shadow enveloping Xia Chunying, shimmering with light. This was clearly a paladin's defensive technique, even more difficult to break through than Xia Chunying's previous light shield. Paladins were inherently tanks, relying on their high physical strength to charge into the front line's tough nuts to crack. Now, with their desperate defense, breaking through this turtle shell in a short time would be no easy feat. She couldn't delay any longer, it was time to retreat. Ling Chu made a quick decision, exchanged a glance with Yu Jiali, who understood, and began to float backward, trying to leave. Yu Jiali, you shameless villain, don't you dare leave. Leave your life behind and pay for Sangbai's life. Inside the light barrier, Xia Chunying saw Yu Jiali trying to retreat and went berserk. Ignoring the blood gushing from her arm, she frantically pounded on the shield barrier in front of her with her still-functioning right hand, making muffled bang-bang sounds. While pounding, she turned to the holy light shining on the earth and cursed, "Holy light, you useless thing! Get up! Kill them! Go kill them now!" The holy light shining on the earth bled from the corner of his mouth, his heart bitter. He wanted to too, but the double damage from the sacrifice had almost crippled him. Maintaining this protective shield was already his limit. How could he have the strength to get up and chase after them? The surrounding holy crusaders, seeing their commander's order, though fearful, swarmed forward again, attempting to intercept him. Yu Jiali's figure blurred as he activated his bat transformation again, becoming a black-winged bat. He nimbly dodged several thrusting spears, and instead of flying away immediately, he circled and flew directly above the light barrier above Xia Chunying's head, hovering for a moment. His icy voice, penetrating the light barrier, clearly reached Xia Chunying's ears. "If I'm a villain, what is your fiancé, Mo Sangbai, anyway?" Xia Chunying's pounding motion stopped, her reddened eyes fixed on him. Yu Jiali's voice was flat, each word like a knife. "He killed my cat, roasted it, and ate it. So, he deserves to pay with his life, it's only right." "What?" Xia Chunying was stunned at first, then her face twisted completely with utter absurdity and rage, her voice rising to a shrill, piercing tone. You actually killed Sangbai for a cat? Could that beast's life be more important than a human life?" Yu Jiali flapped his bat wings. "In my eyes, my cat is more important than your fiancé's life. He roasted and ate the cat I raised from a kitten. I didn't cook it into raw meat, that's already showing mercy." With that, ignoring Xia Chunying's momentary stunned silence followed by an even more hysterical scream and curse, he flapped his black wings and flew towards the ghost ship. On the other side, Ling Chu's Veil of the Dead was still cooling down. She decisively activated another acceleration skill, riding the wind. Her agility and movement speed increased instantly, making her feel as light as if she were weightless. She weaved and leaped among the Crusader soldiers who had closed in again, occasionally wielding her bone blade to repel obstacles, not to kill. The Crusader crew members only saw a blur before their blades missed, and the ghostly figure had already disappeared like a fish into the sea. Several Crusader crew members tried to surround her, but Ling Chu used Ghost Dance to completely vanish from the crowd. Chapter 289 The Meeting of the Century. Livestream chat. Evil Pineapple Head, holy crap. So that's how it is. Mo Sangbei roasted and ate the cat first? Eat a peach, feel cool, I'm a cat lover, I can't stand this. He deserved to be killed. Furious. 888 Cold Remedy, but this is a survival world. At the beginning, everyone was starving, what couldn't they eat? Eating fish, pigs, and cows is fine, but eating cats is not? Just because cats are cute? Look, you're joking again, the logic upstairs is touching. You can choose to eat a cat, but if someone kills you because you ate their cat, which they consider family, that's their freedom and choice. The strong prey on the weak, it's fair. Spicy ginger, I totally understand. My cat has been with me for 10 years, it's family. If anyone touches it, I'll fight them to the death. Sang Sizi, wah, this makes me so sad, I miss my cat too. Is it still waiting for me in the real world? Lulu loves gossip, so this is a personal grudge. The Crusaders are chasing after him like righteous heroes, but the root of the problem is that their own people are inhumane. Farmer 3 Punches saw Chunying's reaction. She doesn't care about the cat's life, nor the cause and effect, she just wants you Jiali dead. Give you a big bread, stop arguing. The ghost is retreating. Crusaders' reinforcements are almost here, right? Zoom out, you silly bird. Seeing that Ling Chu and Jiali had moved away from the center of the battlefield, the skeleton minions were also retreating while brandishing their weapons. Huang Xiaoan had taken an elbow strike and a shield bash during her battle with Holy Light, causing her health to drop significantly, and she was also experiencing severe abdominal pain. Xiao Fengkenyu, who had been behind the skeleton minions, occasionally throwing poison gas and using Touch of Plague to inflict weakness on the enemy, immediately activated her healing aura upon seeing this. An invisible healing magic enveloped Huang Xiaoan, and she immediately felt much better. Retreat! Ling Chu grabbed Huang Xiaoan as she passed by. Huang Xiaoan, who had already regained her composure and was preparing to settle scores with that iron can again, looked surprised at Ling Chu's words. You're not fighting anymore? Their reinforcements might be arriving soon. Let's get back to the ship. Ling Chu said quickly. Mo Yuan, also carrying her cane, followed behind the skeleton henchman, occasionally harassing the Crusader soldiers with her bee stings. Watching the unsuspecting enemies covered in welts from her bee stings, she couldn't help but laugh, only to be grabbed by the back of her collar by Ling Chu. Hey, Captain, I can still fight. Fight? Forget fighting, let's go home. As soon as the last skeleton vanguard leaped back onto the ghost's deck, Ling Chu immediately ordered, sever the gangway. Full rudder, full speed ahead, head northwest. However, just as the ghost began to spin and separated from the Crusader 2nd Regiment's ships, a blindingly hot beam of light tore through the dim sea and sky without warning, like a divine spear, striking the ghost precisely near the starboard waterline. Boom! A violent explosion accompanied by flying sawdust and metal fragments. The ship shuddered violently, tilting noticeably to the starboard side, revealing a shocking, charred hole, with seawater beginning to pour in. Ling Chu reacted extremely quickly, using a skill to create a gravitational wind wall before the second beam of light followed. The beam of light struck the wind wall, narrowly deflecting into the sea. Ling Chu whirled around, and saw a massive white fleet appear on the horizon like a mirage, its flags fluttering. The lead ship, a level 6 vessel, was exceptionally imposing and enormous, accelerating through the waves. Xu Dongxiu, clad in a white robe, stood at the bow, the sea breeze ruffling her long hair, her face as cold as frost. Behind her, a dense array of Holy Crusaders' warships filled the field of vision. On the flagship's broadside, the 2 massive light energy cannons, which had just fired, slowly lowered their muzzles, but the magical runes on the cannons were rapidly circulating and charging, a dazzling white light beginning to gather again, clearly indicating that another volley of fire would be imminent. Full speed ahead. Quickly! Ling Chu ordered the helmsman. The skeletal henchman at the helm nearly shook his skeleton apart, but the rudder remained unmoved, as if welded shut. It cried out anxiously, Captain, the rudder won't turn. The large iron shaft on the right seems to be bent and jammed. Several gears are broken too. Blacksmith Andrew had already scrambled to the hole and the rudder. It tapped the twisted metal with its knuckles, pried open the gearbox for a look, and immediately sent back a message. The main drive shaft is bent, and 3 teeth on the main gear are broken. It can be repaired, but it will take at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Ling Chu looked at the 2 main cannons in the distance, which were once again glowing with deadly light, and her heart sank. At this distance, the enemy wouldn't give them 10 minutes. Just then, a clear, cold female voice came through the sea breeze, clearly using some kind of magical amplification device. Fellow members of the Ghost, our Holy Crusade has no intention of being your enemy, but you have gone too far today, injuring my sister, slaughtering many Holy Crusaders, and committing numerous crimes. Now, lay down your weapons, surrender, and we may spare your lives." Upon hearing this, Ling Chu took a few steps forward, standing at the most conspicuous spot on the ship's side, facing the direction of Chu Dongxiu, and responded loudly, her voice equally clear, carrying far across the sea. "Surrender? Spare your lives? Does that mean branding sin marks on your faces like you did with the prisoners of the Green Mountain, forcing them to work as laborers for your holy crusade?" She sneered. "What era is this? Still playing the slave game?" At this moment, on the reporter's ship, a dazed bird, seeing the Holy Crusade fleet appear and the light cannon strike the ghost, couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for Ling Chu. Although he genuinely hoped Ling Chu would win, as a war correspondent, he couldn't show any bias in front of the camera. So he zoomed out, capturing both people standing at the very front of the deck. When Chu Dongxiu appeared in the dodo bird shot, the comments section exploded with excitement. "Lulu loves gossip, here it comes. The #1 on all 4 lists versus the leader of the Crusaders. What a meeting of the century. Kapibala, finally we see the real Chu Dongxiu. She's even prettier in person than in photos. A total ice queen. And in that white robe, she looks like a dignified saint. Actually, Xia Chunying is quite pretty, but she's a bit of a wimp, doesn't seem very bright. Kick the good leg of the cripple at a silly bird. Shark Daily really struck gold by taking you in. Players who missed today's live stream will definitely subscribe to the newspaper. Tomorrow's newspaper will sell like hotcakes. Cookie, what does branding with the mark of sin mean, Ling Chu? I don't understand. Never hungry bear, it means the Holy Crusaders will capture prisoners and brand their foreheads with a red-hot iron, calling it purification, but it's really just marking them as slaves. Hot from the sky, holy crap? Really? That's inhuman. Unrestrained wild buffalo, at Never Hungry Bear, how do you know? Don't talk nonsense without evidence. 888 cold remedy, exactly. I've never heard of a brand, only purification. Chapter 290 on the verge of eruption. After Ling Chu finished speaking, Chu Dongxiu's face turned completely grim, as if covered in ice. She said nothing more, only raising her right hand and making a simple, clear attack gesture. Her level 6 ship, like a white whale breaking through the waves, charged straight towards the almost immobilized ghost. The 2 terrifyingly massive light energy main cannons on its sides, their runes gleaming to their fullest extent, gathered blinding white light at their muzzles once more, and it seemed another destructive volley was about to erupt. Ling Chu's expression was grave. She knew she couldn't hold back any longer. She still had some trump cards she didn't want to use until the very last moment. She took a deep breath, drawing the bowstring to its fullest extent. Instead of aiming at Chu Dongxiu, she adjusted her aim to the air above the charging main cannons on the Crusaders' deck. A storm of arrows. As an invisible arrow shot from the bow, light distorted in an area of about 25 square meters above the deck, and a small vortex of dark clouds rapidly gathered. Then, countless translucent wind-splitting arrows, composed of highly compressed wind elements, poured down from the clouds like a real rainstorm. Within the area, the air was torn apart, producing a dense whooshing sound. What is that? Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The Crusader crew on deck had no time to react and were instantly engulfed by this sudden area of effect attack. The storm arrows, with their immense penetrating power, easily tore through their light armor, occasionally kicking up puffs of blood mist. Screams, footsteps, and the hissing sound of the deck being pierced mingled together. The Crusader soldiers immediately scattered in panic, their formation thrown into chaos. The 2 main light energy cannons, which were charging, were not spared either. Dense barrages of cleaving arrows clanged and pierced the cannon's barrel and base, leaving countless fine holes and scratches. The magical runes on the cannon flickered and dimmed rapidly, the charging process abruptly interrupted. The white light gathering at the muzzle dissipated, and the entire cannon groaned under the strain, clearly temporarily rendered unusable. Just as Ling Chu unleashed his skill, Siji Dao, who had been guarding Chu Dongxiu's side, moved. He let out a low shout, and his arms suddenly expanded and deformed, his skin turning a strange grayish-brown, its texture becoming fungal, transforming in the blink of an eye into 2 enormous, umbrella-shaped mushroom caps. He stepped forward, shielding Chu Dongxiu, the massive mushroom caps acting like the most solid roof, completely protecting Chu Dongxiu and a small area around her. Puff puff puff. A portion of the arrows aimed at Chu Dongxiu were blocked and deflected by the incredibly resilient mushroom-shaped canopy, leaving only minor dents and cracks on its surface. Ling Chu's eye twitched, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Holy crap, a mushroom man. Although the skill didn't cause Chu Dongxiu any damage, it successfully disabled the enemy's 2 most threatening main cannons. These cannons were clearly very expensive. Xia Chunying's ship was equipped with 2, and Chu Dongxiu's flagship only had 2. While Ling Chu was activating the skill, the distance between the Holy Crusade's flagship and the Ghost had closed to 20 meters, and was rapidly approaching at a speed of nearly 1 meter per second. The distance was too close to use ballistay and cannons, and even if ballistay were used, the effect would be minimal. These large crossbow bolts still had some killing power against level 4 ships, able to penetrate the hull, but their effectiveness against level 5 ships was limited. As for Chu Dongsu's level 6 ship, entirely encased in hard steel plates, the crossbow bolts would likely only produce a bang. 5 seconds later, the continuous rain of arrows from the rending wind had just dissipated, leaving the Crusader soldiers on deck in disarray, their cries of agony still echoing. A dazzling, concentrated, and blinding sword light suddenly shone from the bow of Chu Dongsu's ship. Chu Dongsu had drawn her weapon at some point, a uniquely shaped, slender hook sword, its blade straight, but its tip featuring an elegant yet deadly hook. She stood at the bow, facing the deck of the Ghost, and swung her sword in mid-air. Divine judgment! The sword light shot forth, not towards Ling Chu himself, but sweeping across the swarm of skeletons gathered and waiting on the deck, not yet fully dispersed. The holy sword light was like a pure white wave, purifying and scorching the air in its wake. The dozen or so skeletons swept by the sword light didn't even have time to block or dodge. Their fine armor melted silently like paper, and then their grayish-white bones vaporized instantly in the pure and destructive white light, scattering to the ground. In an instant, a small area on the deck was cleared, leaving only piles of bone dust on the ground. Ling Chu's pupils contracted sharply. Such powerful area of effect damage. This power far surpasses Xia Chunying's light missile. Huang Xiaoan used the trade with me skill to exchange for a barrel, saving one skeleton in time, but the loss of the dozen or so skeleton minions still pained Ling Chu. Skeletons, retreat! Scatter! Don't gather! She shouted the order sharply, simultaneously drawing back the Wind Whisperer's oath without hesitation, unleashing 3 storm arrows in quick succession, aimed directly at Autumn Snow. However, Four Seasons Rice, who had been guarding her side, reacted swiftly. His massive mushroom-shaped shield, formed from his arms, didn't retract, instead, it tilted slightly, like 2 moving walls, precisely blocking Autumn Snow's path. The 3 storm arrows, powerful enough to pierce heavy armor, struck the tough and resilient mushroom shield in succession. The wind element on the arrows exploded, leaving only shallow dents on the grayish-brown surface, unable to penetrate even a fraction. Damn mushroom shield! Ling Chu gritted her teeth. This defensive power was outrageous. At this moment, the distance between the 2 ships had closed to less than 10 meters. The crew members of the Ghost gripped their weapons tightly as the massive, steel-plated bow of the Crusader flagship hurtled towards the Ghost's vulnerable, damaged starboard side like a mountain. Boarding action was imminent. Meanwhile, in the dungeon below the deck of the Crusader flagship, the malnourished, clumsy bear huddled in a corner, a live stream screen floating before him, visible only to him. The chat was filled with debate and skepticism about the authenticity of the brand, but he didn't offer any explanation, his eyes glued to the live stream. Chapter 291 10-Second Assassination. When he saw Ling Chu unleash the terrifying barrage of arrows, sending the Holy Crusaders sprawling on the deck, the perpetually hungry, clumsy bear couldn't help but get excited. Almost simultaneously, he faintly heard chaotic footsteps coming from the deck above him. Clearly, due to manpower shortages, the last remaining troops had been withdrawn. A golden opportunity. After confirming the guards were gone, the perpetually hungry bear took out a large piece of giant lizard meat and devoured it like a ravenous beast. A surge of heat gathered within him. He let out a low growl, and the muscles in his arms began to swell and bulge unnaturally. A layer of coarse, short black hair quickly covered his skin, his finger bones enlarged, and his nails extended and hardened like the claws of a ferocious beast. He walked to the cell door, a fence made of specially crafted hardwood posts thicker than an adult man's arm. He stretched out his no longer human, hairy arms and gripped the 2 posts firmly. "Open for me!" A suppressed roar escaped from deep within his throat. 2 hardwood pillars, deeply embedded in the stone grooves, were bent and snapped in 2 by his sheer force. Wood chips flew everywhere, and a gap large enough for him to pass through appeared before him. The clumsy bear, panting heavily, nimbly slipped through the opening without hesitation. Live stream chat. Little bitter gourd, holy crap, Ling Chu's rain of arrows and Chu Dongsu's holy light slash were visually stunning. This is the first time I've seen such an exhilarating battle. It's like gods fighting. Cola without ice. Ling Chu's arrow rain was cool, but the cooldown time must be incredibly long. And Chu Dongsu's light skill naturally counters skeleton undead, so Ling Chu has almost no advantage. Captain Dragonfly, the Ghost is finished. The ship can't move. It just used its ultimate attack, and now the skeletons are countered. How are we supposed to fight now? Oil-fried Peepa, the gap is too big. A tier 6 ship against a tier 5 crippled ship, and it's still surrounded, unless a miracle happens. 888 Cold Remedy, I knew it. The Crusaders have never lost a battle. So what if they're number 1 on the 4 rankings? That's because they're not on the same server. If the servers had merged earlier, the Ghost would have been wiped out long ago. The clamor in the chat seemed irrelevant to Ling Chu. Her heart raced with adrenaline, but her eyes remained frighteningly calm. How much longer? Ling Chu turned to ask Andrew, who was intently hammering at the ship. Ship repair kits can only restore a ship's durability. This level of damage can only be repaired by the system consuming resources or manually, but the system's repair speed is extremely slow. It's better to rely on Andrew. 8 minutes, Andrew said without looking up. 8 minutes. They had to hold on for those 8 minutes. At this moment, Ling Chu flipped her hand, and a small black square box appeared in her palm. This was the Time Thief's music box she had once seized from the invincible and handsome man. The music box contained 2 audio clips, one that could freeze time for 3 seconds, and another a chaotic, malevolent incantation, a group attack skill capable of inflicting mental damage on the enemy. Within those 3 seconds, she wasn't entirely confident she could kill Chu Dongxiu, and even if she did, the Holy Crusaders here were numerous, and the ghost ship would have difficulty escaping. Watching the Crusaders already gathered at the ship's side, preparing to board or throw grappling hooks, Ling Chu's mind raced calmly, quickly devising a tactic. She decisively pressed 2 buttons, selecting the second audio clip, Chaotic Incantation. The music box lid opened automatically, its intricate mechanism commencing operation. A chaotic, mad, and noisy incantation, centered on the music box, rapidly spread outwards. First to bear the brunt were the Crusader crew members rushing towards the ghost. The fighting spirit and murderous intent on their faces instantly froze, replaced by extreme pain and chaos. Some screamed in agony, weapons falling from their hands, some, eyes bloodshot, wildly swung at their comrades, some staggered, unsteady on their feet, some stood frozen, foaming at the mouth, their minds seemingly utterly shattered. Even some of Chu Dongxiu's guards experienced a moment of hesitation and discomfort, their brows furrowed as they struggled to resist the pervasive mental assault. Ling Chu then activated another trump card, Myriad Reset. Her skills, which had been on cooldown, in principle, on her panel, were instantly reset, including the one that, in principle, couldn't be used again for 24 hours. Rending Wind Arrow Rain. The bowstring twanged again, and magical energy surged forth. Rending Wind Arrow Rain re-released. The arrow, symbolizing storm and destruction, rose into the air once more, carrying an even stronger momentum than before, tearing through the smoke-filled sky and slamming into the most densely populated area on the enemy ship's deck. The familiar vortex of dark clouds descended once more, and the raging wind elemental arrows, like the wrath of a god, poured down. The Holy Crusaders' crew, already affected by the chaotic curse, had no time to dodge this time and suffered a devastating blow. Screams, wails, and the tearing sound of arrows piercing the deck mingled together, temporarily isolating Chu Dongxiu's location from the raging rain of arrows. System kill notifications rang incessantly, and Ling Chu's sin value skyrocketed. Ling Chu had no time to look at the notifications, tossing 3 words to the crew: "Cooperate with me." Immediately afterward, under the cover of the chaos created by the second wave of riftwind arrows, Ling Chu's figure vanished silently. Activating the Veil of the Dead, Ling Chu disappeared completely from everyone's sight and perception, like an assassin stepping into the shadows. 10 seconds of invisibility, a race against time. At the bow, Chu Dongxiu swung her hook sword, pure holy light slicing through several stray arrows aimed at her, her expression slightly tense. She had noticed Ling Chu the moment she disappeared. Her intuition told her that Ling Chu's invisibility was aimed at her. Protect the leader. Beware of assassination attempts. Sijidao roared, wielding his 2 massive mushroom-shaped shields with impenetrable force, firmly protecting Chu Dongxiu. Ling Chu moved like a true ghost across the chaotic deck. She bypassed the fleeing wounded soldiers, avoided collapsed masts and obstacles, her footsteps so light they made no sound, her gaze fixed intently on the tightly protected Chu Dongxiu. 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds. Like a venomous snake poised to strike, she silently circled to Chu Dongxiu's side and rear a tiny blind spot in the mushroom shield's defense, and also the area where Sijidao's view was slightly obstructed by his own shield. Only 2 seconds remain invisibility. Ling Chu's figure seemed to suddenly materialize from nothingness, the white bone blade carrying concentrated killing intent, transforming into a pale afterimage almost invisible to the naked eye, piercing straight into Chu Dongxiu's unsuspecting back. Chapter 292. Which god is more powerful? Leader, watch out. The instant Ling Chu appeared, Sijidao sensed him and immediately turned to block with his mushroom shield. However, just as Ling Chu's dagger was about to be blocked by the mushroom shield, "Switch with me." A female voice rang out from behind Ling Chu not far away. Huang Xiaoan had also stealthily approached, and at the same instant Ling Chu attacked, she activated her skill in coordination. Light and shadow distorted. Sijidao only felt a blur before his eyes, and his massive body and mushroom shield instantly appeared on an open ground more than 10 meters away, while the spot where he had been standing, where he should have been protecting Chu Dongxiu, was now only a broken wooden barrel. This sudden reversal of positions not only caused Sijidao's defense to fail, but also completely exposed Chu Dongxiu to Ling Chu's attack. Thud! The bone blade pierced Chu Dongxiu's back without any resistance. However, the sensation from the blade wasn't the smooth penetration of flesh, instead, it encountered an extremely tough, foreign object, feeling as if it were piercing a resilient piece of leather. It was soft armor. Ling Chu realized, and it was high-quality, close-fitting soft armor. But her strength didn't diminish in the slightest, she thrust even deeper. As a legendary weapon, the white bone blade's sharpness was far beyond what ordinary soft armor could completely withstand. Sizzle! With a tearing sound, the white bone blade finally pierced through the tough protection. Although its force was greatly reduced, the tip still pierced into the flesh. With a muffled groan of pain from Chu Dongxiu, Ling Chu didn't hesitate, swiftly pulling the dagger out. A small trickle of warm blood immediately seeped from the back of Chu Dongxiu's white holy robe, quickly spreading into a small, striking crimson patch. Despite the pain, Chu Dongxiu reacted with astonishing speed. Without even turning around, relying on her instinctive sense of danger, she twisted her arm gripping the hook sword at an incredible angle, sending the sword lashing back sharply towards Ling Chu's location behind her. This backhand sword strike was cunning and decisive. Ling Chu realized that Chu Dongxiu wasn't just a ranged attacker, she was more like a melee mage. Ling Chu had just drawn his dagger, his strength exhausted and new energy yet to be generated. Faced with this sudden counterattack, he could only hold his bone blade horizontally in front of him to block. A deafening clang of metal clashing resounded. The immense force and scorching holy energy contained within the hook sword made Ling Chu's arm go numb, forcing him to take a step back. Only then did Chu Dongxiu abruptly turn around. Her usually calm face was unusually devoid of composure. Deep within her light-colored eyes, two cold flames seemed to ignite, fixed intently on Ling Chu. Her voice trembled slightly, but the tremor revealed little pain, instead carrying an almost frenzied fighting spirit. Very strong. Since I arrived in this sea, you are the first person who can draw my blood. Her tone even carried a hint of appreciation, but that appreciation was immediately replaced by a more resolute, colder killing intent. Therefore, you must die here. Any threat that might hinder the arrival of the Order of Light must be nipped in the bud. Before she finished speaking, blindingly hot, pure white flames suddenly rose from the blades of the pair of hook swords she held in her hands. The flames were no ordinary fire, they emitted no black smoke, yet exuded an aura of both purification and destruction. The white flame seemed alive, rapidly spreading along the sword hilt, wrapping around her sword-wielding hands, and enveloping her palms in pure flame. Ling Chu's pupils constricted, she sensed a strong threat emanating from the white flames. She immediately retreated, creating distance to avoid being touched by the white flames. Meanwhile, Sigideo, finally recovering from the shock of being switched positions, roared back, once again wielding her two enormous mushroom-shaped shields, firmly protecting Chu Dongxiu on either side. Chu Dongxiu disregarded Ling Chu's retreat and didn't even immediately pursue. She transferred the hook sword, burning with white flames in her right hand, to her left, and her free right hand, also wreathed in white flames, pressed directly onto the wound on her chest, still bleeding from the bone blade that had pierced it. Simultaneously, her left hand swiftly retrieved a bottle of basic life-saving potion from her bosom, tilting her head back to gulp it down. The flesh at the wound site visibly writhed and grew within the white flames, the blood quickly drying and scabbing over. The white flames seemed to have no effect on her, on the contrary, they possessed an extremely powerful healing effect. Ling Chu, seeing this, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You're not planning to heal in front of me, are you? Upon hearing this, Chu Dongxiu also raised an eyebrow, a hint of arrogance and indifference appearing on her face, which was somewhat distorted by the white flames. I am a believer blessed by the God of light and order, mortal wounds heal instantly. This is the power of order. However, her arrogance froze instantly as she finished speaking, transforming into an incredulous astonishment. The wound, which was rapidly healing within the white flames, abruptly stopped just before it was about to completely close. A chilling, stubborn destructive energy, like a leech, seeped from the depths of the wound, fiercely resisting the purification of the white flames and the repair of the life-giving potion. The tender flesh that had just grown at the edge of the wound quickly lost its luster, turning ashen, and fresh blood seeped out again. What's going on? Chu Dongxiu subconsciously looked down at her palm. The holy white flames that could heal all wounds were now helpless against this injury. She could clearly feel an extremely cold, vicious power, filled with the aura of death and curse, lurking deep within the wound, constantly eroding her life force, fiercely fighting against her holy light power. Ling Chu couldn't help but smirk. A believer blessed by the God of light, huh? This bone blade also came from the God of death. Wounds inflicted with it cannot be healed by any means. Let's see whether the faith in the God of light is more powerful, or the blessing of the God of death is more powerful. At this moment, Chu Dongxiu realized the problem lay with her bone blade. That pale, menacing dagger was wreathed in an unyielding negative energy. Yu Ji Ali. Ling Chu turned and called out towards the ghost ship. Almost simultaneously with her words, Yu Ji Ali, who was fighting the crusader with the skeleton vanguard, looked up at the bleeding wound on Chu Dongxiu's back and made a clenching motion with his fingers. Blood explosion. The freshly seeping blood, along with some of the surrounding tissue, seemed to have been branded with a red-hot iron, exploding violently from within. Caught off guard, Chu Dongxiu staggered forward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But this wasn't the end. Almost instantly as the first cloud of blood dissipated. Blood explosion. Yu Jiali's fingertips moved again. Chu Dongsu's face paled even more, a second mouthful of blood welling up in her throat, which she forcibly swallowed, but blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Blood explosion. Yu Jiali didn't pause for a moment, using up the last bit of his magical energy. Chapter 293 Sacrifice. Ugh. This time, Chu Dongsu finally couldn't hold back any longer, and a third mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, gushed out. The wound on her back was mangled beyond recognition by the continuous blood explosions, so deep that bone was visible. The weakness from excessive blood loss made her vision blur. If Siji Deo hadn't removed a mushroom shield in time and held her down with his shoulder, she would have almost collapsed to her knees. Ling Chu, on the other hand, breathed a slight sigh of relief. Her dagger, with its permanent bleeding buff, combined with Yu Jiali's blood explosion, was practically a mobile blood explosion machine. Sister! Meanwhile, on the ship of the 2nd Crusader Regiment, Xia Chunying screamed upon seeing her sister severely injured. When Chu Dongsu appeared leading the main fleet, holy light shining on the Earth's tense nerves finally relaxed slightly. Knowing their leader had arrived, the situation was likely under control. He then withdrew the heavily damaged Guardian shield. Although Xia Chunying's left arm was injured and her class stripped, hope rekindled in her eyes upon seeing her sister. However, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. They watched helplessly as Ling Chu unleashed a series of unexpected attacks, as Chu Dongsu was ambushed and injured, as Yu Jiali's blood explosion skills were unleashed one after another, as her sister coughed up blood and swayed precariously. With her still functioning right hand, Xia Chunying gripped holy light shining on the Earth's armor tightly, her nails almost digging into the metal. Holy light! Go! Go save my sister! Use your sacrifice skill! Transfer the damage! Hurry! Her voice was shrill, filled with an undeniable command and a sob. The holy light, shining brightly on the earth, was gripped so tightly that his arm ached. He looked down at Xia Chunying, his lips moving, his voice dry and weak. Vice Commander, my health is almost depleted. If I use sacrifice again and take double the damage transfer, I will die. A struggle, a sense of bewilderment, and an indescribable bitterness flashed in his eyes. He was willing to sacrifice for the Crusaders, for her, but this feeling of being ordered, almost forced, to die in her place. My sister is the leader of the Crusaders. She can't die. Absolutely not. Xia Chunying practically screamed it. She looked up, her eyes reddening, tears welling up, not for him, but for the distant Chu Dongsu. Looking into her eyes, bathed in holy light, she almost pleaded, Go and die for my sister. I'll remember you for the rest of my life. Everyone in the Holy Crusade will remember your sacrifice. You're a hero. Hurry! The holy light looked at the woman before him, whom he had once silently admired, but who now only saw him as an expendable tool. A complex mix of emotions surged within him. Looking into her tear-streaked eyes, his throat felt constricted, until the last glimmer of personal light in his eyes finally faded. Okay, he replied hoarsely, his voice almost inaudible. He stopped looking at Xia Chunying, took a deep breath, and ignited the remaining magical energy within him, along with his last breath of sacrifice. Skill sacrifice. This skill was his trump card, one he had never used before. More powerful than ordinary sacrifice skills, it completely transferred the target's wounds and negative status effects to himself at the cost of his own life. A pure and tragic golden light shot up from his body. The light, like a living bridge, instantly bridging the distance between the two ships and connecting to the heavily injured Chu Dongsu. Chu Dongsu felt her life force rapidly draining away. The tearing pain from the blood explosion at her wound was almost consuming her. Suddenly, a warm, holy light surged into her body. The horrific, bloody wound on her back, along with the attached negative energy and the internal organ damage, was erased as if wiped away by an eraser, rapidly transferred. The excruciating pain vanished, the weakness subsided, and her life force returned to its full strength. Except for slight dizziness from blood loss and bloodstains on the torn clothing at her back, she recovered most of her strength in an instant. And at the same time, ugh! A painful scream echoed across the land bathed in holy light. He felt as if he had been struck hard from behind by an invisible hammer, his body lurching forward and crashing heavily onto the deck. A gaping, bloody wound, identical to Chu Dongsu's, appeared on his armor, even more severe. The corrosive energy raged wildly within him, the destructive power of the blood explosion exploding amplified within his internal organs. He lay on the ground, his body convulsing violently from the extreme pain, blood gushing from beneath him, quickly staining a patch of deck red. He struggled to turn his head, looking at Xia Chunying, who stood a few steps away, anxiously watching Chu Dongsu's condition. With his last ounce of strength, he moved his lips, as if trying to say something. Xia Chunying's entire focus was on her sister. Seeing Chu Dongsu's wounds disappear and her body straighten again, a look of relieved joy spread across her face. She even clenched her fists in excitement, not even glancing down at the man on the ground who had sacrificed himself for her sister. The light in the eyes of holy light shines on the earth was completely extinguished with the passing of life, and this final, ignored despair. System notification: you have killed player. Holy light shines on the earth. Sin value plus 10 points. This player has 780 points of justice value. Your sin value will increase by an additional 780 points. The notification sounded in Ling Chu's mind, causing her to pause slightly. She looked at Chu Dongxiu, whose life had instantly recovered by more than half, then glanced at the burly body lying in a pool of blood on the Holy Crusade's 2nd Regiment ship, and instantly understood. It was transferred. Ling Chu frowned. The wounds caused by the bone blade couldn't heal, yet they could be moved by this kind of transfer skill. This autumn and winter snow, her methods of survival and recovery were endless, making her even harder to kill than she had imagined. Ling Chu couldn't understand why anyone in this survival world would willingly die for someone else. Even exchanging their own life for their biological parents, Ling Chu still had to weigh the options. How exactly had the Holy Order brainwashed this person? This is infuriating. Ling Chu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Autumn-winter snow straightened up again. She had already guessed that the holy light shining on the earth had transferred the damage to her. When she bestowed the special class paladin upon the land of holy light, she valued the benefits of the sacrifice skill. Given his deep affection for her sister, this outcome was somewhat within her expectations. The land of holy light, upon accepting the paladin class, was destined to be a pawn to be sacrificed. However, Chu Dongxiu hadn't anticipated that this pawn would be used so soon. Chapter 294 Bear? Live stream chat. Holy crap, holy light shines on earth is dead. Yes. I specifically switched out to check the Justice Points leaderboard, and his name is no longer there. As expected, a simp ends up with nothing. Now he's even dead. Ling Chu and Yu Jiali's teamwork was terrifying. If the Crusaders weren't so numerous, I feel Chu Dongxiu and Xia Chunying wouldn't stand a chance. My impression of the Crusaders and Chu Dongxiu has plummeted. How could Xia Chunying have the audacity to say those things? What, is the leader's life more valuable than an ordinary player's? This holy light is out of his mind. I haven't seen such an extreme case of a love-struck idiot in a long time. What does this have to do with Chu Dongxiu? Wasn't this a skill activated voluntarily by holy light? Chu Dongxiu didn't force him to die. How can you blame Chu Dongxiu? Stop with the baseless accusations. This battle has been so unpredictable. Just when I thought Ghost was doomed, Ling Chu slapped me in the face. Just when I thought Ghost was about to turn the tide, holy light slapped me again. I'm spinning like a top from all the slaps. I'm giving up. Isn't the situation clear now? Ling Chu has used all his ultimate moves, Chu Dongxiu is unharmed, and she's leading a large number of holy army subordinates. Ghost can't escape. 3 minutes left. Ling Chu checked the system time, her heart pounding with anxiety. Right now, not only is Yu Jiali's mana depleted, but her mana is also down to only 20 points, and that's after she managed to drink a basic mana potion in between. Huang Xiaoan and Xiao Feng Kenyu's mana is also probably almost gone. Aside from being a little pale, Chu Dongxiu was in much better condition than the others. Ling Chu, we can't hold them off any longer. My poison gas canisters are all gone. Xiao Feng Kenyu shouted to Ling Chu. The skeleton defense line was being compressed step by step. A relentless stream of Crusader soldiers, like dumplings being dropped into a pot, poured onto the ghost ship via the constructed chains and gangways, an unstoppable force. Worse still, following closely behind the main ship, ships from other Crusader divisions arrived one after another, completing the encirclement like a pack of wolves. 10 warships in total, their masts flying conspicuous numbered flags. Looking around, the decks were teeming with people, probably over 1,000. The Crusader had truly committed their entire force to annihilate them. Ling Chu's gaze swept across the area, settling on the ship numbered 10. A rather young man stood at the bow of the ship. His eye patch revealed his ID as Zhang Feng Yuhuo, and his profession as a special class, priest. He held a staff, and soft, healing beams of light precisely landed on the wounded Crusader soldiers. Those who had been lying on the ground groaning quickly had their bleeding stopped and regained their strength under the light, some even able to immediately get up and rejoin the battle. Another special class related to light, and a priest who can heal. Damn it, why are all the people in this Crusader's professions related to light? Ling Chu wondered, had Chu Dongxiu collected all the special classes related to light? Now recovered from her illness, Chu Dongxiu wouldn't give the ghost ship a chance to repair itself or catch its breath. Her hook sword was once again imbued with white flames, and several fiery blades shot towards the ghost ship. Ling Chu, while expending her limited magical energy to create a wind wall to block the attack, took out a small whistle from her ring. This whistle was given to her by the life-price merchant, Babu Yuyu. Babu Yuyu said that if she encountered danger, she could blow the whistle, and no matter how far away, he would come to her aid. However, there was only one whistle, and it would disappear after being blown. Ling Chu was reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary. Just as Ling Chu took out the whistle, preparing to blow it, a commotion and screams suddenly erupted on the deck of the Holy Crusade's 10th ship. A gigantic black bear, nearly 3 meters tall and with bulging muscles, stood upright out of thin air from behind a pile of debris. It roared, its jaws agape, filled with savage fury. With a single swipe of its massive paw, it swept away several unsuspecting Crusader soldiers like flies, sending them screaming as they fell into the sea. Then, the giant bear's gaze suddenly locked onto Zhang Fenjia Wo, who was casting a healing spell at the bow of the ship. Roar! A deafening roar echoed as the black bear's massive body lunged at Zhang Fenjia Wo. "Captain, watch out!" cried a crew member on ship number 10. Caught off guard, Zhang Fenjia Wo only had time to raise a thin shield of holy light before the black bear slammed into him. The shield shattered, and he was violently knocked to the ground, his staff flying from his hand. Where did this beast come from? Chu Dongxiu was also drawn to this sudden turn of events, her brows furrowed. Zhang Fenjia, a crucial healer, couldn't afford to lose her. She temporarily abandoned her assault on the ghost ship, raising her hook sword, still burning with white flames, and unleashed several sharp holy light slashes at the giant bear on the deck of ship number 10. The black bear, however, seemed to have eyes in the back of its head, sensing the danger. With surprising cunning, it extended a claw on each side, precisely grabbing 2 terrified ordinary holy crusaders and lifting them like shields in front of it. Thud! Thud! The holy light blade struck the fleshy shields, splattering blood. The black bear discarded its dying shields, and taking advantage of a lull in Chu Dongxiu's attacks, its massive body nimbly rolled away, hiding behind the blind spot created by the tall mainmast and the superstructure, never to be seen again. But its destruction didn't stop. The sounds of clattering, screams of terror, and the muffled cracking of bones echoed from inside the cabins and below deck. This cunning beast was clearly exploiting the complex environment, targeting ordinary crew members in vulnerable spots, wreaking havoc and throwing the entire Ship 10 into chaos. Then, something even more unexpected happened. From the entrance to Ship 10's cabins, a large group of ragged prisoners, branded with the word sin on their foreheads, poured out like a floodgate opening. Their eyes burned with hatred and the madness of desperate survival. Seizing the opportunity, they recklessly pounced on the Crusader soldiers around them, who were thrown into disarray by the giant bear's appearance, seizing their weapons. A man with deep scars on his face and unusually sharp eyes stood on a high point, raising his arm and shouting, his voice hoarse yet full of power, "Brothers! Brothers of the Green Mountain, and all our fellow sufferers who have been treated like dogs, this is our only chance. Seize their ship. This is our last hope of escaping. Kill! Kill!" The long-suppressed rage and will to survive erupted completely. This group of slaves were like mad tigers unleashed, instantly igniting a war on ship number 10. Chapter 295. 10 ships change hands. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. "Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! There's a bear! Where did this giant black bear come from on this ship? And, is this bear some kind of supernatural being? It's even grabbing people to take hits. How come so many people with tattoos on their faces suddenly appeared? Could it be that what that person in the chat was telling the truth? The Crusaders call it purification, but in reality they're tattooing prisoners' faces and keeping them on the ship as forced labor? I recognize that guy who shouted. He's the former first mate of the Green Mountain. He also has the character for crime branded on his face. The stupid bear is telling the truth. The Crusaders are using purification as a pretext to treat prisoners like this. How hypocritical. That's normal, isn't it? Prisoners have never had any human rights. At least the Crusaders didn't kill them. Keeping them to do hard labor is better than them dying, right? The ghost ship never shows mercy to its enemies either. That's not what they say to outsiders. The ghost ship never claims to be righteous. They call it purification, wanting fame but not doing good deeds. Isn't that hypocrisy? The prisoners from the Green Mountain ship are starting to take advantage of the chaos to steal from the ship. The Crusaders' backyard is on fire. Chu Dongxiu's face has turned green. That bear is definitely an ally. Is it a druid? Or a summoned beast? Who cares? We need to buy time for the ghost ship. Ling Chu, hurry up and repair the ship. These suddenly released prisoners, along with the elusive giant bear, were like 2 sharp knives stabbing into the Crusaders' backside, instantly disrupting their rhythm of attacking the ghost ship. At least 3 squadron ships were diverted, forced to split their forces to suppress the prisoners and the bear. Although Ling Chu didn't know the bear's origins, its appearance undoubtedly bought them time. She and the other crew members seized this opportunity, using physical attacks that didn't consume magic energy to hold off the remaining Holy Crusaders boarding the ship, while quickly pulling out magic potions, tilting their heads back to gulp them down. Their depleted magic energy began to slowly recover. On ship number 10, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Led by the Green Mountain's first mate, Old Knife, the long-suffering prisoners unleashed astonishing fighting power. These prisoners, who usually did hard labor, possessed considerable strength, and many were from the Green Mountain. Working together seamlessly, they disregarded casualties, fighting for their lives, and actually carved a bloody path through the Holy Crusaders' elite ranks. Hatred is the best fuel, and the desire to survive is the sharpest blade. Zhang Fenjiao, as the commander of the 10th Regiment, became the first target of their rage. One prisoner, fearless, smashed through the guards, a longsword piercing his chest, yet he clung tightly to the blade, creating an opportunity for his comrades behind him. Another seized the opportunity, lunging forward, his blood-stained dagger slashing fiercely at Zhang Fenjia's face, forcing him to raise his staff to block. Old Dao pressed his advantage, using a rusty harpoon to violently twist the staff in the middle, wrestling it away. The staff flew from his hand. Zhang Fenjia's pupils constricted sharply, a deadly chill descended from all directions. Several sharp blades pierced his body almost simultaneously. Zhang Fenjia shuddered, blood gushing from his mouth. He looked down at the blood-stained blade tip emerging from his chest, his face filled with disbelief and shock. Almost simultaneously with Zhang Feng's fishing boat collapsing, the two remaining Crusader helmsmen beside the wheel were overwhelmed by the frenzied prisoners. One was impaled on the helm with several harpoons, the other's head smashed to pieces by a heavy object. The blood-stained helm fell into the hands of the prisoners. Ship number 10 had changed hands. Start! Ram it! Ram it out a path to survival. Old Knife roared hoarsely from his high vantage point. Some prisoners, their eyes bloodshot, continued to slaughter the remaining Crusaders on board, while others, as if defending their lifeline, huddled around the helm, using their flesh and blood to block any attack attempting to regain control. At this moment, Xu Dongxiu had no time to worry about the ghost ship. The fire in her own backyard had to be extinguished first. For her Crusaders to have their ship seized in front of the enemy would be an immense disgrace. Autumn Snow hurried to the ship side, looking down at ship number 10, engulfed in battle, and several other ships further away, also in turmoil. Her face was devoid of any pity, only a chilling, murderous intent. Stubborn to the end, you've brought this upon yourself. Her hook sword flashed with white light. She held back, unleashing sharp, holy blades of light like the scythe of death, slicing through the gaps between ships, precisely striking the prisoners fighting desperately. Thud! Thud! Where the blades passed, blood and flesh flew. A prisoner who had tackled a Crusader soldier was severed at the waist. Another man, raising a battle axe, had his arm and axe sent flying into the air, screams echoing around him. I was initially giving you a chance to repent, considering you were first-time offenders. Xu Dongxiu's voice was icy cold. Since you remain obstinate and continue your wicked deeds, then you deserve to die. Her killings were swift and efficient. With each strike, a prisoner fell. Blood stained the deck of ship number 10. But the extreme pressure only fueled a more frenzied resistance. The remaining prisoners, their eyes bloodshot, like wounded beasts, charged at the holy Crusaders around them with even greater recklessness, some even leaping into the sea with their enemies. Fight these hypocritical beasts. Just as Xu Dongxiu focused on cleaning up her household, her holy light blade flashed again, about to reap another batch of prisoners' lives. Boom! A massive black shadow, like a cannonball, leaped from the chaotic deck of ship number 10, arcing high into the air, accompanied by a roar filled with ferocious rage, and crashed heavily onto the main deck where Xu Dongxiu stood. It was that troublemaking black bear. Its eyes were fixed on Xu Dongxiu. It reared up, letting out a deafening roar. Its incredibly strong forelimbs, muscular like steel cables, clenched tightly, and it violently grabbed a massive auxiliary mast beneath the main mast. A sickening cracking sound of breaking wood rang out. To the horrified eyes of those around, the sturdy wooden pole, requiring several people to encircle it, was pulled from its base by this ferocious giant bear. It swung to several meter long, incredibly heavy giant club, carrying immense force, and swept it fiercely towards the area where Xu Dongxiu was. The wind howled fiercely, unstoppable. Leader! Siji Dao was horrified. He tried to block with his mushroom shield, but the power was too terrifying. He could only shove Xu Dongxiu aside and fall to the side himself. Boom! The mast grazed past them, slamming heavily onto the deck, denting the thick iron plates and sending splinters and sparks flying. Autumn Snow was thrown back, but regaining her balance, she narrowed her eyes, her sharp gaze sweeping over the ferocious bear. She seemed to remember something. It's you. Chapter 296 Meet Shield and Whirlpool. Xu Dongxiu remembered that during the purification of the prisoners from the Green Mountain, there was a special professional among them. She had specifically instructed her subordinates to keep this person in solitary confinement, yet things still went wrong. Xu Dongxiu said no more. Since she was confirmed to be an enemy, destruction was the only option. She raised her hook sword again, unleashing a more refined and swift holy light blade towards the black bear. Although the black bear possessed astonishing strength, against an opponent of Xu Dongxiu's caliber, strength alone was insufficient. It tried to roll to the side, but the light blade was too fast and too cunning, relentlessly pursuing it. Sizzle! The tough bear hide and muscle were sliced open, blood gushing out, deep enough to expose bone. The excruciating pain caused the black bear to roar. A glint of rational consideration flashed in its crimson eyes. It couldn't win by brute force, and its goal wasn't necessarily to kill her here. Just before the second and third, even more deadly, holy light blades of autumn snow were about to strike, the black bear made a decision. It hurled the heavy, broken mast in its hand like a javelin towards the area on the deck where the crusaders were most densely packed. Scatter! Watch out! The mast crashed down with a whistling sound, causing screams and chaos. Taking advantage of this moment, the black bear's massive body unleashed an astonishing leaping power completely disproportionate to its size. Its hind legs left deep dents in the deck as it leaped high, like a black cannonball, heading straight for another ship nearby. Its target was Xia Chunying, now alone on the deck, rendered jobless and unable to defend herself. Protect the commander. A crusader subordinate who had discovered its intentions shouted in terror. But the black bear was too fast. After landing, it ignored the attacks of the others, its target clear, Xia Chunying. Ah, stop it! Stop it! Xia Chunying screamed in terror as the terrifying black beast charged straight at her. The guards rushed forward desperately, but the bear's massive paw swept them away with ease, breaking bones and sending them flying. The next moment, shadow completely enveloped Xia Chunying. No, no! Help! Holy light! Holy light, save! Xia Chunying instinctively cried out the name of the man who had always been there to shield her, but the words left her lips froze. Holy light shone upon the earth. The man who always followed her, whom she had forced to use his sacrifice technique on her sister, lay in a pool of blood, no longer able to protect her. In that moment of distraction, a blood-stained, furry bear paw lifted her up from the ground like a chick. Let me go! You beast! Let me go! Xia Chunying was terrified, kicking and pounding wildly against the bear's hard, iron-like arm, but it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. The black bear lifted her up in front of it, its scorching, fishy breath spraying onto her face. Then, as if manipulating a rag doll, it turned the screaming, struggling Xia Chunying around, firmly shielding her in front of it, using her as the perfect, most intimidating human shield. At this, all the Crusader soldiers who had been trying to attack the black bear froze, hesitant to move, fearing the consequences. Even Chu Dongxiu, who was about to launch another attack, paled at the sight. Her holy light blade abruptly changed direction mid-air, grazing the black bear's side and shattering a section of railing in the distance. Damn it! Let go of my sister! Chu Dongxiu's voice lost its composure for the first time, filled with undisguised shock and rage. She stared intently at Xia Chunying, who was being held hostage by the black bear, hesitant to attack again. At that moment, on the deck of the ghost ship, Andrew raised his head and shouted, "It's fixed!" The skeleton henchman at the helm used all his strength to forcefully turn the heavy rudder to the right. Creak! Whoosh! The ghost ship's massive hull trembled violently, like a colossal beast awakening, and the bow finally began to slowly turn to the right. The transmission system, which had been cracked and jammed, was finally restored, and power was once again transmitted to the rudder. The ship started. Mo Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Yu Jiali had just pulled his sleeve dagger from a Crusader soldier's throat when he parried another's slash. Huang Xiaoan also kicked an enemy trying to climb over the ship's railing into the sea, wiping the blood from her face. My god, it's finally fixed. Ling Chu didn't relax at all. While wielding her bone blade to repel approaching enemies, she quickly opened her private chat interface and sent a message to the ID that had been waiting for her. Ling Chu, now! 2 seconds after the message was successfully sent, the system chimed with a crisp notification. Player gave you a big loaf of bread and used an island raiding card on you. The opponent has been teleported to the vicinity of your undead isle. Use private island teleportation card? Here it comes. Without hesitation, Ling Chu instantly chose yes. Almost at the same instant she made her choice, without warning, the sea surface to the right front of the ghost began to swirl and cave in wildly. A whirlpool over 100 meters in diameter appeared, like the gaping maw of a giant beast, suddenly formed. A powerful suction force emanated from the center of the whirlpool, churning the surrounding seawater and instantly drawing the attention of almost everyone on the battlefield. The live stream chat was completely stunned at that moment. Holy crap! A vortex! Another vortex! This location, right in front of the ghost ship. Is this some kind of skill from Master Ling Chu? Instantly summoning a vortex? What kind of godlike skill is this? There's no way a skill could create such a huge vortex. Someone must have used an island raid card on Master Ling Chu. And then Master Ling Chu used a teleport card, which is why the vortex appeared. Which reckless warrior would dare to launch an island raid on Ling Chu at this time? Are they crazy? It's probably opportunistic. Whoever interferes now, the ghost ship is in a tough spot, attacked from both sides. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. The ghost ship just finished fighting the Crusaders, and now pirates are going to pick it off? Just as the chat was buzzing with speculation, the ID "Give You a Big Bread" suddenly appeared in the comments, carrying a strange sense of smugness. Hee hee, it's me. The chat immediately exploded. Big Bread, are you getting cocky? Your pirate crew is no match for Boss Ling Chu. Even if she's not in good shape right now, beating you would be a piece of cake, right? Who said I was going to steal Ling Chu? She's my idol. How could I possibly steal her? This reply silenced the chat for half a second, then a quick-thinking player suddenly realized what was going on. Wait, I get it. Ling Chu is using the system rules. The teleportation card allows her to immediately return to her island. So this vortex isn't some third-party interference at all, she's trying to escape. You can do that. That's too clever. But it's useless, isn't it? The teleportation card's vortex will last for 48 hours. Chu Dongxiu isn't stupid, she'll definitely chase after her. Then Ling Chu will be handing over her island to someone else. Chapter 297 Daliba. Stop her. That's a teleportation vortex. She's trying to escape. Although distracted by her sister's hostage situation, Chu Dongxiu's extensive combat experience allowed her to immediately discern Ling Chu's intentions. Enraged, she barked the order. However, it was too late. The ghost ship, propelled by inertia, precisely cut into the edge of the vortex. Ling Chu stood at the bow, his figure a silhouette in the distorted light. Full speed. Charge in. The ghost ship, like a roaring beast, plunged headlong into the dark, swirling center of the vortex. The seawater, like the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, instantly swallowed the menacing skull sail. In mere seconds, the massive ghost ship vanished completely from the area. On ship number 10, Old Knife, who had just taken control of the helm, witnessed the ghost ship's disappearance and realized that this whirlpool might be their escape route. Silly bear. This way. Come back. He immediately shouted to the giant bear on the opposite ship, who was holding Xia Chunying hostage. Hearing the shout, the giant bear used Xia Chunying as a shield, forcing back several holy crusaders who tried to approach. Then, with several heavy but swift strides, its massive body leaped up, arcing through the air, and landed heavily on the deck of ship number 10, causing the ship to shake. Turn around. Follow the ghost ship. Charge into the whirlpool. Old Knife ordered, and ship number 10, controlled by the prisoners, veered off course and charged towards the whirlpool. Hooked ropes. Stop them. Chu Dongxiu's face was ashen as she urgently ordered a pursuit. Several iron chains with barbs whistled out, like venomous snakes pouncing on their prey. Ship number 10, under the prisoners' desperate scramble, was hurtling towards the whirlpool with near madness. Sister, save me. Xia Chunying, held tightly in Black Bear's hand, watched her sister and the Holy Crusaders fleet speed away, her eyes filled with fear and despair, letting out a piercing scream. The sound pierced Chu Dongxiu's ears like sharp cones. The iron chains were ultimately a step too slow, barely grazing the stern of ship number 10 before plunging into the sea. Ship number 10, following closely behind the ghost ship's trajectory, crashed headlong into the churning whirlpool, even Xia Chunying's cries abruptly ceasing. Chu Dongxiu stood at the bow, her eyes icy cold and resolute. The humiliation of being provoked by the ghost, the worry for his sister, the anger at losing control, all coalesced into a resolute command. Chase! Full speed ahead! At any cost! The Crusaders' massive level 6 flagship roared with a deep, powerful thud. Even without the auxiliary mast that the clumsy bear had pulled up, its surging power remained undiminished. Like an enraged white whale, its bow cleaved through the waves, charging into the whirlpool with a crushing determination. The other squadron ships followed closely behind Chu Dongxiu, heading towards the whirlpool one by one. Why did they all run away? A dazed bird stood on the deck of its ship, camera in hand, staring dumbfounded at the empty sea. It had just been debating whether to continue filming the Crusaders' bloody purge or risk following the ghost into the whirlpool. In the blink of an eye, the main targets had all escaped. The comments section was filled with messages urging the silly bird to hurry up. Dumb bird, hurry up and chase after it. What are you standing there for? If the live stream ends here, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Even a dumb bird knows it can't let such explosive news slip by. It possesses the invincible survival skill of not harming reporters during wartime, so who cares what's on the other side of the whirlpool, just charge. Dumb bird immediately accelerated its ship, charging headlong into the whirlpool. Meanwhile, in the waters near Undead Island, a level 4 pirate ship with a pattern of sliced rye bread painted on its sails was anchored on the sea. At the bow, a young man who looked about 18 or 19 years old was nervously adjusting his obviously oversized, flamboyant pirate cloak. Quick, look again, am I handsome enough? Is my hairstyle messy? He asked the crew member beside him, his expression a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Awesome, Captain, you're absolutely stunning. You'll definitely leave a lasting impression on Boss Ling Chu. The crew members enthusiastically praised him. Take a deep breath, trying to appear more composed. After all, he was about to meet his legendary idol. Image management was crucial. Just then, on the sea not far ahead, space rippled like water, and a deep whirlpool suddenly formed. Immediately afterward, a ship enveloped in a faint, eerie light, its sails adorned with striking skull patterns, burst forth from the whirlpool. It's here! It's the ghost ship! Give you a big bread, a nickname. S eyes lit up instantly, almost jumping for joy. He quickly stood on tiptoe and waved vigorously in that direction, frantically opening the private chat channel at the same time. "Give you a big bread, Sister Ling Chu. Can you see me? Over here." The big bread ship. At the bow of the ghost ship, Ling Chu, just recovering from the dizziness of the spatial teleportation, scanned the familiar waters of the undead island. Then she spotted the peculiarly styled pirate ship not far away, and a young man at the bow waving his arms, his hair disheveled by the sea breeze, with a somewhat Chuyunibu, delusional, air about him. Ling Chu replied, "I saw it, thank you this time. Mission accomplished, you can return via the whirlpool immediately. Chu Dongsu might catch up, it will soon become unsafe here, don't get caught up in it." "Ha, going back already? Well, Sister Ling Chu, could you sign my cloak? Just on my cape." Ling Chu's lips twitched as she read the reply. "An autograph? What a strange request." But to get the big bread ship away quickly, she patiently replied, "Okay, if you want an autograph, trade me your cloak later, you guys retreat first." Just then, the second ship burst out, the 10th ship, still bearing the Crusaders' markings and fresh bloodstains, with chaotic figures and a conspicuous giant bear visible on its deck. Immediately afterward, the third, and the largest and most imposing, the Crusaders' flagship, entirely white and a size larger than the ghost ship, rushed out of the whirlpool like a tiger released from its cage. "Damn it, why is Chu Dongsu chasing us like a mad dog?" Upon seeing the massive white warship, the crew member, shivering with fear, instantly turned from excitement to terror. "Oh my god, let's get out of here. Ling Chu, take care." He shouted to the crew, "Turn around. Turn around now. Back to our vortex. Retreat. Retreat." The vortex created using the plunder card, like the one created with the teleportation card, is a two-way passage, lasting for 48 hours until the user returns. The big bread frantically began to turn, hastily retreating towards the still-present vortex entrance. This situation was clearly beyond the capabilities of a ship of his caliber. Chapter 298. The ones who were alarmed. Standing at the bow, Chu Dongsu immediately locked her gaze on the ghost ship ahead and the incongruous big bread ship beside it. Her gaze swept quickly across the surroundings, her brow furrowing slightly. A thick, unsettling, chilling aura of death permeated the air, and the island in the distance, almost submerged by the sea, exuded an ominous presence. She instantly realized that the whirlpool wasn't Ling Chu's temporary escape skill, but rather a whirlpool created by the use of a private island teleportation card. These islands were most likely Ling Chu's private islands. And the big bread, which had frantically turned to flee upon seeing them, was even more suspicious. Could this be a trap set by Ling Chu beforehand, deliberately luring them here? Was there an ambush? The leader of the Holy Church army, commanding thousands, was no fool. Chu Dongsu instantly understood the situation. Alarm bells rang in her mind. She quickly scanned the surrounding sea, then stared intently at the lifeless island. But the island was nothing but jagged rocks and charred, decaying wood, completely exposed. There wasn't a single ambush, not even a living creature in sight. Her gaze returned to the ghost ship. The hull was damaged, and the crew's magical energy must have been greatly depleted. It looked like they were at their last gasp. Chu Dongsu's doubts remained, but having pursued it this far, there was no reason to retreat. No matter what methods Ling Chu possessed, they were futile against absolute power. Under her command, the Holy Church's flagship began adjusting its formation, cannons and crossbows once again aimed at the ghost ship, and the boarding forces were poised to attack. Just then, a ship resembling a dazed bird emerged, swaying precariously from the whirlpool. He steadied the ship, glanced at the scene, and immediately and skillfully found a relatively safe angle that offered a panoramic view. He set up his camera and professionally began a new round of live streaming. Live stream comments. The Crusaders really caught up. Did they just switch maps and continue fighting? I thought Ling Chu had some backup plan, but this is it? A dilapidated island? The big bread is really fast, ha ha ha. But the atmosphere here is so eerie, the seawater is darker than normal. Did someone die on that island? I feel uncomfortable even through the screen. On the deck of the ghost ship, Ling Chu's expression was solemn. She swung her bone blade to deflect an incoming arrow and ordered her crew to defend against it from the ship's sides. Her mana bar had recovered to a third thanks to the potion. Wind wall energy coiled around her fingertips, ready to be activated at any time, to guard against the two temporarily dormant but still dangerous light energy main cannons. On the surface, the ghost appeared to be struggling to hold on, passively defending itself. However, deep within her eyes lay a calm, even a hint of anticipation. She thought to herself, let them make a scene. The bigger the commotion, the better. The bigger the commotion, the more likely they will be alerted. Winter Snow's flagship concentrated its firepower primarily on the ghost, attempting to suppress this primary target. But her other squadron ships tacitly shifted their guns and focus of attack. They launched a fierce long-range assault and boarding charge against the number 10 ship. Clearly, Chu Dongsu's strategic intention was clear: rescue her sister at all costs. On ship number 10, the prisoners, barely escaping the jaws of death, faced a new catastrophe before they could even catch their breath. A hail of arrows and a barrage of magical projectiles rained down, and prisoners fell one after another, struck by arrows. Lacking ranged counterattacks, they could only rely on the few crossbows they had seized and their bare hands to withstand the onslaught. Their situation was precarious. "Get behind the ghost ship," Ling Chu shouted to them upon seeing this. She couldn't let this force, which had finally broken free of their shackles and could potentially become allies, be scattered so quickly. The ghost ship deliberately cut to the right front, its massive hull acting like a mobile shield, attempting to block some of the flank fire for ship number 10. To draw the attention of the Crusader Legion, Ling Chu removed the depleted magic stone from the magician's ever-changing cannon and replaced it with a new one. This cannon was quite energy-intensive. After just 2 shots, its magic energy was completely used up. She lit the fuse and locked onto a Crusader ship that was firing fiercely at ship number 10. Boom! A cannonball, burning with flames, burst through the barrel, radiating a scorching orange-red light. The cannonball landed on the deck of the Crusader ship. This time, it didn't transform into a monster, but was a real cannonball with a shockwave. Flames shot into the sky, and wood chips and metal fragments flew everywhere. The secondary ship shook violently, a large hole blasted in its deck, and its attack immediately ceased. The deafening roar of the cannon, like a boulder thrown into a still pool, seemed to have disturbed something dormant. The first thing to show its unusual behavior was the seawater. The previously murky, viscous, dark purple seawater suddenly began to surge erratically, not like ordinary waves, but rather rising from the bottom like boiling water about to boil. Then, around the Crusaders' flagship and further beneath the surface, countless dark shadows appeared. They swam in from all directions, silently hovering in the gloomy water, their sheer number almost obscuring vision, like an eerie underwater forest. Live stream chat. Look, isn't there something in the water? So many dark shadows, densely packed. Is it a large school of fish? But the shape isn't right. Zoom in. It looks somewhat humanoid, like those bloated creatures. Don't scare me. Are there water ghosts in this eerie place, next to the Crusader ship? Look, something's climbing up. The speculations in the chat instantly transformed into tangible terror. Splash! A pair of arms with sharp, hook-like nails and a bluish-gray hue suddenly tore through the dark seawater, gripping the hull of a Crusader squadron's warship. Then, a head emerged, hair like century-old, rotting seaweed, wet and clinging to a twisted scalp, a face swollen, festering, and inhumanly hideous. Most horrifying of all, the eyes were nothing but murky, milky white membranes. Their forelimbs were strong enough to allow them to climb the hull like zombies, dragging long, fishtails. It stared at the figures on the deck, as if seeing walking prey, its mouth gaping open to reveal jagged, sharp teeth. A siren. A Crusader soldier, hearing the unusual noise from the ship, instinctively looked towards the sea, only to find himself staring directly into the monster's eyes. He was instantly terrified. Chapter 299. The shameless pants fluttering in the wind. Asterisk splash. Splash, asterisk. The sound of water breaking echoed across the sea. No longer just a few scattered creatures, but hundreds, even thousands, of bluish-gray arms, like monstrous claws, suddenly surged out of the water, gripping the hulls of the Holy Crusade's main ship and several nearby squadron vessels. The fingernails, sharp as scimitars, dug deep into the wooden planks, leaving gruesome scratches. Chu Dongxiu, standing atop the main ship, heard the shouts of her subordinates, turned her head, and her gaze froze. She saw countless sirens rapidly climbing the hull, their swollen, festering skin gleaming in eerie bluish-gray in the sunlight, their wet, seaweed-like hair hanging down, leaving foul-smelling stains as it swept across the planks. "Defend! All hands on deck!" Chu Dongxiu shouted sharply. "Archers! Concentrate fire on the climbing sirens. We cannot let them onto the deck." But it was all too late. The first siren to climb onto the ship's railing swung its slimy tail, leaping onto the deck. Its murky, milky white eyes fixed on the nearest Crusader archer, its mouth twisting into a strange, hissing sound. The archer froze in terror, forgetting even to draw his bow. The siren pounced, its thick forelimbs gripping his waist, its sharp teeth digging into his throat. Blood gushed out, and the archer collapsed to the ground, lifeless, before he could even scream. More siren followed, dragging their tails across the deck with incredible agility, far surpassing that of humans on land. Some pounced on fleeing crew members, biting off their necks, others slashed their arteries with their sharp claws, watching the blood stain the deck, still others dragged their crew members to the railing and tossed them into the dark sea. Meanwhile, even more sea monsters lurked in the sea. Crew members who fell overboard were instantly dragged into the deep water, given no chance to struggle. The Crusader fleet was thrown into complete chaos. Chu Dongxiu brandished her hook sword, beams of holy white light shooting out, striking the sea monsters and instantly sizzling and burning them into pools of foul-smelling pus. But the sea monsters were simply too numerous. Killing one wave only to have another rise to the surface, her mana rapidly depleting, her face growing paler with each passing day. If her sister, Xia Chunying, were still alive, her light mage class, combined with the holy light of the paladins, could have significantly accelerated the extermination of these sea monsters. However, now one was captured and the other dead. Chu Dongxiu felt as if her two strongest arms had been severed, leaving her and the remaining captains to struggle on their own. Meanwhile, many more sea monsters crawled ashore from the Ghost in ship number 10. The prisoners on ship 10, having just escaped the Crusaders' artillery fire, were terrified by this horrifying scene. They recoiled in fear, some even collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. On the deck of the Ghost, however, Ling Chu remained completely calm. She stood with her hands on her hips, revealing a tattered cloth hanging from her waist. The cloth appeared unremarkable, its edges worn, adorned only with a few seashells, yet in the sea breeze, it subtly exuded the oppressive aura of a deep-sea overlord. Kingly demeanor, passive. This fig leaf has been tainted with the aura of a siren leader. When worn, ordinary siren will recognize you as their leader and submit to your kingly demeanor. This passive effect is ineffective against siren leaders of the same level. The siren, who had already climbed onto the Ghost ship's deck, initially pouncing menacingly on the crew, suddenly paused upon seeing the fig leaf wrapped around Ling Chu's waist. Their murky eyes turned to Ling Chu, their heads tilted slightly, revealing a confused expression, and their movements became hesitant. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. The sea monsters slowly lowered their forelimbs, their previously ferocious appearance transforming into docility. They bowed their heads slightly to Ling Chu, as if paying homage to their king. Ling Chu raised her chin, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic fleet of holy crusaders. The sea monsters seemed to understand her command, turning around and, dragging their fishtails, scrambling back down from the Ghost ship's railings, swimming towards the holy crusaders' vessels. Even the siren, who had climbed onto ship number 10, upon smelling the scent of the fig leaf, abandoned their attack on the prisoners and obediently retreated back into the sea, joining the siege of the Crusader army. This scene was clearly captured by the livestream camera of the dazed bird, and the chat exploded instantly. Holy crap! Siren! A living siren! What luck the Ghost ship and the Crusader army had to run into the siren's lair. Wait a minute, what's going on? Why isn't the siren attacking Ling Chu? Am I hallucinating? The siren is actually bowing to Ling Chu? That's too outrageous. Siren can be subdued? Is there anyone who knows? Come out and explain. I subscribe to Shark Daily's Monster Encyclopedia. I remember it said that sirens are fourth-tier monsters, inherently brutal and impossible to tame. What methods did Ling Chu use? So many sirens, the Crusaders are doomed. On the deck of the Ghost ship, Huang Xiaoan, Moyuan, Yu Jiali, and the others were stunned to see the sirens suddenly appear and frantically attack the Crusaders. Moyuan clicked his tongue, sincerely exclaiming, "These sirens are amazing. They're like reinforcements from the sky." Huang Xiaoan's eyes lit up, excitedly waving her fist and shouting towards the Crusaders, "Bite them! Bite them to death! Drag these Crusaders' lackeys into the sea to feed the fish." This was Ling Chu's backup plan, number 3. He would use a large loaf of bread to launch a raiding card against her, using the vortex generated by the teleportation card to deliberately lure the Crusaders to the island of the dead. She'd stolen the siren leader's underwear, and he'd been furious. Any commotion would surely send the siren leader and his entire swarm out. Ling Chu's lips curled into a slight smile. This was perfect opportunity for the holy Crusaders to calm them down. Besides, the island of the dead was empty. Its resources and core were underwater, guarded by countless siren. Ling Chu had no reason to worry about the holy Crusaders seizing the island's core. However, a flicker of doubt crossed Ling Chu's eyes. Where was the siren leader? Speak of the devil. Just then, Ling Chu sensed a powerful aura approaching. She quickly turned her head and looked in a certain direction out to sea. Not far away on the sea, an exceptionally large black shadow was rapidly rising and approaching, churning the water violently. Soon, the figure became clear. It was an enormous sea monster. It was 3 times the size of a normal sea monster, its skin a deep blue-green covered in hard scales, and it gripped a massive trident, its tip gleaming with a cold, icy light. Beneath its rotting, seaweed-like hair, a pair of scarlet eyes were fixed intently on the ship ahead, filled with boundless rage. It was the sea monster leader. Chapter 300, A Gift for You. The Siren Chieftain was enraged. That damned thief. After so many days, it finally felt the scent of its loincloth. That was its symbol of status, its most cherished pair of underpants. When it wasn't wearing them, it kept them carefully in its treasure chest, and now a mere human thief had stolen them. The Siren Chieftain couldn't swallow this insult. It searched the entire sea, and finally, today, the scent of its loincloth returned. Today, it would tear the thief who stole its underpants to pieces to vent its hatred. Ling Chu knew that the Siren Chieftain was after that loincloth. The passive effect of King's demeanor was ineffective against Siren Chieftains of the same level. It could only fool ordinary Siren. As the Siren Chieftain drew closer, its crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. Ling Chu swiftly raised her hand, ripped off the cloth covering her waist, and pulled an ordinary wooden arrow from her personal storage space, tightly tying the cloth to the arrow's fletching. Then, she took the Wind Whisperer's Oath longbow from her back, drew the bowstring, and instantly aimed the arrow at the Holy Crusade's flagship. Whoosh! The wooden arrow whistled through the air, accurately striking the deck of the Holy Crusade's flagship, landing precisely beside Chu Dongxiu, who was fending off a siren's attack. The cloth covering the arrow's fletching fluttered in the wind. Chu Dongxiu, overwhelmed by several sirens, instinctively turned around upon hearing the arrow's whistling sound. She saw Ling Chu standing by the ghost ship's railing, a sly smile playing on her lips. "Captain Chu Dongxiu, here's a gift for you." Before the words were even finished, the massive black shadow suddenly burst through the sea, soaring into the sky. The siren leader, wielding a trident, exuded a destructive aura. Its crimson eyes were fixed on the piece of cloth floating on the deck, or more precisely, on Chu Dongxiu beside it. It roared, the massive sound wave shaking the sea. The trident, carrying immense force, thrust straight at Chu Dongxiu. Chu Dongxiu's expression changed drastically. She had no time to react and could only instinctively raise her hook sword to hastily defend herself. Clang! A deafening crash resounded as the hook sword collided with the trident. The powerful force instantly coursed through Chu Dongxiu's body, forcing her back 2 steps. The point where the trident struck the deck instantly cracked open, sending splinters of wood flying. Chu Dongxiu was filled with suspicion. This siren was clearly more powerful than ordinary siren, so why was it completely ignoring Ling Chu and only attacking her? The siren leader, with even greater force and its bloodshot eyes, lunged at Chu Dongxiu's head again. Chu Dongxiu barely dodged with a sliding tackle. She noticed the tattered cloth tied to the wooden arrow. Could it be because of this? Recalling Ling Chu's amused look earlier, Chu Dongxiu's eyes flashed with icy anger. She had fallen into Ling Chu's trap again. On the ghost ship, Ling Chu watched the siren leader, who now completely regarded Chu Dongxiu as a thief stealing underwear, with a sense of pleasure. With so many 4th-tier siren, plus this 5th-tier siren leader, even if Chu Dongxiu didn't die, she would be in serious trouble. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she turned and shouted to Ship 10, "You all hurry and head towards the whirlpool. Return and evacuate from there. This whirlpool is a 2-way passage, you go first, quick." The whirlpool generated by the island teleportation card disappears after the user returns, so Ship 10 must go first. Without the teleportation whirlpool, the Crusader ships would be trapped in the waters near the Island of the Dead, a vast distance from the prisoner ships, and wouldn't be able to catch up with them anytime soon. As soon as she finished speaking, Ship 10 responded immediately, turning around and preparing to head towards the underwater whirlpool. On the deck, Old Knife looked at the clumsy bear. He was still in the form of a giant black bear, carrying the tightly bound Xia Chunying in his paws. This woman is useless now. Before he finished speaking, Old Knife suddenly drew his longsword from his waist, a flash of cold light, and the tip of the sword was directly against Xia Chunying's neck. "Many of our brothers died at her hands. Today is the perfect day for revenge. Kill her and throw her into the sea to feed the sea monsters, avenging our fallen brothers." Old Knife's eyes were icy, his tone filled with hatred. If it weren't for Silly Bear's escape during the chaos, releasing them all, they would probably still be locked up in that dark prison, being used like mules. Xia Chunying's face turned deathly pale instantly. The stinging pain in her neck made her tremble. "No, don't kill me. You can't kill me." Seeing that Lao Dao's gaze didn't soften, she desperately changed to a threatening tone, her voice trembling but still firm. "If you kill me, even if you run to the ends of the earth, my sister will never let you go. She'll make you all pay with your lives." Pay with your lives?" Lao Dao scoffed, his eyes growing colder. "Even if I really have to pay with my life, I'll take you down with me first." Just as Lao Dao tightened his grip on Xia Chunying's neck, Benben Bear suddenly moved, extending its thick paw and grabbing Xia Chunying by the back of her neck, pulling her away from Lao Dao's sword. "What do you want to do?" Lao Dao's grip on his sword tightened, not understanding his intention. The clumsy bear remained silent, simply carrying the still trembling Xia Chunying, and with a powerful stride, leaped from ship number 10 onto the deck of the ghost ship. Xia Chunying's face was flushed red from being strangled, and she continued to curse, "You evil fiends! Let me go!" The clumsy bear knew that Xia Chunying was Chu Dongxiu's younger sister, and that was her greatest value. Ling Chu had given him the meat that saved his life. Now, bringing Xia Chunying was a way of repaying that debt. He slammed Xia Chunying onto the ghost ship's deck with a dull thud, then looked up at Ling Chu, his gaze calm, as if to say, "This woman is yours." Ling Chu glanced down at Xia Chunying, who was still struggling and cursing on the ground, and was about to speak when she caught a glimpse of the sea. The aura of the exposed flesh was intimidating, and many ordinary sea monsters were already closing in on the ghost ship. She made a decisive decision and ordered in a deep voice, "Retreat first." At this moment, ship number 10 had already reached the edge of the whirlpool. The ship sank and plunged into the whirlpool, quickly disappearing from sight. Chu Dongxiu caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of her eye, and saw the ghost ship carrying Xia Chunying heading towards the whirlpool. she felt both anxious and furious. While struggling to fend off the powerful attacks of the siren leader, she thought to herself, I cannot let the ghost ship go like this, and I cannot let them take Ying away.